what are we going to be learning today? So today we're going to start off with, again, the basics of Scrum. And I want you to understand how Jira interprets all of this Scrum stuff. So we're going to start off with the project and the boards, because even though, again, as I mentioned at the beginning, a lot of people use this interchangeably, they are quite different. They do mean different things. So I want to make sure we're going to level set. We're going to get some taxonomy, some word definitions in there, and then we're going to jump into it, into the deeper end. We'll talk about the difference between Scrum and Kanban. We'll talk about issue types, workflows, story points, backlogs, and sprints. All right. So with that said, we're going to come back to that. So make sure you stick around to the end. And let's just jump into Jira and talk about these Scrum projects / boards. So here's where our journey begins. The journey to Scrum, right, is at the project level. But Atlassian doesn't do a good job at conveying this to us, because as you can see here, everything is yelling to me project, right? We have a project template. We're going to pick from a project template, and we have a software development project template. And when you come here, this is where you first see the differences between Atlassian asking us to choose. We have to make a decision. Are we going to go the Kanban route, or are we going to go the Scrum route? This is a very critical junction point that you have to decide, because even though a lot of people will tell you that these are interchangeable, fundamentally they work quite differently. They don't work exactly the same. So you do want to pick the right template. You want to start off with your right foot forward, because picking one over the other, as I'm going to show you in just a few seconds, is going to, not significantly, but it will cause your Jira to behave differently. And so there is a fundamental difference between Kanban and Scrum. Now, obviously, this is a Scrum Master's training, so we're going to go down the Scrum route, but I'm going to back up in just a few seconds here to kind of show you the differences, because, like, as I said, there are some fundamental differences that you should be aware of. So when you pick Scrum, right, you get a couple of things out of the box. Number one, you're going to have a pre-established or pre, I don't want to use the word configured, but a backlog will be manifested for you. You will have a backlog. And it's a dedicated section. We're going to jump into the UI in a few minutes, but it's a dedicated section where all the work, all your stories, all your tasks, and all your bugs and subtasks will show up in the backlog. So when you hit that create button, everything is neatly tucked away in that backlog. When you compare that to Kanban, you don't get that out of the box. When you select the Kanban project / board, you just get a board, okay, with all your statuses right there front and center. But Scrum, a little bit different. It has this dedicated backlog section. All right. Next, we have the ability to plan sprints. And so you have the ability to create a sprint. You have the ability to move items from your backlog into your sprint. You have the ability to start and stop a sprint. And you also have the ability to estimate your stories, your tasks, and your bugs in that sprint. And we're going to go over to the details of how all that works, but I'm just giving you a general guidance that this is what happens. This is what you get when you pick Scrum. Because if you pick Kanban, if you made the decision and went the Kanban route, you don't get all the things that I just highlighted. So I just want you to be aware of, okay? Next, the one last thing that you get are the reports. All the reports that you get from when you pick Scrum are drastically different than the reports that you get when you pick Kanban or even any of the other templates. So if you're looking for a burn down report, if you're looking for a velocity chart, if you're looking for a burn up, those are only going to be visible if you pick Scrum. If you pick Kanban or any of these other project templates on the left-hand side, you are not going to find a burn down chart anywhere in Jira. So you got to make sure you pick the right one. Now, again, we're going to double click and we're going to go into each of these items in detail, but I just wanted to give you that upfront basic, because at the top, at the beginning, when you're starting this whole journey, you have to pick, am I Kanban or am I Scrum? Because this is going to go differently whichever way you go, because Kanban, as I mentioned, is not going to have any of the things that I just called out. So you want to make sure you make that right decision right away. So you have to pick the right project template. Now, beyond that, those are just the features, right? But what you also get is you get a workflow. So you get a workflow here. And so when you pick Scrum, your default workflow that ships with Jira is going to be a to-do, in progress, and done. And when you also, or sorry, you will also get default issue type. So you'll get an epic, a story, a bug, a task, and a subtask. These are going to be the defaults. This is what Jira is going to ship with and what's going to be available for you to use on day one. Now, if you contrast that with Kanban, this is a big lie if you're using a company managed project. I'm going to show you a very subtle thing when we jump into Jira, but fundamentally, beyond everything I just mentioned right now, there's another big critical difference between Kanban and Scrum. And Atlassian has a typo here. It's I validate the typo because Atlassian, when you pick a team managed project, this is actually what you get. But because you're in expert level mode here, because you're in a class with Dr. Jira, we always and only go company managed because friends don't let friends make team managed projects. And so when you go company managed, the workflow is drastically different and it's a little bit much different, right? So Sean here does bring up a good point. You can use both in a project, and I'm going to show you. I'm going to tell you. I'm going to actually demonstrate the consequences of using both, because fundamentally, if you're in a company managed project, they're going to conflict with each other, and I'll show you proof. But yeah, I would definitely focus on the Scrum if you're going to be picking a project, because while you definitely can have both, you should optimize for Scrum and then leverage Kanban, because Kanban is a little bit more forgiving. But with that said, we're going to just pick Scrum. And now that you know what all these things are, we're going to click on this template. And notice that, again, I'm creating a project, right? I'm going through the project template. I'm choosing my project type. We're picking Scrum allegedly. But this is deeper, right? We're not just, and we're going to pick company managed because, again, friends don't let friends make team managed projects. Check out that merch store in the link from the link tree. And we're going to do a Scrum, oops, if I could spell Scrum, for beginners course. And I can't spell this morning. My fingers are cold from our not negative 15 degrees, Sean. And it's a little chilly this morning in my office. All right. So we're going to create our project, and we're just going to click continue here. And here we are in our very first Scrum project. Now, what you see here is a timeline. You see the backlog. You see the active sprint. When I click into my backlog, you're going to see the ability to have a sprint. You're going to see your backlog items, which we're going to populate in just a few minutes. When I click on reports, you're going to see that we have the burn down chart, the burn up chart. We have a sprint report, a velocity chart, right? So we have a lot of baked good stuff that Jira gives us. Okay. Now I'm going to actually backtrack a little bit. And this is obviously empty because I don't have any sprints, but I'm going to create another one. I'm going to create the Kanban one just to kind of show you, to contrast Kanban project demo, right? I just want you to see them kind of not side to side because I'm not that fancy, but I'm going to toggle back and forth between the two so you can kind of see it. But you'll notice that when we select Kanban, we just have a board. There is no backlog. And when we go look at the reports, there is no burn down. There's no sprint report. There's no velocity chart, right? So there is a fundamental difference here, and I just wanted you to be aware of. Now, the other difference that we're going to talk about is, how does Jira work fundamentally? Because putting things on a board is very crucial, right? So when you create something, whether you click on the create button here or you click on create issue in any of these columns, when the moment you create a task or a story, this is my first Kanban story, right? The moment you hit create, it shows up on your board. And here it is on my board. From here, you can update the status, right? You can do all the good things that you want to do. But in Scrum, right? So now I'm gonna actually open up a different tab because I feel like I'm gonna be toggling between these two quite a bit. But in Scrum, you'll notice that I don't have the ability to create a story on the board. We actually have to go to the backlog, and we can create it back here using this button here, or we can, of course, always hit the create button. So I'm just gonna create my first Scrum story. And you'll notice that this story is in my backlog, but if I go to my board, it's not there. So already you should see those big differences between Scrum and Kanban, which Kanban is just like hey, let's just get into Jira. Here's our work. We're going to execute our work. We have a very good visual, right? Kanban literally means visual in Japanese, right? So we're able to see our stuff. But in Scrum, it's a lot more prescriptive. You have to be much more disciplined, and you have to know a little bit more what you're doing here, because your work will still be in Jira. Here's my story, but it's going to be tucked away in that backlog, right? And it's going to be waiting for you to do something with it. It just doesn't happen right away. Okay, so that's a fundamental difference here of how these two work when you're looking at the differences between Scrum and Kanban. Now, before I pause here for questions, and so if you have any questions about anything I just discussed, make sure you drop them in that chat there on the side. But one last thing I do want to show you, right? Because at the beginning I told you, hey, we've been creating projects, right? We went to the projects up here. We went to create a project. We're under a project template. We picked a project template. We picked the project type, which was company, right? So there's a lot of projects here. But let me tell you, Atlassian, they're kind of lying to us because what we've done is, yeah, we picked the project, but realistically, what we did was we picked the board. That's really what we did because I can come in here and I can click on this little caret that's down facing caret and I can click on create board. And you're going to notice that this right here is where I can truly pick whether I'm Scrum or Kanban. And this, my friends, is where you really make the decision, right? Because even though earlier we were making that project, what you were doing is you were creating the project and the board. But the board is really truly what defines whether you're Scrum or Kanban. Truly, truly. Okay, because the reports, the sprints, the backlog, the behavior, it's all tied to the board. So I do have the ability, I'm gonna go to my Kanban one. I have the ability to create a board and click on create board. Come on, Jira, you should behave. Sorry about that. Jira's not behaving. Create a board. There we go. And notice that I'm in the Kanban one, right? I'm in the Kanban project demo. I'm going to click on create a Scrum board, make a brand new one. Here we go. Just going to give it a name, Scrum demo in Kanban. I'm going to pick my project where it goes. Okay. And notice that I'm creating a Scrum board inside of Kanban, and I have the report. I'm going to have the same reports, right? There they are. I'm going to have the same backlog. I'm going to have the same sprint area, right? But I can toggle now between the board. So I wanted you to have this fundamental distinction that there is a difference between the project and the board. I want you to think of the project as a house. So this is a place where our teams live, and the board is a room in that house. And so in company managed projects, and I do want you to underline this. So if you're taking notes, in company managed projects only, because it's not a behavior you see in a team managed project, but in these company managed projects, you can create as many boards as you want. I don't know that I've seen an upper limit yet, but you can have a mix and a hodgepodge of Kanban and Scrum boards. Now, the behavior is not going to be ideal. I don't recommend you mix them unless you really know what you're doing, but you definitely can mix and match between Scrum and Kanban boards within a project. So, whatever project you picked at the beginning is kind of less relevant because really it's the board. So, it's the room inside that house. Now, the reason why we can interchangeably use Scrum project and board is because when you create a board, when you create a project for the first time, wow, it is way too early for me to think right now. When you create a project for the very first time, that board that is also created on your behalf automatically, that board is going to basically say any issues in this project, I want to see them. Okay. And so basically you're walking into a house, but it's just like a studio apartment where you just have everything in within those four walls. There's no other extra walls, right? I should stop hand gesturing so much around my microphone before I actually put me on mute, right? But that's basically what happens, right? So you're walking into your house, you create this project, and the first board is just the entire house. It's not until you start getting more advanced that you create more boards, you're adding more rooms to the house, and then you become Bob the Builder here a little bit, right? But for basics, you don't have to worry about that. But I did want you to understand that there fundamentally is a difference here between the two. And that's the best that I can explain it to you. So hopefully that was helpful. Now let's go take a look at some questions here. Natalie says, I have a project that has been set up with both Kanban and Scrum board. I've joined the project that's Scrum late. Does anyone have any advice on how to handle it? So um, I'm gonna show you a fundamental difference between the two, but you, like as I mentioned, Natalie, you should be able to toggle between the two. It's really your workflow that's gonna be the problem. The workflow is where you're gonna have the most risk, and I'm gonna expose that problem to you in a minute, and kind of give you my 2 cents on how to fix the problem. But it's not a really big problem. It's not a showstopper. It's not a deal breaker. You can have both. Jira is gonna allow you to work out of both, and so it's not that big of a problem. That was Sean. Frank says the config difference which sets the Scrum template apart is that the story points are available on the screens. If you add this to the Kanban, yeah. So fundamentally, down like at this, I would assume then at the Scrum level, sorry, at the project level, you are definitely getting a couple of very subtle things. But story points, maybe, maybe not. I've never. Let's go look. There's one great way to look here, Frank. Let's go see if Frank is correct. So we have our Scrum for beginners, and basically what Frank is saying, and we're gonna share my screen again. What Frank is saying is when you're in this, when you pick Scrum as your project, and you go to your project settings, there's a screen. So the screens are the fields that are displayed. And Frank is basically telling us that if we go and expose our story here, we will see that we have a field called story points, which are going to be included somewhere. Don't see them. They're definitely not here. That's weird. So they're not visible here. So that's kind of strange. So we would have expected story points to have been visible on this Scrum project. Now, if I go to the Kanban one now, Frank, we're basically nulling that out because if it wasn't in the Scrum one, then sure as heck isn't going to be in the Kanban one. But let's double check. So when we expand the Kanban one, we're going to check and see if story points is there, and they're not there either. So Frank, so both of that statement would technically be then incorrect. Both Scrum and Kanban don't add the story point field. What they do add is the sprint. So we are seeing a sprint field. This field is present in the Scrum, but you'll notice that it's not present in the Kanban. So we do have some subtle differences there with what fields are available, and that's a little bit more of a technical fundamental of what's happening under the hood when you pick one project over the other. So hopefully, Frank, that sets us. I guess we were both wrong, and it's just the sprint. All right, Beth says, can you take a current project created in a Kanban board and move it over to a Scrum board? No, you can't convert. You can recreate a board and then recreate your filter, which we'll show you, but you wouldn't convert them. There's no button for me to say, okay, you used to be a Kanban, now you're a Scrum. Like that, there's no conversion, but you have the ability to basically point to the same data. And I'll show it to you here, right? So in this Kanban one, every board has what's called a board filter, and you can access your board filter by being in your Kanban board or your active sprint board or your backlog. You want to click on these three dots over here. When you click on configure board, you scroll down a little bit. This really depends on the zoom and resolution of your screen. But when you zoom down a little bit, you will see that there's this edit filter query. But more importantly, you'll see the query itself. And you'll notice that project equals KPD ordered by rank ascending. And so that's basically it's telling us that, hey, Jira, take any issues in this project and show them to me. That's what that's what this is saying. And so when we go to create the Scrum one, as long as that filter is exactly the same, which it is in this case, then you can interchangeably use the either Scrum or Kanban, right? So you get to pick there. But normally you should know that a lot of people tend to modify their board filter, and this is usually where they make a mistake. When they start adding extra boards, one of two scenarios will happen. You're gonna either see, oh boy, oh, I see all the issues, and I don't want to see them all, or you're gonna say, uh-oh, my issues are not here that I'm expecting to see. And so the reason is because of your filter. So just keep in mind that every time you create a brand new filter, if I were to create this, if I were to click on this create board 50 times, I'm gonna have 50 boards with the exact same filter. And it's illogical to have 50 boards that are exactly the same with the exact same issues. You shouldn't do that. And so just keep that in mind that if you're going to create separate boards, you're going to want, at least as a best practice, you should want or have different filters here so that each board is unique. Otherwise, it's pointless to have 10 boards that are exactly the same, to just have 10 different names. It's just going to confuse the heck out of you. So don't do that. All right, so Beth, hopefully that answered your question. Frank says, as far as I know, you will need to add story points onto the screens if you're starting from Kanban. So Frank, sorry, not to pick on you, Frank, but let's test that out, right? Because I haven't modified the filters. I'm in my Kanban one, and I'm in the backlog view, and you'll notice that my story point is visible on the card itself. And if I were to open the actual issue and come down here under more fields, I do see story points. So Frank, we're 0 for 2 on this one, right? So your story points, I picked Kanban as my source, as the originator of the source of truth for this project. And even though I created a Scrum on top of Kanban, the Scrum The only thing that's missing right now that I see is sprint. Sorry, that I don't see is a sprint field. So yes, you would absolutely want to add the sprint field to your screen, but story points, they're all taken care of for you. So Frank, we're striking out on the story points. The story points are Jira's taking care of them for us, so we don't have to worry about story points. But sprint, let's see what happens when we create a sprint here. I'm curious because when I add an item to a sprint, I would expect the sprint field to not be visible, but it's not. So yeah, so the only field, folks, if you go the Kanban route, we're proving it here live on the internet. If you go down the Kanban route and all of a sudden you have a change of heart and you want to start doing Scrum, you will need to go and add the sprint field to your screens. That is very critical. Sprint field will be needed to add it. So Frank, thank you for taking us down this journey. And we should be good. Yeah, Frank. So I should make a huge disclaimer, folks. We are on the cloud. This is Jira Cloud. Data center might have different behaviors. There are two completely different projects that share the same name, but they're two different projects or products. So yeah. Mega Quality says, I use Scrum for organizing all tasks and marketing projects. Each sprint takes 3 months. That is a ridiculously long time for a sprint, Mega. Um, I'm gonna die on this hill, but a sprint should be 2 weeks. 3 weeks top, but 2 weeks is where I'm gonna sit. Anything above 3 weeks, you're asking for a lot of trouble. All right, so we got bonus greetings from Romania. Sorry, wrong point earlier. Okay. Beck says company managed projects keep story estimates in a field called story points. Team managed projects. Yes. So Bebek, great point. So unfortunately, I wasn't having the conversation of team versus company managed projects, but Bebek, you are bringing up a very, very good, valid point that I think is important for you to highlight. If when you make your project, right? If when you go to create a project and you get to this screen here and you make the call between company or team and you make the bad decision, the bad call, and you select team managed, right? Because again, friends don't let friends make team managed projects. I'm gonna, sorry, I feel compelled because we're bringing this up and I don't, oh boy, I should just go to my link tree. Let me go through my link tree. Oops, not LinkedIn, although we'll come back to link. I can't type. There we go. Let's go to Linktree. We're going to go to our merch store. I just wanted to bring this up for you all because I do have a shirt here that says friends don't let friends make team managed projects right here. So friends don't let friends create team managed projects. We don't create them. As a Jira admin, I stand firmly against them. Atlassian might have a different story or a different opinion, but if you truly want the full power of Jira, you should always be in a company managed project. But now that I got that off that soapbox, let me address Bibek's comment here, right? So if you fundamentally pick team versus company, you are dealing with a different field. You want to know that there's a big distinction here. Okay. Yes, sorry, Sean. I mean, this is a very sensitive topic here, right? But when you go team managed projects, you're gonna get a different field. It's called story point estimate, as Bebek calls out here. When you're in a company managed project, which is where you should be, it's gonna be just story points. So make sure you're using and referring to the right field because a lot of people think, oh yeah, I'm estimating my story. So clearly I want to use a story point estimate field. Atlassian, I don't know why you're doing this to us, but we should have one field, and that's the story points if you're in a company managed, story point estimate if you're in team managed. All right. No problem, Frank. Again, I'm not trying to call you out, so please don't be mad. Please don't hit the dislike button on there. I think this is a great learning opportunity for all of us. You brought up good points that I don't look at day to day, and so it was great for me to now know internally. But we were able to at least prove it and show you some evidence of how the behavior is. So I think that's really the greater point of all this, right? We were able to. Everybody's now walking away smarter from this. All right, Philip says Kanban is better for continuous flow of work as according to Little's law, small work in progress will lead us to decrease lead time or cycle time. When Scrum is better for incremented. Yes, very good point, Philip. I 100% would agree with that statement. Advertisement, yeah, it's already Rudy. Sorry, I gotta feed my kids somehow, right? We all gotta. Those kids can eat a lot of food, and so I gotta feed them somehow. So appreciate your all support. We got the merch store, and I will take since we're at the 30-minute mark. Just a reminder that this video is being sponsored by my good friends over at Catapult Labs. and they have a couple of apps for you, retros in Jira and run retros in Confluence. So there's a link in the description. I'll drop it again, but make sure if you're struggling with your retros, or if you just want a better retro experience, make sure you give these guys a try. As all the apps in the Atlassian Marketplace, you do get a 30-day free trial. And so I highly recommend you check them out because, again, they're generous enough to support this channel and this effort. And so definitely go check them out and take your retros to the next level. Definitely worth it, especially if you're kind of struggling, or if you have a manager who's like, retros aren't that valuable. Try a different tool. You never know. It just might be that you're doing retros in an ineffective way, and just using this app might make it a lot better for you. So definitely check it out. And now back to our regular scheduled content. All right. So now that we know the fundamentals, I'm going to show you one more cool thing, one more difference between the two, and then we're going to go deeper into the Scrum basics and how they work. Okay. So the fundamental difference here, and I'm going to have to tweak. I'm going to have to tweak my Kanban. So I'm going to go to Kanban. Okay. I'm going to be in my Kanban demo, right? And this fundamental is very critical, folks. If you go down the route of like, hey, I picked a company managed project and I'm in Kanban, and now I want to go sprint, or I want to go Scrum, or vice versa, pay attention here. Next 2 minutes are going to save you a lot of headache. All right. Here we go. When you pick Kanban, notice the workflow. It's backlog, selected for development, in progress, and done. Now, if you don't tweak your Kanban board, you're going to be just fine. If you don't tweak it, you're going to be okay, because this story that I created earlier immediately shows up on my board. I can create more on the board directly, and Bob's your uncle. Okay, we're good to go here. But if you want to be cool, right? If you're like, hey, I found this cool little trick, you may have noticed that when you go to the board when you go to the board settings for a Kanban board, you're going to go to the column section. You're going to notice that we have this Kanban backlog section. You're like, what is this? And so you're going to be a curious person, and you're going to naturally drag that backlog over here, that backlog status from the column backlog to the Kanban backlog column. And when you do that and you hit back to board, you're going to notice that this backlog magically appeared. And you're going to notice that our story magically disappeared. All right. And so this, my friends, again, if you're multitasking, this is where you're going to want to give me like 2 minutes of your attention. Trust me, this will be the most beneficial 2 minutes of your life, especially if you've been struggling with this. This is a common problem. A lot of people struggle through it. It's not well documented on the internet, right? But when you have this backlog enabled, which a lot of teams do, because the reason we do that is, even if you're in a Kanban, right? I think it was Philip, was it? Philip up here, right, was saying like, hey, Kanban's better for continuous flow, right? So that means that there's a lot less structure, there's a lot less rigor, and we're just kind of focused on push and pull, right? We're focused on getting our work from the left to the right. And it's just throughput, right? That's what Kanban's all about, throughput, lead time, cycle time, getting work across the finish line as quickly as possible. But sometimes you might have too much work on your hands, and your backlog column is going to be big, right? You're going to have 100 items, 200 items, 300 items. You're going to have a lot of items on there, and that could be problematic. And so naturally you're going to go, wait, this is too much. I'm going to hide this stuff. And you do that by enabling that backlog, which is what we just did. But when you do this, right, when we do this action, the behavior of Jira changes, right? You'll notice, I'm going to toggle here. I'm going to try not to confuse you all, but you're going to notice that when I click on the backlog in the Scrum project, they look very similar, very, very similar. Okay. But there's a fundamental difference for how these things work differently, right? When you are in a Kanban board and you want to display your story, your task, your bug on your board, you simply grab your story. Please take a note of the status. But you will grab your story and you're going to drag it into this upper section. And when you let go, please notice the status. It has changed. You have transitioned the issue. You have transitioned the story. Good news is, when I click on Kanban board, you will now see the story there. And now your team can work on it and do all the great things that you can do in Kanban. Awesome. But we have transitioned the story. When you go look at the history of this story, I'm going to go down here to history. You'll notice that I transitioned. Okay. I have officially transitioned this story from one status to the next. Okay. When I go to Scrum and I do the exact same motion, I'm going to take this story, notice the status to do. When I put it into the sprint, notice the status. It stayed exactly the same. What you're doing here is not a transition, but rather you're updating the field called sprint. So if I remove it, you're going to notice that my sprint field is now empty. And when I put it into the sprint, you're going to notice that the status stays the same, but the field has been updated. So fundamentally, that's a huge, huge difference in behavior because Kanban is going to cause us to transition. Scrum is going to cause us to not transition, but rather just update a field. Okay. So if you didn't get that, please, 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 now is the time to ask a question because the next part's going to get trickier. So I want you to digest that, right? Because in Kanban, we're doing a transition. In Scrum, we're doing a status, a field update. Very, very different behaviors. Okay. To add insult to injury, now that we put something in the sprint, if you're in Scrum, your sprint is still, or your board's still empty until you start your sprint. So there's another step that you got to take care of. So you have to click on the start sprint button so that you can actually see this particular story on your board. Because if you don't do that, you're going to be greeted with an empty board. All right. So now we can take a step back and go, okay, Alex, why are you making such a big deal about this? Well, if I were to pick Scrum as that first type of project when you hit the create button, right? Remember when we at the very, very beginning, 40 minutes ago, when we hit the create project button and we pick Scrum, the workflow is to do and progress and done. This is why I also said that Atlassian has a typo because remember, notice that this doesn't say backlog. This doesn't say selected for development, right? So Atlassian has a typo here. This is incorrect here for company managed projects. It's correct for team, but incorrect for company, right? But because of that, because we have an extra status, we have 4 in Kanban, right? I'm proving it to you. I can even go to the workflow and prove it to you further, right? Kanban, when you pick Kanban, you will automatically have 4 statuses. When you pick on Scrum, you will only have 3 statuses, okay? Now again, you're probably going, Alex, why are you making such a big deal about this? Well, because remember, we've been saying that you can interchange. You can have both Scrum or Kanban. The problem is if I'm in the Scrum one, I picked Scrum from the beginning and I now go and create a Kanban board, which of course Jira is going to behave like Jira and not give it to me. All right. So now if I go again, I'm in Scrum. I'm in the Scrum one. I'm in the one that I originally started Scrum. But if I go and pick Kanban now and I go and create a Kanban and Scrum project board, right? All roads here say that I'm picking my Scrum one. Sorry. But if I do this, I'm short of status. So if I want to configure my board and I want to move my quote unquote backlog, I am immediately when I transition something from here, I'm putting it immediately into in progress. So immediately we're no longer in to do. We're now in progress. We're missing a status. This is not the behavior we see over here in Kanban because the moment that I move something from my backlog to the board, I'm basically putting it in a fake to do, which is selected for development. You have that extra 4th status. You need that extra 4th status so that you're not immediately in progress. Otherwise, if you pick Scrum as that very first one, you're immediately short of status and you're immediately in progress. So probably not the behavior you want. Now, I will say that all of this is superseded that if you have a custom workflow, well, then you're on your own. This is where you're the master of your own destiny at that point. So you should make sure you accommodate for that behavior. But I just want to let you know that if you're working with out of the box configurations, fundamentally, there's a pretty big problem, I think, in my opinion, here that I think Atlassian should address or fix or look at somehow. But it does cause a lot of headaches for a lot of teams. Um, so just be careful. So hopefully that 5-minute thing there was helpful. Saj says, do a live project from planning to done. um, Stick around, Saj, because this is just the basics, but we are going to be working. And I should point out that each one of our classes is built on top of each other. So we are definitely going to be doing some interesting things over the next few months. And so definitely make sure you subscribe to the channel, Saj. All right. So that's kind of where we're at. We have a question here. So Jordy says, in our team, everyone is specialized and we can't share tasks. Is it even worth to use sprints if we have to balance our work anyways? We have a lot of problems with some people not meeting deadlines. So Jordy, that's a great question. So let me switch to my Scrum and kind of talk a little bit about the fundamentals of sprints. And this is going to be a little bit more theoretical here for the next 10 or so minutes while we wrap up this class, right? So now that we kind of got the basics of Jira and we know the how things work, we now then need to talk about the issue types. So what's an epic? What's a story? What's a task? What's a bug? What's a subtask? Okay. Those are very, very critical questions you got to answer for your team. And the reason that is because if I create an epic, right, I'm going to go to my Scrum one and I'm going to create an epic. My epic, for some reason I have the sprint field here, right? But this is my awesome epic. So when I create an epic here, you'll notice that it's not visible in my backlog. It's not visible in my board either, right? Because it's Scrum. But the most important thing is that this epic is not visible here. When I go create an epic in Kanban, and I'm going to revert my Kanban to not have that backlog because I'm trying to prove a point here. Oh boy, wrong board. When I'm in my Kanban board and oh boy, now I'm all lost. Oh boy, how did I get so lost here? Scrum for demos, KPD board. Let's reorientate ourselves. Too much clicking. Here we go. When I put my backlog back in the Kanban one and I create an epic, the same thing I just did, right? This is also my epic. You're going to notice that epic is not visible as well, which is not intended behavior. There it is. There it is. Okay, now it's working correctly. You're going to notice that my epic is visible. So that is another big fundamental difference between your epic, between Kanban and Scrum. When you pick Kanban, all your issue types, all of them show up. Okay, regardless of what you have, they're all going to show up. Epic, stories, initiatives, tasks, bugs, incidents, risks, whatever you create, it shows up. It's designed to show up. But in Scrum, the only things that show up are going to be your level 0 and level -1 issue types. And that's going to be, by default, your stories, your epics, your bugs, and your subtasks. In fact, as of like a year and a half ago, you couldn't even see subtasks in a Scrum board. So I'm glad that Atlassian fixed that. But this is very, very important, right? Because if your team is not able to finish your work, right? If you're not able to meet deadlines, you're probably putting stories that are too big, right? And they really should be epics. And epics are there to help us containerize there's an epic panel here that we can show. And we can associate our stories with epics just the way I did, which is a simple drag and drop. And you'll notice that this is the epic name here. And so this is important, right? Because fundamentally, you got to take a step back and try to understand, why does your team not finish their work or hit their commitments or meet their deadlines? And that is usually because your stories are too big. And so you might want to consider using an epic if you're not already, to help you basically decompose this correctly, right? Because your story should be something small that you should be able to complete and finish within a sprint. Anything bigger than that, then you have a really big story, which means you have an epic. And so I would recommend you take a look at that first. There's a lot of steps here to take, though, but that would be my very first initial, hey, our teams aren't meeting their commitments. That's usually because the stories are a little too big, right? The other thing that I would recommend, right, is a lot of teams don't like Scrum, right? A lot of teams don't want to get behind the concept of Scrum because it requires discipline and rigor. Scrum is not for everybody. Scrum is not for every team. And you should never, ever, ever, Sean, if you're still here, I'm sure you're going to chuckle at this one, but you should never take a waterfall project and put it in a sprint or a series of sprints. You should also never really create a bunch of sprints, because you have the ability to create as many sprints as you want. You can go 3, 4, 5, 10 sprints into the future, but you shouldn't do that either, because the essence of Scrum is to listen to feedback, right? It's to do a small iteration of work for a small iteration of time, and you do something. You take an action, you build that button, you modify that UI, you build that new experience for your customer, and then you listen. Then you listen, 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 and then you understand, okay, do I need to tweak anything? Do I need to modify anything? And I think a lot of people usually confuse Scrum with like agility, which means just go really, really fast in one direction. But that's not the essence here. That's not the spirit of Scrum, right? We want to be very mindful of the feedback loop, right? The feedback loop is what makes Scrum special. And pre-planning your sprints doesn't allow for that feedback loop to happen because you're just gonna add a lot of overhead to your life because you're gonna have to replan all your sprints all the time. And so you don't want to be doing that either because that'll just be a pain in the behind. And so you ideally just want to do one sprint at a time. Maybe you have a staging sprint because you know that you have a couple of things like on deck. Although I would personally recommend just leave them at the top of your backlog. But you definitely can have like a staging sprint, if you will. This reserved for items that are like that have hit your definition of ready, that are ready for them to essentially be. They're small enough, they're testable, they're independent enough that they are ready to be planned into a sprint. So you can definitely have a sprint with a different name. You can rename your sprints here. You can click on these three dots over here, edit your sprint, and you can call this like, I don't know, sprint staging, right? And you can have like a special sprint where this is never going to go onto your board. You're always going to move it into the actual sprint, but you definitely can do this. But I just wouldn't get too crazy with like, oh my gosh, we have like the next 6 months planned out. Like you're just waterfall. You're just a waterfall child inside of an agile world. And it's gonna cause you a lot of headaches down the road. So that's my 2 cents there, Jordy. But yeah, just kind of try that and let me know how that works out for you. All right, some other questions. So Frank says, sometimes we use separate Kanban board or separate backlog. We can filter with quick filters. We have swim lanes. Yes. So Kanban, I personally, I love to put like my epics on a Kanban board just so that I can visualize the statuses there. I like to also, we'll get into this more advanced topic down in the year in 2025, because remember, we have 12 of these courses, right? So this is just the beginning. This is just where we're kind of getting our feet wet. But there's definitely going to be techniques and styles that I'm going to share with you over the next coming months. Again, make sure you subscribe to the channel if you're not. But we're definitely going to be talking about techniques and different methods for for our workflows and how the workflows impact our boards and how our boards impact throughput and how we measure developer productivity. So again, make sure you're subscribing here because this is just the beginning, folks. We will incrementally get more advanced as the months pass because we're doing one of these a month. All right. So definitely we'll have opportunities to talk about. Rudy says, I also want to point out the slider between to drag multiple issues to the board. I also want to point out the slider. Rudy, help me out here. There's a slider to drag multiple issues to the board. Oh boy. I have never seen this slider, but I guess we'll come back to it. All right. Lorenzi says, does this course help this course help me maintain my certification? Yeah, so Lorenzi, this is one of our so if you have any of the ACPs, or I'm not sure about the ACAs, I would assume it counts for the ACAs. But if you have if you have one of the ACP certifications, the ACP 120, right? There's that cert metrics, right? There's a portal where you can go and manage. And according to according to Sean here, it should happen automatically. But if it's not happening automatically, you can definitely log into Cert Metrics and give yourself the credit here for the class. But yes, this course, any of these 48 courses that I'm teaching will help count towards those renewals for you. So hopefully that helps you out. All right, folks. So we are down to the last couple minutes. I'm just gonna go back, check my notes here. Couple more things just to kind of wrap things up here, and then we're going to jump into our exclusive offer. So don't leave just yet. We've already talked about issue types. We've talked about workflows. I do want to mention the story points. So story points is something that you can only do in Scrum. And so you're going to notice that when you pick Scrum, you're going to have this little bubble here. This is where you put your story point. So you can either edit in line. So I can put like a 5 here, or I can go to the story point field down here, and you're going to notice that there's a value here. If you're in Kanban, that doesn't work. So in Kanban, I have the ability to go to my screen, right? And we're going to do something kind of like what Frank was implying earlier. We can go to our screen and we can pull in the story point. Now in the chat, should I pull in story point estimate or story points? Which field should I pull in? Who's going to do it first? Somebody quickly. Which field should I do? Story point estimate or story points? Which of these two fields is the correct one? Which one should I pull into my company managed project? For all the monies in the world that I have no access to and no ability to promise you. In the chat. There we go. We got Shirag saying story point estimate. Rudy says the symbol between sprints and the backlog. You can drag and drop. Oh, okay, I see. Both. Sean's just playing devil's advocate. The correct answer, folks, is story points because we're in a company managed project. We want to pull in story points, not estimates. Okay. We want to put story points. All right. That's the field you want. But if I go back to my Kanban project and I open up my story, you're going to notice that I now have my story points field. I'm going to put a point here. I'm going to put, I don't know, 13. Fibonacci, right? 1, 2, 3, 5, 8, 13, 21. So I put 13 on my story. But if I go to my, well, if I'm here, you're going to notice I don't see the points. And if I go back and I recreate my backlog so that I have that similar behavior to Scrum, you're going to notice that there's no bubble. There's no bubble here to show you. So even though you can put the story points here, it does you nothing if you picked Kanban from the beginning. The Kanban board, or if you're in a Kanban board, I should say, right? So the Kanban board will not honor, doesn't respect, doesn't care for the story points. So you're just spending calories to estimate stuff, but Jira ain't gonna work for you as well, right? So if you're planning to really leverage story points, you have to be in that Scrum board. Otherwise, it's kind of a moot point to include them there. You're gonna be learning how to capture work in Jira. This might seem silly. You might be like, Alex, why? Why are we talking about this? Well, this is a very, very important topic because a lot of the times when I go and engage with teams, they already have like a process, right? They already have things in Jira. But how you think about your work, how you decompose your work, how you structure your work is so important. And Jira, unlike Agile, because if you're just a pure Agilist, you're gonna have difference in opinions. And so if you've ever only just done your Agile training and never trained for Jira, there's a little disconnect here. And I'm going to try to bridge some gaps. I'm going to try to connect some dots on best practices and really how to leverage the power of Jira, and not even just the power of Jira, but the architecture of Jira to help you excel and have better Scrum, better sprints, better just an overall success, right? And I firmly believe that number one, you need to have a Scrum project, which we covered last month. But number two, you got to start with your best foot forward. And the best way to do that is to structure your work correctly. But again, how do you know what's correct? Well, it's hard. It's hard if you've never done these kind of training. So that's what I'm going to try to uncover for you all and take you through that journey today and help you really think about this work. So with that said, if you have any questions in the chat, I'm going to just take a second here to scroll up. We have a couple of people using initiatives, epic stories and tasks. We won't talk about initiatives in detail. I will do an honorable mention of initiatives, but for those, you definitely want to check out my session next week where I do talk about Jira Advanced Roadmaps, and we talk a lot about initiatives there. But we're going to stick to epic stories and tasks or subtasks for now. The other thing is, let's see. So we have retrospectives using Microsoft Whiteboard or Mirrorboard. Okay, those are good options. Very, very good options. One thing to note that our sponsor for this video keeps everything inside of Jira. So you never leave Jira. It's all inside of Jira. So that's an interesting thing if that's something that's a requirement for you. Frank says, in my opinion, retrospectives don't work if there's no cross interval progress tracking and focus. 100%, which is, again, why we have apps and tools that help us be more accountable. Because, yeah, having a retrospective and just noting things down, it ain't going to help anyone. You have to take action and you have to follow up. You have to follow through and you have to take ownership of that. Let's see. We've got a couple of other things here. More initiatives, epic stories, tasks. So this worries me, folks. We're going to break down. I'm going to spend some time describing this I'm going to spend time describing stories, tasks, and bugs. They're all together. This, as I have here with Frank. Sorry, Frank, not trying to bully you or call you out or anything, but we have to understand the hierarchy in Jira so that Jira makes sense to you, because this is technically incorrect. And so I'm going to give you the proper way to look at this. Ramesh does quarterly planning with Jira plans, timelines, epics, and stories. Perfect. So again, Ramesh, if you're not signing up for my every fourth Tuesday or every fourth Wednesday of the month course, which is Jira Advanced Roadmaps, I highly recommend you should check that one out, because we do spend a lot of time like on quarterly planning. We're going to be building up for that. Okay. That's it for now. Let's just kind of get into it. Hello from San Diego. I used to live in San Diego, so cool. All right. So instead of jumping into Jira, we're actually going to pivot a little bit, and I'm going to jump into a Confluence whiteboard. And so today's conversation is going to start off a little bit more visual, because I want you to understand. I'm going to try to describe to you how issue type hierarchy works inside of Jira. And I'm going to see if I can build a case to help you appreciate the infrastructure of Jira and how you can leverage it inside your Jira projects. Okay, so we're going to start off at the top of the hierarchy. So I'm going to start off here with a little square, and this is not scripted, by the way. I don't script any of my videos, so we're just going to go raw informational knowledge here, and we're going to start off with the epic. So if you are on the free or standard versions of Jira, and even premium for that matter, epic is usually the highest point where you start off at. You do have the ability to add something. You've been seeing in the chat here, we have a couple of people doing initiatives, right? So like Vanessa here is using initiatives. You do have the ability to add an initiative above the epic, but that is a slightly more advanced topic. And I'm going to try to keep it with the fundamentals and the thing that everybody's going to have, because everybody's going to have epic, stories, and subtasks. Not everybody's going to be privileged or even know to use initiatives, which again, I'm not trying to sound like a salesperson here, but definitely come to the Jira Advanced Roadmaps course, because that's where we'll focus a little bit more on initiatives. But for now, for this conversation, we're going to focus on epics, okay? So we got epics at the top, and then below that, I'm going to change this to a different color. We're going to have 3 or more issue types. We're going to have something called a story, right? If you're coming from an Agile pure perspective, you're going to refer to these as user stories. Spoilers, Jira doesn't have a user story directly, so its stories and user stories are very interchangeable, very, very much the same thing. We will then also have, and I'm trying to actually coordinate these a little bit. We will have a bug, and then we're going to have something else called a task, which I'm going to put over here as task. All right. And these are the default issue types. If you've ever used Jira, these colors should be looking very familiar to you, because this is how Jira is set up. We have an epic at the top. We have a story, a bug, or a task. These are the children, or these are the ones that are eligible to be a children of an epic. Okay. And what we also have here is, I'm going to add some text here. We have a level 1. So I'm going to put actually level 1. We will then have a level 0 right here. And then, as you might have guessed it, we're going to have a level -1. And so the level -1, that's going to be our subtasks. And the way this works is these items here are allowed to have, and I'm going to do like a baby blue here, a subtask. Okay. All of these can have subtasks. Okay. And so this is, I think, where a lot of people get confused, because you think that the task here is the subtask, but it's not. The subtask plays a very special role in Jira. Whoa, I can't even pick the same colors. The subtask plays a very important role inside of this world of Jira, and it's a very crucial role, right? And subtasks can exist on their own. They have to be tied to like a story or a bug or a task, and they're on their own category. They're in this level -1 category, and they could be a pain in the butt too. So if you are going to use subtasks, you can't close your sprint with an open subtask. So you got to make sure you close out your subtasks. But this in general is the hierarchy for Jira. Now, whenever you add new issue types, so in here, I think we had somebody in here said, here we go. So we'll talk to this one. So you can create other issue types with standard issue types. So we're going to noodle on this for a little second. So if I go and create a new issue type, like a spike, right? So I'm going to come over here and add a spike. And let's just make this one, let's make it yellow, right? So if you add a new issue type like a spike, this is automatically going to be called a standard issue type, which is also AKA a level 0 issue type. And you can have as many of these as you want, but this is the hierarchy always. Always, 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 it goes like this, where any level 0 issue type will always have a subtask underneath it and will be eligible to be the child of an epic. You can't really mess with this structure too much. I mean, you do have the ability, if you're advanced, to change this, but I wouldn't mess with the structure a whole lot. Okay. Oh yeah, and then this is a great point from Bob. You can create custom level -1s as well. So if you wanted to, I've seen teams do something like this, where you take your subtask like this, and then you create another subtask over here on the side. Let me make, whoopsie, let me make this a little bit smaller here so we can kind of fit them all in. And I can create like a risk issue type. And it could be of the type subtask type. So it'll be at the level -1. And anytime that you're discussing a level -1 issue, I just want to reiterate, you cannot, I repeat, you cannot create them just automatically. You hitting the create button in Jira will never allow you to create a subtask type. You have to always tie them to a story, a task, a bug, basically any of your level 0 issue types. So hopefully that's clear. And hopefully that helps you out a lot. So this is all possible. So now, as we think about our work, right? As we think about all the different things that we have to do at our day-to-day job, one of the first things that I like to help people with is like, you need to understand what is an epic, what is a story, what is a bug, what is a task, what is a spike, what is a subtask. It's important to understand, and that everybody in your team has a thorough understanding of this, because even though this seems very basic, this has severe consequences in how you interact and utilize your Scrum board. Because when you get this wrong, when everything is a story, then that's when Jira is going to fail you. Let me correct that. That's when you're going to feel like Jira is going to fail you, because you're going to be frustrated because Jira is not going to work. You're not going to see the results that you were expecting to see from the tool. And it saddens me because a lot of people say, well, Jira sucks. Well, it's not Jira that sucks. It's just that you need to really understand the fundamentals of Jira, which is why we create these courses to begin with, to help you understand those fundamentals. Okay. And so that's what we're going to try to convey in this course here, is the fundamentals of work and how work gets tracked. Now we have a couple questions here. So Laxman says, unfortunately, we do not have task type, but everything like NFR and documentation are in the form of story for us. So yeah. So this is a great thought here from Laxman, right? Which is, you don't have to have any of these issue types. So you can actually configure this. You can get rid of bugs if you don't need a bug. You can get rid of your task if you don't need them. You don't have to add a custom one like a spike. I would not recommend you get rid of subtasks. I know a lot of teams just don't like them, which I'm okay with. I'm not a big fan of subtasks either, but you can actually get rid of them if you don't need them. So I would say, think about the type of work that you actually have and think about, what do you actually need? Some teams just want to do tasks, right? Some teams are so new and they're like, everything should just be a task. And so we just have tasks. Some teams just want to follow Agile in the purest form and they just have the user stories, right? So again, it just depends on when your team are, but it's important for you to understand what should be what. All right. Ronnie says, I wonder if Atlassian will allow custom ideas for JPD, like custom issue types. That's a good question. I do know right now that if you do create an idea, you can link it to any issue type, although I typically recommend somebody tying it to the epic, and it kind of behaves like an initiative, but it's not there yet. So I wouldn't play around too much with it yet. Any limit to the number of subtasks? I don't think so, but I will tell you that your Jira board, so if you're looking at a Scrum board in Jira, let's go back to Jira here. If you're looking at your Scrum board, there is a limit of 5,000 issues. So any Jira software project, let me get into my cowboys over here. Any Jira software project, or maybe even the Kanban ones, have a limit of 5,000 issues. So if you have 5,000 tasks, you're going to use up all your bandwidth with just tasks. So I guess there is a limit if you think about it from that perspective, but it's not just for the subtasks, it's for all the issues that are in your board, and that limit is going to be 5,000 in Jira. Chat says, I can tell you that if you use AI to generate subtasks, it maxes out 10 out of 10. So that's a really good input and insight there. Haven't really been using Atlassian Intelligence all that much to create subtasks as of late. But if you are going to be leveraging that powerful feature, which I think you should, because it is pretty powerful, good to know that it maxes out at 10 at a time. But yeah, in theory, you can have an unlimited amount, well, up to 5,000. Okay. So now back to our picture here, right? So one of the things that I wanted to first drive is you should understand this hierarchy, because too many people, way too many people try to do this where they put the task underneath the story. It doesn't work that way. The task and the stories are siblings of each other. They are on the same row. So you have to respect this hierarchy. And mentally, you should structure your work to respect this hierarchy. Because if you try to put this down here, you're not going to yield the right results. There is no way for you to do this safely and clearly. Okay? A task can be linked. You can link these things together like this. So you can put up blocks and blocks by or is related to relationship. You can definitely add links, but a task can never be the child of a story. This is illegal. This will never work. So if we try to put this in red and make it a little bit bolder, let me see if I can get it bolder here. This is a big X, big illegal stuff. You cannot, this is not going to work. Okay. The only path is to have your epic, your story, your task, your bug, your spike, any other standard issue level type, and then your subtasks below. Okay. So hopefully that's clear. That this is, again, rule number 1 of Jira here that I wanted to make sure I convey to you and help you understand, because it's very, very, very important. Okay. And we'll pause here again for questions. We have some questions here. Subtasks can still be children of epics, not easily like it used to be, but it can happen. Yes. So this is so KT, you are technically true. It is possible. It is technically possible for a subtask to be the child of an epic. 1, not recommended. And 2, Atlassian makes you go through a couple of hoops to get there. And so I would not be doing it because the UI natively isn't going to support it anyways. You have to trick it. You have to trick Jira into thinking that it's a subtask. There's a way to do it, but I would not endorse that behavior. The subtask of the epic is always going to be the story, the bug, the task, or the spike. And to be very clear, Jira kind of gets rid of these subtasks and epics now, and it's just parent, child, parent, child. So it's the child of an epic will always be a story, task, bug, any level 0 issue type. The child of a level 0 will always be any level -1. So typically a subtask. All right, Laxman also says Scrum teams work on tasks, documentation, NFR, and spikes research type work items, besides functional user story items. Do you suggest estimating the tasks and spikes? So great questions, Laxman. I would say whenever your team is spending time in a sprint on something, they should estimate it. But that's one person's opinion. Again, go do your retrospectives. Go and talk to your team. See what makes sense. If your team is not making forward progress on your functional user stories because their task for documentation is taking up the entire sprint, you should be aware of that. And you should estimate that this task documentation is going to take me a half a sprint so that you don't go in with false expectations. And so I would say everything for this course, it all depends. And you really have to just evaluate your team and see where you guys sit. Does Jira allow for you to do a legal move of adding a task under a story? No, because it's impossible. Um, you can, I suppose if you wanted to, you can get rid of this task and rename your subtask to just say task, and maybe that's a way to circumvent it. But you cannot demote. You cannot demote the task to a level -1, and a level 0. Anything that's a level 0 can just be level 0. So it needs to be up and down this chain, right? So this is Karen, it won't let you do it. Mamza, what workflow is this? I have to replay. I'll have to be replay gang. Not sure what that means, but we're not talking about workflows just yet. All right. Okay, we talked about that one. He's showing us proper workflow. Yeah, okay. All right, so Ronnie says, what's the best practice for what to put in the description of custom issue types? Okay, so great question. So when you go to Jira and you create a new issue type in here, and you have your description. So when you click on actions and you click on edit, or when you create a new one, there's a description here. I don't think it matters. I don't think it particularly matters because only your Jira admins can see this stuff. I'm pretty sure. And to be quite honest, your team is going to provide their own description and their own meaning to each issue type that they use. So I wouldn't worry too much about this particular description. But what I would worry is the part that we're going to talk about next is we need to start defining what these things are, right? We need to define um, we need to define our issue types, right? But first, I wanted to make sure you understood the hierarchy. So once you have this done, once you kind of understand how this works, the next thing I encourage you to do is to create a table. Now, I'm not sure how I'm going to create a table here. I'm just going to put something like this, where I'm going to recreate all my issue types here, right? And so I would do this next exercise with your team. So once you figured out, hey, we have a story, we have our task, we have all of our issue types, right? Once you figured out which ones you're going to go with, then I would recommend that you lay out a table and define each one, right? I'm not going to spend too much time coloring them all because that's going to take me forever. But I would then spend time defining what is an epic, right? And so on and so forth. What's a story? What's a task? What's a bug? What's a subtask? And folks, I'm going to give you some rules, right? I'm going to give you some insight on how Jira works so that when you're defining these things, it becomes a little bit easier. But the next exercise that we're going to basically focus on here for the last 30 minutes is defining these issue types, because it's very, very important that we understand the different types of work that we have, that we understand fundamentally when something is assigned to us, or when somebody asks us, hey, can you deliver this feature or can you fix this problem? Is it a task? Is it a bug? Is it a story? Is it an epic? Is it a subtask? It's very, very important to have a solid understanding of this, because if you mess that up, right, this is where you run into risks of work not being completed correctly or not being completed within the bounds of the sprint, because you had a false narrative as to what these issue types really were or are or should be. Okay. And we're going to start with epic. We're going to start at the epic because I like to start top down, and a couple of disclaimers, a couple of rules that I want you to understand of what is an epic. So the first thing you need to know is that unlike in Agile, right? So if you're a certified Scrum Master, what is it? PSM, Professional Scrum Master, right? There's a couple of Scrum Master level certifications out there. If you've taken them, then you know very well that an epic is just a very big user story, right? An epic is a very big user story. That's just the definition of an epic. But in Jira, while that is still very true, it's way more powerful. And so when you're inside of Jira, when you go into your Jira project and you go to create an epic, right? It's important that you understand the behaviors of epics, okay? So if I create an epic here, so I'm going to create this epic for class, okay? I'm just going to create this epic here. When I create this epic, you're not going to see the epic in the board, right? So the epic will not be shown in the board. That's rule number one. Rule number two, the epic will not be visible in the backlog, okay? And so you can look through here. Oh boy, I really got to turn that feature off, right? But as you look through here, you're going to see that our epic that we just created isn't visible. And that's by design. And so the only place where you really truly see the epic, really truly see it, is in the timeline. So the timeline up here, you see our epic here for the very first time, epic for class. Now, this is not the only place where you see the epic. You actually do get to see the epic in the backlog and the active sprint. I'm going to show you those in a minute. But where you truly see the epic for all its glory, right, and its name and all that information, the key, stuff like that, it's going to be here in the timeline view. And so you want to think of an epic as a really big task, a really big user story, just like the way Agile does. But keep in mind that work, right? The tasking, the assignment of this epic to actually drive the delivery of that epic will not happen in Jira. It will, at least it won't happen in your backlog. It's not going to happen in a sprint. So you want to go into defining your epic with that in mind, that epics by nature, by the design of Jira, especially if you're in a Scrum board, these rules do not really apply if you're on a Kanban board. But since this is Jira for Scrum Masters, we're going to assume that we're inside of a Scrum project. All right. So when you create your epics, they will not be visible. Okay. So keep that in mind. So if you try to find in the backlog, you try to find your epic, you're going to be searching for a really, really long time because they're not there. However, that not all hope is lost. You do get to see the epic up here. So there's an epic panel or epic pane, and you can show it. So you can slide the slider and you will see a panel with your epics, and you will see the epic here. And really, this epic, though, is really there for filtering. So if I click on this, it'll hide everything except the children that belong to that epic. So it's really more of a bucketization, categorization of the issues, right? Because if you do happen to have 5,000 issues on your board or in your backlog, that could be a lot of noise to filter through. And so the epic here is going to be great for classification. So when we go to define our epic, right? The epic really needs to be like a really big task story, right? And my general recommendation, right, is think of this as like we'll take at a minimum loosely, right? All this is loosely. Everything I'm telling you is very loosely. The entire sprint, right? Um, it could be broken down, can be broken down to smaller stories, tasks to be worked on by your team. Ideally, well, we'll leave that one off, right? But ideally, you want the stories to be part of your board, but they don't actually have to be either. But this is how I want you to think about your epics, right? So think of the work, right? If somebody asks you to do something like add a shopping cart functionality to your website, well, that might be an epic because adding a shopping cart is an involved process, right? You got to do the catalog. You have to have some database connection. You got to accept the payment. You got to be able to update the quantity and the quantity of the product, right? So there's a lot of things going on. And so you really want to think about when you're looking at your work and somebody says, "Hey, Alex, can you add a new shopping cart to our website?" Well, that definitely is not a story. This is not something you're going to be able to finish in a sprint. Okay. And this is where you start using epics or maybe even initiatives because the work just gets bigger and bigger and more broader the higher you go up on the hierarchy. But because we're trying to keep things simple, we would probably have multiple epics for our shopping cart to describe different key functionalities that need to be built. But this is the general rule of thumb. So we'll pause here to see if there's any questions and see where we're at with people. So Frank says, let's see. You Raj says, can we show defects under stories like subtasks in a Scrum board? So defects is a very broad term. If by defect you mean bug, then no. Okay. The bug is a level 0 issue type that very much like the task, they get treated at the same level. So they have to be siblings. They cannot be parent-child. You do have the ability to create a custom defect subtask type that can then happen. This is totally possible and doable. I wouldn't do it. I like to track it at the bug level, but you can definitely link a bug and a story together. This is possible as well, just to show the relationship. Maybe you have a bug that blocks a story, but that's usually how I would treat that. But to do this, illegal. And then you're probably better off creating a defect subtask type. Karen says, I assign myself my Jira board admin the epics, then create the task under it for the work to be assigned to different. Yes. So Karen, perfect. That's exactly how we want. That's the behavior that Atlassian intends. So the epic is the bucket. It's the container that will keep it all together. So the epic is a very powerful thing, right? And so epics are usually, again, if you're coming in from a pure Agile perspective, you might not care for epics too much. But in Jira, epics are really good from an organizational perspective. So great use case there. And that's actually what we're going to be talking about today. Karen says, my epics are in the backlog. So that most likely tells me that, well, it tells me a couple of things, but most likely it will tell me that you are not, my friend, in a Scrum board. So can you confirm that outside of your backlog, you have the word active sprint instead of Kanban board? If it says Kanban board, then you're in the wrong style of project. We need to be in a Scrum project because, again, this is for Scrum masters. So you should not see epics. In this list here, you should not see any purple lightning bolts at all. If you do, again, you're most likely in a Kanban board. And in fact, I can prove it to you. If I go to a Kanban one over here and I create an epic here, so I'm going to create an epic here, epic for Karen. Oops, sorry, Karen, I misspelled your name, right? But if I create an epic and I put it under Karen and I go to my backlog here, you'll see that I do have epics in my backlog, but that's because we are in a Kanban board. So you want to make sure you're picking the right one. And if as a recap from last month, in case you've missed last session, highly recommend, folks, if you missed last session, again, I can't encourage you enough to go on my YouTube channel, and subscribe. You need to subscribe. You need to follow along because there's just so many courses on here. But if you go to the YouTube channel and you go to last month's training here, then I'm just going to drop last month's video. So again, make sure you subscribe. Make sure you're following along here because we got 48 of these sessions. Well, 12 just for this course, right? But you'll see how to set up your projects. What's the difference between Kanban? What's the difference between Scrum? So definitely follow along. And while you're there, make sure you're smashing that subscribe button, wherever that subscribe button's at, because lots of information in this channel. Okay, next question. Laxman says, Atlassian is considering to change the terminology of issue type. Yes, unfortunately, in one of my latest, most popular videos, 563 views so far in 2 days. One of my more popular videos is that issues, and the word issues type is going away. And you're going to have either work items or tasks. I don't know how Atlassian's going to let you pick, but their material that I'm seeing is going to be either or. I'm not happy. I think that's a bad move, but we are here nonetheless. Bob says, I like putting my epics in a dedicated Kanban board to visualize progress on those epics. So yes, so that is a great recommendation, great advice from our very own King Bob here, where since you're bored in Jira, I'm going to switch back over to my Cowboys over here. Since your board will not show epics, you cannot move the epic through the statuses. The board will not show you epics in here. What you are allowed to do is create a new board of the type Kanban. I usually pick the second option here. And just call it like board for epics so that you can visually see their progress through your workflow. So I'm going to add it to this same project here of mobile. Let's make sure we added it to the right one, mobile. Here we go. And when you do this, when you create this board, you're going to see everything. So then we have to modify the board to edit the filter query so that instead of it showing us everything, instead of it showing us every issue, we're just going to put an issue type equals epic. And when we do that, and I hit save, hit search, and then save, and I go back to my board, you will see that we only have epics now. And this is a great way to visually see your epics and how they progress. Now, as a more advanced thing, so what I typically do, right? So I actually charge you money to help you. So if you need help with this, in that link tree, I'll drop it again. But I do have one-on-one help. So if you're like, Alex, what the heck are you talking about? What is this? What's going on? Fret or worry minor. You have the ability to purchase time with me if you want some help, some one-on-one help, and I'll walk you through all this in a more private and more specific to your use case manner. But the workflows for each issue type, which I don't think we're going to discuss in this series. I can't remember the series right now, but I don't think I have it in my agenda to talk about workflows at any point. But the workflows for your epic can be different than the workflows for your story. So if you have a different life cycle that your epic should follow, doing this approach where we create a board just for the epic is great, because now I can customize my columns to reflect the workflow for my epic and leave the workflow for my stories alone. Okay. So that's some good things there. Wow, we have quite a lot of questions in this chat here. So I hear that Atlassian's considering changing the, yes. So we definitely talked about that. Yeah. So, so for this case, Laxman, right? Tasks and the sibling tasks and just subtasks. I think Atlassian is just going to confuse the heck out of people. This is why I'm not a fan. I'm not a fan of Atlassian changing this. I don't think I think Atlassian is thinking about new market, right? New people that are not in Jira, but anybody and everybody that's in Jira today, when you move to a task type and you have your tasks and you have your subtasks and you're trying to figure out the relationship of everything, it's just going to cost so much mayhem. I am not looking forward to it. But if you need any help, again, that link tree, one-on-one help is available if you need me to walk you through it. Atlassian is moving to rename issues to work. So from what I've seen, it's going to be work or tasks. I think that's the last thing I saw. All right, Karen says, good idea. Yeah, so I just showed you how to do that. Karen says, because I'm assuming the demo that I just showed you. And then she says, haha, let me go to my Scrum board. That's why I'm here, to learn the difference between Scrum and what I'm using Kanban. Yeah, so perfect. I love, I love telling a story. When I have two boys, and one of them, when he was small, like under 2 years old, maybe even into like 3 or 4 years old, he used to suffer from a lot of ear infections. But we didn't know. We were new parents, and we didn't know why he had a lot of ear infections or why he was always sick, until we found out that there's this ear infection problem that he had. And so I remember walking into the doctor one time, and as the moment she opened the door, the moment this doctor walked in, she knew immediately. She didn't even ask us anything. She didn't look at us. She just opened and entered the room, and she knew immediately that my son had an ear infection. And I like to think that I'm at that level of my skills in Jira where I can hear the description of a problem and prescribe to you your problem or your solution, because I know exactly the behavior you're experiencing, because I know how Jira works. So anyway, that's a little personal anecdote. Let me know if you guys like these kind of stories. I wouldn't mind sharing a little bit more personal details on these. But if you are interested in more of these personal things, definitely check out the Jira Life, because we definitely go a lot more personal there. Let's see. So Orla says, essentially, Scrum boards involve sprint. I'm assuming you mean sprints. Yes, sprints is the next comment. And Kanban is just a progress tracker. Yes. So that is something for you to consider. Again, watch that video from watch this video over here on Scrum Project Board Basics. But if your intention is to have a sprint, the only place in Jira, based on the hundreds and hundreds of project templates that are out there, the only place to do that is in a software project of the type Scrum. If you don't have that, you're not going to get very far. You have to have those two right there in order to be able to do your sprints. Ronnie says, Atlassian, if you're out there, slow roll with all your changes. Yeah. Atlassian, I think, does watch these from time to time. These trainings are technically officially sponsored by Atlassian in some degree or some way, right? They promote that the courses out to people. But yeah, Atlassian, if you're watching, we're not overly eager or in too much of a hurry to jump into this new world that you're creating for us. We like where we are right now. All right. Tommaso says, I'm not sure if you have already discussed this, but how do you manage small tasks that are not directly linked to an epic? Do you suggest using individual tasks without relationship to an epic? Great question. So usually when I tell people, right, it is perfectly okay. It is perfectly okay for you to have a story. Whoopsie, wrong button. It is perfectly okay for you to have a story that just kind of lives on its own, that is not tied to an epic. I think a lot of times there's a dichotomy here, right? There's a balance that you have to do, where I think a lot of people hear me say, hey, well, the epic is the container. You should put your stories and your tasks onto the container. And then you tip so heavily to one side where every story needs to be tied to an epic, or every bug needs to be tied to an epic, right? And there's a healthy balance. There is opportunities. There are scenarios where a story or a task can just live, right? But my challenge to you is, why does that task or story exist? Because another way to look at the epic, another way to think of the epic is that, and I'm going to write this one here for you guys, right? The epic gives the story purpose. It links the hierarchy, right? It says, this is not just a standalone thing that needs to get done. It's part of something bigger. And the epic is there to give you that purpose. And it's a philosophical way of looking at this, but I think one that you might appreciate, because when you just have tasks, when you just have stories on your board, then I feel like you're wandering with an A, right? You just you're just busy. You're working on things. I'm not saying that the things you're working on are not important, but you're just working on stuff. You're working through work, and giving purpose justifies the work. It justifies the effort, the energy that you're going to spend into working on this stuff, right? And so yeah, so maybe not always do you need to have purpose. There's one-offs, but I'm of the opinion, and maybe I'm wrong about this, but I'm of the opinion that if I'm paying my employees money, right? Because it's not cheap to build software, it's not cheap to run a company, right? Salaries are very much a real cost for a company. And if I'm tracking the tasks, then I don't want my team to just be busy, right? I don't want my team to just be doing work for the sake of work, because that's no fun, right? Like, we want to have intent, we want to have purpose, we want to be operating and hitting goals and marching towards milestones, right? Which again, we're going to talk about all this in this course here. And I'm a huge fan of tying them back up to your epic, because again, it will give you that purpose. It'll give you that sense of direction of like, okay, so I'm not just adding a button that tracks, or I'm not just adding a number in a shopping cart that tracks quantity. I'm doing this as you can appreciate the bigger purpose of why you're adding that inventory or quantity tracker for that story. So again, you don't have to. This is totally allowable, but I like to see the correlation. And I think it's important that if you're a scrum master and you're not using epics and you're just assigning tasks to your team, if you want your team to have more accountability, more pride in their work, try to connect it to the epics, right? Because then they'll start seeing the bigger picture. And if you can connect your epics to initiatives that are like now across different teams, well, you really start to get that sense of ownership, right? Because now you start to see the bigger picture, and you start to see how your little line of code that you're going to be writing all the way down here at the bottom level as an individual contributor, how it plays in the bigger like goals of the company and whatnot. So again, food for thought, little philosophical, but definitely want to let you know there that that's out there. Okay, I am getting totally lost in all these comments. So with 15 minutes, can I please start from scratch? Probably not, Sanjay, but you can definitely rewatch the recording and go back to the beginning because I got 15 minutes, 10 minutes to get through the rest of this material. And there's a couple more things that I want to talk about. Okay, so as we finish defining, I'm going to take my text box here and go, what is a story? Right? So what should then a story be? Well, this is where I like to invite you to look at invest, right? So I'm not trying to get you to invest into the Bitcoin. Don't worry, it's not going to be a crypto scam. But I want you to invest into this agile terminology of all a good user story should be independent, negotiable, valuable, estimable, small, and testable. Okay. When you're writing your stories, you should be influenced, you should be governed by this principle here. Because oftentimes, and I would say like 95% of the times, and I'm not exaggerating that number, but a lot of the times, what happens is you have people that create a story, but it really should be like an epic because the scope is just so big. It's not independent. It's not valuable, or maybe it is valuable, but it's super valuable. It's not small. I think this is really, if I had to like zoom in on a letter, it's small. You want your stories to be small, right? Small stories are going to help you out a lot, because the smaller the story, right? The smaller the story, the higher the probability that you're going to be able to complete that story within a sprint. Too many times you're trying to boil the ocean in a story, right? Your story is to boil the ocean. It is really, really tremendously hard to boil the ocean. So take a cup, scoop some water out of the ocean, and boil that. That is going to be more successful. So when you're thinking of stories, you want it to be value added, right? So usually what I tell my team is you want this to be business valuable, right? Um, this correlates to cash, money, 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 right? Don't make stories unless if they're not gonna provide value or move the business forward, then why work on it, right? But this is a story, right? And then should be small enough to fit in a sprint. Okay, this is my general guidance here. Because again, if you go above this, if your story is really big and it's not even valuable, then what are we doing here, right? So then naturally though, that takes us to what's a task, right? And this is where I love having this conversation because there's no right answer to this, but I love having conversations with teams when I engage with you and having this conversation of like, okay, Alex, so we get the story, business value, but then what the heck is a task? And then how does the task relate to the subtask? Like, what's the difference? It's like so confusing, right? And I can see everybody yanking their hair out of their head. And so the recommendation that I have for you, right, is that this is valuable to the team, right? Maybe not to the business, right? Maybe not to your customer, not to the end user, but to the team, it's valuable. It's creating a new database. It's buying a resource. It's whatever you want it to be that's not going to be value to the business, right? But it is something that you need to do, something that needs to get done, right? And let me add these, right? So for both of these, explain what needs to be built. And then from end user perspective, right? This one also explains what needs to be done. What needs to be done from team perspective. Doesn't have to be technical, right? And then this one up here, the epic, explains a really big what needs to be done. Really big, okay? Hopefully you guys are all following along here. So naturally, we'll skip bug for now. Naturally, you're like, well, what the heck is a subtask then? How do we use the subtasks, right? And so let's define that one. So what is a subtask? So a subtasks, we're gonna actually start with the bottom, right? Explains how the parent needs to be completed, right? So I'm going to delete this last line sentence here. Let me explain that for a second. So everything else is a what. What needs to be built? What are we doing? What are we creating? The subtasks is the how, right? So think of this as the steps to complete parent, a checklist for the parent, right? Think of it from that perspective. And I think you're going to be sitting pretty on understanding the differences between the stories and the tasks and the subtasks, because these are small, right? And my 2 cents, right? My 2 cents, like minutes to no more than a couple hours, right? So if it's taking you half a day to complete a subtask, it's probably not a subtask. It's probably a task. It's probably a story, right? And so take that as guidance to kind of define what these things are, right? And then finally, we'll start off with our bug. So what is a bug, right? And so quite simply put, I think the bug's the easiest one. Like something didn't go right, right? That's as easy as I can describe, right? Something that needs to be fixed. Now, when or how, severity, we'll talk about that in future episodes of this course or future courses. But yeah, so I like this one too. A bug can be unplanned work, although all work can be unplanned. I call it operational work, right? Reactive work, right? Work that you didn't wake up in the morning and it probably wasn't on your plate, and you're like, okay, you didn't anticipate for this bug to exist, right? And so that's usually how I think about bugs. But This, my friends, is a good description, right? It's a good footprint, a baseline for you to then run with it, right? Now use this as a baseline. Have a retrospective. Go and do your retrospectives. And if you don't have an ability to do retrospectives, use that link, right? Catapult Labs has been generous enough to provide us here with 3 months extension, right? So you get 3 months free if you're on the monthly billing. You get 25% off if you buy it annually, or if you're on data center, they're also offering you 25% off. So check out that link in the description. There's a couple of promo codes down there. But it's so important, folks, that you have a retrospective and talk about this stuff. When you do a retrospective, this conversation, what is a story? What's a bug? What's a bug? What's a task? How are we doing this? Are we doing this correctly? Are we using the right board type? Should we switch over to Scrum? Should we do story points? Should we alter our story point values? Those conversations, they happen here in your retrospective. So for you to be successful, this is not just a set and forget. You have to continuously do your retrospectives and look back. And this is why, again, I'm so thankful that Catapult Labs has been generous enough to sponsor us for this episode, because it's such a valuable thing to have. And keep in mind, again, against my sponsor, right? You don't have to use like a pen and paper will work, a whiteboard will work, but this keeps it tight inside of Jira. So give them a try. Links are in the description. Again, special thank you to Catapult Labs for sponsoring this episode and making this possible. But I highly recommend for you all to do that. So today's session, as I mentioned at the beginning, we start getting a little bit more tactical, a little bit more strategic, and we are definitely going to be in Jira a little bit more aggressively today. And so in the previous sessions, we've done a little bit of plumbing, right? We were introducing Scrum boards and looking at the different settings that you have for your Scrum boards. But today, we start putting things into Jira. And we're going to start off in the timeline. Now, this is not the only way to do this. There's different perspectives, different methods, different tactics, if you will. This is the way I like to do it. I'm a big top-down type of guy, and I have a master's in systems engineering, and requirements engineering is very much a thing. And so I like to start at the top. But I'm going to give you tactics. I'm going to give you strategies that are going to work regardless of whether you're going top down or bottom up. At the end of the day, you want to put everything in Jira, right? That's the most important part. But I'm going to show you again some tactics on how I start from the top down. But if you have any questions about how do you do it bottom up, again, feel free to ask your questions. I'll be more than happy to answer. And then very briefly, very briefly, we're going to talk a little bit about advanced roadmaps. I'm going to throw out the word initiative, so hopefully it doesn't freak you out too much, but we will talk a little bit about initiatives and how those things work. We'll talk about ranking, releases, and sprints. And without further ado, let's jump into Jira. Okay, so here I am inside of Jira. What I'm going to do, just to kind of kick things off and do things correctly here, I'm going to do a brand new project, okay? I want to do just a Scrum project. You want to be in a Scrum project, right? If you remember from the previous sessions. You want to be in a company, although this will work in either team or company managed. There's a lot of similarities when it comes to the functionality. As a Jira admin, we hate team managed projects, but as an end user, it's not that bad, but I still prefer to not do it, right? So Jira for Scrum Masters course project, right? And we're just going to hit next here, and we're going to create a brand new software project of the type Scrum, okay? And again, we covered a lot of the basics, so make sure you check out those recordings from the previous two sessions so you can get a little bit of an understanding of what this is. Now, another thing for you to consider in this video, this is the new Jira UI. So if your Jira doesn't look like this, don't worry. It will eventually come. And trust me, when I tell you this, you don't want this to come. You want this to, you don't want this new UI. But we're there. We got to deal with it. And we're going to talk a little bit about the timeline. Okay, so this is where we're going to start. Now, a couple of disclaimers. Number one, if you don't see the timeline, there are now a variety of reasons why you wouldn't see the timeline. In this new Jira UI, you have the ability to remove tabs. And so somebody in your team might have removed it. So check and see if it's there or not there. You can go over here to more. Sorry, you can come over here to plus, and it would be over here if somebody removed it. And so you're going to be able to add it back on. But hopefully, fingers crossed, your timeline is indeed enabled and we're good to go. Another reason is over here in your board, you have board settings, and there's a timeline section that has the timeline enabled or disabled. So if you don't see a timeline, again, make sure you are enabling your timeline. Make sure that this is green, because you're going to want to be able to see your timeline so that you can follow along with what we're going to be doing here. Okay. Now, besides that, let me just give you a quick little introduction to the timeline, what it does, how it works, and why I like it so much. All right. So the timeline here is a very interesting feature in Jira, and I think as Scrum Masters, we sometimes skip it and or don't use it, and that's usually for two reasons. One, we don't know how to use a timeline, or two, if you modify your board, if you go to your board here, sorry, they changed the UI on me. If you go to your board settings, which is now in a different location, right? You have the ability to modify your project query. There's a filter here that's going to determine what issues, your stories, your tasks, your bugs, which issues from anywhere in Jira are displayed. Now, by default, you will see anything in your project. Okay, that's the default setting. As you can see here, project equals JFSMCP. It's going to show me everything. However, you have the ability to edit this, and some teams do modify their filters so that you include stories or bugs or tasks from other Jira projects. I'm going to give you two big warnings here. Warning number one, if you go down that route, your timeline will break because this is considered what Atlassian calls a basic timeline. They used to call it a basic roadmap, but Atlassian rebranded about a year and a half ago. And so your timeline, your basic timeline will break if you have two or more projects as a reference for your filter for that board. And that is because it just can't handle that. So Atlassian, if you're going to go down this route, right, if you're going to have two or more projects or you're referencing two or more projects, Atlassian is going to recommend and not push you into getting Jira Premium so that you can have advanced roadmaps. And so that's unfortunately the only way to deal with that if you are doing two or more Jira projects. So that's warning number one. Warning number two, and perhaps the most critical warning, is you want to be very, very careful. You never, ever, 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 if you guys are taking notes at home, underline this, put stars, put arrows, highlight, do everything you got to do. But you never, ever, ever want to have a story in two different sprints. That is very, very bad. Jira does not know how to handle that. Jira freaks out, and you end up combining both into one, and all kinds of bad things happen to your Jira, to your sprints, and you get mad at Jira, and it's like a whole thing. So, whenever possible, try to keep this as simple as possible and try to keep it within one project. Attend my next week session where I talk about Jira Advanced Roadmaps in a lot more detail so that you can sorry about that. I don't pick the ads. They just pop in wherever YouTube wants to put them in. So sorry about that, Michael. All right. So anyway, so that's kind of the warning there, right? So just make sure that you try to keep this as simple as possible. Otherwise, the behavior in Jira does start to behave a little bit differently, a little bit non-ideal. So those are some warnings there. Okay. So back to the timeline. Now that I've given you a couple disclaimers, what are we looking at here in the timeline? Well, there's a couple of different things, but the most important thing that you're going to want to pay attention to is that by default, the epic is the issue type that we can create here. And this is either a really, really good thing or a really, really bad thing, depending on, again, if you like to work top down or bottom up. I like to treat epics as deliverables, as a feature, capability, something tangible that you're going to deliver to your customer. So I love, love, love just, being able to create these epics that are valuable, that are going to be something that my end customer is going to appreciate. Okay. And sometimes I think if you're an agile purist, right? If you're coming in, maybe you're taking the CSM training, maybe you're done PSM. Um, the epic is really just a container, right? The agile just says, well, an epic is just a really big story. Well, yes, that's true from an agile perspective, but Jira is treats the epic in way more of a powerful way, right? And so I'm going to show you some techniques that Atlassian or Jira here uses for the epic because they are quite powerful, and when you use them correctly, they can make your life way, way easier, and you can be a much more efficient Scrum Master if you use your epics correctly, right? So again, we kind of have to turn the cheek a little bit on our agile training that an epic is just a really big story that needs to be broken down, right? Epics in Jira's case are really, really good, and they really do help us from an organizational perspective. Okay. Now I'm going to be building an application, right? I'm going to be building an application that is going to be a food trucker. All right. right? For an app for food trucking tracking, right? So I want to build an app that lets me track different food trucks in my area. Okay. And so what we're going to do in here, right, is we're going to put something in our, from an epics perspective that is makes sense, right? And so what we're going to do here is we're going to take an epic, right? And so I'm just going to create a simple epic like implement live GPS tracking for food trucks. This would be a feature, a capability that we would need, right? Now, if you remember from our session last month, we talked about what should be an epic, right? We talked about the different types of work. And so this, I think, really appropriately fulfills the requirement of what is an epic, right? Because implement live GPS tracking for food trucks. This is something that we're not gonna be able to finish in a sprint. This is something that's probably gonna take us a sprint or two, right? It's a pretty big thing. It's something that not just one individual is probably gonna be able to complete, right? Maybe two, three, four different engineers are gonna have to work on this. And so this is, I would call it an appropriate level um, an appropriate level epic that is complex enough, right? Big enough to warrant, like, here's a feature, right? Here's some capability that we're going to deliver, GPS tracking, right? But not so simple that anybody can knock it out in a couple of hours, but also not so complex that it's going to take months, right? And so there's a balance here. There's a balance of getting stuck in my chair. There's a balance of what is an epic, right? And so I think this is a really, really good one here. But you'll notice how easy it was to create that epic, right? So we're going to go ahead and create a second one, right? And so I'm going to develop a user-friendly map interface, right? And as you can see here, I'm just typing it in, hitting enter, and those epics are just immediately being created. And this, my friends, is the beauty of the timeline, because I can very quickly, in a some sort of a requirements meeting, right? Maybe I'm meeting with my product owner, with my product manager, and they have like a vision of, here are the key things we want to deliver, right? So if you're integrating with a tool like Aha or maybe Jira Product Discovery, think of these epics as either one-to-one to capabilities or features, or maybe there's an initiative, which we'll talk about more in a minute, right? That the product manager owns, that then needs to be broken down into the actual key deliverables. And so that's kind of how I want you to think about these epics, as these are key items, right? These are key capabilities that you're going to want to implement for your app. So I'm just going to go with 3 epics here. I'm going to add another one, enabling geofencing to notify users when a truck is nearby. So these are all 3 very good capabilities that we're going to want to focus on. Now, obviously, you and your team would have a lot more, and we'll get into road mapping here in a second as well. But these are just 3 to kind of get us started, so you can kind of get a feel and an understanding of how the timeline works. Okay, so that's one. So what it does really, really well, right? As you can see, I can create epics quickly. Now you could also, of course, hit the create button, right? Pick epic and then fill out the information. If you have any required fields, even in this tactic, a pop-up will show up the moment you hit enter, and you'll have to fill out the required fields for your epic. But for now, this is a brand new project. I don't have anything fancy there. Now you may be wondering, okay, Alex, cool. We have epics, our backlog is empty, right? There's nothing in our backlog yet. Well, we're gonna get to that in a second here, but I wanted to give you a couple more things of more of a walkthrough of what we have here, right? So now that we have our epics, right, you're gonna see something called sprints up here, which we'll talk about in a few minutes, and we have releases, which we'll talk about in a few minutes as well. But we also have our list of epics, and obviously we can create more epics. Now, what we also can do in this view, and this gets a little bit trickier here with my browser because it doesn't let me scroll effectively, and then this dumb pop-up from Apple shows up. So I'm going to try my best here. But what you can do here for each of these epics is you can start putting dates on them. Now, if you ever taken again another Agile training, I feel like this course is going to be a little anti-Agile, but bear with me if you will. But if you've ever taken an Agile training course, right, you know that dates is really not a thing. And we'll talk about how dates are handled at the story level. But for epics, I'm a little bit more lenient, right? Again, Agile doesn't really offer too much training, too much wisdom into how epics should work. But I'm a huge fan of putting dates on your epic so that you can manage expectations, right? So, for example, we're going to put this epic is going to be a 20-day epic. We're going to give ourselves 20 days, right? We're going to have another epic over here. We're going to do another 20 days for that one. And then this geofencing is going to be something that we're going to do maybe for 25 days. Okay. So as you can see here, I can set the start over here on the left and the due dates of these issues very, very easily and very visually. Okay. Now I could alternatively open the Epic up. Okay. And this is a multi-step process, right? Come down here and find my start and end date. Now, by default, the start and due date are not fields that are exposed. So then you have to come to the configure button over here. You have to hope that you have the permission to do this. You put start, and then you find your start date. You bring it over here, put it in the context. You find your due date, right? Then you got to bring your due date over. And again, you have to hope that you have this permission. Sometimes you don't, sometimes you do, right? But once you have all that, then you can come back to the project and then you can reopen that Epic and now you'll see your dates, right? Now you'll see the different dates and now you'll be able to basically see how these graphs are done. And so I could change the date here and notice that when I do this and I hit enter, the bar changed, right? So this little bar just changed to reflect the start date. So there's two different ways, but doing it in the Jira ticket, not very visual. Doing it in the timeline, very, very visual. So I like it from that perspective. Okay. Now, of course, you can always take these dates and you can kind of like move things around. So you can grab this little bar here on the either the right or left hand side, and you can move the dates. You can also just pick up and shift the date completely and move it around. So at this point, though, you may be asking, Alex, that's cool, but what do I care about dates, right? Well, the dates are going to play, I think, a critical role because I want you to treat dates as a data point, right? I think a lot of people get too hung up as, hey, this is the rule, like this is the law, like this has to be done by March 12th. This one has to be done by March 17th. This one has to be done by March 31st. But these are data points. These are designed for us as Scrum Masters to understand and manage expectations because as Scrum Masters, we kind of live in this. We're like the conductor. I like to say that a Scrum Master is like a conductor of an orchestra, right? You're not the one playing the instrument, but you have an audience that's listening, right? Customers. They're expecting a show. They're expecting this app to be built, and obviously in a timely manner, right? You have your what musicians, I don't know why I was blanking on that term, right? But you have your musicians that are very key, right? They know how to play their various instruments. These are your engineering, these are your technical teams, right? And so they know how to do their job, but you're kind of in the middle, right? But you also have rules. You also have rules and responsibilities to the house, right? You have rules and responsibilities to the music hall, right? To the owners, to the set list, right? What songs are going to be played, and those are usually governed or dictated externally, right? The owner, right, usually sets forth, right? So think of the owners like your product managers, right? That kind of set expectations for you. Now you have a little bit of wiggle room, right? They're guides, right? They're not rules, but that's what these epics with these dates are doing for us, right? They're telling us, hey, somebody somewhere is communicating to a customer that we're expecting these features or capabilities to be completed by a specific date. And this is why I like putting dates on the epics, not on the stories, which we'll talk about how we do it on the stories in a minute. But this is why I like this. Okay. So very, very tactical and strategic from that perspective. Now, another benefit of that you get when you put dates on it is a couple more things that I'll call out here, right? You may have seen this blue vertical line here. This blue vertical line is today. And so you can basically see how the alignment of today is relative to the due dates and things of all your stories or of all your epics here, right? And so this is going to be okay because it's due after today. This one, as you notice, Jira is going to complain and give us a little warning because it's overdue, right? It's 6 days overdue since the due date minus today's date, right? Gives us a delta of 6. So again, just data points, just situational awareness so you can see. I wouldn't do anything strategic. I wouldn't be making any decisions based on today's due date. But what we are going to get into is releases, which again, we'll talk about in just a few minutes. So one last thing that I want to show you though, is now that you have your dates, you can now link your issues together. Now you don't have to put dates, right? You can always open up an Epic. You can always click on the add button. You can always click on the linked issue, and then you can link any issue you want, right? Between epics or whatnot, or even stories. But that's not very visual. And I like being a very visual person. So what I like to do is I like to take once you have your dates, and if you hover, you'll notice that there's two little points here. There's two little dots. And when you hover over them, you can get a little chain link. And if you grab that chain link and link them together like this, you will then create a dependency between these two items. So now when I open up my Epic, there is automatically a blocks or block by, depending on which one you open, right? A relationship or linked issue called out. So if I open up this one, you will see that this relationship is a block by, right? So it changes slightly different. And so I think that's really good, right? I think that's a very visual way to help us understand these two epics are related. And the line is red. So can anybody guess in the chat, why do you think that these lines are red? Anybody in the chat want to take a guess? Why do you think that this line that's connecting two epics are red? I'd like to see anybody in the chat. Any guesses? Why are these dependency lines red? They're red for a reason, right? So Atlassian is very strategic here. They're marking them red for a reason, and they're supposed to be gray. They're supposed to be basically like a mono color, but when they're red, it's not good. But in the chat, anybody want to take guesses? I got 84 of y'all here in this chat. Let's make this interactive. Why are these lines red? Anybody want to take a guess? There's no wrong answer, but so Go says, are they considered blockers? So the relationship, so the only bad thing about doing this way, making the lines this way, is that all of the relationships are going to be blocks. Like all of them are going to be blocks or block by. Every single one of them. So it doesn't matter which one I open up, you're always going to have a blocked or block by, but that doesn't influence the color. So the relationship is always going to be blocked or blocked by. Now, Annie Rosenberg here says, because you're starting the issue before the blocked ends. Yes, so that is the correct answer. So a couple of you all are getting this, right? The end of the first one is after the second one. Yep. So John and Lighten, yeah, so a couple of people, awesome. Yep. So Jira is going to yell at you. I mean, yell is a strong word, but it's going to be telling you, hey, this is a no-no because the end of this item is after the start of this one. So to fix these things, you have to move things around, right? So now we can move it like this. Now, this is a good thing or a bad thing because as a Scrum Master, this will help us articulate with our stakeholders expectations. Because now that these are not red, right? We fixed the red, but we created a new problem. The end date of something is now all the way until early May, May 1st, in fact. And so if you had a March 30th delivery, right? If you had a March 30th delivery that had to happen like this, maybe you're trying to hit things by the end of the quarter, right? Well, this could be a different kind of problem you got to articulate, right? Because now, if your release, which is now a great transition, we're going to start talking about releases here. But if you have a release, right? If you're expected to ship something by March 31st, which is the end of the quarter, right? A lot of teams like to operate in a quarterly fashion. Well, something's got to give because you're not going to make it, right? You have more work that you have to do that is conflicting of each other. So you're going to need either more resources, right? You're going to need more developers, although I want to caution you about the Mythical Man Month, right? If you never read that book, definitely read it, right? It's a really, really good book. It's called Mythical Man Month, I believe. Yep. Really, really, really good book on essays on software engineering. Highly recommend you read this as a Scrum Master. The premise is if you add more people, right? A lot of people would like to think, well, let's just add more developers. And by adding more, we just throw more people at the problem and it's supposed to solve the problem twice as fast, right? Well, there's a mathematics and there's equations here that prove against this, right? And so it's not the silver bullet that you think that a lot of people call it out to be. So yeah, it's been sitting on my best time for a year collecting dust. Great book to read though. It's a really, really good one, but it gives you an appreciation that sometimes throwing more people at a problem doesn't fix the problem. And so naturally, what can you do? Well, this is where you can have compromises, right? Maybe you split the epic into two epics. Maybe you take something that can be achieved by the end of the quarter, right? And this is where you can now have more tactical conversations with your team and go, okay, maybe we need another month of runway. And now you can articulate why, and you can show the dependencies onto why those things are, right? And so maybe you can maybe you can make the task shorter, right? So we can shrink it down, right? There's a lot of different levers you can now pull, but it's important to have the visualization because just talking about it is only going to get you so far, right? Talking about your problems just verbally, it's really hard to communicate, hey, these things conflict us, right? And so when you have a picture's worth 1,000 words, you can kind of start saying, all right, so here's what we can get by the end of the quarter. This one's going to have to roll. Are we okay with doing like a post-quarter release, right? And so now you can negotiate with your stakeholders. But again, visually, this helps you understand all that. So this is why I love that. Now let's get into releases and let's talk about how do we add a release in here, because what we also see on our timeline are sprints and releases. And we are going to get into sprints and we are going to get into releases here. Um, and let's see. At last, Rodney's at last. And when will you make a smart calendar to make timelines better? Yeah, I mean it's not too bad. I mean this gives you the quarterly view, so you can kind of see each quarter. You can also zoom in and see like a weekly view, and then you can see a today view. Now, each board in the new Jira, if you're in the new Jira projects here, there is a calendar view that takes a lot of the issues that we have in here. So now you can kind of in a calendar view see your epics. I'm not a big fan of this view. I'm accustomed to this view instead. But anyways, you do have a couple of different views to play with here. So Ronnie, hopefully that helps you out. Okay, so now that we have our epics and we have some dates and we have some dependencies, let's talk about the next thing, which is managing releases. And so you do need to be a project admin for this, but inside your Jira project, you're gonna look up here for again, Atlassian's UI has moved everything on me, but there's a releases button right here, and you can click on that. And if you are a project admin, you don't have to be a Jira admin, but you just need to be a project admin for this particular project. Then you can create what's called a version, and versions and releases are interchangeable. But I highly recommend that you create versions, right? I highly recommend that you work with like your product managers, because product managers, product owners, those are usually the people setting a roadmap. Those are usually the people saying like, okay, here are the milestones, here's these gates that we're trying to get to. And then as a scrum master, you kind of have to make it all happen within that release or that gate or that milestone. And so I like to call this like 2025 Q1 release, right? And the dates are going to be from January 1st through March 31st. And in case you weren't aware, we're a couple of weeks away from the end of the first quarter of 2025. Okay, so you can put your quarter like that. You can put a driver, right? Who's responsible for ultimately driving this? Maybe this is your product manager, right? Maybe it's you. And then you can put a description, but hit save, right? And so once you have that and you come back to your timeline, you're going to notice that we now have a dot. This dot is now representative of that release that we just created. And a couple of things you can do with that dot. One, you can obviously see it, duh, right? But two, you can click on it, and then you can click on this highlight on timeline, and it's going to create us a vertical line. So it becomes a little bit easier to kind of fudge our numbers around to either say, hey, look, this epic is going to be split in the middle of a release. So realistically, don't expect that all the capabilities of that epic to be done, right? This way, you're gonna push it, right? So now you're like, okay, so now all of my epics due dates are up against that release. Or you can say, well, here's the start of a new release, and we're gonna go. This is the first epic of that release. So these vertical lines help us articulate those things as well. Sorry, meant for holidays. Yes, absolutely. Holidays. Spring break is coming up. We're gonna take a week off of spring break here. And Atlassian conference is coming up. I'm gonna lose 2 weeks, right? I have my kids on spring break for a week, and I have the Atlassian conference for a week. And so yeah, so it'd be kind of cool to like block out dates. So yeah, that would be cool. To have yeah, definitely a cool feature to have automatic calendars or have some capability to do that. Okay, so now we have our epics and we have our releases, and so that leaves us with our sprints, right? So we have our sprints here, and then we also haven't talked about stories, right? So how do the stories play into this? Well, to create a story, you have a couple of different ways to do it, right? That you can obviously always hit the create button up at the top. You can pick a story and you can create a story, right? So let's do this. So let me tell my assistant over here, give me a few stories for the following items. Let me get a couple of stories, right? But you can always click on the create button up there, and this is going to basically allow you to create a story, right? So right here we have our very first story. As a food truck owner, I want to enable GPS tracking in the app so that customers can see my real-time location. So I can click create, right? But there's a huge problem with that. And in the chat, can anybody tell me what's the problem that I just created? Because I clearly created JFSMCP4, right? I created it. But how do I see it? How do I view it, right? Obviously, I can click on this view issue button, right? I can obviously go to the backlog, and it's right here. I can go to my active sprint, nothing, because that's not how sprints work. I can go to my calendar and you won't see it because there's no dates on it. But really, the backlog is the best place to see it. And of course, we have our list view over here where we can see that story. But how do I make it show up on my timeline? Any guesses in the chat? Why is my story not visible in the timeline? Can anybody guess why? What are your wild guesses here? There's a very specific reason, right? I would expect there to be a story. And to kind of cheat, right? I'm going to cheat and I'm going to go ahead and create another story while you guys are conversing or trying to give me an answer, right? But just to prove to you that stories are visible, if I click the little plus button here, you'll notice that I can now create a story, task, or a bug. And when I paste that in there, the story is visible, right? The story is visible. So Thorsten, that would technically be incorrect, right? Because I do have the ability to see stories, right? I have the ability to see stories. And when I go to my backlog, yeah, I can see both the stories. I can see the one I created earlier and then the new one that I just created. So so Jennifer here, right, is on the right trail here. You haven't put the story in an epic. And this is where I have this is why I love top down, right? This is why I love the timeline, because if you rely on creating your issue here, right? Because I could be in my backlog and I can go and create another story here, right? I can do that. But when I just create stories in the backlog, when you're approaching this bottom up mentality, right? You're just gonna have stories, but the stories don't have a purpose. The epic gives that story purpose, right? It's a really good, just a bucket for the purpose of that story. And so this is okay, right? You can, and Jira will not complain if you just create stories just for the fun of it, right? But you can go to the backlog and create them. You can hit the create button and create them, but you don't see the big picture. You don't see how they all work under each other, right? And so to do that, you have to do two steps, right? You now have to take this epic and you got to add an epic to it, and you got to link them up. And when you link them up, then and only then, back in my timeline view, will I see those stories under my epic. But as you can see, it's a two-step process when you go down this route, right? It's you have to create the story, then you got to think, well, what goes to the story, right? And as a scrum master, yeah, this is cool, but and you lose the purpose, you lose that traceability, you lose that connection. And so my favorite way to do it, right, is to in that epic, right? So I'm going to go down to this one here on the map interface. In the epic, if you hover over it, you will see the little plus button. You can click on that, and then now you can paste in your stories, and immediately and automatically, Jira is going to do the linking for you. So when I open a story, the parent, right, whatever that parent may be, that epic, is going to be automatically linked to it. And so this saves me some time, right? This saves me minutes, if not seconds, or maybe in reverse, it saves me seconds, if not minutes, so that my items are connected, right? Because now I know how these things relate to each other, right? I'm starting to understand the relationship of these stories are tied to this epic, and I can always collapse it, right? I can always shrink these up and see the view the same way, but I can also expand it and now start to see the detail, right? These are the actual stories that we're going to plan into our sprint. Because one thing you got to remember is that this is a Jira quirk. I don't know how other tools do this, right? But your epics are never, ever, ever planned into a sprint. For example, in your backlog view, you will never see in your backlog, and as a line item here, the epic, right? That just doesn't show up. Okay. You can expose your epics, right? You can visually see your epics. I can click on the show epic panel and I'll see my epics here on the side, but they're there for organization. They're not, you wouldn't drag an epic into the sprint, right? Like I wouldn't take this epic and go, okay, I'm going to plan this one to the sprint. only the stories that are representative of that epic go into the store, into the sprint, right? And so because of that, I really like this view, right? Because now we can see our epics, but we can also see the items below it, so we can see those relationships, right? So these play a critical role here, folks, that help you really organize your work. So if you're not doing this, right, if you just have stories, and you're missing out on a really good organizational feature that allows you to group those stories together by the capability that they're going to belong to, and manage the expectation of when those stories need to go out with, because we know the duration of this epic and we know the release in which that epic is going to be hit against, right? And we can further solidify this by going into the epic and filling out the fixed version. So there's a fixed version field here, and we can explicitly add that epic or each of our epics into that fixed version, so that we explicitly say these epics are intended to go out with this particular release. And so once you have this, right, now you have all these data points that you can communicate with your leadership team. Here's what we want to do. Now, notice that this issue is scheduled to end after the release in which it's been assigned to. So this is, again, another data point. So this is why it's important that we fill out these fields, that we put this information in Jira, because now Jira is going to help us, right? It's giving us warnings. It gave us a warning when our due date is after, right? So when we go to our due date here, right, it gives us this warning here. Hey, Dodo, your due date is 6 days overdue. We'll take care of that. But it also then tells us, hey, Dodo, again, I'm back. Your release, right? You're planning on releasing this epic after the release is supposed to go out. So this is where we now got to figure something out. Maybe we move it to another release. Maybe we shrink it. Maybe we right, again, so many different things that we can do. But now we can have this conversation and get rid of those warnings. But now we can have educated conversations with real data points, and the data being tracked in Jira. So that it's not just a hearsay thing, right? It's not a he said, she said, who's the loudest person in the room. We have facts and data in Jira to help us organize our work. So I'm going to pause there. I have a question. Isha from Canada. I'm a Jira admin and Lasso University in Confluence. I'd like to defer training. Okay. Well, make sure you stick around. Isha, I will have an exclusive offer for you all at the end. And if you ever need any help, right? We've been talking, I mentioned this at the beginning, but if any of this is going like way over your head, or you're like, Alex, I'm struggling with this, like these are the problems that my team and I have, like, can you help me? I do offer one-on-one help. So if you need any help, I'm dropping in a link for my link tree here in the chat. Feel free to set up. I have 15 minutes, 30 minutes, 1 hour offerings. And if you need anything more than an hour, just let me know. We'll jump on an initial call, have a quick discovery. But I am available to help you out. So if you have any Jira problems, whatever, whether it's Jira admin related or Scrum Master related, really anything within Atlassian, feel free to get a hold of me, and let's have a conversation here, and let me see how I can help you out, right? Because this stuff it's doable, right? It's doable once you have the right mindset. Okay, so now that we have our epics, we have our stories, right? Our backlog starts to look a little bit better. But there's one little change that I like to do, because I am, again, a very visual person, folks. If you haven't caught up by now, I'm a very, very visual person in my things. And this purple becomes very bland for me. So I like to change the colors of my epics. So I'm going to show my epics over here. And you're going to notice that there's a little square on each epic, right? And when you expand the epic, you can, oh boy, how do I guess I got to click on it over here now. Again, Atlassian's UI, they keep changing it on me, right? It used to be that I can click on that square, but now I got to open up the epic, but you'll notice that there's a square here, and you can change the color. Now, there's not all the colors in the rainbow. I wish there were more, but you can at least view your epics and change the colors of your epic. So I highly recommend that you do this, because when you do a quick refresh, right, and then you look at your backlog again, you're going to notice that your whoopsie, let's clear my filters. You're going to notice that this starts to look a little bit more colorful. Now, Jira doesn't give us a whole lot of color, so I'm going to take it wherever I can. And so now I can a little bit easier see, okay, these are all related together. These are all related together, and these are all related together. Now, obviously, I could see that before, but when they were all purple, it was a little harder to appreciate. So now that they are different colors, I can more clearly see, okay, yeah, this is what's going on. Like, this is how all these things are grouped together. Okay, so that my friends helps us out, and then also these lines now stop being just that one color purple, and they are now representative by their epic. So you get like a 2-for-1 special here on these lines. Any questions? I'm going to pause here for a second. I've been talking for like 45 minutes. Any questions on anything that I've been demonstrating here? If you have questions, please take advantage of that chat. I'd love to tie something back up or go back and repeat something, because we've been covering quite a few details here. And I just want to make sure that you're all getting value from this course, right? So if you have any questions, any doubts, any comments, questions, concerns, that chat is available and I'm monitoring it. I'm watching it. If you see me keep turning, my chat is way over there on my screen, all the way in the far corner, but I am monitoring it. So if you have any questions, I want to make this as valuable and as beneficial for you as possible. So feel free to ask questions. Okay. Now, and again, if you're a little shy, that link tree there, send me we can connect on LinkedIn, send me a message, or if you're ready to actually engage in some help, picture some time and I'd be more than happy to jump on a call with you. Okay. So the last thing in the last 15 minutes here, and we'll probably call this one a little bit early because I don't want to get too far into this, right? But you're going to notice that when I try to put a date on my story, right? So you notice that I'm at the story level now. You'll notice that I can't put dates. Like I'm doing the drag. Remember how I was drag and dropping or dragging and clicking and dragging earlier, and I can put dates on the epics, right? I can move these around, but I cannot put dates on the stories. In the chat, can anybody guess why? Why can I not put dates on the stories? Right? And if you're an Agile purist, right? If you love Agile and you're again CSM, PSM, right? If you're taking those Agile trainings, then this is a really good thing. You're really happy about this because I am also a very firm believer that a story should never, ever, ever have a date, right? The story's dates are governed by the sprint. So yeah, so here we got Jennifer. Jennifer, you're just gonna get an A+ for today, right? You're knocking it out of the park, right? So the dates for your stories, if you're following Agile, which in this case you should be, right? The only way to put dates on your stories is to put your stories in a sprint, because the dates of the sprint, the start and the end date of that sprint, they're going to govern the start and the end date of that story. So we're going to get into more detail in the future upcoming months, right, on how to do this more tactically. But for right now, I'm just going to show you, here's a sprint. I'm going to put a date. So let's just say the sprint's from March 17th through, let's go 2 weeks. We'll do the 28th and we'll click update. So we now have dates on our sprint. Okay. And so when I go to the timeline, you're going to notice that I now have a sprint here, right? I now have a sprint, but no dates on the stories yet. Okay. No dates there yet, which is, again, a really good thing or a really bad thing, depending on which side of the fence you want to be on. But we at least now have a sprint. And if you were to create future sprints, if you were to go crazy and create more sprints here, those sprints would also show up. But I would caution you here. I would say, hold up, timeout, pause. Don't do that, because it's okay to have future sprints on your board. I'm okay with that. But I'm not okay with you putting a lot of stories into a lot of future sprints, because this is not waterfall, right? You don't become agile by taking your waterfall schedule and sticking everything into a sprint and a predetermined sprint and like calling it a day. That is not being agile at all. That is just you being waterfall in the sprint. And so we don't want to do that. We don't want to encourage that behavior at all. And you really want to live life one sprint at a time. But this is why I like this top-down approach, because living life one sprint at a time, right? A little Vin Diesel quote, right? I live 1/4 mile at a time, right? But if you don't want to be like Vin Diesel, right? And if you're like, Alex, I need more stability. I can't tell my leadership team, well, we don't know what's gonna happen in 2 weeks. We just know what's gonna happen in these 2 weeks, right? This is why this timeline view is kind of like the best of both worlds, because I can give my leadership team, here's the plan, right? Here's what we're strategizing. Here's what we're thinking about in the timeline, but still have the autonomy and give the the respect to Agile in the backlog and active sprint view. And so I think this is why I love this timeline view, right? Because we can balance both out, right? We can give dates and manage expectations to our leadership, to our stakeholders, to our product managers, and go, here's what we intend to do based on what I'm hearing, right? But then have flexibility here, right? Because now you have your sprints. And again, in future episodes, we'll talk about how all this comes together. I don't want to go into all the detail today, but spoilers, make sure you subscribe, right? If you've got 68 of y'all in this class here, If you haven't hit the subscribe button, help me get to 24,000 subscribers. Hit that subscribe button right now. It's totally free. It takes 1 millisecond for you to just click that subscribe button a little bit down below. So make sure you smash the subscribe button and help me out. But anyways, make sure you come back, right? We're going to have more sessions here. Okay. So we have our timeline. We have stories. We have our sprint, but still no date. So what can we do here, right? So what you're going to want to do is you're going to want to take a story and you're going to want to put it into the sprint. And you can simply drag and drop, right? You can do this, just drag and drop, or you can right click and then move to, and then move it to the sprint. And when you do that, because we have dates on your sprint, and we go back to our timeline, right? So here's our sprint. But when we expand it, you're going to notice that we now have a start and an end date for our stories. Yay! Problems. We have a warning. The child issues begin and end outside the dates for this parent. So again, Jira, because we're using these dates, because we're managing our expectations, because we're putting these data points in, Jira is going to be a good parent, right? A good father, if you will, and go, hey, son or daughter, you're making a boo-boo, right? Your stories are outside of the dates that you define for your epic. And so logically, it doesn't compute. You got to shift things around, but you can't do this. You can't move the dates, right? So you have to then adjust the epic, right? So that the epic then matches. But now we cause different problems, right? So again, now that's where you go back with your stakeholders and go, well, something's got to go because you can't end world hunger, right? That's really really challenging to do. So something's got to give. Maybe we just finish one, and all my other epics now become part of Q2. And so now we got to go create a Q2 and fix all that, right? We'll have those conversations later, but this is a way to fix it. Now, there is a second view, right? So we're going to close out with this. So there is a way for me to hypothetically put dates on the stories. Now, I don't like this. I am not a huge fan of this because again, it does go against the rules of Agile. And while I don't follow all the rules of Agile, this is one that I like to follow. And so if you click on these three dots over here in the right corner and you click on configure timeline, you're going to notice that underneath here, you have the ability to turn on and off your child issues. So maybe you don't even want to see the stories. That's up to you, right? But you also then have the ability to change the schedule. So by default, it's set to the sprint dates, but you could change it so that you can manipulate based on that start and due date. And so if you do that radio button and you go back, right, you're going to go to your timeline. You can expand your story. And now you'll notice that now I can put dates on my stories. Very similar to what we did with the epic. You want to make sure that your start and due date are visible. The start and due date, these are fields in Jira, default fields in Jira that are not always visible. And depending on how you set up your Jira projects, you have something called the screen scheme, and specifically a screen. But different issue types might have different screens and different screen schemes. And so sometimes the epic and the stories are shared. By default, they are. The bug is by default separate, right? Or you might have already pre-configured your Jira projects, so now you have different schemes and screens. And so now, because you did it at the epic, doesn't mean that the story has it. So you might have to redo it. And so food for thought there. But anyways, now that you have this view, right now I can do this, right? Now I can put dates. And another added benefit is now I can link these together because up here before, well, the dates are gone for the sprint, right? But before I couldn't do anything anymore because I didn't have that flexibility. So now I can move things around. Now I'm not a big fan of this, right? I'm not a big fan because the sprint really governs the story, right? And so I don't recommend this way. I would recommend you keep it scheduled by sprint dates because that's truly how it's supposed to be. Because your sprint should always govern your dates. You can apparently connect them together, but as you can see, you're going to have some problems because they're all happening within the sprint, right? And so since they're all happening within the same sprint, then you got to make sure that within the sprint you do the things correctly. So we'll talk about order of operations in a future session. So we're going to use this as a pausing section here and go on to the next step. So I'm going to cover three things. Number one, I'm going to give you the invest method. In the chat, have you ever heard of the invest principle or invest method? Raise your hand. Somehow let me know in the chat. Have you ever heard of this? And if you haven't heard of it, let me know as well, because I think it's a good principle. It's something that I like to talk a lot about when it comes to creating stories. And I feel like this is very important because creating stories in Jira is an art. But it's not just an art because it's the most critical thing in my opinion when it comes to figuring out what work your team needs to do. Because the biggest problem I typically see in Jira is that we have all these stories that are really truly epics. And so these stories tend to roll from sprint to sprint because these stories are just very, very big. And so I'm going to cover the invest concept first and kind of walk you through what invest means. And then we're going to show you like real world examples inside of Jira. And then I'm going to show you a couple of just different applications for how to approach the concepts that we just covered with the examples, and just help you figure it out based on where you're at in Jira. So with that said, we're going to kind of pause here. We're going to jump into invest. Actually, just user story is what you need to put into Google. And I'm not in any particular order looking at any particular website, so not sponsored by any of these things. I just clicked on the first link. We're looking at something here from LogRocket, so shout out to LogRocket. This article is from about 6 months ago, right? And so this is what we want to focus in on. So I'm going to zoom in here on the invest criteria. And again, this is just to kind of help you think about how do we write good user stories? How do we create user stories that maximize our chances of success? We want to maximize, we want to make sure that when we have a story in Jira, that we have a high level of confidence that we're going to be successful with it. And so this is my method. This is usually what I like to evangelize here to the teams because it's a very powerful, very easy way to kind of understand how to think about a story. Okay. And so the first thing is that invest stands for something. It stands for independent, I, negotiable, N, valuable, V, estimatable, estimable, estimatable, estimatable, E, small, and testable. Okay. And when you take the first letter of all these words, we get invest. So what exactly do we mean by invest, right? And so independent. This, I think, is where a lot of teams struggle. We come out of the gate swinging hard and we miss, right? And a good story should be independent. And again, this is where I see a lot of teams. Usually, they have these very overly complex stories that have a lot of dependencies that have to work collaboratively with a lot of different teams or a lot of different team members, right? And so really you're describing an epic. And I think again, this is where I see a lot of people trip immediately, right? Because you want to at the end of the day, you want to make sure your story is conceptually separate from and doesn't rely on other user stories. You want your stories to be as independent as possible. Granted, not always can we do this, right? There's always going to be life, and life gets in the way, and sometimes you will need to depend on other folks, right? You need to talk with others and depend on the work of others, which is okay. But you want to strive for this. This should be your mission. This should be your goal, is to make your stories as independent as possible. Because when they're independent enough, then the rest of these things are going to be a lot easier, right? And so we want to make sure that our stories are independent. And if they're not independent, you want to think about why do we have dependencies? And my recommendation would be make more stories. I'm a huge believer in making more stories and then grouping them with the epic. Because the smaller that story, the more independent that story is, the more likely your team is going to have all the information they need to successfully deliver that story during the sprint. But the more complex, the more intertwined that story is, the more dependencies you have with other team members or other external teams or even internal team members, then the lower your chances are that your team's going to be able to finish and deliver that story on time. And so independent, that's the very first one. That's what we're starting swinging with. Next up, negotiable. The story may evolve during the conversation until the team arrives at a balanced solution. And this is an interesting one because in the world of Agile, and specifically in the world of Scrum, uncertainty is a very real thing. And I think this is where we usually have a tug of war between a project manager and a Scrum team or a Scrum master, even, right? Because a project manager wants to have knowns, right? A project manager wants you to tell me ahead into the future. When are we going to finish something? Right. And so you're required to kind of put swags, scientific wild guesses, right, into something you don't know, right? There's so many unknowns. You just don't know enough about a project or a team unless you're carbon copy building the same thing over. There's a lot of unknowns. And so a good story should evolve, right? The whole premise of Agile is that as you're working on stuff, you're making new discoveries and you're adjusting and you're pivoting, which is a hard pill to swallow again for traditional project management because that uncertainty scares our stakeholders, right? No CTOs likes to hear, "Oh, I don't know," right? They don't like to hear the words "I don't know." They don't like to hear the words of uncertainty. And so you want to make this story negotiable enough that as you start writing your code, as you start making your discoveries, you start realizing that you're either building the right thing or you're building the wrong thing. And so you want it to be negotiable enough, right? You want to be able to adapt and evolve as you need to. I'm not saying that every story needs to be negotiable. I'm not saying that you should come in blindly every time. You should definitely have some idea of what you're trying to do here, but you wanna leave a little bit of wiggle room in that story so that you can involve it ever so slightly, right? Because remember, it's a balanced solution, right? You want to keep this kind of steady, not too steady where it's set in stone, but steady enough that it's still a solid. Valuable. This one right here is the most important part, I believe, of creating a story. When you're creating stories, the completed story meets an actual user need. It's a valuable thing. Your team will be able to sell this particular item. They will be able to make money. You can see dollar figures against that story. And I think this is where a lot of teams get tripped up because you just create stories for the sake of creating stories. And again, sometimes they're too big, right? Every story should be a valuable story. And how you groom it, how you get to value, that's a different topic for a different day. But at the end of the day, once you have a story in your backlog, it should be a valuable thing, which opens up an opportunity for discussing what does value mean. And so there's two types of values that I want you to walk away understanding here. There's value for the business, right? There's value for the company where we're going to sell whatever feature or thing we're creating. This is going to be a moneymaker. And then there's value for the team, right? Which doesn't necessarily always have value for the business. And the value for the team is very important as well because there's certain things like making a PowerPoint, standing up some AWS storage stuff, right? Your cloud infrastructure, platform engineering stuff. There's value there. There's value in your platform engineering and your DevOps, but the business doesn't really directly see the value. And so in Jira, we're going to get into this, right? In Jira, we actually have two different types of issue types or work types, right? We have a story and we have a task. And we can kind of determine whether we create a story or a task based on our definition of value. And that's usually how I evangelize stories versus tasks. Is one providing you value to you, the business, or is one providing value to the team only? Because if it's only for the team, like a platform engineering, right? You're building a new pipeline for your delivery, you're building a new unit test. Well, that's a task. But if you're creating a new functionality, you're adding a button to the UI, you're adding the ability to delete an item from a shopping cart. Well, that's a story because the business is going to get value out of that. And so that's kind of how I want you to think about value. Pretty important, I think. Again, if a story is not valuable, then why do we even have it? Okay. Up next, we have estimatable, and this I'm more torn by this. I've been on way too many calls with too many different teams that are like, "Hey, we just can't estimate, so we just don't estimate at all." Well, you want to make sure that your stories are estimatable, right? You want to have enough detail that the team can estimate its relative size. I think when stories are too big, right? When they're just so massive, our teams hide and they just give you either really, really big, far-fetched numbers like a 21 on your story points, right? If you're doing the Fibonacci, the 1, 2, 3, 5, 8, 13, 21, right? They're going to give you the highest 21 points there. But that's mainly because they don't understand, right? You didn't do the independent, you didn't do the valuable. We're not doing the small. That's coming up next, right? your team is just like, I don't know. I don't know what you're asking me, right? They're just very confused by the story itself. And you don't want your team to be confused when it comes to us, like when it comes to dealing with the story. And so you want to make sure that your team can estimate every single story. Now, another thing that I'll tell you about estimation here is that you want to make sure that as you're talking and thinking about how do we estimate stories, who is the people estimating, right? And so what a lot of teams do, and I think this is a bad thing, but I don't know that there's an easy way around it, right? But most traditional teams are split. There's like the development aspect of it, and then there's like a whole QA testing aspect of it. Now, if you're a true Scrum team, right? So this is kind of where we start blurring some lines and we start dividing folks into camps. But if you're like a true Scrum team, then you should be able to do the entirety of this story. That individual, that developer, should be able to do like a little bit of the obviously the development part of it, but they should be able to do their own testing, right? And that's kind of where Agile falls into play, is where that one individual, that developer, does the ops as well, right? Hence, we have DevOps. But a lot of teams don't operate like that. A lot of teams are bigger, and they usually have dedicated resources for different parts. We have a designer, we have a tester, we have a product, right? We have a variety of different members that play different roles. And so when it comes time to estimating, a big mistake that I see a lot of teams do is that they'll take a story, it's already big to begin with, and then there's like 3 or 4 different people that need to contribute to that story. And because of this, because the story is so big, because there's so many more moving parts, then we can't complete our stories in the bounds and the constrictions of the sprint. And this is where we have a lot of bleed and a lot of carryover from one sprint to the other. But it's because, again, we're not following these rules of invest, which is why I wanted to start off with invest first, to kind of get you into that mentality. And so when you are creating your stories, you not only does it need to be estimatable, but you need to consider who is estimating, because that number, that 8, that 13, that 21, that 3, that 5, that 2, that 1, whatever number that person gives you, it should encompass what's going to be done during the sprint. And so if you expect your developer to do both the development and the testing of it, awesome. Just make sure that they understand that. Where things break is if you expect your developer to do the portion of it, they estimate the development aspect of it, but then you have a whole testing section that is just not part of it, right? It's a different individual. Well, you got to be specific there. You got to be very conscious of the fact that if you're going to divide the work into 2 people, then maybe you want to divide the story into 2 stories so that you do have the appropriate estimation, right? Because I just see way too many people estimate just the development part, but they expect the entire life cycle of that story to be completed within the sprint. And so you're given a false sense of reality, a false sense of expectation, really, when you go to estimate your story and you estimate correctly your development aspect of it, but you didn't consider the design or the testing part of it. So keep that in mind, that I'm a big fan of making individualized stories per role. So if I need a design aspect to happen first, I'll create a design story, my development story, and then my testing story. That's my preferred method, and I link them together with the epics. Alternatively, you can say, no, Alex, we want the whole thing to be in the same sprint. So we want a design step, we want a development step, and we want a testing step to be part of our workflow. Awesome. Awesome. I'm totally for it. But this next one, small, is now even more critical for you, right? Because whatever you do now, if you're going to force that all the steps of your workflow have to be completed. So we have to have the design, we have to have the development, we have to have the development testing, we have to have the QA testing, right? Maybe UAT. And if you're saying all of these steps need to be completed before the end of the sprint, awesome, nothing wrong against that. But you got to think much, much smaller, because all of those steps have to be done in 2 weeks for multiple stories. And so your team is going to be stretched very thin. And so now you want to think as small as humanly possible so that you can increase your chances of success with respect to all the different things that need to happen without losing value, without rolling over to the next sprint. And then finally, testable. I think a lot of teams usually don't think about testing. I think a lot of folks focus on the development part of it, right? They focus on, okay, what do we need to build? What needs to get done? Awesome. That part's a little bit more well known. But I would challenge you to think about your testing, right? When you're creating your story, how are you going to test it? And are you defining acceptance criteria? And this is a huge thing. And I would highly recommend that you are leveraging acceptance criteria in all your stories, because what we haven't discussed about is like fields that we put in our stories. Um, and make sure that you have valid and valuable acceptance criteria so that when the story is done, you can do that verification. Does it explode? This should be a test for everything. Yeah. So, fun fact: I used to work in the defense world, and when you have a bug, when you have a bug which is treated the same as a story in the eyes of Jira, right? It follows very similar behaviors and patterns, and when it comes again to rules of Jira, but when you add a bug, my favorite test is always: is anybody going to die? Right? Will it explode? Will we have catastrophic failure? Um, and if the answer is yes, then you drop everything you're doing and fix it, right? And so I like this one. Does it explode? But anyways, folks, that's what invest is, right? So this is what you want to be considering. So hopefully in the chat, let me know. Have you ever thought about it, right? Does this help? Does this give you any perspective? Let me know what you're thinking in the chat, right? Because at the end of the day, you want every story to have like a reason. You want it to have a purpose. You want it to be something that is important for you and your team, right? And it's important for you to think this way. You want to start with why and set these tones of, is this a valuable story? Are we going to get business out of it? Yeah. Okay, cool. Is it estimatable? Right? Can my team confidently give it this a number? Is it small enough? Is it testable enough? Right? And I think that's very, very important that you and your team consider these things here. Now, what else do I want to tell you about invest? Let's see if there's anything else here. So we're gonna get into a little bit more of this. So I'm gonna drop this link actually so you guys can all read through it. It gives you a little bit more on the what's the independent, the negotiable, the valuable. I gave you my perspective. I gave you my 2 cents on it, but there's a podcast here that you can hear about it, and then there's gonna be again a couple more stuff here. So let's drop this into the chat here, and you guys can go take away. Okay. Susan says, great walkthrough, not just what, but also why. Awesome. Do you believe in the golden 1 point story? Not really, but here's gonna be my 2 cents. So let's pause here for a second to talk about, should we estimate stories or not? So here's where shout out to Catapult here and Retros, right? I think this is gonna be another little moment here that I want to have a little heart to heart with you. Nothing's perfect, right? Every team is dynamic. There is no right answer. There's no silver bullet, and there's no magical pill that you can take that's going to make your projects and your team deliver more effectively. Invest will help, right? Having the right mindset, having the right solid understanding of like, okay, so how do we at least make stories that are good? That starts making you move in the right direction. But again, shout out to Retros and Catapult Labs here, because what you ultimately want to do is, you as a team, you want to reflect. You want to look at your process, your individuals that are on your team, and go, where are we going wrong? And this gets really, really tricky because I love retros. I think retros is one of the best things in the world, but I don't think we're trained, especially when you have technical team members. Human people skills are not really high on our skill board, right? And so it's very easy to turn a retrospective into some sort of a blame game, right? And once your retrospectives turn into a blame game, retrospectives lose their value. But the only way to really understand, are we trending in the right direction? Is my team doing things correctly or incorrectly, is to have retrospectives. And the reason I'm even bringing up retrospectives is because of this golden 1 point story, right? What I see a lot of teams do is they try story points, but it doesn't work. They don't they just can't, right? They have a lot of challenges. They just can't figure out story points for whatever reason. And so they default to, well, every story is a 1 pointer, right? Because You treat each story as just an individual item unit of one, which is okay, right? Jira actually works for that, right? You can actually do your burn downs based on issue count. And so you treat every story equal. But that's where you get into trouble because not every story is worth 1 point. Now, my 2 cents, my observations, and this kind of adds to the context of the golden 1 point story. I believe that every story, again, these are just my opinions, folks. You can feel free to fight me in the chat if you want. But my personal belief is that every story that you and your team are working on should be a 1, 2, or a 3. And what I mean by that is it shouldn't take more than a couple of days to complete any story. The moment your team members are taking 3 days, 5 days, a week and a half, 2 weeks to complete a story, that story violated that invest principle because that story is just too big, right? It's too big. It's not um estimatable correctly, right? Like it's not the right story. And so I would challenge you to have retrospectives to reflect on what are we doing as a team, because there's and if you haven't taken a agile training or a scrum training, there's a fundamental differences between your sprint demo, sprint review, and your sprint retrospective. The demo is there to validate and verify. I heard you wanted me to build XYZ. I built XYZ. Did we hit the mark? Is what you said and what you put in the acceptance criteria what I built and what I tested against? If the answer is yes, awesome. We move on to the next one, right? But that's what that's what the sprint demo, sprint review is for. When you're looking at your retrospective, you don't really talk about, oh, you built the story wrong, right? Like you built the wrong thing. That's for the demo. In the retrospective, it's like what Ronnie has here, right? It's internal. It's is your team communicating effectively? Did your team challenge, right? Did your team raise their hand and go, I don't understand this, and everybody ignored it, right? Like it's an intra reflection of how your team is operating. I would recommend before you get too far into retrospectives to have team building activities because you want to have a strong team that trusts each other. Because when you don't, when you have some frictions, that little spark is going to turn into a big flame very, very quickly. And you're going to want to turn away from retrospectives, which is then going to make you have crappier stories because you're not going to be thinking about how can we improve as a team. So it's all related. It's all kind of bundled into one dynamic of the team. I feel like you fix team dynamics by having better retros. Sounds like Alex needs a retro lesson featuring a retrospective Master King Bob. Yeah. So let's talk next week after I have a session with King Bob here, and we'll see how our retrospective goes. But retros are fun. I think they're hard. They're challenging. They're hard, right? It's nobody likes to be told that they did something wrong. But this is again why you need good trust on the team. Um, luckily, luckily there's a lot of ways to build trust, and there's a lot of activities and stuff that you can do to get better as a team. Having team powwows, barbecues at your house, those are great ways to build camaraderie, and that really help out when you're doing a retrospective. So take that as it is. Okay, so we're about halfway through here, and we have our good understanding of our stories, specifically when it comes to um, invest principle. So now let's jump into Jira. I'm going to come over here into Jira, and I'm going to create a brand new epic. Now, please ignore the fact that my thing says feature. I did a presentation at Team 25. I decided to rename my epics into features. This is not a Jira thing. Please do not freak out. This is something I intentionally changed on my Jira. I need to make a Jira ticket to fix that. And I got to put it back. But this should say create epic on your side. And so what we're going to do is we're going to create a brand new epic. And I'm going to create an epic that says allow users to manage their profile. And so in my description, right, so we're going to have a business goal, which is let users update personal details to keep their accounts current. So it's a pretty valuable thing to do, especially if you have any kind of a website where a user needs to create an account. You want them to be able to manage their profiles. So we have an epic. Awesome. So what do our stories look like, right? And so here's where we can now start decomposing our stories. And you're going to want to go through this exercise of invest, right? So I'm going to start off with story number 1, and we're going to break it down. So I'm going to hit enter here. And so my very first story here on the right-hand side is, as a user, I want to view my profile details so I can see my current information. Right. Now, this is pretty vague, I think, in my opinion, right? But this is a good step in the right direction where you want to start calling out, well, what information do you want, right? Now, not everything needs to be in the title. So I think there's also a balance that we need to strike between what goes in the title, your summary of the ticket, versus what goes in the description. So, for example, these are some of the things that I would put in the either the description or the acceptance criteria, where we have page loads with existing data, user data, and this includes the name, email, and profile picture. And so when we talk about current information, all I want to do is I want to create the capability so that a user can load a page that includes their name, email, and profile picture. So just those 3 simple things. And so when you take that, right, we can cross-reference that with our independent. Does this story depend on other things? Well, technically, yes. It depends on data. The data needs to exist, right? And so we're either going to link to a previous story that happened already, right? We might have had a story in a previous sprint or 2 that built the database, right? Built the infrastructure. Or B, under this particular epic, we're then going to create a story that says build out database for profile details, right? And so this right here is a data is something that needs to get done as part of this epic. That's probably going to be done by a different team member or a different department, right? Because sometimes your database folks or back end folks are different than the front end folks. Sometimes you're full stack, so it just depends on, again, your team dynamics and how you're all set up there. But I wouldn't want to build the database and build the front end in the same story, because when you start doing that, right, when your description starts including, let's build a database, all the tables, all the schemas that need to happen at the database level, and let's build the front end together in the same story. Well, that's when we start leaving the small, right? This is where we start leaving the testable, because yeah, we can test them both, but we're increasing the scope of that test, right? And so now we need to test databases, and we need to test UIs, and we need to test like um forms and stuff of that nature, right? So our test starts becoming bigger and bigger and bigger, which increases that scope, right? So we want to focus on small. And this is why I'm a huge fan of keeping these as separate stories so that you can test and configure and delegate them independently. Again, not always the best practice when you're coming in from the straight world of Agile, but my recommendations usually come from real world scenarios where typically it's going to be 2 different people doing the work anyways. And I love to assign, we'll talk, make sure you come back next month in May, where we talk about how to groom your backlog and start planning your sprints, right? But I'm a huge fan of assigning. But this is kind of how I would tackle this particular story here, right? So you can see we have, we're making some assumptions, right? We're assuming that the database is already built. So let's just actually move it up for the sake of argument. Let's say that that has been done, right? So we're just going to move this to done. Awesome. So under that epic, we see that the database has been done. So if we just take it at face value, we're building a page that is extracting data from the database that includes the name, email, and profile picture. That's great. That's already done. So it's independent, right? We don't need to depend on anything else because the database has already been created. All the data is already in there, right? Awesome. Now, is it negotiable? Well, what if you want to see the name, the first and last name, right? What if just name is too vague? Well, that's kind of on the negotiation part, right? Like, do we make subtle tweaks to add value to the user, right? Maybe we don't have an ability to update your profile picture. So maybe we want to create a feature story that will allow the user to update their profile picture, right? And so again, you wouldn't want to negotiate and build it into this one because that's increasing the scope significantly, right? Adding key functionality of being able to edit profile pictures, maybe something that's going to take more than a few hours. I would create a new story. But again, the negotiation is, well, what if being able to edit a profile picture is a 20-minute thing, right? Well, in that case, yeah, let's negotiate and let's tweak the scope of the story a little bit, right? So that we can get that win as well. Again, there's no perfect way here, folks. There's no right or wrong way. That beauty is in the eye of the beholder, which again, have those retrospectives, have have your retrospective so that you can tweak and figure out, can my team pivot? And if not, then maybe you don't encourage your team to pivot, right? Estimatable. If I'm a developer, if I'm a front end developer, this should be my bread and butter, right? This should be stuff that I do day in and day out. And I should be able to go, you know what? This sounds just about right. I've done this before. And so you should be able to come down to your story points and give it a 3. Now, with that said, we are going to come back next month and talk about story point values. And so don't freak out if you don't know what a 3 or a 1 or a 2 are. This is going to play a critical role in next month's session as well. But let me give you a teaser. Let me show you what I think about story points. Now, this is not something you should take to heart. These are one man's opinions, and I'm saying this because boy, do I get a lot of hate when it comes time to talking about story points. So let me see if I actually have my story points out here somewhere. I might not have them. Let's see if I actually have them. Bear with me. Let's see. Do I have story points? I have that. Team operations, workflows. Oh boy, I do not have my story points in this one. Well, how about we build it out? Let's talk about story points. Actually, I have it in Miro. So if everybody can give me 1 second, let me go to my Miro. This is a long time ago that I built this. So let me see if I can even log into my Miro. I really got to bring it into my Jira here. Wow, it's been a minute since I logged into Miro. It's been hopefully this works. I'm not 100% sure that I'm going to walk into the right Miro. Everybody give me a second. I'm logging into Miro off screen and just trying to make sure it does not look like nope, this is definitely not my Miro. I'm gonna have to log in. Okay, so you know what? Let's just build it here. Let's put an example here. We're gonna talk about story points since I'm gonna need it for next month anyways. Story points. Here's what I recommend to you all folks. You all need to have a solid understanding of story points because when you're estimating each story, which again, we're gonna go through the dynamics of estimation again in the next session. But I want you to be thinking about story points because estimating inside of Jira is very, very important. I think again, a lot of teams change this. A lot of teams are freaked out by story points and skip it altogether. Sounds like Alex needs a retro lesson featuring a red. Oh, sorry. What scope creeps favorite dance move? The backlog shuffle. What if I prefer t-shirt sizing? So let's talk about that. So let's do this. Story points versus t-shirts, t-shirt sizing, right? And here's my 2 cents. Okay. I like to put story points on my story, on my task, and my bug. And I realized I made this way too big. Okay. I like to put t-shirt sizing on my epics. That's my philosophy. And so what does t-shirt sizing look like for me? Well, I like to do the following. I'm going to put 2 triangles here or 2 rectangles. Here we go. So we're going to create one. I hate gray. I don't know why Atlassian always picks gray for everything. Right. And so for your story points, we're going to zoom in here. We have a 1, a 2, a 3, a 5, an 8, a 13, and a 21. That is tiny. Okay. How to make you bigger? Here we go. Heading 1. That is still not big enough. Okay. Oh boy, Atlassian, we need a new feature here. We need to be able to make our colors bigger here. Okay, so a story point of 1 to me, that's usually a like 30 minutes to an hour, super fast, easy. Everything is known, right? You should know everything, right? It shouldn't take you maybe 30 minutes, a few minutes, an hour, 2 hours tops. It should be quick, right? You should be able to look at a story. You should be able to look at any story that's a 1 and just go, yes, I know how to do this. Right? Without a shadow of a doubt, that is something you've done so many times. You can do it in your sleep. Your 5-year-old can do it. Everybody can do it. It's just so simple, so easy. You have everything you need. And you can just simply look at a story and in your gut, in your pit of your gut, you go, yes, I know how to do this. Okay. Without an ounce of a doubt. That's a 1. When you can have that, right? If you all make peanut butter and jelly sandwiches, and I ask you, can you make me a peanut butter and jelly sandwich, and estimate how long it's going to take you to make a peanut butter and jelly sandwich, that should be a 1. If you've been making peanut butter and jelly sandwiches since you were a little kid, and now you're an adult, and you've had years and years and years and years and years and years of practice making peanut butter and jelly sandwiches, then you should very easily be able to estimate how long it takes you to make a peanut butter and jelly sandwich. Okay, so but notice that I'm doing a hybrid here. Notice that I have a hybrid between time and complexity. Fast, 30 minutes, and complexity is super fast, super easy, right? Everything is known. The complexity levels are the lowest possible complexity you can possibly have, right? Now, as we get into the 2, right, we get into a couple of hours, right? It's fast, easy, but I have a couple of unknowns, right? You're going to have to figure something out. But it's still fast. It's still easy. You know what? I'm going to change this to I may have a couple of unknowns, right? But a 2 is going to be like, you're almost there, but you know it's going to take you a couple of hours, right? You're going to need, maybe it's something you come in and do first thing in the morning, and by lunch, we're done, right? Again, super easy. Well, maybe not super easy, but it's still easy. It's still going to be fast, and it's going to take you a couple of hours, right? But that's the sweet spot, right? And then the 3s are going to be like about a day or 2 to complete, right? So it's going to be slower now, right? It's going to be easy-ish, right? We start getting a little bit harder. We start getting a little bit more complex, right? And we have some unknowns. We have some unknowns, right? And we just don't know, right? We things start getting a little bit more fuzzy. The things start getting a little bit more blurry, and you have a couple of dots. You know that there's dots there. You know that you're missing some dots, but you have an idea. You have a good sense of direction. You kind of know what you're gonna go do, but you know you're gonna need at least a day or 2. You're gonna have to talk to some people, but we're adding complexity, right? And so this is how you think about this. Now we'll come back and finish this in the future in next month's session, right? But what I want to leave you off with is you should also have the 21, right? Which means full sprint, right? You need the whole time, you need all of it, right? Not easy at all, super complex, too many unknowns. I have no idea what I'm doing, right? And when your team gives you a 21, that is for you to go, okay, we need to break this down. Now, Ronnie brings up a controversial option here. Any story 13 or above hasn't sufficiently been broken down. Yeah, so I would agree, right? I would say if we start kind of finishing this build out, right, you're going to see that, okay, so I changed my mind. Maybe we do build them all out. We got 10 minutes, right? And so I would say this is going to be a half a sprint, right? This is going to be like let's see. So we got 2 to 3 days, 1 to 2 days. This is going to be 3 to 5 days, right? This 3 to 5 days, sprint and a half, right? So we're talking like 5 to 7 days, and then the most of sprint here is going to be, the 7 to 10 days that the sprint is, and then the 21 is like full sprint, right? So anything that's going to take most of this, I can't even spell sprint. Anything that's going to take most of the sprint, if not the entire sprint, which is again that 13, that 21, that to me, my friends, is trouble. That is yelling trouble. And so when you're creating your stories and your story here, right, and the description that you put in your title and your description, your acceptance criteria, if your team's coming back and going, this is going to be a 21, you need to stop. That is a full stop and go, what is up with this story? What about this story is so complex, so ambiguous, so causing so many dependencies and unknowns that you feel the developer compelled to give me the highest possible number we have. And that right there is, again, you're clear. We need to stop this particular story and figure out how do we break it down. Now, I will call BS on teams that say we can't break stories down. I think if you are coming from the camp of, oh, our stories are just this WYSIWYG, what you see is what you get, we can't break it down anymore, because to break it down makes it illogical. Well, again, I would say maybe maybe talk to your team and have a retrospective because that should not be the case. You should be able to you should always be able to break something down. Um, I don't see there being opportunities where a story is so complex that you can't break it down. Like you should always be able to break these things down. Okay. So that's that one. So now where does t-shirt come into play, right? So again, I have my story points are for stories, tasks, and bugs, and then my t-shirt sizings for epics. So I treat my epics very similar. So I'm gonna put something like this. So I do extra small /1. I do a small /2. I do a medium /3. I do a large /5. I do an extra large /8, an extra extra large /13. And then if you're like Fluffy, we got the triple XL. Then that's like, whoa. If you guys have ever seen, no, Fluffy says, dang. Right? So if you're like Fluffy, you want to be very, very careful with those triple XLs, right? Because your team is just crying for help at that point if they're giving you anything that's that big. So this is how we do t-shirt sizing versus my story points. But again, I like to put this. The reason I like to do the t-shirt sizing at the t-shirt size or at the epic level is because you have a lot more unknowns, right? When you're creating just the epic, right? If we go back to our example over here, allow users to manage their profile as an epic. You're like, what the heck? Like, what do I got to do here? We don't know yet, right? You need to have some discovery. You need to have some architecture review meetings. You need to sit down with your technical leads and figure it out. But if you're estimated at the beginning, at the inception of an epic, it's hard. And so everything, in my opinion, is like an extra large or bigger, right? Epics are supposed to be big. It's in their name, epic, big. And so that's that. Okay. So that's kind of how we break these up, right? So my recommendation would be you want to add your stories, right? You want to add your stories here and you want to just continue to add stories and you want to, just be tactical with this, right? Take advantage um, of your acceptance criteria. Take advantage of your description to add information into these stories so that you can have valuable stories that are going to benefit your team, right? And so I'm just going to add a couple more here because next month, what we're going to do is we're going to take these stories that we're creating and we're going to learn how to rank them. We're going to learn how to work with them in our backlog because right now you'll notice that I'm in the timeline view. I haven't gone into my backlog just yet. We're going to go into the backlog. That's something that's coming. Again, make sure you subscribe to the channel here if you haven't subscribed yet, right? But we're gonna take these items here and we're gonna break them down, and we're breaking them down right now, right? But you need to have breaking them down because guess what? Epics don't go into your backlog at all, and so everything needs to be either a story, a task, or a bug. All right. And so last couple of things here that as we start winding down is what's the difference then between a story and a task? And because when you hit the create button, Jira gives you the option to create a story, task, and a bug, right? And I want you to go back and remember about that valuable thing. When you're creating something that you expect your team to deliver, when you know that your team's gonna make money, right? The business is gonna make money. That is what I like to define as my story. When you have something that you know your team needs to do, it's a necessary evil, something that needs to be completed, right? So to allow users to manage your profile, right, you need to stand up. Um, Rodney, what's your favorite type of database? I'm gonna go with it's Postgres, but Rodney, please let me know if Postgres is not your favorite um, type of database. But let's just say we're gonna set up a Postgres, right, DB for managing user profiles, right? Notice that this right here is a task. Now you may be asking, well, Alex, what's the difference between this task and this story to build out the database? Well, one of them is literally standing it up, is installing, right? One of them is going to be install the Postgres on a server, right? Maybe you gotta set up whatever AWS options are given to you from a database perspective, right? But the activity is that you got to do the thing where you actually buy the product, right? Over here, we're building the tables. We're building the relationships that you got to put into your database, right? And so one can be more valuable than the other. It's really up to you. You could treat them as stories, you can treat them as tasks, but this is why you should have good definitions, because when it comes time to, Alex, should something be a story, should something be a task, it's super critical that you have a good definition built in that works for you and your team. How you define those, again, I will point you back to the retrospectives so that you can see what works or doesn't work for you and your team, and you make a determination there. Okay, so I think that's kind of where we want to be at. Oh, one last thing, bottom up versus top down. So everything I've been showing you right now is bottom up. Oops, scratch that. Scratch that last second. Everything I've been teaching you right now is top down. We start with the epic, and we're building the tree down. What happens, folks, if you jump into a project and you already have stuff in your backlog, but no epics? Right? What happens when we have just a bunch of stories and tasks and bugs already in Jira, but we don't have an epic? Well, the first question is, should every story, task, or bug have an epic? And the answer is it depends. Here's my 2 cents on epics versus stories. At the end of the day, the story is what your developer, what that individual contributor is going to do. Okay. The story, I'm going to repeat that one more time. At the end of the day, the story, the task, or the bug, that is what you assign to an individual, and that is what actually gets built. Okay. You actually do that, right? This is the thing that actually gets completed by the person is going to be that story, that task, or that bug. The epic is a container. It's a way to group your stories together. And so a different way that I like to describe that is that your epic gives your stories purpose, which is why what we begin with at the beginning, which was, let's talk about why, right? The epic gives your stories, why are we doing this? What's the purpose of this particular story? And so it's totally cool to just have stories or tasks in Jira that just exist. The world's not going to end. But you got to ask yourself, what is the point of this story or task? And if we don't tie it to an epic, why is my team investing time, energy, calories, and effort into this particular task or story if I don't have a clear direction upstream to its intended purpose? And so I'll leave you with that as like food for thought, right? Like, you want to challenge yourself. If you're saying, Alex, well, not all my stories or tasks have to belong to an epic, and I'm like, cool, but then why do you have the epic? I mean, sorry, why do you have the story? Why does that story exist, right? And so as Tyler here says, right, like, it gives your stories purpose, right? Because at the end of the day, money, time, resources, right? Your developers are a finite resource. Your money is a finite resource. Your schedule is a finite resource. You don't want to waste it, right? You don't want to waste it just building stuff and being busy. I mean, you can, but that's when you don't get traction. You want to help add some gravel, right? If you're in that snow or that dirt and you're just spinning your wheels, you want to add some traction, and the epic helps give you some traction. So again, food for thought. I'm not here to sway you one way or another. I would only recommend that you again check out those retrospectives, right? Do a retrospective and figure out what works for you and your team, and kind of go from there. So what are we going to be learning today? So we're gonna learn how to prioritize and refine, or in reverse, we're gonna learn how to refine and prioritize our backlog. But there's a bit of an art to it. And I'm gonna give you the tips and tricks that I personally use to accomplish this, because Jira gives us a lot of tools, and Jira gives us a lot of features that we might not always put together in our minds to orchestrate the monumental art form that is refining and prioritizing your backlog. So we're going to be actually looking at stuff that I use on a daily basis to manage the teams that I work with. And it starts with and involves components, epics, fixed versions, priorities, ranks. And again, all of these things, you might have heard of them independently, but I'm going to show you how they all come together and work in some sort of harmony and synchronization to give you a better picture and a better narrative and understanding of what should you be working on next. And so let's get out of here, and we'll come back to that offer. So again, make sure you stay until the end, and we're jumping into Jira. So let me give you a little bit of a recap. But before I do, I just want to say hello to Aaron. So hey, Aaron, here's one of our Atlassian legends, is what I call him. So glad that he's here to learn, although Aaron's the one that's supposed to be teaching me. Okay, so here we are inside of our Jira Scrum project. And just to give you a little bit of a background, last month in April, we populated this backlog, right? And so I walked you through how to go through the timeline, how to decompose these epics into stories. And so once you did all that decomposition, we followed that in best principle and all that good stuff. We have a backlog. We have a bunch of work that needs to get done. And we're going to start off with some of the tips here that I use very often to help me figure out what should we work on next, because that is very, very important, right? Knowing what's next, what stories are ready are going to be very, very key to this. And so the first trick that I like to do is going to be, and we've already done this, right? Because if you've been following along since last month when we did start with the timeline, then you've already done the very first step. And the very first step is we want our stories or our tasks or even our bugs for that matter. We want as many. This is not a hard set rule. These are all suggestions at the end of the day. But we want as many stories, tasks, and bugs as possible to be connected, linked using that parent field to an epic. And this is going to help us categorize our stories because not every story is created equal. And fill in every time I say story, it's a task and a bug as well, right? It's that level 0 issue type. Excuse me, work type. Thank you, Atlassian, for changing everything. Liz, welcome, 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 Liz. Thank you so much for tuning in. And Rodney is not trolling today because he's about to leave for doctor appointments. So he's punting the trolling off to somebody else. So thank you, Rodney, for keeping me in your thoughts and making sure that your duty has been fulfilled here. All right. So our epic is going to help us group things together. Now, the epic is going to help us in more than just a grouping, because even though we're bucketizing everything, as you can see here on my right-hand side, everything is very color-coded. That's awesome. But the epic also is rankable. And what do I mean by rankable? Well, if we go back to our timeline and we look at our epics from this perspective, this timeline is ranked. And what that means is I can move the order of things up and down. And so I can grab this JFSMC. Wow, use good keys, folks. That's what happens when you have crappy keys, right? I can move this up. Right? And now you can see that JFSMCP-2 is more important than JFSMCP11. Okay. This is important, folks. Ranking your backlog and ranking your epics is going to convey an order of importance. And as a general rule of thumb, and if you're taking anything away from this session, rank and then being able to tell your team that top to bottom is how we should look at importance of work is a very critical thing to have. Okay. And we're going to talk more about ranking in the future. This is just at the epic level. Okay. But what this allows us to do is it allows us to set the priority of the epics. And this becomes a little bit more trivial because as you see here, we have dates. We have dates that tell us when things should happen. And so we can now use the roadmap that we're working with our product managers. We can use our start and end dates at that epic level. We can see priorities and we can see releases, which again, they're all going to come in together in just a few seconds. But we can use a combination of all these different levers that are available to us to paint the narrative as to what epics or what items need to be done first. And so let's assume that this is the order, right? And when we have 2, 1, 3, and 11 in order, something magical will happen. So when I go to my backlog, you'll notice that my epics haven't been rechanged, right? They're all in the exact same order that they were before I went to the timeline. But over here, under this feature, again, yours is going to say epic. I messed up my Jira at Team 25. I haven't fixed it. But yours should say epic here. And if you click on that, you're going to see, notice the numbering. No, I'm going to zoom in here for everybody here so you guys can all see. But notice that the number is 2, 1, 3, 11. I'm going to show the feature panel again. Yours should say epic. I should really fix that, right? But you'll notice that we have 2, 1, 3, and 11. And let's assume that 11 became more important. Well, because we can rank our epics in that timeline, I can move it up to the top. And now when I go back to my backlog and I look at my epics again, you're going to notice that 11 is at the top again, right? And if I expand the panel, 11 is at the top. And folks, this is very important, right? Because this now tells us we can now click, right? We can click on that particular epic at the top, and everything else in the backlog hides, and we zoom in and focus just on the most important epic that needs to get done. And if that was the only way to prioritize your work, we'd be done, but there's a lot more levers, right? But this is just one of them. And I just wanted to show you this trick that in case you weren't aware, you can rank your epics in the timeline, kind of lay them out by based on dates, right? Based on what negotiated dates your product managers, your product owners have basically figured out. And then you kind of just put them, those big ticket items, those big features, those big capabilities, big epics, you put them in the right order based on those expectations. And once you have that affair in order, then when you go into your backlog, like I said, you'll be able to see them in the order over here. And again, this is going to be lever number one that we're going to be able to pull in order to help us figure out what is the most important thing that we should be working on. Now, Liz says, Alex has also achieved what is known intuitive functionality, a key component of accessibility with digital content. One of my major concerns. This is brilliant. Thank you, Liz. We'll see if I can keep it up. Okay, so that's lever number one. Lever number one is the epic, but again, we can't just have one because the world of prioritization is very, very multifaceted. There's so many different data points, so many different signals coming in. Okay. And so the next item that you want to look at, aside from your epic, is a version. Okay. When are things expected to go out from a release perspective? And we see that in our timeline. When we go back to our timeline, we can see that there's a 2025 Q1 release that should have happened at the end of March, March 31st. Okay. Now we have bad dates, but keep in mind, just bear with me as we deal with our out of date dates. Okay. But we have a release, and this is important too, because now when we go to our backlog, not only do we have our epics here, but to the left of it, we also have our versions. So we could show everything that is slated for that version. Now, as you can see here, I don't have many stories. In fact, I don't have any stories slated for that release. But that's okay, because what you normally want to do is you want to make a couple of releases. You want to have a couple of releases available. And so what I'm actually going to do is I'm going to find my releases because Atlassian decided to move them all on me. And I'm going to create another one, and I'm going to call this 2025 Q2 release. And when you're creating a release, by the way, the start date is less important, but the end date is definitely the most important feature here. And so make sure you get a good end date, right? But now that I have a couple of releases available, when I go back to my backlog and I expand my panels, I will see that Q1 release and that Q2 release. And all I need to do is work with my product managers, work with my product owners, work with whoever owns the roadmap, and classify these stories into which release they need to be in, right? And this is going to do a couple of things. One, not only the epic, not only should you be doing this for the epic, so you understand what needs to be done and when. And folks, I'm randomly doing this. You would want to actually do this with a little bit more cognitive thought, right? You don't want to just randomly put things into a release. But you can see that the idea generally here is you can very easily drag and drop, put things into a release. And when you do, when you put your stories into a release, you will notice that in addition to that epic we've been talking about here in the colors, Jira's also now going to show you which release it's in. And very similar to the epics, if we click on a single release, it'll hide everything else. So now we can do a combination of like what's in Q1 release and what's in the most important epic. And we're down to two things that absolutely have to make it into your sprint. You all see how this is starting to come together? Hopefully you're following along. If there's any questions, right? If some of this is not being clear to you, please, please, please use that chat so that I can back it up and re-explain something. But this is like a combination of how we're taking in our versions and we're taking in our epics. But the fun doesn't stop there. We're going to pull in yet another feature, yet another capability that's built into Jira, one that I think is an underrated feature, right? But we're going to turn everything back on. just so you can kind of see this, right? So we have our backlog, all 11 items are in there. We have our release, we have our epics, but now we're going to fold in our components. Now, let me give you a little bit more situational awareness, if you will, so that you can kind of go, okay, so when do I use an epic? When do I use a fixed version? When do I use a component? Okay, so think of the epic as a big bucket, okay? Epics are big capabilities, big functionalities, features that you want to deliver to your customer. So, in conjunction with your product owners, your product managers, there should be some sort of a big picture roadmap that they're advertising to the customer, so that the customer knows when to expect certain capabilities or features to be delivered by. So those are what your epics are going to be. Your epics should really have a start and an end date and some sort of a commitment, so that you know when to deliver those, or at least when your customer is expecting that. So that's lever number one. Lever number two is on those releases, right? So we put the release, these are lines in the sand that we draw in Jira, and say, okay, all of this work has to be done by this date. And so normally you're going to ask yourself, well, what's the difference between the epic and the release? Well, the from an epic perspective, you can have one or many epics all be part of a release, because unless you're like Netflix, who ships like 1,000 times a day, right? Or Jira, who's being updated 1,000 times a day, you're not just going to release one little improvement, right? You're not going to go fix a typo on your website and push it to production and call it a day, right? Like normally you're going to want to bundle a bunch of work and ship that. And that, my friends, is the release, right? And so a release is going to have one or multiple, like 2, 3, 5, 10 epics that are part of that release. And so those dates, even though mine are kind of small, you're going to probably have 2, 5, 7 epics that are part of a release. And so that's how those two are correlated. And so hopefully epics are clear now. Hopefully versions and releases are clear. Now, the next element is our component. And so in Jira, normally the component is, again, a very underrated feature. It's a very underrated capability, one that doesn't even load in Jira, as you can see here. So let me do a quick refresh here and see what's going on with my Jira. But your components is something that you should definitely take advantage of. Now, unfortunately, and I love Atlassian, folks, as much as I bash on them, I really do like them, but this is unacceptable here. This should be working in my Jira. But the biggest thing here, and probably what's going on, is it's looking for my compass, which is probably broken. Um, and unfortunately, Atlassian made a change recently that moved everything to Compass. Compass is a separate product made by Atlassian that essentially allows your developers to create the components. And so components are a very integral part of software development. Not all code is created equal either. And you have to have some sort of a compartmentalization of the code that you write. And components is a great way to compartmentalize all your different code architectures and everything else, right? Now, I have no idea why this is not working. This is supposed to be working. Let's try this one last time here. If not, I'm going to go to a different project, but I might skip it for now. At least let me see what I can do here. No, definitely not. Don't use team managed projects. Let's see if it works in another one. It might just be that my compass is like busted. Okay. So we're going to pause here. We're going to pivot. I'm going to go into a different Jira. Okay. Just so I can show you the components over here. Okay. So this is a different Jira. I have a different backlog. I want to show you what the components look like here, because you really do want to use components. Okay. And so, or is components broken? Did we find a problem? Is anybody in the chat? Let's take a quick little pause here. Can you all pull up your components in Jira? Because this is weird. Either I lost internet or components is down. Can anybody confirm? Anybody else check their Jiras? We're going to take a quick little pause here. Go check your Jira. Check on your Jira and tell me if your components are working. We might have found Bart, you're on DC. That's not fair. Amy says not working for me either. Oh, okay. So we have Spectrum. If you have Spectrum, it's been yeah. So I do have Spectrum, and yeah, we're having some problems here. But it sounds like components is down. I love this. Atlassian, we found a problem. So normally this is great. So normally on the Jira Life, we start a emergency episode. Ooh, it loaded. Okay, cool. It loaded. So we're gonna be able to continue. But in case you're new to the cloud, yesterday I was on a call and people were asking me like, "Hey, how do we check the logs of Jira?" And I'm like, well, in the cloud, you have logs, but really you go to status.atlassian.com, I believe is the URL, and so you can see that we have an active incident. And so we're gonna go through here. There's some cases of degraded performance across Jira just opened up, and we're definitely having some problems. Hmm. Northern California. Okay. So Jira is not okay right now, folks. There's some degraded performance. We can see that there's some information here. For all you folks in the data center, bless your souls, but this is what happens when you're in the cloud. Okay, so the component's working here. I'm going to give it one last shot. Okay, so it looks like it loaded. So I'm going to come back over here and see if I can continue my story because I don't want to deviate. I'm going to give it a second here to load. But while this one loads, I'm going to come back to this component that is working and kind of give you a little bit of information. So the first thing you want to do, the first thing you want to make sure, especially if you're in the cloud, is you're going to default to Compass. And you want to turn that off. You want to turn that off real quick because if your company's not doing software development, or if your software developers are not actively using Compass to manage and track your components, this is not going to help you. So you want to turn that off. So make sure you just click up here. It'll say Compass components. Turn that feature off. Let Atlassian know to stop spreading propaganda. That's usually what I tell them. Okay, so once you turn that off, you're going to have the regular tried and true Jira components. And if you're on data center, then this is the components you've always lived and grew up with. So you shouldn't have any problems there. Okay, so you want to create some components. And the best way that I like to describe what is a component, when you look at an architecture diagram, so if you were to do a system architecture diagram, right? When you look at somebody's code base, right, and you're like, okay, we have an authoring tool, we have a Moody over here, we have a connection database, an item blank. Each one of these boxes, in my opinion, is a component, right? And so as you look at your system, as you look at what's your system made up of, what makes up your system, right? Oops, these things are not going to work for me, right? These are the things that oh boy, come on. Oh, somehow I ended up on my wife's Pinterest. Okay, interesting. Anyways, as you look at each box in your components and your architecture diagrams, these are the things that should become components. Your web application, your ETL process, right? Your web services over here, your site browser summarizer, whatever this is, right? All of these boxes, different boxes in your architecture diagram, those become your components. And so you want to just make sure you put components in Jira. And thankfully, this loaded up for me. And again, we're going to tell Atlassian, stop changing this. And so what you want to do is if you're not using components, you want to start using components because like I said, you want to break your system down into all the different subsystems that are essentially part of your system, okay? And so my particular application, let me hit oh shoot, I do not want to leave. Okay, so we're just going to make up a component here. And usually I have like a web interface, right? Your UI, that's usually a component, right? Because there's going to be code that is dedicated just to the UI of your system. You can put in a description. The cool thing about a component, you can also assign it to an individual. So you can give it to somebody, maybe your architect, right? The senior person, the lead. And so you can actually assign and know who's responsible for this particular part of the code. And you can hit on save on that. And so you want to create your components, right? You want to create your databases, right? You want, again, you can give it to different leads. These are all optional. You don't need to, but you want to have a few components, right? So we have our web, we have our database, we have our API call system, right? So again, I'm just making stuff up, but eventually you want to have a few components, okay? This is going to be critical because when you're looking at your backlog, when you're looking at all the work, your code is going to touch different parts of the system. And so you want to basically start calling out what system is this code going to impact, or is this task going to impact? Okay. And so you're going to come over here and we have this story here called, as a customer, I want to see the live location of food trucks on a map. I decided where to go. So this to me yells, we're going to need all three. So we're going to need API, we're going to need database, we're going to need web. Okay. And so now we can call out that this is going to impact 3 potential parts of the system. And it helps when you're doing like peer reviews and you're looking at you're reviewing your code. You can go, okay, so where's this API call? Where's the database call, right? Like you can now kind of guide yourself that way. But it doesn't have to be all of them, right? You could very easily just pick a single component and go, okay, this is going to be the web, right? And what I'm going to do here is I'm just going to randomly pick random components just to kind of drive the point home. I'm not being again, cautious or particular about anything, but when you're doing this in the real world, you want to, for sure, uh, talk with your architects, right? This is where you, as a Scrum Master, you have opportunities to really sit down with your technical leads, with your architects, and really figure out, what are we trying to build here? What are y'all trying to build here? Because let's face it, as a Scrum Master, you're probably not building anything, right? And so you want to fill out these components here. And I'm just going to do like one more just for fun. And then we're done. Okay. But you may be asking, Alex, well, how do we know what component we have? Well, that's a great question. That is a very great question. And Jira normally does not show us the component on the board. And so what you're going to want to do is you're going to want to add the component to one of the fields that you can see here. Okay. And so here's what we're going to do. So you're going to go to your board settings. And if you're in the new UI, board settings is now on the left. It's not on the right like it used to be, but now it's on the left. You're going to go to your board settings. And then we want to go to our layout. And we want to go to, oh boy, why did they change these things on me? We're going to go to card layout. Okay. And when you're in card layout, you get two sections. You have a backlog and an active sprint. If you're in Kanban, you get something very similar as well. And you can add up to 3 fields. And so one of the components one of the fields that I'm going to add is going to be my components. So I'm going to click on components. I'm going to click on save. Now, if you want to, you can also add it to the active sprint. I find that it's less important, but if you want to, you can duplicate the effort and put the components in both. But when you do that, when you add your components, you're going to see that Jira here, maybe you have to refresh your screen. So let's do a quick refresh. There it is. We can now see our components. Okay. And so that's really good. So now we can see our components and we can see each story is impacting which component. Now, where does this make the most sense? My 2 cents. This is how I've ran multi-million-dollar projects. Your components are going to come in real clutch. They're going to come in real important when you have bugs. You want to know which system is being impacted by which bug. And so at the story level, if you might be like, I don't need it. I'll give you that debate. But at the bug level, if you're tracking bugs, you should be associating every bug that your team is dealing with every system that's in your architecture and figuring out this particular bug is impacting which part of my system. Because ultimately, very similar to this, right? Notice that Atlassian kind of breaks down their these are components, folks. These are Jira's components. They have a viewing content, create and edit. These are capabilities, but they're really components. They're parts of the system that Atlassian's calling out. These are not working, right? And so when you use components and your code or your project doesn't work, you can now start basically fine tuning and pinpointing. Here's where my problem is. It's here, right? And it's harder to do if you don't use something like your component. So there is a tremendous amount of value, my opinion, of leveraging the component to classify not only your stories and tasks, but especially your bugs. And again, my 2 cents, but this is why you're all here, right? To hear my propaganda. But that's how I use it. And it helps a lot because now we can create filters and dashboards for each component. We can track each bug. And trust me when I tell you, it helps with your execution a lot. Okay. So we have our components, we have our fixed versions, we have our epics. Now what? Well, notice that up here, we do not have components. So Jira doesn't let us search or filter by component, but we do have something called a quick filter. And so what we are allowed to do is if we go back to our board settings, we're allowed to go back to our layout and create quick filters. And so I can create a component for my API system, right? Where components equals my API. So when I do that, I've essentially created a quick filter that allows me to, whoops, as I'm in my backlog, it allows me to just simply click on a button and see my API systems. And so, folks, this is where it all comes together. We can prioritize which system needs to go live first. We can prioritize which part of the whole architecture we're going to focus on, right? Because again, you can't boil the ocean, and it's much easier to focus your resources into a particular part of the problem. And so we can click on one component. We can then pick the most important epic, and then we can pick the most important release. And then we can go, okay, what story needs to go there? Now, unfortunately, I don't have any stories. So what we're going to do is we're going to cheat, and we're going to do this. We're going to add this component API to this story. And so now when I click on that, Jira is going to come back and go, okay, Scrum Master, this story should be the most important story because it's part of the epic that is up next on a feature we want to deliver. It's in a release that we want to ship next, and it's part of a system that is a high priority. You see how those three systems start coming together, folks? In the chat, have you ever done something like this? What do you normally use? I'm kind of curious because this is just how I've been doing it for like the last 8 years. But now we can start narrowing down, right? We can start narrowing out of all of the work in our backlog because we've put all these labels in air quotes on our stories and tasks and our bugs. It's very easy to start like weeding out all the noise, right? You can kind of filter the noise out and just focus on the important stuff. But we're not quite done yet because even with all this stuff in here, Jira still gives us more features. And we're going to talk about two more things, two more methods that you have available to you. Actually, we're going to talk about three that are going to be available for you to, again, when you plan your sprint, you want to be the most ready. And so that's what we're building up to. So we got features / epics. We have the versions. We have components. The next one is the priority field. Now, most of you might take your priority field for granted because in Jira, every time you hit the create button, every time you create any story, any task, any epic, whatever it is, it automatically is set to a priority. And unless you actively go in and change it, you might have missed it that everything's being set to this medium priority, which dilutes the effectiveness of the priority. So I urge you and your team to come up with a good set of definitions as to what each priority level means to you, because not every priority is created equal. Okay. No, sorry, let me rephrase that. Not every story is created equal. And this is kind of the theme of this training, right? And so some work, it's especially true when we're talking about bugs, right? When you have bugs in your backlog, there's going to be bugs that are, if you don't fix them now, people will die. Little graphic, little extravagant, but I come from the defense world and I come from military world, and if you have a critical bug, people can die, right? And so I take my bugs and my priorities very, very serious. Okay. Um, Aaron here sets his priority goal to low or lowest, then use the priority to help categorize the importance. So very good point. Yeah. So one of the things, so to piggyback on what Aaron's saying here, is one of the defaults from Jira is that everything's a medium. I would change it. I kind of like what Aaron's saying here, right? So change it so that low or lowest is the default priority, so that you're kind of forced to set up a better priority, right? Because if you just leave medium, then your backlog's going to look like this, where it's all mediums, and this is not going to help anybody, right? And so you want to leverage the fact that you have those priorities there, especially with bugs, folks. Especially with bugs, you should know exactly what is a critical or highest. People are gonna die, right? You should know what high is. You should know what medium is, low and lowest, right? You should have very, very good definitions of each of these priorities, because when you pull them into your backlog, right? When you're trying to pull in your sprint, you're gonna leverage those priorities to help you make a determination. For example, if I have a bug, why don't I not have bugs here? What happened to my bug? Oh, Jira. Do you not know that I'm doing a live stream and that I need my Jira to work? Okay, so I do have bugs. So why aren't you working? All right, let's try that again. There we go. So if I have a bug, right, and it says system is catching on fire, That's a problem, right? We want to increment our priority to highest. We don't necessarily need to tie it to an epic. We don't necessarily need to put it on a release, although we're probably going to want to do a hot fix at this point, right? And good idea to put it in, well, which system is on fire, so we can call out the component, right? So this is probably a good idea to say, well, this is part of component web interface. Okay, so good idea to call out which component, which system's on fire, right? But again, you don't need to put it to a release. Although you are, again, like I mentioned, you're probably going to do a hot fix, right? You're probably going to branch your code and fix this immediate problem right away. But the important takeaway is that you have the highest priority. Now, we're going to talk about ranking in a few minutes here. So notice that when I set the priority to highest, it didn't actually move it, right? It's just classified as the highest. And this is important for a couple of reasons. Number one, because we have a good definition of what priorities are, right? Because we know that highest means literally lives are at stake. Then we know that we need to bump this story up above everything else. Or in this particular case, it's a bug, right? And this is good because bugs are a Scrum Master's kryptonite. And by leveraging your priority field correctly, you can make a determination of how important is this bug? How important is it to disrupt the flow? Because stories and tasks you have a lot of control over, right? You can negotiate a story, you can negotiate a task. It's a discussion, it's a negotiation between your scrum masters, your project managers, your leads, your product managers, right? It's a negotiation. But the bugs, nobody plans and wakes up to have a bug in the morning. And plans are really what's gonna mess up your whole plan more than anything else. So well, keep with me, folks. We'll come back to the priority here and the bug specifically when I start a sprint, right? But this is very, very important. Make sure you are putting priorities on your work because, again, not all work is created equal. And especially when you're dealing with bugs, you want to clearly and easily identify which bugs are going to cause you millions, if not billions of dollars. Look at Boeing 737 falling out of the sky. There was a bug in their code. They didn't do anything about it. Planes fell out of the sky, right? So again, it's a severe thing. It's an interesting picture that I'm painting for y'all, but one that needs to be painted so you can understand the severity of the priority. All right. Liz says I'm a really visual human and procedural. So when I'm planning sprints, I use Jira plus Lucid. I don't use Confluence whiteboards, but you can use that too. Yeah. Lucid's more powerful than Confluence whiteboards, but yeah, I'm pretty visual too. And the cool thing is you can do a lot of this in a more visual way, specifically like in whiteboards or Lucid. Liz also says the Agile templates in Lucid not cover Scrum, Agile safe, so I can prioritize and shuffle along with the flow chart connectors and have the best fit visual. Yeah. Again, if you're a more visual person, definitely check out something like Lucid. I know Miro does something very similar as well, and so they help you out. Floating point integers, they're a doozy, yes. Okay, so that's a priority, right? So what you're gonna want to do, right, is for every story, for every task, for every bug, especially the bugs, folks. If you can ignore all the advice except the bugs, never negotiate with the bugs here. You want to set your priorities. So again, I'm just gonna randomly pick stuff, but you ultimately want to set these up so that you're aware of like, okay, what is what? Like, where do we stand with all this stuff, right? And leave a couple of mediums, have a couple of highest, right? And it's very important that you have a good mix, right? You should have a healthy balance of different priorities because the other problem you're going to enter is that every story, every task, and every bug that makes it into your backlog, it's somebody's number one priority. So make no mistake, somebody in your company wants that done yesterday, maybe even your customer. And so all work is technically a priority one because I always tell people, I love it, right? So I'm a Jira admin by trade, right? And so people get like I problems get escalated to me at the end of the day. And Aaron, I know you're a Jira admin here as well. Liz, I think yourself as well. So you might find a little humor in this, right? But people escalate the problems to me to fix. But there's always like an emergency, right? There's always a sense of urgency of like, I needed it done yesterday. And my favorite line to tell people is like, I was like, look, by the time something gets to me, it's everybody's priority, right? Like it's your number one priority, but it ain't my number one priority. So I'm gonna address it in the order in which it came in. But somebody somewhere is always running around like Chicken Little with the sky is falling. So you want to be very careful. This is why I said you want to have really, really good definitions of what is a highest, what is a high, what is a medium, because if you leave it to be very subjective, then the loudest person in the room is going to yell the loudest. But you want this to be as objective as possible and go, okay, I hear you. You have a bug. Does it do this, this, and this? And then they say no, and they're like, okay, well, guess what? That's a high. That's not going to be highest. And so you can have those discussions. But if you don't have good definitions for what your priorities are, you're gonna have really hard time. Aaron says we need to prioritize our emergencies, not incoming emergency. Yeah. So have good definitions, folks. I'm speaking from truth here. Okay. So what does this lead us? Where does this get us to? Okay. So we are going to have this scenario, right, where we have a couple of epics and a release and an API system, and we're going to have two bugs. Or sorry, we have two stories that need to be worked based on this requirement. Which story do you think we should work on first? In the chat, should it be number 7 or number 12? Which of these two stories do you think needs to be worked on first? I'm going to use this time to take a water break. But in the chat, I have two stories here that are technically my I know need to happen. But if I can only work or address one of the two stories, which one do you think I need to work on? Like if we only had one developer and they had to fix something in the next 24 hours and they had to pick between these two, which one should I assign to my developer? In the chat, let me know. What do you think? Who's paying attention? Who's got an opinion? Who thinks? Like, it's okay. There's 52 people of you in here. All right. Bart says the first one, because the customer pays the bill. Great analysis. 7. It was meant to be done by March 7th. Perfect. Okay. So this is I didn't, so this is by serendipity. First of all, I'm not going to take credit for this, but this is really important, right? This is where the job as a scrum master becomes really hard when you have a lot of alphas in the room. But facts and data, let facts and data be your friend. When you look at this particular scenario, right, you're going to see, okay, I have the right version, check. I have the right epics, check. I have the right component, check. But now we can go look at our priorities and go, okay, well, technically 12 is higher priority, right? But I love what Bart said. The customer pays the bill. So the customer wants something or somebody else wants something else. Well, that's going to carry some weight, right? That's going to tip the scales one way. But then we also have a due date. Now, traditionally, at least if you're following Agile, you wouldn't put due dates on stories because the due dates are usually governed by your sprint. But you can notice that this one is more critical, is more important because we have a due date, right? We have a date that is like, it's an impeding, like it's a drop dead date. And so you can leverage the due dates in scenarios like this. And I love this, right? And so the only thing left to do is say, well, maybe somebody forgot to, because remember, we have default priorities. Maybe somebody forgot to update the priority when this really should be highest. But now, as you can see, we can have a very objective conversation as opposed to subjective. So Shirag and everybody else in the room here, does anybody want to change their mind? Does anybody was thinking 12 that now wants to think 7? Because your mind, all the data here is telling us that number 7 is the most important thing we should be working on. Okay. But we're not quite done yet, right? We have 15 minutes left, and we know as we zoom in, blinders this way, we know that as we zoom in, that number 7 is the most important story that needs to be done. But let's abstract out. Let's turn off our filters, right? Let's clear all of our filters here. And is number 7 the first item in the backlog? No, it's number 1, 2, 3. It's number 4. And so this then transitions us to our final topic, second to final topic, which is ranking. And so we've already talked about ranking in the timeline, right? Remember I told you that you can move the order in which these items are displayed. Well, guess what? In the backlog, you can also rank your backlog. And so you can move items up and down based on importance. And so in this particular case, I can simply drag and scroll up and drop my story to be at the top. If you don't want to drag and drop because life can be scary when you're doing that, you can also right click and there's a move work item and you can move it to the top of the backlog. Now, if you have something at the top of the backlog that shouldn't be there, you can also right click on it and move it to the bottom. And so you can very quickly move things up and down. And the takeaway here is that through some negotiation, through discussions, through interactions with your team, because you should never do this in a silo. Whoop. Did I lose you all? Are we still here? Uh-oh, I lost my screen, right? So we shouldn't be doing this in a silo, right? We should always be doing this in a team because remember, Atlassian's motto is impossible alone, possible together. You want to rank your backlog. You want to negotiate. You want to discuss. You want to put as many data points as possible so that ranking and determining the order of operations. I'm a huge fan of pandas. Pandas? Who remembers pandas from grade school? Right? Remember this? Remember this? How you have to do it in the right order, right? Parentheses, exponents, right? I'm not trying to turn this into a math lesson, but the takeaway is there should be an order of operations. There should be some sort of PEMDAS that guides you towards, okay, what story do we work on first? Now, Lindsay asks, when you rank in the backlog, should your changes also show in the advanced roadmaps? Yes. And in fact, I don't talk about it in this course because this is just for Jira for Scrum Masters, but traditionally what I do is I do a lot of this ranking, especially for my premium customers, right? I do the ranking in the advanced roadmap, in the plans, because the ranking in the plans trickles down to here. And so it's much easier to look at not just the epics, but then like initiatives and like maybe themes and rank those and like kind of have like a cascading effect on your rank downstream. And so I'm a huge fan, Lindsay, to rank up high and kind of have a trickle down rank because that highest level is going to influence everything downstream. And so like I said, I typically rank and do a lot of this, at least for my advanced teams, in the plans because it's a little bit easier over there. Here though, because the focus of this class is just Scrum Masters, right? Not to put down Scrum Masters, but if you don't have access to plans, then you can't do that advanced stuff. But make sure you sign up for my course next week where we do talk about plans. A little shameless plug. But yeah. So, anyways, so you rank your backlog here, right? And your stuff is ranked. And so now all that's left to do is make sure that you go through the whole things, right? So all your highest items here, you might want to move them up to the top, right? You can do this where you're like, okay, well, let's just move all of our high priority items to the top. And so this starts to become the picture that you have, right? And and this is cool. So you can see that ranking your backlog and setting the order then becomes a lot more trivial. It becomes a lot easier to manage because you now have so many different levers that you've pulled and so many different quote unquote labels that you put on your issues, sorry, your work items, so that when it comes time to planning your sprint, you have the most likelihood of success because things are in the right order and you've managed communication, you've managed expectations, you've done a lot of the legwork, and you've managed a lot of the assumptions that typically go unnoticed and typically cause you to fail your commitments because you assume too many things. And so by following this method, I have found proven over the last few years that I've been doing this to really be like I don't want to call it a silver bullet, but it drastically helps with communication. It drastically helps your team understand what's the most important thing that I should be working on. Okay. And so one little bonus, one I don't recommend this, right? So typically what happens next is you simply just plan your sprint. Now make sure you come back next month in June when we're gonna plan our sprints, right? Because I'll show you how easy your sprint planning becomes now that you've ranked your backlog and done all the prioritization that we've done here, right? But one other thing that I see teams do is a couple of things, right? So one, refining, right? So we talked a lot about fields, right? But we didn't really talk about refining. So this system is catching on fire. This is not a good story, right? How does one set the priority? You just simply click on the priority field here, Navita. So you click on this priority icon, and then you can change the priority. Priority is a default field in Jira. You cannot, I don't think you can remove it. It's something that has to be there. So you have to use it. I mean, it's there to use. You don't have to use anything, but it's there to be used. Okay. So bigger problem that I have then, right, is on the refinement. So biggest thing that I see from teams is like, well, we have a new story and somebody wrote it. It was a heat of the moment type of thing. We don't really know if it's the right thing or right. And so I want to introduce you to two concepts here that you should be aware of. Well, really just one. It's definition of ready. As you're looking at your refinement, right? I'm not a huge agilist. I don't really care too much about agile. I care about being effective. But in agile, you should have something called definition of ready, because in combination of all the things that we just covered in the last 50 minutes, the ultimate question is this ready, right? Is your team ready to be working on it? Oh, I meant the criteria to set the priority. Oh, well, that's subjective, right? So that, Navita, is something that you and your team need to talk about. So I encourage you. What I typically do is I set up my priorities. I have highest, high, medium, low, lowest. And then on the right side, you have to have definitions. So this is an exercise that you and your team should figure out and kind of go through. Now, if you need help with that, I'm gonna put my link tree right here. I have 30-minute sessions. I have 1 hour sessions. So if you want me to like come in and kind of sit down with your team and help you all figure it out, because everything here that I've talked about, this is cool. I've given you all the tricks, but everything's easier said than it is done. So if any of you watching this, either the replay or here in the live stream, if you need any help, on my link tree, I have opportunities for you all to jump in and schedule some time. I have 15-minute questions. I have 30-minute sessions. I have an hour. So different price ranges. So if you just have a quick question, or if you want me to go do something for you, again, there's different prices depending on what you want or what's involved. But definitely check out that link tree and set up some time with me, and I'll help you figure it out, right? But that's a little bit more subjective, and I kind of have to sit with your team to help you figure it out. But if you are proactive, you can go do that. Liz said, add and one extra on what Alex said. I always make sure that customer centric, any priorities, including customer centric need, I always push those to the top so they go. Yeah. So again, there's a lot of subjectiveness here still, right? And so you want to, maybe you can add a field. Remember, there's 3 fields that you can add to your board. Maybe you have a checkbox that says customer centric or customer focus or customer need, right? And you can check that and go, okay, these are customer, we should take care of these more important, right? And so take advantage of the fact that you have 3 fields that you can add or expose on your board. So great tip there. Aaron, thank you for being here. My company blocks that link. Is there any other way to schedule? Connect with me on LinkedIn, I would say. So just go to LinkedIn here. I'll just drop it. I'll drop my LinkedIn here, Gareth. And so let's see. I have my LinkedIn here. If I go to my profile, here we go. Connect with me on LinkedIn and send me a message, and then we'll figure it out. It's probably the easiest way for you guys to get a hold of me. If you need any help, just connect with me there. Also, for everybody else, if you're watching, you're not connected with me on LinkedIn, take advantage and connect with me on LinkedIn. Send me a friend request, connection request, and let's be friends. Okay, so last thing to kind of wrap this stuff up, right? So definition of ready. Again, you're doing all this stuff. At the end of the day, if your story is not ready, if it doesn't hit these requirements here, you're going to be in a little bit of trouble. And so we can go through all these exercises to determine what's the most important thing. But at the end of the day, you want to make sure that you have good requirements. You want to make sure that that assumptions are clear, that you know what the definition of done looks like. Maybe you have acceptance criteria, right? You want to make sure that all these things are in play and that they're fulfilled, because again, what I taught you is great, but it's going to be ineffective if you have a system that's catching on fire and you're like, well, I don't even know what system it is, right? Or what's causing the fire, or things like that, right? Basic fundamental questions, you need to have those documented as well. So make sure that you're hitting that definition already so that your team ultimately can just simply pop it into a sprint and go work on it. Okay? What are we going to be learning today? So this is going to be fun. I've been a Scrum Master for a good part of my career. In fact, I was a Scrum Master before I was a Jira admin. And so I've learned a thing or two about a thing or two, and specifically when it comes to the topic of planning your sprints and being effective there. And so up until this point, we've been building up the suspense. We've been, last month we covered all the fields that you can use to kind of groom and refine your backlog. We've covered a lot of helpful topics and and giving you a lot of great tips. And it all builds up to this moment. We're planning the sprint. This is where the rubber meets the road. All of the stuff that we've covered in the first 5 months of the year have been building up to giving you the tools and resources you need so that when we plan the sprint, we have what we need. We have all the situational awareness we need there. And so we're going to cover usually okay, this is going to be very specific to how I run my sprints. And these are the things that I do in every single one of them. And so that's what we're going to jump into. So without further ado, we are inside of Jira. We're just back into our Jira project that we've been using for this particular course. And if you remember, we have a bunch of work in our backlog. Okay. And that's where the sprint starts. The everything, just as a reminder, right? If you haven't seen the other 5 sessions, definitely go check them all out. Again, make sure you hit that subscribe button. But you have to have your backlog in a usable state, right? And again, last month's session was probably the most critical one to get us to this state because we learned about components and fixed versions and the epics and priorities and the rank itself. And so there's a lot of information in here that you're going to need in order to then plan the sprint. Okay. Now, what do we do when we get to sprint planning? There's 2 different paths to take here. One, if you're a brand new team starting off for the very, very first time, then this is what you see is what you get, right? You're going to have a brand new empty sprint. You're going to put your dates on it, which we're going to modify in just a second. And then you start moving work into your sprint. You start taking items from your backlog, and we're going to physically move them into the sprint. And again, that's if you're in team. I've never done a sprint before. This is the very first time. Now, the majority of you are going to be actively already working in sprints. And so that path looks a little bit differently. And so what I usually do, and I'm just going to drag something in here because I want to drive this point home, right? But what I usually do is before I start my next sprint, okay, so I usually start my sprint planning on Mondays. Mondays is usually my preferred day, although really any day of the week will work. But you want to be smart about this, right? So if you plan your sprint on Monday, that means that your team has, all of that week to execute. They have the following weekend, and then they come in and the sprint ends on Friday, right? The sprint ends on the following Friday, and that gives them a weekend to not worry about things. Because on Friday, right? We're on Monday right now, but on Friday we would have done the sprint report, the sprint demo. We would have done the sprint retrospective, right? And so the team has 2 days to just let loose, relax, and then get ready for the following sprint. And so I like to get these things up on Monday so that again, the team from when we did the demos and the reviews and the retrospective and everything, we've had a couple of days of downtime. But in the chat, let me know what is your preferred date? What day of the week does your team currently have or host your sprint planning sessions? Is it Monday? Is it Tuesday? Is it Wednesday, Thursday, or Friday? Or are you crazy enough and you're doing these on Saturday and Sunday? Just let me know in the chat. What day of the week are you doing it? Again, I've given you my reasons and my observations for why I do it on Monday, but I'd be curious to hear from you all. What day of the week are you all doing your sprint planning? Okay. Now, on Monday morning, or I guess some other additional information. On Friday, when we're doing the sprint demo and the sprint review, I do not close the sprint. Okay. That's very, very important here. I do not close the sprint. Okay. Now, this one's an interesting one here. So we got, well first let's start with the top. So Dom's does it on Tuesday. Okay. Liz says not with one now. Wednesday, that was always optimal. Okay. Chad says Friday the week before a new sprint. So that's when you pre-planning, Chad. You close it up on Friday, and then on Friday you plan the next sprint. That's interesting. We got Ladian with Monday as well. Wednesday, spring planning on Monday. So we got a couple Mondays. And then Nicholas says, when I have sprint planning, I do not currently. It's a Tuesday. Yeah, I have heard this complaint that when you do it on Mondays, Mondays tend to get in the way. But that's like 3 or 4 Mondays out of the whole year. And so I've always just planned it on the following next day, Tuesday. But yeah, Monday seems to be a popular one. We got a couple Fridays and a couple Wednesdays. So Tuesdays, very few Tuesdays, and no Thursdays. I didn't see any Thursdays, so that was interesting. Okay, so So here's what I do, right? So let's just say that we do our sprint demo and our sprint retrospective on Friday. That's cool. We do all of those activities, but I repeat, I do not complete the sprint. Okay. And let me show you what that typically looks like, right? I'm just gonna fake this sprint right now real quick, just to kind of drive a point home. And so let's just assume, if I could speak English, that this is your sprint right now, right? You got a bug, you try to finish everything, but we come to Friday and your team is demoed everything. We've done a retrospective and we're ready to hit the complete sprint button. Now, here's what I do. I do not hit the complete sprint button on Friday, even though that's technically the end of the sprint. And the reason I don't do that is because I normally wait until the Monday when we're going to have the sprint planning. And the first thing I do in my agenda is I'm in the backlog view and I go through every item that is still in the sprint that isn't done. And the reason I do that is because on Friday, we're celebrating, we're eating pizza, we're having a great time. Most teams tend to forget, or somebody tends to forget, even because the Scrum Master should not be updating statuses in Jira, but somebody will forget to update those statuses and take credit for those items that have been done. And so on Monday, when I'm doing my sprint planning, before I start the next sprint, I like to just have a quick catcher, right? A catcher, and just at the end, and go, okay, this is your last opportunity. Update your tickets, update your Jira work items, get them into done if you finish them, because this is your last opportunity to claim credit. Because once you hit that complete button, once you hit this complete sprint button, anything that didn't make it to the farthest most right column is going to get or rolled over to the next sprint. So you want to make sure that everything made it to the farthest right column, and you want to go this way before you hit complete sprint. And so if somebody just, was being lazy or forgot to update their status in Jira, and Rodney, if you're still listening, what's our tagline? What's Rodney's or the Jira guy's favorite tagline? Have you updated your Jira status today, right? And so a lot of people tend to forget. And what you do not want to do, and the reason I do this, right, is because what you're trying to avoid is you don't want to plan the next sprint using work that rolled over, because then your team just forgot to update their status. And so I'm trying to avoid that by giving everybody one last moment, right? We're going through the list, and anything that's not done, I'm double checking, because we should all have assignings at this point, right? At the end of the sprint, everything should have been assigned or should be in the possession of somebody. And I'm asking that individual, what's up? Like, do you still have remaining work? Do we need to roll it? Did you finish it? Right? We're trying to figure out the who, what, when, where, why of that remaining work. And oftentimes, I usually, my rates are usually 20-30% of the work. And people are like, yeah, I forgot to update Jira. And so again, you want to claim credit because you don't want to come into the next sprint with work that you're finished already, but it's taking up space because the story points are going to skew your data, right? And so you want to just make sure that all of those get taken care of before you hit that sprint, complete sprint button. Okay. That's pro tip number one, which is close out your previous sprint, right? But do some homework with it. Don't just click the button. Don't just get super excited and click that button, because you want to claim as much credit as you can, because otherwise all your metrics get really messed up otherwise. And so you want to make sure that things that are done and you claim them done. We got a question here. Can we reopen the sprint? What are the consequences if we reopen the sprint, close sprint in the future sprint? So you can definitely reopen a sprint. As far as consequences go, I don't think that there's anything on the future sprints. You just have two open sprints. I've never really done it. I mean, I've done it in production, but I never bothered to look to see what the consequences were. But you shouldn't be in the habit of reopening sprints. Anything that got done, this is why I'm telling you, before you hit that complete sprint button, in order to kind of save face a little bit, you should just do your due diligence before you complete that sprint, so that you can avoid having moments of having to reopen your sprints. Chat says this way I can know what will and will not be finished, and I can reach out to stakeholders ahead of time. Yeah. Oh, sorry. The other comment is, I have sprints prepared ahead as we discuss what, if anything, rolls over, what's the priority in the next one. This is all done a week before the new sprints. Oh, okay. So we'll talk about that, Chad. We're going to talk about that because I do have a thought here on pre-populating future sprints. So make sure you stick around. That's going to be the last thing we're going to cover. But I have thoughts. I have ideas. You may or may not like them. Okay. So once we are covered, right? Once we know we've crossed our T's, our ducks in a row, and everything that's supposed to get done made it done, we hit the complete sprint button, and then you just complete your sprint. So after that, you create your retrospective. I don't know why I checked the checkbox, but now you go and technically you already did your retrospective and whatnot. And so now we're back to the next sprint. And so now both paths that we started off with, right? Remember I said you're either a brand new team, never planned a sprint before, or you're a team with an active sprint, right? And so once your active sprint is completed, we are now both everybody's staring at a sprint. And this sprint is going to look in one of two ways. Either you're going to have items that rolled over if you elected for them to roll over, or you're going to have a brand new empty sprint because you elected for every rollover item to just go to the top of the backlog, right? And so those are going to be your two paths here. So what do we do here? And so planning the sprint, if you've done what we did last month, which was put all that situation awareness, rank it, put it in order, then it's really, really easy because all you need to do at this point, because you've done the homework, because again, go watch last month's video on how to rank and groom your backlog. But because your backlog is groomed and refined, all you need to do is grab the item from the top of your sprint. Grab the item from the top of your backlog and move it into your sprint. And that's it. That's how easy it is. Creative says reopening the sprint may impact the reporting such as velocity or burn down charts. So it depends, right, on what you do. If you just reopen the sprint to reopen the sprint, then nothing should happen. But yeah, if you're moving data around, then expect your reports to start getting updated. Is it possible to check a sprint's backlog to ensure they're done, see their status in one location? Is it possible to check a sprint status backlog? Yeah, so when you're in here, the status of every item in your sprint is going to show up in here, Vivian. It's just going to be here. So you just make sure that everything's been done. Also, if you're in the board view, you should have everything in the column of done. Right? So you're going to see the statuses in the board if you're using your sprints. Two charters or your admin will do this for you, but happens to not hurt to project or tribe. Okay, I didn't understand that one. I think that's for lists. Oh, the lists. If you close one, go to reports on the left panel. Then the report you selected, close print and reopen. Yeah. Oh, Vivian, you're new. Sorry, I gotta scroll up. There's been a lot of comments since the last time I put in here. So Vivian, welcome. But yes, so if you're in an active sprint, right, then everything your active sprint board will show you the status of everything in one location. And so you'll be able to see everything and you should be able to see what's not done and what is done. Now, pro tip, Vivian, since you're new to this, you only get credit when you hit that complete sprint button, you only get credit for something that made it to the farthest most right column. And so it doesn't matter what your statuses are in your workflow. It's all about the columns when you're working with your sprints. And so if you hit the complete sprint button and something doesn't make it to that farthest right column, then you don't get credit for it. And so you asked a status question thinking there was one location to check items before. Yeah. So again, this is where you're going to look at it, this in your board. But again, the status is not as important as the column is because in your columns, you can have multiple statuses, right? And so keep that in mind. And you can also, some teams even put in a column after done. And that's a big no-no because again, the farthest most right column is what gives you credit for something to finish on your sprint. And so if you have extra steps after done, maybe you have like a PO review or something like that, then you're going to get in trouble. Jira's not going to like it and you're going to have a very, very unpleasant experience. Les says, here's a point I didn't think of. You accidentally close a sprint that had some automations, reopen it. Do you lose the automation? So the moment you hit the close sprint button, right, like that's gonna trigger things. And so you hitting that complete sprint button should be the last thing you do. And so this is why you want to be very mindful, be very careful. One pro tip is you do have permissions, right? And so in order to start and stop your sprints, I've seen this happen with teams, but you do have permissions that govern who can start and stop your sprints. And so there is a manage, where are you? Here we go. We have a manage sprints permission. And so if you might not accidentally do it, but somebody else on your team might accidentally do it, like a developer. And so you want to make sure that you restrict this, because by default it's open. Anybody can start or stop the sprint. And so you might want to tighten it up here, so that others can't accidentally do it. Because Liz, I would have a hard time believing you would accidentally do it, but somebody else on your team might accidentally do these things. And so we want to minimize that by tidying up that permission. So definitely take a look at that. Okay. So great conversations happening here in the chat. I love it. This is awesome. Okay. So let's get back to the sprint planning part, right? Because again, the sprint planning should be very trivial, assuming you did what we covered last month, which was put a component on everything, put the fixed version on everything, put due dates on stuff, put the priorities, rank them, stuff like that. So once you have all of that, all we need to do is we come into the sprint here, and we basically take items from the top of the backlog and we put them into the sprint. Now you can do one by one, or you can do a couple at a time. Or if you don't like dragging and dropping, you can right click and you can click on move to, and then send it to the sprint. All right. But the question now becomes, well, when do you stop? When do you know you have enough work? Right? When are you ready to start the sprint? And so what I'm doing here is what I tend to do, and it's a combination of a lot of stuff, right? There is no there's no silver bullet here, and there's no one way or wrong way or right way. And so what I typically do is, the reality that I usually play with is some items are going to roll over. And in the 10 years that I've been doing this stuff, never have I seen a full sprint be completed to completion 100%. Some items expect a handful of items to roll over from one sprint to the other. Okay, so you're already going to come in with in progress or in flight work. And so you want to address that first. You want to find out, okay, from what's currently in my sprint already, because again, it rolled over, how much work is remaining? Because what you don't want to do is you don't want to leave the story points at the value they were the first time, because that estimate was what the information that the developer had back then. In the 2 weeks that have passed, hopefully you've made new discoveries. Hopefully they've started. Um, is my screen frozen? Can I get a confirmation here? Is anybody else seeing connection problems here? Let me know, because otherwise I do have a backup internet. Can you all hear and see me? Let's do a quick check here. Okay. I'm in motion, Liz. Thank you. Thank you so much. Okay. So Tushar, you might want to check your internet, because my internet is okay. Okay. So anyway, so we have these items, right, that have rolled over. And so you don't want to use the original number, because that's going to skew the next sprint. And so you want to reevaluate. And the first thing that I do is, for anything that's already in my sprint that just got carried over, I do a reevaluation. And you have a couple of options. You can I don't know if you know this, but you can right click on any particular story, task, or bug, and you can split the work item. And so maybe your team finished something, and pro tip, you would want to do this before you complete the sprint, right? But maybe your team wants to say, okay, well, we did the edit name part, right? We just didn't get the email part. So we do this, and we go, okay, so this one was a 1. We finished that, and we're estimating now, because we now have new information. This is going to be a little bit harder. We're going to give it a 2. And you can split your work like that, right? And so now you can essentially create an extra story, because you now have a new frame of reference. You had new information that you didn't have 2 weeks ago. And folks, this is the beauty of Agile. This is why we like Agile. We like to be able to react on new information. Versus waterfall, you don't have the reaction or the benefit of reacting on new information, because you get that new information once every year. And in Agile, we get that new information once every 2 weeks. And I think this is, if folks are new to Agile or new to Scrum specifically, is one of the biggest like learning curves that they have to get used to, because there's uncertainty and instability in Scrum. And folks, that's good. We embrace that. We want that to be the case. We want to be learning off the new information that we have, because we don't want to be acting off of old information. And so whenever possible, you want to get the latest and greatest, so you can make your latest and greatest decision, and decide from there. And so I go through each item, and then again, just re-estimate if I need to. Some teams are going to hate it. Some teams are going to like it. again, I believe that if you don't re-estimate and you're carrying over that assumption from 2 weeks ago, your team hasn't looked at it. You haven't refined it enough for it to be valuable or meaningful for your team. And so that's a missed opportunity. So you should always be looking at your work and reevaluating and figuring out what's going on. What's the work remaining? What assumptions are we making? What dependencies do we have? Right? What's going on? Something is happening that these items rolled over. And we want to get that information. We want to understand why they rolled over, what work got completed, what work is still outstanding, and we want to reevaluate. So that would be my tip number one. Now, if you're bringing in new work, right? Like if we're just bringing in new stories, they're going to come in probably unestimated. Now, I'm not I've seen some teams estimate the work while it's still in the backlog. I am a fan of estimating during my sprint planning meeting. In fact, that's what I'm mainly doing during sprint planning is doing the estimation and assignment. We'll get to assignments in a second. But the majority of the time in my sprint planning meetings are spent estimating the work. So we are going one by one, the developer or the person, the team, right, that's going to take responsibility for this. They are there and they're helping me determine how many story points this is. Now, with that said, you want to have a good metric for story points. You don't want to come into this blindly. And so we're going to take a little bit of a detour and we're going to define what should your story point value be? Because not a lot of people commit to something. And so I want to use this little whiteboard here and we're going to, okay, yep, that's whiteboard is, I only have three. What? Where do I have, how do I only have three? Oh boy, the plan. Future of tech. Let's see what we have in here. All right, well, let's go in here, okay? So, here's how we do story points. So, we are going to zoom in here and story point guidance. Now, in the chat, story sprint planning poker. Yes, so we do play sprint planning poker. Now, in case you aren't aware, let's cover sprint planning poker because that's like a precursor to what I'm going to show you here. So, sprint planning poker is one of my favorite things to do. And basically, everybody in the room, right? All your developers, they're all looking at the stories, everything that needs to be done, and we need to determine what's the point, what assignment, how many story points should we assign to this particular story, task, or bug, right? And so physically, if you're in the office, I've seen these. I used to have these. You have cards that look like a deck of cards, and everybody gets your cards of like two the story points, right? The 1, 2, 3, 5, 8, 13, 21. I wouldn't go higher than 21, right? And so everybody kind of gets their thing. I pull up the story on the board, on the on the projector, on the TV, and then everybody kind of looks at it, reads through it, we discuss it, and then we go 1, 2, 3, and everybody shows their card, and whoever gets the lowest point, that's the person who gets it, right? A little bit of a poker face that you gotta have sometimes. It's strategy. But there are digital ones, so there are plugins and apps for Jira that allow you to do the sprint planning poker virtually if your team is not in person. But still, in order to do sprint planning poker, you need to have a good definition. What is a 1? What is a 2? What is a 3? What is a 5, 8, 13, and 21? Okay. And so Fibonacci is my preferred method. And so you could do something else. You don't have to do Fibonacci, but Fibonacci is the one that I tend to care for the most. And so what you need to do here is do something like this. So for your Fibonacci, you're gonna put your Fibonacci order out there, right? So you got a 1, you got your 2s, you got your, oh boy, we're gonna be here for a while. So we got our 3s, right? 4, 5. If I need my Fibonacci, oopsie, paste, people, paste. I don't want to do that. Paste. There we go. 8, 13, and then 21. 21 is as high as I would go. If you're doing Fibonacci, anything over 21, you're asking for a lot of trouble. So this is what this usually looks like, okay? And so you need to have this. I highly recommend you go define this for your team. And you got to figure out what does each point mean. And we're going to start off with the ends, the extremes, okay? And so here's where we're going to take a quick pause because if you follow the rules of Agile and you're an Agile purist, specifically a Scrum purist, then you know that the people that created Scrum, their opinion is that the work is estimated based on complexity. Awesome. Complexity means how hard or how challenging from a technical perspective is this particular item, right? And so um, let's take making a peanut butter and jelly sandwich as a story, right? And so in the chat, without knowing anything else, if you had to put a number to this, and I asked you, please make a peanut butter and jelly sandwich as your story, how many points would you give to if you were to take this task of making a peanut butter and jelly sandwich? How many points would you give it? Would it be a 1? Would it be a 2? Would it be a 3, a 5, an 8, a 13, or a 21? Again, now without knowing anything else, I want to see a number in the chat. What would you give to a task that is make a peanut butter and jelly sandwich? Very quickly in the chat, let's make this as interactive as possible. Put a number down. 21. Not a fan of cooking from Jessica. Okay. 1. Even without utensils. Ronnie's giving it a 5. Okay. So we have some people that are going to struggle with peanut butter and jelly sandwiches. Others are going to have a really easy time. But you can see that, again, you need some guidance because what is a 1? What is a 5? Right? Ronnie's 5 might be the easiest thing. A 5 might be in the middle. I don't know. It's kind of hard. Right? Um, Chirag says he doesn't know how to do, so he's going to put a 21, right? He doesn't know. He's never made a peanut butter and jelly sandwich, right? And so that complexity is it's very subjective, right? It's very opinionated on, um, I don't know. It just depends, right? And trust me, folks, when I tell you, you do not want to put the fate of your work and the millions of dollars that your company spends on chance. Okay. And complexity needs to be very well defined. And so what I like to do with my story points is I like to say that the number one is super easy, right? From a complexity perspective, it's the easiest thing ever, right? But Liz gave me a 1, right? Liz gave me a 1 because she says it's easier, right? It's super easy. Ronnie says 5 is easier, but not the easiest. There's material acquisitions, prep, and then the task itself. So, right? So see how the mentality is already shifting. Liz is thinking about it from just making it. Ronnie's like, well, I can't just make it. What if I have to go to the grocery store, right? What if my grocery store is out of material? What if I have to go to another town? Yesterday, I went to the grocery store to grab some meat. My carniceria was out. And so I would have had to drive like 25 minutes to get to the next carniceria. And I'm like, nope, I'm not doing that. And so I had to pivot. But had I not pivoted, well, that just added 30 minutes to my estimate, right? And we went from something that was supposed to be a quick trip to the grocery store to buy meat to, oh crap, now I got to go on a world tour here just to find the meat. And so that complexity can get very, very big really, really quickly, right? And so let's take this example here, right? We have a bread slice, scoop peanut butter in hand, other slice jelly consume. Now, Liz, would your number change? Would your number change, Liz, if I asked you to make 1,000 peanut butter and jelly sandwiches? And this, folks, is very, very important, right? Because if I'm asking Liz and all of you, make 1,000 peanut butter and jelly sandwiches, that's the task. Would you still classify that as super easy? Because technically, the complexity of the task has not changed, right? But now you need to do 1,000 of them. Would you change your number? In the chat, what do y'all think? Is this a number you would change? Liz had a 1, Ronnie had a 5. Ronnie and Liz and Liz says, I would be about a 10 to 15. A time trial would make it much harder, right? Because this is why I have a huge problem when Agile and Scrum say, hey, it's just complexity based and you shouldn't put time into it. You very much should put time into it because if the task is easy, right? Ronnie's gonna make 1,000 5-point stories and put it under an epic. That's a different way of handling it, right? But time has to be a variable that you have to accommodate for here. As much as the Scrum Agile people say time is not a variable, right? It's got to be. It's complexity and magnitude, but time has a lot to do with it. So, what I like to do with it, right, is like my number one is going to be super easy, right? Everything is known. I have everything I need, right? So it's easy. I have everything. I should be able to get started in seconds, and then shouldn't take more than an hour to complete. Again, those are my 2 cents, but I think a one, if you're gonna give something a one, then that item shouldn't take you more than an hour. This should be something you do quick, right? It should be something super, super easy. Versus if we go to the other side, right? If we go to the 21, right? Extremely, extremely complex will take the entire sprint. I have no idea what I'm doing. That's what a 21 tells me usually, right? I like to put them on both sides of the spectrum because we just work in our way from there, because that 21 is the white flag of like, I don't know what the heck I'm doing, and this is really, 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 really hard. And so anytime that you see the maximum amount of story points you're allowed to give to a story, that's a huge red flag that that story, all right, as Ronnie said here, is not ready, right? You start breaking it down and you stick them under an epic. Correct. The story points assigned based on complexity, effort, and uncertainty. Yep. So you gotta. It's not just complexity, right? You gotta consider a couple of things. Ronnie says one story point super easy, barely an inconvenience. Yep. Liz says something hard once always seems to get estimated well. Easy things 100 times always seem to go long. Yep. Right. So as you guys can see here, um, these numbers are something you should define. So we won't go through them all here because we just won't have time to do the rest of this activity. But I urge you, if you don't have good definitions for what your story points are, get that, because it is hard to plan a sprint if you everybody, every single person in that room needs to have the same understanding and the same buy-in to what these numbers mean, because it is impossible to estimate. As we saw here, everybody just gave us random numbers, because when you don't have the numbers to look at, right, a good definition of what these numbers represent, then you're going to have a problem. And with that said, what numbers you use, I don't care. You can I've seen teams do powers of 10. I've seen teams just do straight 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Whatever you want, as long as everybody agrees to it. Where I will draw hard lines, where I do have a very strong opinion, is do not treat your story points as hours. That's the last thing you want to do. You do not want to say that a 1 equals 1 hour. You don't want to say that a 2 equals 2 hours, that a 5 equals 5 hours. You do not want to be in that business. That is not a good business to be in, because estimating work is very, very tricky already. And the last thing you want to do is make it opposite, like not obsolete. What's the word I'm looking for? Relative. What's the opposite of relative? Somebody help me. The English majors, what's the opposite, the antithesis of relative? Right? Exact, maybe? Right? You don't want exact estimations, because that's going to be really tricky. And the best example that I've seen the best example that I've seen of relative over exact estimating is, let's just say we were all, if you all can close your eyes for a second, let's all walk into a classroom. Imagine your university classroom, and there's a projector in the room. Okay. And that projector is in the middle of the room, right? So when you walk into it, it's in the middle, but it's not just in the middle, it's like a little bit more forward. Okay. And I walk in, we all walk in together, and I ask you, hey, team, where is this projector in the room? Right. And it's very easy for everybody to look up and go, okay, that projector is in about the middle, but it's towards the front. So it's easy for somebody to say, oh, it's like a third of the way in from the room, right? Because it's easy. You can kind of see visually, you can break up the room and go, yeah, this is if you were to break up the room into thirds or into fourths, you go like, yep, this projector is about, I don't know, 30% in, relative, right? Maybe 2/5 in, right? I don't know. We're estimating, but it's easy because you can walk in, stand in the corner, and look up and see. Okay, that projector relative to the size of the room, here's the middle, and it's a little bit in front of the middle, so it's a little bit forward. So maybe 2/5, right? 20-40% in. That's easy. That's an easy estimation that we can all do. However, to do an explicit, right, an accurate statement, estimation, and if I ask you in feet or in meters, whatever denomination you use there for measurements, tell me exactly how many feet or meters that projector is from the front of the room. Well, you're gonna need some rulers and some measuring tapes to start measuring, right? And you just can't say, oh, it's 3 feet, because you don't know. It's so high up there, right? It's kind of hard without getting up there and measuring. And this is why I love relative estimation, because everybody can look up and go, yep, this projector is about 2/5 of the way in, versus somebody's going to go, nope, that one's 3.3 feet. And somebody's going to go, nope, it's 3.5 feet. And somebody's going to go, nope, this is 4 feet. And until somebody gets a ruler and starts measuring it and realize that it's 5 feet away, you're going to have very, very different results. And a lot of people are going to be very upset. So that's my welcome to my TED Talk. And that's my TED Talk for why relative estimation is the best way to do it, and not explicit or time-based estimation where you convert these to hours. So that's that one. All right. So with that said, let's get back to Jira and, let's keep going. Okay. So the activity that I do here then, right, is like I said, we do planning poker or some variant of that. And we put points into everything. And so what you want to do before the end of your sprint is you want to make sure that everything has story points. This is going to be very critical, because if you hit the start sprint button and you have not put points in, expect your velocity charts to be broken. Expect your reports, like your velocity, your burn down, and your burn up, they're going to be broken, because they depend on those story points to be there the moment you hit the start sprint button. And I've seen a lot of teams pull the work in, hit the start sprint button, and then estimate. That's not going to do you good. I've seen teams just not use story points at all. That's not going to help you either. And so, folks, go through the challenge and get a good understanding of what your story points are. So, in the chat, does anybody not use story points? I'm very curious to see. We've spent a good 10 minutes talking about story points, but does anybody not use story points in the chat? I'm a little curious to see where you all stand there. Okay, so while those are coming in, the next thing that we do, right? So as we're using our story points and everything has story points now, the next major thing that I'm doing is assign. Now, this is its own controversial hot topic in itself. But before we get into that one, let's address this one from Tushar. So Tushar says some of our teams use t-shirt sizes. Now, I am personally a fan of t-shirts. I love t-shirts, right? And so if we go back to our whiteboard here, right, the way I like to do this is this guy here becomes an extra small. Oops, right? This becomes a small. This one over here becomes a medium, right? And so we can go across. We got a large. We got our extra large. We got our extra large, right? And then we got our, have any of you guys ever seen Fluffy? We got dang, triple XL, right? Again, no insults to anybody in the triple XL range, but Fluffy, I just love the way he says dang when he's talking about his t-shirt size. But anyways, t-shirt sizing is great. T-shirt sizing is cool, but I like this one from Creative here. We do epic level t-shirt sizing and everything else is story points, because your board, the unfortunate reality is that if you do not put a number in here, then things will break. You have to put a number. This Jira will only work off of numbers. So if you try to put an XL or a large in here, it ain't gonna work. You can't put letters in your story points. This is impossible. I'm typing letters in, it will not give you letters. So for those of you using t-shirt sizes, I would go with Creative Yo-Yo's method here, where you put them at the epic level, because guess what? You don't see epics at the board level, right? In the board, you don't see your epics. And so I would put t-shirts on your board. Sorry, I would put t-shirts on your epics because you don't see them on the board. And everything else, I would put the numbers, because if you do not, then you'll have some problems. And looks like we have some fans of Fluffy. So I've never got to see him, and I live in LA and he lives in LA. So maybe Liz, maybe one day we can go see Fluffy in concert. At least check out his bus collection. Liz says, I do L&D. We have this weird pseudo agile called SAM. It feels weird because you don't do story points, but do iterations. Oddly, it's also one of the most core effective lean ID methods too. Chat saw him in Indy last year. This is estimation is configured as t-shirt size instead of, yeah. So But it's got to be a number though, right? Tushar, like t-shirt size. My understanding is that you're if you were to change, right? So if we go to our board and we go to our board setting and we change our estimation, all of these need to be a number field. And so you couldn't put letters in here in either way still, right? So even if you change your estimation, it still needs to be numbers. But I'd be curious to see if I'm wrong. I don't think I am, but I'd be curious. Okay. So back to my TED Talk and back to the other controversial topic that we're going to hit. So in my sprint planning meetings, the next thing that I'm doing is I am assigning work. And again, if you're a pure Agilist, pure Scrum, you're probably coming at me. And if you could reach across the screen, you'd smack me across the face. But I'm going to stand by what I believe in. I do not believe in leaving work to chance. I'm not a fan of just winging it and letting the team figure it out. I have been burnt so many times. I was on a program once where our daily burn rate was $150,000 per day. And so if somebody one day did not pick up a story because they thought their buddy was going to work on that story, that's $150,000 I just lost because somebody didn't communicate. I don't run the risk. I don't take the chance. Okay. I assign the work to an individual before I start my sprint because I am now building accountability and I am building commitment. Every individual is signing up for that work because I'm not going to let $150,000 burn just because we're supposed to trust the team, right? Again, you can come at me team morale aside because there's ways to improve team morale that and this is not going to hinder your team morale. This just builds accountability and you have to be accountable and you have to commit to the things that you say you're going to do. This is where we fail the most. We fail the most because people just assume things are going to happen. They assume somebody else is going to do it. And you cannot do that. I assign my work so that when things are going wrong, I know who to talk to. I know who to address and who to help, right? And so it's not all bad, right? But assigning the work is what's going to make sure that your team is accountable. Because if you're finding out that your team is just rolling items from sprint to sprint and you're not assigning work, that's going to put you up in a very dangerous place. So I will not start my sprint without assigning work to people. And so we got a couple of things here. So Vivian says, you are assigning work as a scrum master when the team does not set up and self-manage. So again, the team is supposed to step up and self-manage. That's what the book says. When my reality is that if they don't do that part, I lose $150,000 a day. I won't let the $150,000 a day go through. And so I will step up and I do the assignments. And I do that every sprint. Again, it's not always the most sometimes it gets a lot of controversy, but trust me when I tell you, it is better for you to assign and to everybody have a good understanding of what they're walking in and out of the sprint in than to just leave it to chance. Because again, the team's supposed to self-manage. That's what the book tells you. In my realities and my years of running multi-million-dollar programs, that's hardly ever the case. If you don't explicitly tell somebody, I need you, Billy, to do this thing, Billy ain't gonna do anything because Billy's got 1,000 other things that he's got to work on, right? And so again, you can leave it to chance. I mean, the Agile Manifesto says leave it to chance, right? But I don't. I have way too many scars on my body because I've been burned way too many times from people just waiting to the very, very end. And so Rodney's going to join us here to talk about our hot topics of the day. Because I can see that smile on his face. And you're on mute. And you're not on mute.
I'm just remembering we had discussion about whether a team assignment should be a thing or not.
And what did we decide back then?
I think we agreed to disagree. I'm like, as long as it's assigned to a team, it's still assigned to a group.
No, because you end up with this whole thing. No, there's like, I think
that's exactly what you said last time too.
No, where's that Batman pointing meme. You end up with this or the superhero thing where like this is what happens. Like that person was supposed to work on it, that person was supposed to work on it, and nobody ends up working on it because they all assume that the other person was working on it. And nobody actually worked on it. And like we just lost a whole sprint. And if you multiply $150,000 a day, like I don't think enough teams multiply what their hourly rate is for their team, right? If you did that, then you wouldn't also have meetings because you can imagine, like I put cost to every single meeting, and everybody has an hourly rate, whether they get paid salaried or not. Everybody at the end of the day has an hourly rate, and if
I'm not disagreeing. I calculate burn rate too. I had an engineer ask why I didn't keep Jira down longer so they could have a longer break, and I had to show them the burn rate for having Jira down. I'm like, okay, that number is much bigger than my salary, so we're going to get Jira up ASAFP.
yeah, and so yeah, so I don't leave it to chance. I don't think. I mean, again, I don't know. I would not. I think the argument can be made. Well, team morale gets hurt when you force people into this, right? But that's what your retrospectives for, and that's what free pizza's for.
I mean,
to
yes, but
re-increase.
also there are certain tasks where you don't necessarily need to assign it right away to a particular person. Having a team understand this is something the team needs to do is good enough for the moment, especially when you're 2 or 3 sprints out.
This is where I disagree with you because I would assign the
Again,
epic to the team.
I'm
I
fine
think
with you disagreeing with me.
I think assigning an epic to a team is a great way, right? So some team takes responsibility of the feature or the capability, but the brass tacks is at the story level. And I want an individual to raise their hand and say, I'm going to be responsible for this item to be completed.
And to be clear, for people watching, because I shouldn't even be
On
helping
here.
on this course today, I just can't help myself. Jira agrees with Alex here. The assigning field does not support teams, it supports individuals for a
Yeah.
reason.
And I'm going to prove it to y'all here. So if you assign work, then once you assign work, you're going to get these bubbles here, and then you get these 3 dots right here. And these 3 dots now tell you every individual that is assigned work, how many work items were assigned to them, and the most important one, how many story points they have signed up for. And this is how you do individualized capacity planning with Jira, because out of the box, we don't have anything very helpful, but this is the closest we get to it. And so if you've been trying to figure out, okay, I need to do my resource management and I need to see how many story points each person has for the sprint. Well, if you don't assign the work, then you're not going to get that number. And so this is the only way to do that. And this box, right? If I unassign all this work here, pay attention to that those 3 dots right there, right? So the moment I do this and we're back to unassigned, that goes away. So you have to assign the work to get that.
So here's where I'm going to say team assignments make sense. And Alex, let's see if you agree. Let's say every sprint you're on an IT team managing Jira, you know you're going to spend an hour each sprint handling an outage of some sort or user issues. You don't know what this story is going to be, but you know at some point during the sprint you're going to spend an hour doing something, so you put a bucket for it. Assigning that to an individual user never made sense to me. This is where I really would have loved to have a team assignment. That way the whole team knows whoever gets this random thing that's going to happen can pull from this bucket.
But you're also describing something very interesting. You're describing operational work. And so there's a bigger discussion and a bigger debate to be had. Should operational work make it into your sprint? If you're an
It needs to
operational
be
team,
accounted for.
but if you're an operational team, should you be using Scrum or is Kanban the better play for you?
Sometimes you don't get to make that call. Sometimes you have Scrum forced upon you, even though you're an operational team and you have to make it work.
Right. But then that's where I go back to make it make sense. Well, I do have a couple minutes, Rodney, and I want to finish up just a couple more things. So, assuming you do assign some work, so let me just go back to assigning some of this work out to people, right? One of the benefits that you're getting is obviously that capacity-based planning thing here, right? So we can see this here. So this helps us out a lot. But a couple of other things. These are hard to see now. I don't like how they look in the new UI, but I want to point your attention to this backlog insights. If you click on this, you're going to get a couple of cool breakdowns. And I'm going to give you some tips here that I really like. Number one, if you're not using your story points, you're not going to know the Goldilocks balance of your sprint. And so historically, if your team is able to, let's say, finish 80 points a sprint, well, this sprint commitment is going to tell you, okay, buddy, for the last 3 or 4 sprints, your team has successfully been right around the 80-point mark. And this is going to tell you how many points you've estimated so far. In this case, we have 13. And it'll tell you, are you under or are you over? So maybe you're committing to 100, and Jira's going to tell you, well, you really should be closer to 80. Or maybe you're planning at 60, and then Jira's going to go, you should be closer to 80. So that's what the sprint commitment one's going to do here. Now, this next one, this goes back to that problem that Ronnie was talking about. So, Ronnie, in your particular scenario, let's just say that we are forced to do Scrum. What I do then is I have stories for development work, and I have tasks or some other custom issue type for that operational work. And what I like to do is I like to break it out, because then I can have, using this insight here, a good distribution of like half my sprint. Because if I bring a task in here, you'll see how this changes, right? This gives me a good story of like, look, 83% of my sprint is going to be focused on new development. 16% of my sprint is going to be operational work. And now I can have at least that conversation with my leadership team and go, we got a good breakdown. So if whenever possible, I like to make sure I have spikes, because if you're doing R&D on a story and that adds, remember, so Ronnie, when we were quoting our peanut butter and jelly sandwich, right? You had stuff that you had to go do. Should those be tasks? Should they be spikes? Should they be something else?
For the peanut butter and jelly, they are a part of the story. They need to be accounted for as part of the story, because you cannot complete the story
Probably not.
without
But
them.
well, what about Chirag here? So Chirag, if you remember, his comment was, I'd have never made a peanut butter and jelly sandwich, so I don't know what that is. So would it make sense for him to have a spike to go learn what peanut butter and jelly sandwiches are, right? And then the next sprint make the sandwich.
Yeah, absolutely. If you don't know what you're doing, you need to have a spike beforehand to figure out what information you're lacking.
Right.
But
And again, but when you use different issue types or work types, I love this metric here, because it gives me a good bird's eye view of like, okay, my team is going to go spend 20% of the sprint researching stuff. They're going to spend 20% of the sprint doing operational work. And then the other 60% is going to be on the stuff that we actually want to move the needle on. And there's a balance, right? And then, and then don't forget bug fixing, right? 10% is going to be fixing last week's problems. So there's a balance that you got to play to move the needle forward, but also then help the team make progress. Interesting stuff. That, again, if you're not considering these things, this is why I love these open debates type of thing.
this is the reason I joined on to this whole stream, because I knew this is a topic that you're going to get 2 Scrum experts in a room and they're never going to agree on,
Right.
even though they're objectively doing the same thing.
Yeah. So let's talk about the last thing that I wanted to cover, because I think I covered everything here. Thoughts on pre-populating your sprint. So what I've seen other teams do is they create sprints beforehand and they start putting work into them, right? And so they start doing this. And I know you and I have very similar sentiments, but for everybody in the room, is this a good idea, Rodney? Should you preemptively plan out future sprints?
I think you should, only to 2 sprints. Beyond that, you are inviting chaos, because you will never fully complete a sprint. So now you're just rolling over for the next hour to account for the next X number of sprints.
So that's an interesting one. So 2 sprints being the current plus 1, right?
Yes.
So you're not talking about current plus 2 more, so total of 3.
No, just the current one plus your
1.
next one.
Yeah. So what I like to do, instead of committing to that, because you can rename these things, I like to have a sprint be like ready for next sprint type of thing. So I'm not committing to anything, but it's a placeholder bucket that is never going to be the one that goes active, but rather it's just a placeholder above my backlog that then will serve as the future sprint later, because I will always have the real sprint up top.
But you see, that's how I am treating the next sprint I have planned. Again, that's because And me and Alex both agree on this point. You're never going to fully complete a sprint. You're going to have rollover of some amount. And it's how far do you want to be rolling stuff over? Because the moment you roll stuff over, if you have filled your next sprint to capacity, you now got to move stuff out of that sprint and onto next sprint, and so on and so forth. Having this plus next, it achieves what Alex is doing here. Same thing with the ready for next sprint. It's just you're calling next sprint what it is.
Yeah. And so, yeah, so food for thought there. And again, we are out of time. But if you guys like this debate and would like to see more of this, let me know. We're going to focus on 3 major themes or topics for today. Number 1, things to do. And if I could spell correctly, this would be easier. Number 1, things to do before starting your sprint. Okay. I'm going to double down on those things because if you get into your sprint, right? If you're actually executing on the sprint, then we do hit like a point of no return. So there's a couple of things before you actually hit that start sprint button, before we start executing on our sprint. I want you to double check a few different things just to make sure your T's are crossed and your I's are dotted before you hit that start sprint. Okay, so we're going to cover that. 2, we're going to cover the laws of Jira. Okay, there's a couple of rules that you need to be aware of. So we're going to cover those. And then finally, we're going to wrap it up with things to do during your sprint. All right. Now, I'm going to move this presentation over to the side because I actually want to remind myself of these things and just to help you out and make sure we're all following along nicely here. Ronnie says the perfect sprint doesn't exist, but in 50 minutes time, I'm going to show you that it does, Ronnie. So doubters come. I welcome all the doubters. Ronnie also says happy Jira Admin Appreciation Day. So give yourself a little pat in the back if you are a Jira admin. Great job to you for keeping the lights on and helping people not lose their sanity in your company. So it's a thankless job, but Roddy and I, we salute you and thank you so much for your service here with the world of Jira. Jira Access Perfect exists in dummy projects only. Folks, okay, so maybe the perfect sprint is a bit of a stretch, but there's ways to maximize your probability of success here. And I'm going to give you again those tips that I've used over the last few years. Angie says, hello, Rodney's on 07, or is that an emoji? I'm not sure. Okay. Let's continue. All right. So first, we're going to cover what should you do before you hit the start sprint button. So I'm going to actually complete my sprint here. And I'm going to cover over a couple of things that you want to be worried about or thinking about before you hit your start sprint button, okay? Because once you hit your start sprint button, it's like a point of no return, right? We're not going anywhere, right? So I'm just going to close all these things out, right? And so here we are, we're in a sprint, right? We haven't started it, right? Our start sprint button is not yet available. And I want you to consider 3 things, all right? I want you to think about 3 major things that you got to remember before we start our next sprint, okay? Number 1, always, always, always make sure that all of your stories, your tasks, your bugs, whatever you have going on in here, make sure they are all estimated. Because the reports that we're going to be leveraging during this sprint or during this lecture here, if you don't have the story points, then you're going to have a less than ideal experience. And so you want to make sure that you do not start your sprint without ensuring that everything in your sprint has story points. So if you see something like this that doesn't have any story points, make sure you go and put story points in them. Now, fun little fact, all right, we're actually hitting a little limit of Jira. You're going to notice that right now I'm putting story points into specific items here. But when I scroll up to this bug, you're going to notice that I can't do the same thing. I cannot put story points in that bug. For the Jira admins in the room, right? Because we do have Jira Appreciation Day, Jira Admin Appreciation Day. Why am I not able to put story points on a bug? Who wants to take a guess here in the chat? Oh, it's a guy saluting. Oh. Oh. That is clever, Rodney. That is clever. Rodney, yes, you are allowed to answer. Why can I not put story points on a bug? And then Angie says story points for Scrum boards only. Yeah, so story points are for a Scrum board only. But the question right now is why am I not able to put story points on a bug? Okay. Ronnie says field context. So let's go down this little path. I'm going to try not to make this too technical. But the answer, as Ronnie has pointed out, is for some reason, I don't know why Atlassian does this. I think it's kind of weird, in my opinion. And I'm trying to find nice words, right? But for some reason, only epics and stories can get story points out of the box. I have a brand new Jira that I made here. And so it's kind of weird. So if you are struggling, if you're not able to put story points on your tasks or your bugs, or basically anything that's not a story or an epic, then this is why. Right. And so what you want to do is you want to make sure you're a Jira admin. You're going to go to your gear. You're going to go to work items. And another weird quirk of this whole thing is that story points is not a custom field. Story points ships with Jira. But for some reason, Atlassian treats it as a custom field. And so you're going to be able to find it under the custom field section. So just type in story and you'll see story points. Do not, I repeat, do not go to story point estimates. Story point estimates is a field for team managed projects. But as you all know, we do not touch team managed projects in this world. Okay. So story points, plural, this is the one you want. Do not touch estimate. This is going to be for team managed projects only. And we don't do team managed projects here. Right. So we're going to want to find story points. Click on your three dots over here, go to your context. And as Rodney is calling out, we want to go look at our field context, right? And so right here, this is technically a context, right? So we're going to click on edit context here. And we are going to basically update this because I tend to just update it to any issue type. But as you saw out of the box, it is restricted to just the epic and the story for some very weird reason. I don't understand that. But I want to be able to estimate everything. So I'm going to do global all work items. Now, you, of course, can set it up however you want, but just know that global work items is going to let anybody have story points. So once we did that, we can go back here, and now I can resume what I was doing, and I can put story points on a bug, as you can see there. So just curious, why do we do team managed? Why don't we do team managed? So we don't do team managed for a variety of reasons, but the biggest one and the biggest example I like to use is well, two reasons. One, it's like you're paying for a Ferrari. Imagine Jira is a Ferrari and a team managed project is like driving a Corolla. And so you paid the price for the Ferrari, but you're driving a Corolla. And so one, that doesn't make sense. But two, team managed projects are designed to get you into Jira. They're designed to get you into the Atlassian ecosystem quickly, efficiently, right? But then they fall flat on their face the moment you become an enterprise, right? The moment you need two or more teams working with each other, collaborating with each other, strategically planning work out, then these team managed projects fall flat on their face because they just don't scale, right? And that's just from a strategic perspective. But from an admin perspective, they're a maintenance nightmare because anybody can be an admin on those projects. You don't have to be a Jira admin per se. And because you don't have to be a Jira admin, you're not trained in the ways of Jira. And because you're not trained in the ways of Jira, you tend to do silly or questionable mistakes that then make your Jira maintenance a nightmare, which then makes it a complete horror story for your real true Jira admin. So we just try to avoid team managed projects altogether because they end up just cluttering or really messing up your Jira in the long term, and they end up not being scalable to enable your teams to work together. So that is my politically correct answer as to why we don't use team managed projects. They are a curse, and you should avoid them at all costs. Chirac says, you do not know how much effort needed for bugs, so Atlassian not mentioned. Right. Okay. So I'll give that to you, Chirac. Maybe I don't know the effort for a bug, but what about a task? Right? A task is like a story. It should be known. Right. And what if you have something else? What if you have a new issue type like a spike or a risk or any other issue type that you make or work type, right? That's at the level of the story. It's not a good policy. Okay. I don't think it's a good policy. Angie says, we typically point our bugs after it's been analyzed and triage. That's fine. That's totally cool. But again, with the out of the box configuration, you couldn't even put story points even after the analysis and triage. So then you got to go fix that if you want to ever be able to point or put story points on your bugs. All right, folks, really, really good questions. And Christopher Barron, hopefully you don't work for Atlassian because normally people from Atlassian are the only ones that ask me why we don't do team managed projects. But yeah, this is why. Okay, so back to the story here. So make sure everything has story points. You want to make sure every little gray square here is filled out. You're going to thank me later. It's going to come into play in a few minutes. Number two, this is totally optional, but capacity resource management is a very real thing, right? And so when you're looking at your work, you want to make sure that your work is somewhat evenly distributed amongst your team, right? You don't want Sally to carry 9/5. That's not a right number. You don't want Sally to carry 4/5 of the sprint, right? And so you want your work to kind of be not exactly, equally distributed, but you want it to be within some mean, right? And so when you assign the work to an individual, and this only works when you assign the work to an individual, you get these three dots over here. And so once you assign work to people, you'll then be able to see each individual that has work assigned to them, how many items are assigned to them, and their total number of story points. And so in this particular case, our sprint is carrying 100 points. Yay. But look at the work distribution. Mitch Davis better be like a superstar player, right? Mitch Davis better be making very, very well into the $200,000-300,000 range, at least relative to an administrator. Oh, I get it. Administrator, right? Because administrator is definitely not carrying their weight. They got 2 compared to 18. And so these are the conversations you're going to want to have before you start your sprint. Because if Mitch is carrying 18 items and admin is carrying 2, then we are minimizing our chances of success because one person has way too much work and another person doesn't have enough work. And so the expectation that you have on Mitch to complete 66 story total story points might be unrealistic, right? Might, because maybe Mitch is a superstar, right? Maybe Mitch is really, really awesome, and 66 is a walk in the park, right? But this is going to vary from team to team. I find it hard to believe that Mitch is going to be able to carry 50%, almost 50% of the work is 50% of the almost 50% of the tasks, and was it 2/3 of the story points are assigned to one individual. So the success or the failure of your sprint is literally on the shoulders of Mitch. So what if Mitch gets sick for the week? What if Mitch has a vacation plan, right? What if Mitch gets pulled to another high priority project? These are things that we're setting ourselves up for failure if we're not watching them carefully before we start our sprint. So you want to watch this workload distribution and make sure again that the scales get tipped a little bit more balanced, right? I would take away a few items from Mitch and make sure that admin over here is getting a little bit more work. So we'll stop there for some questions. Ronnie says, Team Ash projects is the path to the dark side. Team Ash projects lead to bloat. Bloat leads to slowness, and slowness leads to suffering. I sense many Team Ash projects in your instance. Angie says the work items are various statuses, maybe. Oh boy, Angie, I forgot what the question was, but maybe. Okay, so again, just to recap, we've done 2 very critical things. We have made sure everything is story pointed, and second, we've assigned, but only for the purposes of being able to see that workload distribution. Okay, because again, we don't want to walk into the sprint top heavy or leaning to one side, because then that's going to hurt our probability of success in the sprint. Now, the last thing before we hit the start sprint button is and this is before you bring any new work, right? And so if you remember from a few minutes ago, I completed a sprint and this rolled over, right? And so everything that you see in the sprint is rollover work. All right. And this is very critical, right? Because our goal when we're running a sprint, or at least when we're going to finish a sprint, we want to minimize the amount of rollover work, right? We don't want to carry items from the previous sprint. And there's a variety of reasons for that, right? Because if you look at all of these items here that are in testing, right? Accepted, architecture, right? Whatever these statuses are, basically anything that's not to do, that means that work has started. And this is going to have 2 very serious implications. Number one is if the work has started, right? The number carried over as well, right? The estimate from the developer is not from this sprint, but rather from the previous sprint. And so for anything that's in progress, you want to audit these items. And you want to ask this developer, Mitch, hey, Mitch, this one's in progress. It's a story point 3. We're starting it or restarting it or continuing it in the next sprint. Is it still a 3? And or optionally, this is an optional step, if Mitch finished, like, let's just say he finished like 2/3 of the work, do we want to split the story, because splitting the story allows you to take credit for the part that got completed and then create a new one where it's like finish the current UI home screen, right? And then he can estimate that one to just be a 1. Oops. Right? And so you can split your stories, right? You have the ability to split a story and then send this one to done. Because once this one's done, we can get that one off of our board and we're just going to focus on that one story point, right? So now we don't have an inflated board, right? We don't have inflated story points. And the stories that are actually here and the numbers that are actually here are much more realistic to the reality. Again, now this step is completely optional. Some teams hate it, some teams love it. I'm a fan because, especially for anything that's currently like already in progress, a lot of the times, the majority of the time, a lot of the heavy lifting has already been done. And so what you're doing is you're carrying big, heavy points, but your team is like almost there. And so you have this, you think you have more work than you don't. And so it just gives you a bad representation. So I audit these items before we start the sprint just to make sure that the numbers are as accurate as possible. Because again, when we start our burn down reports, you don't want to come in with just a bad data, right? Because it's just, again, it's setting you up for not success. It's setting you up for somewhat of a failure. And so you want to audit your things that are, especially anything that's not in to do, right? Especially anything that's not in to do. You want to audit it. All right. Angie said that's an anti-pattern. No splitting allowed when we need to push that requirement feature to product. Again, some people hate it, some people love it, but you got to consider, right? You got to consider the bigger picture, Angie, right? Because if you are, and this is going to lead to the next point I was going to try to make, right? If you're doing this, right? If your work is carrying over from sprint to sprint, right? It really just depends on how much of a pattern and how much behavior is your work going from carrying over from sprint to sprint. Because if it's normal, right, if your team continuously rolls items from one sprint to the next sprint, then it doesn't matter if it's a pattern or an anti-pattern or whatever, you have a problem, right? You have a very serious problem with your team, and so you got to go fix it, right? This is a band-aid, I will call it, right? Splitting stories to me is a band-aid, but you ultimately want to get the product out the door, and you need to help your team gauge the scope, right? They need to become better at gauging scope, and splitting the stories allows them to think about that to some degree, right? I think the right answer, though, however, is you should have done a better job at the beginning, and you should have had smaller stories. And when you have smaller stories, you don't have to split work, right? And so, um, there's a bunch of different techniques, and again, there's no silver bullet here. These are just options for you if you're continuously rolling your work, right? And so, again, it's all in the behavior of your team, right? If your team is performing well, then you don't have to split anything. However, you want to consider, right? You want to consider that you don't deliver stories, right? That's another thing, another controversial thing. Are you actually delivering a story, or is your feature, right? Because we're pushing the requirement feature to prod. To me, especially, right, when I'm developing a feature, it's not the story itself, but it's the epic, right? So I can split the story as many times as I want, as long as it's still associated to the same epic, and we're still trying to get the epic slash feature out and delivered, right? And so again, it's a matter of perspective, and it's a matter of how your team breaks down the work. You got to go back and rewatch my previous lectures on this, because it makes more sense when you go look at the other lectures, right? But it all depends on how, again, you plan your work and where you actually deliver, right? Because a story is just a piece of the puzzle. To me, it's not the full puzzle. So I can split it a few times if I need to, just to make my board metrics look better, and help hold the team more accountable, right? Rahid says, I'm assuming by splitting the story, Jira will automatically create linked. Yes, I believe so. Let's see. Let's open up that split one that we just did. Let's see. Where did I put it? Finish. It said the word finish, right? Somebody help me find the one that I did. Oh, here we go. So if I open up mobile 52, yeah, it splits from, and in fact, it links it with this specific relationship here. All right, folks. And again, we're just trying to the reason we're doing this, right, is because we need the most accurate number and representation before we start the next sprint. Because if you're coming in with inflated numbers, you're not doing yourself a service either, right? So you're gonna lose any way you look at this. We're just trying to minimize how much you lose. because it sucks overall, right? In theory, in the perfect world, you wouldn't have any rollover work, right? You just wouldn't. And so if you continuously have a lot of rollover work, then and if you don't want to split stories, then my recommendation would be you got to push your team harder to break the stories down. You should have already had 5 stories instead of one giant story, okay? Which is a split in theory, right? Um, and so you got to push harder, because if your team is continuously rolling, then that's not good for anybody either, right? So you got to evaluate your things and go from there. Okay, so we've done the story points, we've done the assignings to check out that workload, and again, we've addressed any carryover work to make sure it's all good. Then at that point, then yeah, you can bring in anything new, right? Make sure it has story points in it, and then you're ready to start your sprint. So we're gonna hit start sprint, and we're gonna hit start here. Whoopsie! Apparently, I got to go farther into the future. All right, we're gonna hit start sprint here. Don't mind the dates. Dates are a little less relevant, but let's see what we got going on. Oh boy, the end date must be after the start. Oh, 2023. Holy moly, when did I get that far back? Oh boy. I didn't even realize that we were that far back. All right, let's just go 2 weeks, hit start, and we are now on the races. Now, the laws of Jira. I'm going to give you the biggest rule of Jira here, and this is going to either stab some people in the heart or it's going to hurt real hard. Okay? And here's the rule. Here's the number one rule. Here's the only rule that you need to know. In Jira, okay, and I'm gonna group to none just so you see everything, okay? In Jira, this is a law. You cannot mutate this law. This is a rule that you have to follow, and you're either gonna love it or you're gonna hate it, but this is a rule that you need to be aware of. In order for you to get credit for something, right? In order for you to get credit, that is, Jira considers that item to be done for the sprint, okay? That item, whatever it is, whether it's a story, whether it's a task, whether it's a bug, whether it's a subtask, right? That item must make it to the farthest right column. That is the only way you get credit in Jira, at least from a Scrum board perspective. It's the only way you get credit for completing something. The status is irrelevant. That's a strong word. The status is less relevant. That's a better word. Okay? Because what I've seen some teams do, right? I've seen some teams have like a done status, right? Because the code is complete. And then they have a column where like maybe the PO or somebody else or product owner or somebody's got to approve it, right? Maybe somebody else has to accept it. And so you only get credit. Jira will only knock something off of your board, off of your sprint, and like move it away and won't roll it to the next sprint only when it makes it to the farthest right column. If you have extra statuses or extra columns beyond code complete or wherever you're defining the end of the road to be, then be aware that all that work is going to roll over. And this presents us with a couple of different challenges, right? We're going back to the splitting stories and splitting hairs here. Because if your developers, right, when you're estimating your points, if you're estimating just the development aspect of it, awesome. Mazel tov. That's good. That's awesome. However, what I see a lot of teams do is they'll estimate for the developers, but then they have statuses that apply to other players that are not the developers. And so now we have a very big problem, right? Because you estimated for the development aspect, but you're tracking the whole enchilada, the whole big picture. And that, my friends, is a problem, because Jira is only going to give you credit for the items that move to the farthest right column. And your story points are not going to match that reality, right? Because your story points are being given to you by a developer for the development complexities of that particular story or task or bug, right? But if your process has a UAT process, if your process has system testing, stress testing, right? Performance testing that is done by another player, by another member of your team, and that's part of your workflow and it's part of your Scrum board, you are going to be in for a very rude awakening. And you're going to realize that the majority of the time, your estimates are inaccurate relative to your reality, because your reality is you have more steps than you are estimating for, right? And so we can get into the logistics of that. That's way more advanced. And if you need any help with that, I'll point you back to my link tree, so that you can get a hold of me. I do offer consulting services where I can sit down and chat with you and your team and help you figure it out. But this is a pretty big problem that most teams hit, where they're like, okay, well, we have a problem, right? The workflow that we have does not align with what we're actually tracking here, right? And so you want to modify your boards. You want to set up your settings to give you the highest probability of success, and you want to make sure that the line in the sand where you draw done is more realistic, right? And so in this particular case, when my developer finishes it, they are the ones doing the testing. So as long as the same individual is doing their testing, and as long as you're expecting to get it accepted and you expect it to be released within the sprint, then we're fine. This workflow is great because the developer is going to estimate the development part, the testing part, the review part, and all of their CI/CD, right? Because if you're a DevOps organization and you actually are expecting to push the code, deliver the code out to the production site, right? Going back to Angie's here, right? We're pushing the requirement to prod. And so, Angie, you have a bigger problem here, right? Because if you're expecting that story to go to prod, then your CI/CD process, your DevOps process, needs to also be in tight alignment with what's going on in your board and your workflow here. Because again, if there's a disconnect in any way, shape, or form, you're setting yourself up for failure, because then there's a disconnect, right? And so it's like talking two different languages in the same team. And so you want to make sure that when you're looking at your board, it is realistic to the actual steps that you're estimating for, because anytime that's not true, then you're going to have a less than ideal experience with Jira. And so you want to modify or review your workflows, review who's doing what. Maybe your estimates need to include estimates from the tester, from the reviewer. Maybe your task is, or your stories for the development, and maybe you have an associated task. Maybe you break things down into subtasks, right? And there's no silver bullet here, and I don't want to get hit with more anti patterns, right? But there is no silver bullet, and there is nothing out there that's just going to be perfect, right? You all were giving me crap earlier at the beginning when I said how to plan how to run the perfect sprint, and y'all told me there's no perfect sprint, right? And so perfect clearly doesn't exist. So um, you just got to work with what works for you, right? And so these are some of the common problems that I see when I'm working with teammates here, right? And or with companies and organizations. So again, no silver bullet. There is no one answer that's right. Just a bunch of different maybes that you can try, right? And so that's the rule here that I wanted to make sure that I drove home for you, right? Is that if you are trying to get credit, right? If you're like, why is this story keep popping up in my next sprint? That's because the only way a story is not going to show up in the next sprint is when you hit complete. When you hit complete, and it needs to make it to the farthest right column. All right. So in the chat, let me know if any of you have any questions on that. That was a little bit more philosophical than I probably would have liked to get into, but it's the hard law and it's a hard rule of Jira. Ronnie, you're being awfully quiet as well. Maybe you had to drop to a meeting, but anyways, make it go to the farthest right column. And so you get to control what the farthest right column is. So keep that in mind. And if you need any help, again, check out my link tree to get some one-on-one help with me. Okay, so now let's move on to things to do during your sprint, right? So now that you know the rule, right? Now that you know the hard set rule, what are some things that we can do, and what are some pro tips here that I'm going to give you over the next 20 minutes or so? So number one, you should be running a daily scrum, right? So as part of your process, right, you should be doing some sort of a daily scrum or daily stand up, whatever you want to call it. If the far right column doesn't set a resolution, it still doesn't count. That may be true from a resolution perspective, but now we're talking workflows. I haven't. I don't know if you're asking me a question, Ronnie, or if that's a statement. I don't think it matters as long as you don't want an item to roll up to the next sprint. It just needs to be in the farthest right column. I mean, that's the only way to give you the burn down. Whether it needs to be resolved or not, I'd have to go test that. But if you're telling me a statement, then I'll believe you. But I haven't looked at it deeply, or at least not recently, to tell you right off the top of my head. But as a good practice, as a general practice, I would agree that your farthest right column should also set a resolution so that you're not two birds with one stone. You're getting the credit, you're getting the burn down, you're gonna get it knocked off of your scrum board, and it's gonna not roll to the next sprint, and you're getting it crossed out so that Jira gives you credit from the Jira's database perspective, and the JQL comes up correctly. Um, and Ronnie says that it's a statement. So apparently you want to make sure that you're setting a resolution in one way, shape, or another. Angie says, we use easy agile planning poker to have all the development teams include their estimate for each story. Yeah. So again, this is perfect, right? This is what most teams do, Angie, right? They have the story points are for the development. The problem is when your workflow or your board has non-development statuses in it. That's when you run into problems. Nicola says, how do you do discovery and delivery within a sprint? How do you separate boards? A task can't go through all the processes in one sprint, i.e. define code, test, demo, feedback. Yes. So this is where we get, so Nicola, this is where we get into some theoretical philosophical things, right? Number one, Agile has something called the spike, right? And so I would recommend that you evaluate or research how to use spike work types, because the spike work type is there to help you with the definition and then the discovery part of it, right? My 2 cents is that when you have a story, by the time you create a story, you should already have a bunch of unknowns known. And if you don't have unknowns known, then you should really be creating spikes to go make those discoveries, to go make those revelations, if you will, and then come back and make your your story. And the beauty of it is that it's all grouped by the epic. So you can't have an epic that follows a different workflow than your story, and there's a discovery status in your epic. And in that discovery status, that's where you create your spikes for that feature, right? For that big requirement. Those get planned into your sprints. You have a sprint of discovery, right? Where you're doing a lot of research. And then you're going to come back in with your newfound knowledge and then create your stories that are much more well defined. Okay. That's how we address the front part. On the test and demo feedback part, this is again now where it's just a matter of your philosophy, right? If you're following Agile or Scrum to the T, you need to all those steps, your coding, your testing, your demonstration, your feedback, those steps have to happen within the bounds of your sprint. And so if you're continuously exceeding that, right? If you're exceeding the bounds of your sprint, then you either A, need to pull in less work into your sprint, or the stories need to get smaller so you can drive the probability of success higher. Another path, which is the one I usually recommend to teams because they don't want to follow Agile or Scrum to the T, is that you then go into a Wagile Scrum Fall type of Scrum bond, if you will, of a method, right? And again, reach out to me if you need more help with this, because it's a little bit more of an advanced topic, but there is a way for you to create multiple boards and control which statuses show up on which board, so that you can still have the full picture, but still have more dedicated boards. So you can have like a dev board and a QA board. Okay. And so again, nothing's perfect. There's no right answer to anything. Everybody's problems are unique, but that's how I would address it. How do you manage BAU and improvement work together? So I am not sure what BAU is. If you want to help me out with BAU, I can give you my 2 cents on that. Okay, so back to things to listen for, right? So assuming you're running a daily Scrum, right, and you should be, right, you should be doing either daily stand-up, Scrum, whatever you want to call it, right? Here's some things you should be watching out for, especially if you're the Scrum Master, right? You want to be listening with your ears. Okay. I feel like I'm teaching kindergartners, but you want to be listening with your ears for the following items. Number one, if this individual, Alana, is talking about how she's working on, she's accelerating the checkout process for the application by adding some sort of a caching mechanism to the database, right? I'm totally making things up, right? But if Alana's talking about how she's improving the scalability and performance of the checkout system, we have a problem, because Alana, if I click on her picture and you look at her stories, none of the stories that are assigned to Alana deal with her improving the efficiency of the checkout system. So this is your opportunity to have a whiskey tango foxtrot, right? Like WTF, like what are you doing? Because why are you working on something that's not in your sprint? And to add insult to injury, if there is like not even a story, even in your backlog for this work, like that's like the ultimate betrayal, right? And so you want to be listening for these things as a Scrum Master, right? Because your developers, they're a smart group of people, and they're gonna go work on things that they want to go work on, not necessarily the things that they have to work on. Okay, so there's a very clear distinction. A developer will always work on things they want to work on and push off the things that they have to work on, right? It's human behavior, human psychology. We all do it, right? And so you want to be listening for their updates during your stand-ups to make sure that whatever it is they're updating you on, it's actually something that's in the board. Because if they're working on something else that's not on the board, right? And worst case, if it's not even in the backlog, right? But really hone in, right? They should be always giving you status updates or just updates in general on, or they should be discussing, right? Even if it's not an update, but the context of the conversation should be centered around a story that is actually assigned to them. Because if they're not, then guess what's not going to happen to these stories? They're not going to get worked, right? Um, they're going to be working on something else that's not even in your sprint. So guess what's going to roll over for sure is these stories because they never got worked on. So you want to be listening. You want to be listening for cues. And I point blank ask them like, okay, what story is that for? Right. And they have to go and tell you the story number because again, developers, much I'm a developer myself, so I feel like I can bash trash talk a little bit more on the developer side because I'm a developer, but I know this, right? I was there. I lived there. My wife's a developer. I we work together a lot, and so I see this often too many times, right? Where we just developers want to work on cool stuff, and sometimes that means not working on the stuff you're assigned. All right, and so make sure that they are all of the conversations are happening around stories that are in the sprint. That's going to happen way too often. Okay, that's the first thing you should be listening for. The second thing you should be listening for, and Rodney, if you want to drop it in here, can you give me your tagline for the Jira guy? I think it's appropriate for this next part of the conversation, right? But the second thing you want to be listening for is let's take this story over here. Change login related support documentation. Alana tomorrow or to this in a couple of hours when we have our stand up, she'll come in and say, "Hey, so today I started working on the login information. I got all the support documentation. I started getting the outline, right? I started doing the outline and it's almost done. I'm almost done with it. I'm about to start testing it, right? Well, guess what's not updated? The status of this item, mobile 20, is still in to do. And so another thing that you want to help, right? Because oftentimes things carry over from sprint to sprint simply because the developer forgot to update it and move it to the appropriate status. And so this is a problem. You want to make sure that your developers, not you as a scrum master should not become their secretary, right? But you as a scrum master should hold them accountable and remind them to update their own statuses. Don't do it for them because that's a very easy way to fall victim to, oh, it's the scrum master's job. And then that's how you quickly become a secretary. That's how you quickly stop losing value. And that's how you quickly accelerate your when there's a reduction in force and you get laid off, right? Because you're just a secretary. Anybody can do the secretary job. So don't do that. Don't update statuses for people, but remind them, have you updated your Jira work items today, right? Because they need to follow along here. And so they're responsible for updating their own statuses. Okay. But just be wary that oftentimes they'll be talking about how they're testing something that is still in the status of to do, right? And so listen for those kind of anomalies, right? Listen for when your team is working on things or they're telling you that they're doing things, but Jira is not reflecting that reality. All right. So you want to make sure that you're listening for that. Next up, we're going to talk about blocked work. Okay. Oftentimes they're going to get stuck, right? Team members are going to get stuck and they're going to get blocked. And that's okay. Life happens and they're depending on people. We're human. And I would expect blockages to happen fairly often. So there's 3 different ways to manage blocked items. My preferred method, because it's very visual, is if right here Alana's telling us we're fixing the typo on the contact us page, and if she goes, I can't find the contact us page, and she's blocked, then the easiest way, my 2 cents, this is my preferred method, is to right click on this item and add a flag. When you add the flag, it's going to prompt you to put in a reason, right? Alana can't find the contact us page. And then you can go at admin, tag somebody. Can you help out? Right. And when you do this, you're doing like it's a trifecta here. One, we're documenting what the blockage is, right? Two, we are calling out people to help us out with the blockage. And three, it's now yellow. And so tomorrow when I come back in for an update, it's catching my eyes because we have a yellow item here, and that's going to require some yellow, some work. Second, there's this little thing over here called Sprint Insights. And so work items that need attention is going to be all my items that are flagged. And so now this particular item, fixed typo, is flagged, and I can just go to a single location and find those items. If you have a status of blocked, right? If you have a column called blocked, you will not benefit from any of these work items that need attention. Okay. And so you want to make sure that if you truly want to use, like if you want this sprint and insights to work for you, you need to either block by using the blocks and blocks by relationship, or you're flagging the way I just described. But if you just have a status of blocked or a priority called blocker, it's not going to do you any good because it's not going to elevate it for you or escalate it. Angie says, it was something I found challenging each workday, reminding grown folks to do what's expected, but I got corrected when we rotated the Scrum Master role to everyone on the team. Oh, I got that correct. Yeah. So yeah, it's funny sometimes. Sometimes I feel like we work with a bunch of kindergartners. Okay, but that would be my 2 cents. But you're listening for blocked items, right? They should be telling you those impediments, right? The typical daily Scrum script is what did I do yesterday, what am I doing today, and any impediments. You want to flag those impediments by making them yellow by adding the flag. You can do JQLs on this. You can put them on dashboards. You get them in the sprint insights. They're yellow on the screen, so they're like yelling at you a lot. So that would be my 2 cents. Next up, we want to listen for stale work. We want to listen for work that's not moving, right? And we do that by modifying our board, right? And so you want to go to your board settings, which have recently moved as part of the new UI. So you can either click up here on these ellipses here, or if you hover over your board, you will see that ellipses present themselves. So you go to your board settings and you want to go to card layout. Yes, you want to go to card layout, and you have this toggle here that says days in column. You want to turn that on. And when you turn that on and you go to your board, you're going to get bubbles. You're going to get these little circles. And when you hover over those little circles, it's going to tell you how many days that particular item has been in that particular column. And so when this thing starts saying 7 out of 10 days and it's still in to do, this is where you as a scrum master, you need to start going, hey, what's going on here? Why are we 7? Why hasn't this thing been updated in 7 days? Right? Because when that work becomes stale, that's when either the developer's off doing something else or doing something else or not working on that thing, right? And so you want to follow up with your team here, and you want to make sure that these numbers and days in your column don't get too far, don't get too big, because the longer something sits and just sits on your board, the longer the higher probability is that you're not going to complete your sprint, right? Because if you're 7 days into a 10-day sprint and it's still in to do, your probabilities of success go lower and lower by each passing hour, right? Especially if you're 9 out of 10, then forget about it, right? It's like game over. And so you want to stay on top of these. You want to make sure that this feature is enabled and that you're hovering over these items daily to see if anything is stuck, right? Maybe we are blocked on a few items, but your developer is just not telling you, because the harsh reality here that you're going to find is that your developers are usually really, really smart people, right? Sometimes they're Ivy League graduates, right? Sometimes they're super smart. They're highly, highly paid. Engineers typically get paid a lot of money, right? Especially like more money than you and me. And so one of the things that you want to be careful here, right, is or at least be aware of, is that no developer is ever going to admit their faults, right? Nobody's going to say, "Hey, you know what? I'm stuck. I'm stuck. I'm not really sure what's going on." They're gonna go figure it out, right? They're gonna figure out to the end of time. And so it's your duty, your responsibility. If you want to increase your probability of success here, your responsibility to go fish that information from your developers. Because again, they're not going to openly, most of the time, right? Some of them might do a good job, but for the majority of the time, no developer is going to say, you know what? I don't know how to do something. Because none of us, right? None of us are going to admit that we don't know how to do something, right? And so it's a hard thing to ask, and you tend to fall into this trap where you think work is being done, but it's secretly not being done. All right. And so keep an eye out for that stale work because it usually means that the developer is unsure of something. They're not ready to do it, right? Which is a different, bigger problem that you have, right? Because ultimately, if you have too many items that are stale, that are just sitting here, sprint to sprint, then you need to have a bigger conversation when you're planning your sprint because those estimates have to account for the level of unknown that is in each story, right? And so if your teams are basically telling you, hey, we're not sure about this or we're not sure about that, then that usually means that some story is unknown, right? That there's too many variables that the developer is just not comfortable with, and they're just not telling you about it, right? So they're either A, going to give you a ridiculously high story point estimate, like 21, or they're just going to hide it and just not tell you. So, and keep an eye out for these things because these are little data points that you can leverage as the Scrum Master to help move the needle and increase the probability that your team actually finishes the work that they signed up for. Because oftentimes you just kind of look at these and go, and you brush them off, or you don't have that insight, and then again things get left behind. All right, a couple more things to talk about, and then we're gonna wrap this one up here. Um, if every day, my 2 cents is every day you should be going to reports, and every day you should be looking at your burn down chart. This is very, very important. Every single day you should be looking at your burn down chart. Holy moly, what happened here? Okay, these are bad examples, but every day you should look at your burnout chart for a variety of reasons. Number one, this red line tells you a lot of information, right? This red line needs to start at the top. It needs to be high up because you got to burn down. And what I often see is a lot of teams will start at 0 and then it shoots up immediately on the first day. And what that tells me is that they started the sprint before they put points in, right? Oftentimes I'll see that it started at 0 and then like a day or two later, then they put the points in. Again, don't ever start your sprint without putting the points in because then it'll reflect here in the chart. So make sure that you always start your sprint with the points in it so that your chart starts at the top and then you're able to burn down. Next up, if you see the line go up, you got to remind yourself that this is a burn down chart. So the line should go down and not up. Although the unfortunate reality is that things are going to go up from time to time, right? Scope increase, you got a VP that runs in frantically telling you this thing needs to get done, or you have a demo for the client or the customer or something, right? You got to drop what you're doing and fix something. That's okay. We deal with those as appropriate, but you don't want it to become a habit where all you're doing is going up, because every time your sprint goes up, you minimize your probability you're going to complete your work, right? And so again, you want to tame these spikes. You want to challenge every spike that comes into your sprint, not the spike issue type, but the spike in the graph, right? Because the spike in the graph represents new work that was not planned, right? It's work that got added to your sprint after you hit the start sprint button. And so as a Scrum Master, you got to hold the line here. You gotta understand and challenge why an item is being pulled into your sprint. And there's almost always a good reason. Cool, great, awesome. But my recommendation, it's make it a trade-off. Tell them if you're gonna pull something into my sprint, you gotta take something out of my sprint. Because if you just absorb it, then your probability that you're gonna be able to finish the commitments of your sprint start going down dramatically. And so a swap I'm okay with, but just accepting new work, especially when you plan a full sprint, you're just basically setting yourself up for failure at that point as well. And so watch those spikes on the graph because they're never good. Next thing to watch out for is watch out for the line going across flat, because a flat line means that even though your team is working on the stories, right, they might move things from in progress to testing to accepted. The red line will only go down if it makes it to the farthest right column. And so if your team is going flat, 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 and then a cliffhanger at the end, that means that they're waiting until the last minute to finish updating their statuses in Jira. And that's not going to be good or healthy either, right? Because it doesn't give you a good representation of if your team needs help or how you can help as a scrum master. So you want to be watching for these plateaus or these flat lines, because they're basically telling you that your workflow is too complex, that your team's not able to get to the farthest right column quickly, or B, the story was so massive that that it took them the whole sprint to get to the farthest right column, right? And so in both cases, you want to be ahead of these problems and you want to be addressing them, because they're just not going to help you in the long term. And then yeah, the last general tip here is that this red line is supposed to hug this gray line as much as possible. And so keep that in mind, that the objective here is for that red line to follow the gray line and hug it as much as possible. All right. So here's what we're going to focus on. So I'm actually going to go full screen, because we're going to leave this screen a little bit, but I mainly want to talk to you. This one's going to be a really big session where I talk more than I do demonstrations, because the sprint demos or the sprint reviews is an activity that, again, you as a scrum master don't necessarily run, but you should be aware of some stuff. And so these are going to be my opinions. These are going to be the way I do things. You may agree with some of them, you may disagree with others. That's okay. um there's a many ways to skin a cat, but this is really truly for folks that are just struggling, and you're looking for some guidance or some inspiration or some direction for how you can do this. So we'll start off with the basics, and we'll start off with the most important thing that I think a lot of teams get wrong when it comes to sprint reviews. And the first one is everyone presents. I have a big problem when developers are like, I don't have anything to talk about today, or they don't attend, right? Or there's like a vacation, or they just don't intentionally show up. That's a huge problem. So every developer, every person that was in that sprint, right? Anybody that was a participant of that sprint, they obviously did something for 2 weeks. Right? So there should be something. And so it's one of my pet peeves when they say, I got nothing to present. So in the chat, how many of you get I got nothing? I don't have anything. I don't have anything to demo. How many of you have heard this story before? Let me know. Raise your hand. Give me a +1. Give me a little emoji if this is an excuse that you get. And I'm going to tell you right now, this is the first thing you got to cut off is that excuse. You should not let people pass. I think it's very important, right? It's very important not only for the integrity of what's being demonstrated, right? But you got stakeholders in the room, they're there to see a show. So that's very important. Two, what the heck were they doing for 2 weeks or 3 weeks or however long your sprint is, right? Like if you were working a 40-hour work week times two, so 80 hours worth of work, right? And you got nothing. And don't let the, oh, my stuff is boring and nobody wants to see my stuff. No. If you worked on a requirement, we want to see how are we trending towards that requirement. Okay? It's very important. Make everybody present. And I will give you I will tell you, and I covered this a little bit below, right? But yes, there's going to be excuses every once in a while, right? I think there's going to be people that do go on vacation. There's going to be people that just are overlapped. But make sure that I used to work at a company where everybody, the whole company, every other Friday, we as a company went to every review. There was like 5 or 6 teams in total. And so literally our Friday from 8 a.m. until like 3 p.m. was we'll spend an hour with each team. We had a lunch together and we just went and watched everybody's, right? We were big cheerleaders, but we were watching and learning and understanding what everybody across the company was doing. Obviously, this is easy in a small 300% company, so your results are going to vary, but it's a time to show, right? Especially now when we have all these layoffs that are happening. What better time to show off the great work you're doing than during the sprint demo where all the bosses are in the room to watch, right? And so you should be taking advantage, or you should be encouraging your developers to take advantage of the fact that this is their stage, this is their 5 minutes of glory, and they should take advantage of it, right? Because you don't want to allow this whole like, I got nothing for you today, right? Like I would say that that's a very big lie, because you clearly did some work. And if you consistently have this behavior of people not presenting, then again, this is why layoffs happen, right? This is why when budgets are tight and you're getting folks that are not showing their work, right? Then this is where we have harder conversations. So definitely encourage your your developers or whoever's in your sprint, your scrum team, to demonstrate, to show off as much as they possibly can. And everybody should go. And if they're not available, right, if they can't attend for whatever reason, they're on vacation, they're sick, that's fine. We're okay with this. But I will tell you that Looms and videos today for asynchronous demonstrations, somebody should at least be playing a video that was pre-recorded for that particular user. So they may need to complete their requirements or their stories a little bit earlier before the sprint ends, but that's the price of going on vacation. You go on vacation, you got to pay your right to get out there, right? So you got to make sure you do your demonstration and be responsible there. So that's bullet number 1. Everybody should present. Again, I'm very firm on that one. Let me know in the chat. Do you agree or disagree? Should everybody present? I'm very curious what you think about that. And while you fill up the chat, let's go on to the second bullet here, which is stakeholders, but especially requirement owners should be present. So I have a really hard time when we have folks that make the requirements, like your product owners, your product managers, even your CTO, CIOs, right? And they're too busy to see what the progress is, right? The sprint review, and I'm going to go into the bleed in a little bit into that third bullet, right? The sprint review is to do the feedback. And we take a step back and we go, what's the fundamental difference between waterfall and Scrum? And that is, at least from a fundamental difference between waterfall and Scrum. And that is that in the world of waterfall, we have a plan, right? We develop this big giant plan, 6-month plan, whatever it is, a year, 2 years, and we run, right? We do all of this work, we do all this testing, we do all this validation, verification, and then at the very, very end, 6 months from now, we then go, ta-da, look at it. And then most of the time you're off or the requirements change or the products went obsolete or something happened and you're back to square one, right? But Agile kind of fixes that, right? Agile says every 2 weeks, we're supposed to get together and look. And the sprint review is where you do the looking, right? It's where you're going to provide that feedback where if you see something wrong, if you're like, I asked you for a blue button and you gave me a green button, well, that's something that you should catch immediately, right? You don't want to wait 6 months to catch that, right? You want to be able to provide that feedback. But the person that made the requirement, the person that said, I want a blue button, that person has to be present. And if you need to move schedules around, I think you should. But the sprint review, to me, I've seen over the time, is it's like a compliance ceremony, right? It's something you have to do because you're told you have to do it because somebody wrote some Scrum book and said, thou shall have a sprint review. But a lot of stakeholders don't attend, right? It's not their priority. And I would say you need to cut that behavior off as well. Like if you are consistently not having key decision makers in the room to witness firsthand the output of the thing that they said they wanted, you're leading your company astray and you're gonna have some potential problems. So make sure your stakeholders are present. If you consistently have the same stakeholders that can't attend, you got to shift their schedule or shift the demo. But there should be some star alignment here. And your key stakeholders, specifically the people that came up with the requirements, whatever that role or responsibility may look like in your company, those people have to be present. It's the opportunity to provide the feedback. Duh. So let's see. We got Savano says, what if only they did refactorings in the code which are not visible to the users? So that's a great point and a great thing, right? So refactoring to the code is one of these like boring things, right? But I always tell the developers you should be really, really proud of the work you did, right? Because refactoring code is more of an art than it is a science. And it would be like saying, like, I don't know, some artist like repainted their painting, but all they did was use a different brush. And so it's not worth showing off, right? But there's a new technique, there's a new learning, there's new gotchas, right? Because one of the things that I don't have on here, but you definitely want to convey back to your developers, is that the sprint demo is 50%. I heard you want a green button or a blue button. Here's what I gave you. But it's also for the other 50% is for me to say, I was told to build a blue button. Here's a green button. But the reason it's green is because, I don't know, red, green colorblind or something, right? Like we ran into a problem. we ran into a problem, and here's the reason why we went this way, and this is feedback I can give to my stakeholders. But it's also knowledge. It's institutional knowledge, tribal knowledge, if you will, that then your other developers go, if I ever have that problem, I can learn. So yeah, when you're refactoring code, you're making things better. So why wouldn't you want your developers to share their learnings on the successes or the failures or all the challenges they had in between with the rest of your developers? Because once your developer shares, here's some of the challenges I had refactoring, here's the outcome, then other developers don't have to repeat the same mistake. So this is a win-win for everybody. So yeah, so your features, right? Your demonstration doesn't have to be for the user. It is 50% stakeholders and 50% for the developer team. Again, let me know in the chat if you agree or disagree with this stuff. But those are my perspectives, right? We're not the sprint review is not just for that user, right? And we don't care. We shouldn't only care that the stuff we're demonstrating is something you can tangibly touch, right? Code refactoring, code improvements, database, performance upgrades, right? All those things are important, right? Everything's important, and you should be looking at it, right? It gives purpose to all the work. A/B and cohort testing, and then it says, and you don't know the light bulbs and colleagues you'll activate by sharing. Yeah, there's just so many new ideas that somebody might have a very parallel problem. Developers by nature, we're very introverted. We don't like to talk. And so the sprint review kind of forces you to talk, but it forces you to share that knowledge, that institutional knowledge that is so important. It's so important that it just oftentimes just gets not viewed, and then people are repeating the same mistake because we didn't share that information. So again, this sprint demo is not just for the users, right? It's for everybody. And I'm going to touch back on purpose on the feedback, right? I wanted to give you the biggest takeaway, right? Is obviously going to be that feedback, whether it's feedback from other developers, because another thing that we can do, just going back to Havino's, I'm assuming that you don't pronounce the X, right? Exavino? I think it's, I have a friend who spells her name's Jimena, and she does spell it with an X, but it sounds like a J. So I'm assuming it's Javino. But let me know, Javino, if I got your name right. Anyways, um, feedback, right? Because yeah, you did some refactoring, but it's an opportunity for that senior developer that's in the room to go, oh, this is great. Everybody should do it this way. Or it's feedback to go, oh no, we actually tried that 6 months ago. It didn't work. Don't do that. Right? It's an opportunity to get technical feedback, but also requirement feedback. So feedback is feedback, and everybody should be talking, right? These demos should be the place to kind of present themselves, but that also kind of does expose you a little bit, right? You have to be a little bit vulnerable, which is why team culture and team morale and team trust is very, very important. Now, I believe next month, we're going to be talking about sprint retrospectives, which is my favorite ceremony out of all the ceremonies. So if you thought this conversation was cool, wait until you see next month's conversation on sprint reviews, right? But you have to have a culture, you have to have a team environment where you welcome the feedback and you're not stepping on people, right? Like you're not putting people down, because this is what makes the feedback hard. So take classes and do like team building activities and learn how to provide feedback so that people don't get, their hearts broken, because you don't want to say, oh, this is the crappiest. Like I've been in a meeting, true story. I've presented this dashboard. I made a dashboard for an executive team for a C. He was a vice president, right? And this was like, hey, we had been struggling with the problem for months, and I came into the project and I found a pretty, what I thought was an elegant solution to fixing the problem. I went and built it. I got feedback from my peers. I got feedback from a couple managers. I was getting thumbs up all the way around. We determined it was polished enough. My demonstration was polished enough to show it to the VP. And I remember the VP basically telling me, this is the worst metric I've ever seen in my life. And like, yeah, that hurt a little bit, but more deeply, what that did was it made it so that going forward from that moment on, I did not like that VP, right? And I held back every idea that I had. And so you want to train your stakeholders that if and when they're going to be providing feedback, there's a right way to provide feedback, and then there's a way that's just going to be detrimental to your team. And so again, if we're back on the topic of layoffs, pick those people that are toxic to your team culture. Those are the ones that should be going, not the people that are actually trying to, do a hard, that are trying to try really hard for their job. Liz says the legacy code horror clues pop out sometimes. Tushar says our team has working sorry, our team has people working on managing different tools which are not dependent on each other. So our sprint review is not that useful, but we have to do it as a process. Yeah. Again, usefulness is beauty is in the eye of the beholder. I'll tell you. Technical people, like, why do we go to conferences if not to learn from others, right? Why do we watch sports if not to be entertained by other people doing the thing that we'd like to do? And so you got to think of your demos like just like a scrimmage, right? It's just a game. Chat says, yeah, you think that's how layoffs work. You would think you get rid of the toxic people in your culture. Another true story. So I worked in a company one time where I came in as a contractor. I was helping out, and they needed like a technical program manager, just usually my bread and butter. That's usually what I do. And I remember the person that brought me onto the team before I went and had my first meeting with the team, and I was meeting the team. He pulls me to the side and he goes, "Hey, Alex, I gotta let you know that our software lead, right, the person that owns the code, that is the smartest, that understands the code base the most, he gets triggered very easily," right? And so he's like, "You'll want to be very, very careful." And I'm like, well, why is everybody like walking? Like, it's not fair that everybody has to be like super careful to not trigger people, because like from a culture perspective, you all have to work together. And so I would say it's not okay to have excuses, but y'all got to learn how to work together as a team, and you got to be able to take criticism, and you got to be able to give criticism. It's very, very important. It's part of maturing. It's part of becoming an adult, in my opinion. But I don't want to turn this into a psychology session and or get canceled. Yeah. So anyways, so let's continue. So the feedback is the most important, right? Now, a couple more tips that I can give you. When should you run the sprint review? My 2 cents, it should happen at the end of the sprint, but before you close Jira, because once you close something in Jira, that's it, right? That is the final opportunity that you get in Jira, because the moment you say complete sprint, anything that didn't get finished is going to roll over to the next sprint, and you're only going to get credit for the things that move to done. And so you want to do your sprint review. You want to be getting this feedback, because as I'm going to go over some of these bullets down below, you want to make sure you capture comments. You want to make sure that if something missed the mark, you move things back, right? Because sometimes developers might move something to done because, yeah, they finished it, but the feedback was not quite. We kind of missed it, right? So you have to move it back to in progress, or do something else, or maybe maybe here's a controversial topic. Let me ask you all something. If your developer, I'm kind of curious, so I'm going to poll the room here. So get your fingers on your keyboard, start typing, right? If your developer has a story, make a blue button, and they make the button green, and we get to the sprint review, and the button, it's green, and you're demonstrating, and the product manager is like, pretty sure the requirement was for it to be blue. What do you do? Do you move that story out from done, move it back to in progress? Do you move it to do, or do you open a bug? I'm very curious what you all think. Should you, if somebody missed the requirement, right? If the requirement is clearly missed, do you move it back to in progress? Do you move it back to do, or do you open a bug against that requirement or against that story? So Karen's saying we open a bug. Okay. It's a great, so that's an option because I said it, right? So that's an option, but I'm curious. Anybody else, what are your thoughts on this? What do you do when we miss the requirement? Liz says, I know having, okay, so I think we got a side conversation happening with Liz and Tushar, but so we'll try to skip that one for now. Liz, we'll come back to it. Stuart says we move it back to in progress. Okay, that's usually what I do. I usually move it back to in progress. And the question really becomes like, when do you open a bug then? When is it appropriate to Chat says that this is now an enhancement, right? Kima says back to do. And folks, as you can see here, there's no right or wrong answer. They're all technically right, including Chad's enhancement, right? It's really up to you and your team to figure out what makes sense, but make it make sense. Whatever path you take, whether you open a new bug, whether you move it to do, whether you move it to in progress, just make sure that everybody understands why, right? Everybody understands the reasoning, because this is going to be very critical. You got to communicate this information really, really well with your team. It should be clear as day. Hey, you missed a requirement. We're going to move it back to do. And maybe we got to put a reason, right? Maybe you have a transition in your Jira workflow for moving it back to do. maybe you have that reopened status, right? But you got to document and you got to communicate these things so that it's clear, because guess what's going to happen? I've seen this happen too many times where, and Tushar, this is the one I wouldn't agree with, unless you're joking, right? But making the button green was not a feature; it's a bug, right? It's supposed to be blue. But anyways, you want to have an established process and you want to document, you want to communicate, because I've seen this happen so many times where we move it back to do, right? This is Friday. We're all just want to, Friday, we want to get out of there early, happy hours calling. And you live the weekend and then you come back on Monday and you're like, what happened to this one? Like, what did we decide? And if you didn't record sessions, right? Back in my day, everything was in person. And so you didn't really have the luxury of recording your sessions when you were in person. You want to document in Jira. That's why we have comments in Jira, right? You want to put in the Jira item why we're reopening, why we're moving it to in progress, why we're moving it to do. So it's not enough to just transition or open a new bug. You want to do your due diligence and over communicate the reasons, because trust me when I tell you, once Monday comes around and that Friday night happy hour has worn off, you're gonna regret not having that context to help you figure out why in the world did I do this. You want to have a good reason for this. Liz says, but move it out of done in progress, but with some designation description. Yeah, this is kind of what I was trying to mess there, or drive home there. Tushar says, but moving back to do in progress will mess up the reports. Yes and no. But the real question is, was it ever really done? Right. So it messes up the reports, but the real question is, but did you finish the thing? And I don't think it's okay for you to get credit for doing something wrong, right? Like if you were supposed to make a blue button and the button's green, right? And this is not really I don't know that this is a definition of done problem, right? Because beauty is in the eye of the beholder, right? But if you miss a requirement, which is why you should have very clear requirements, but if you didn't hit the requirement, then you never got finished. So you're still working on it, right? But this is why the sprint report is very valuable. And I think too many people see the sprint report as the finish line, right? Like we have to finish it and it has to be done, it has to be perfect. But that's not the spirit of Agile. The spirit of Agile was the feedback loop, right? And the learning and the discovery and the pivot. And so I would say it shouldn't mess up your report, because your report should only show you what you actually got done, what actually hit those requirements and actually finished. But again, let me know what you guys think in the chat, because these conversations are very, very subjective, right? There's no right way, there's no silver bullet, there's no magic pill that you can take. Although I will tell you, we're going to put a lot of these checklists inside of our big book of Atlassian. So if you want to look at some of these things, make sure you sign up for that event happening October 22nd through the 24th, in person only in Long Beach. Liz says that helps DevOps and team leads ID weak points and team characteristics without overwhelming the visuals on the Jira board. Kingdom says, what's the essence of the report when the requirements was clearly a miss? So well, I guess it does depend on what your report is, right? So the built-in native Jira reports, unless you have special reports, right? I don't think it matters too much if you move things back out, because you didn't finish it. So I think it would be worse for you to move something to done, take credit for doing the wrong thing. You have to be proud of the work that you're working on, and the report. Here's my controversial thing on reports. If you have to measure something via report, you're too late. Like your team has already messed up, because reports are only there to track all the bad things that the people did, right? And so you want to go and like hold people accountable, but your team should be self-accountable, and your team should be self-organizing, and they should be motivated by themselves, right? They should be team motivated to do great work. And as long as your team is doing great work, then you don't have anything to report on, because things are getting done on time, right? It's when things don't get done, it's when things don't get done correctly, that you need reports to then figure out, okay, where did we go wrong? So I've never been a huge fan of reports or dashboards. I actually don't like them at all. And I know that as an executive, like you live by dashboards and reports, like that's your bread and butter. But I think you have a bigger problem in play. And again, not a little bit more controversial than anything else, but I usually don't care for reports or dashboards or any kind of metric, because as I rather motivate my team to do the best job that they can possibly do and work with them throughout the sprint to get this done. Also, another thought for you to ponder and think about as we're talking about the sprint review. Do not, let me word this correctly. If your team is waiting until the sprint demo to do the review, you missed an opportunity as well. When your developer finishes something, that PO or that product manager, whoever wrote that requirements, they should be in that loop then and there. Because the bigger, right? So I'll play devil's advocate with you. Your developer shouldn't move it to done until it's been thumbs up, right? And so does that mean that you have a status in your workflow for review, right? That's not your done status. That's an option, right? But I'm a big believer that if I finish something, I'm going to go run to my requirements manager, whoever said this is what it should do, and I'm going to go, what do you think? Right? Get that feedback sooner. You don't want to wait 2 weeks to get the feedback. You can get the feedback at any point. You do not have to wait to the sprint demo or sprint review to get feedback or review the item. You can review it ad hoc at any point, especially with the power of Loom, right? You can now make a video and go, hey, I just finished this feature. Here's 2 minutes. Watch it on 1.5 speed. What do you think? Did I miss the mark? Did I get it right? And then I'll move my stories, right? Because the other thing that we've been kind of considering is you're moving it to done, but what happens when you catch the mistake before done, right? At that point, you wouldn't open a bug and you'd be totally okay with keeping it in progress or something like that. Because again, it's only until you move it to done. But I think moving items to done means you don't have a good definition of done. Right. I think you have a miss on your team understanding that they're just trying to finish things up, but they're doing the wrong thing because building the wrong thing is almost as bad as not building it at all. My opinion. But let me know what you guys think. I thought the requirement was missed from the client POSM. So this is an interesting one. So what happens? So this is a different thought, right? So to share, this is very, very, very important what you're saying here. So you're saying like the button's green, but because the requirement was bad, right? I got a requirement to make a blue button, but in fact you wanted a green. This is an interesting scenario. This is one where you got to have like these conversations of like the customer's always right, right? Because who I've been in the scenario, right? I've been in the scenario where I am the technical expert, right? And this, my friends, if you haven't read, I think if you guys are struggling with product requirements, I would highly recommend you read this book. It's called Inspired, How to Create Tech Products That Customers Love. And in this book, one of my favorite things that I like about this book, I'm almost halfway through it, but one of the things that we have in here is the role of the product manager, but specifically the product vision. And here's a thought. Here's a controversial thing, right? The person coming up with the requirement is usually not a developer, right? It's usually some other person, some other individual. But where I have a challenge, where I think companies go wrong, is that you're, especially when you have, how many of you guys have a business analyst? How many of you guys have a BA that makes your requirements? Please let me know. Raise your hand in the chat. Does your company have a BA? Who's coming up with your requirements? Actually, better poll here. Who makes the requirements in your organization? Is it your product owner? Is it your product manager? Is it your BA? Is it your CTO? I'm very curious. Who's actually creating the requirements, right? Because my 2 cents, my belief is that the person who makes the requirements better truly understand what the heck they're building, right? You can't have a person that is not in tune with the technology that is being built, because that's how you're going to get yourself into a lot of trouble, right? Especially if you're no. So the next question, since we're having, we have people coming in here with BAs, right? Are your BAs technical, right? Do your BAs understand the technical challenges and just the technicalities of building the thing that they're making requirements for? Because if your answer is no, right? If the answer is no, that they don't get lost in that, right? They're just like the voice of the customer. Well, you're gonna have a lot of friction, right? You're gonna have a lot of friction because they're gonna ask you for some far-fetched things that just aren't technically feasible. And this is where you now have to have a lot of communication between your tech leads and your product owners, right? It's a big mess. But if your BAs are technical in nature, or at least have some understanding of how technology works, my 2 cents, that you get better requirements because they're appreciative of the laws and the limits of the technology, right? But when they're just throwing things over the fence and seeing what sticks, you're gonna have a really, really hard time. That's again the excuse of being agile, moving back to done to open the work item. So again, Tushar, I would say, why would the item get to done if it wasn't actually done? Right? Like your item should only get to done if you actually got it done. Right? Now, here's another question. I'm gonna come back to Kima, right? But here's another little sidebar, things that I ponder, because I've actually had arguments or discussions, debates with people on this matter, right? But I do believe that here's my 2 cents. Here's my belief. If you're a developer and I wrote something wrong, I didn't finish it, right? You're not done, right? If my button's supposed to be blue and I've made it green, I am not done. I'm sorry, I cannot move it to done. I should not move it to done because I did not complete the requirement, right? If the requirement now, if you don't have good requirements and you just like give me a button, then whatever, you got bigger problems, right? But if I have a requirement that explicitly says, make me a blue button, and I make you a blue button and it's blue, great. If you're like, well, I actually wanted the button to be squared and it's a triangle or whatever, that wasn't in the requirements, then that's a whole different conversation. I am saying if you take a requirement that says, I need a circular blue button and you make a circular green button, you did not finish that story. Okay. You missed, right? So you shouldn't move it to done. So if there's a problem and it's caught, that story, since it never went to done, you're still in progress. You're still in the in-flight side of the workflow. If, however, you move it to done, right? Let's say that the we wanted a blue circular button, awesome, and then the product owner is like, wait, actually, I wanted it square. That, my friends, is not reopening. You met the requirement. So that is, if we go back up to Chad had it best, right? That's an enhancement, right? That's a new feature. That's a new requirement, right? When you're changing the requirement, that doesn't mean you missed the requirement, right? That is your PO, your product owner, your BA. They now saw what the circular blue button looks like, and they're like, nope, I don't like this. I want it square, and now I want it green, right? But that's a whole new requirement. That is a new story. That is not reopening things. So let's not confuse things, right? We are not opening things like from that perspective. Second, if I create a blue button and when I click on it, it turns green and that was not part of the requirement, then that, my friends, becomes a bug, right? That is now a bug that is filed because I did meet the original requirement, but for some reason, when I click on it, unbeknownst to me, it becomes green, right? And that, my friends, is what we call as a bug, right? And so you again, you got to have great definitions of this stuff because every team's going to have a slightly different interpretation for it all, right? As you can see here, the chat is like actually going crazy, debating me over some of these things, right? Because some of these things we agree, some of these things we don't agree on, but that's okay. That's the beauty of a couple bullet points that somebody wrote some agile manifesto, and then you're supposed to make multi-billion-dollar products with it, right? But I would say you want to communicate and you want to have like a playbook in your company that explicitly calls out, this is what done means. This is when we open a bug. This is when we don't open a bug, right? This is when we expect to do feedback and reviews, right? And so you have to have clear guidelines so that everybody understands what's what. Otherwise, you end up with confusion, and then you end up with having to create 1,000 reports because nobody does their job right. Okay, and so that's kind of my little soap opera for the day. Kima says the question in my environment is who should gather the requirements because the BA and the PO are always locked heads and it's a mess. Yeah, that's a cultural problem. And again, you it's hard to do your job when those things are happening. So highly recommend you read that book, Inspired. It'll kind of guide you a little bit more with where requirements should come from. Liz says I can't remember my pure agile course said, but the DA made done versatile. Yeah, it's this is the beautiful thing and the worst thing about agile is that it's so flexible. My takeaway, if you take anything away from this course, right? Again, my stuff is just opinions, but the takeaway, if you're writing notes or if you're saying, Alex, what can I take away from this course is document your process that works for your team. Every team's going to be different. I've coached hundreds of teams at this point. No two teams have ever been the same. And even when I come in with my methods and my methodologies, my ideologies, and my recommended way of doing work, there's always some tweak to make it unique to the process, to the people, to the culture. So document it though, because it's so tribal knowledge and it's inside people's heads, but you miss, like, people don't communicate and you miss expectations. And this is how you end up on layoff lists, because you're not communicating expectations. You got to make it clear. You got to make it super clear. We have set up definition of ready and definition of done clearly in all stories. This is great. You want this. You want to have, when do we know that this story is to be ready to be worked on in a sprint? Definition of ready. And when do we know that our story is done? Definition of done. You want to have all these things. Okay. We only have a couple minutes left, so let's kind of power through this. So a couple things for you to look out for. These are just going to be a little bit more rapid fire. I kind of want to end a little bit earlier. Is actual versus sprint reports, right? So one interesting thing is going back to this debate between Jira and what's in Jira and what's not in Jira, and what's being demonstrated. So you always want to keep in mind and be listening for what the team actually completed versus what your sprint report tells you completed, because there's opportunities where somebody worked on a story that was outside of your sprint. That's a no-no, right? And so there's going to be a lot of variations where things got done, or at least you're verbally hearing things from the people doing the demo versus what Jira's saying, right? So you want those to be as close as possible, but keep in mind that they're going to be out of sync most of the time. And so that's maybe an activity you want to do to kind of, again, enforce that behavior. We already talked about this one, but I'm going to drive this point home, right? We are in the year 2025. Looms, micro videos, little shared tidbits, a Slack hangout, right? Asynchronous demos are highly encouraged. And if a person cannot attend the session, they should definitely record something. If they finish with a task, they should do a little quick recording and send it to that stakeholder so they can get feedback quicker. For your actual demo itself, you should record it and share it with your stakeholders, with your QA, specifically your QA. Raise your hand here. How many of you guys have a QA process outside of your development process? Because those people should be in your sprint review. If your QA team, if you have a dedicated QA team that then takes all of the completed stories and then goes and QAs them, and they're not present at the sprint review, you have a big miss right here, right? Those people that are now going to validate and verify that the thing does what it's supposed to do, it meets the requirement, right? They're going to look at the requirement with a very, very specific lens. And if they're not there to hear the dialogues and the conversations and the feedbacks and all the stuff that happen, they're going to have a really hard time too. So you want to make sure your QA, if you have a QA process, is in your sprint reviews. Oftentimes your QA is like a black box. They're off on the side. Nobody knows they even exist until they come back with all these bugs. This is why we have sprint reviews. We want to avoid the bugs. We want to communicate. Folks, it is cheaper. It is the cheapest to fix a problem in your code the moment you think about the problem. Anytime after that, it gets exponentially more expensive. You do not want to be fixing bugs. You do not want to be fixing bugs late in the game. You do not want to be identifying games late in the game. You do not want to be identifying misses in requirements late in the game. Identifying a miss in the requirement during your sprint review 2 weeks into your whole process here is going to be the cheapest time, other than like catching it during the actual development, right? But catching a actual bug from hearing it from somebody else, right? You missed a requirement. This is the cheapest moment in time to fix it. Don't not fix it because of a sprint report that's going to be messed up. It will be infinitely more expensive for you to fix a report because you wanted the report. It'll be infinitely more expensive to fix a bug because you wanted your report to look pretty. The reports are irrelevant when you're bleeding cash and you're running out of runway and your company doesn't exist, right? Fix the bugs as soon as humanly possible, as early as humanly possible. Okay. Tushar says, what if we have a separate workflow status for QA sign-off that is marked to be done? That means that your QA, if you have a specific status for QA sign-off, that means that your QA process has to be within the 2-week sprint, because Jira only gives you credit when you move something to done in the farthest right column. Okay. And so that means that your QA people either A, got to work really fast, right? Because you have to finish the QAing within the sprint. And you shouldn't expand your sprint. You shouldn't expand your sprint to be a month long, because then you have bigger problems if you expand your sprint. You want your process to be still within the 2-week bound, right? So either your QA is hustling, so they're working quickly, or B, your developers are doing some of the QAing, or C, your stories are small. Your stories are so small that your QA can actually do their job, right? Because if you're asking them to QA like an entire novel, then yeah, you're gonna be slipping all kinds, and that's why you have so many reports, because your process is bad, not your reporting, right? Again, by the time, I'm a firm believer, folks, if you need reports in your world, it's because something, you have a bigger problem somewhere upstream. The report is there to catch the mistakes from poor leadership up above. You gotta fix your processes. You don't need reports if people know what to do and how to do their job. Even if you're a one person make your ops, you save a ton of money on equipment and you're razor close on estimates for clients. Tushar says that's why we have a mixed way of working Scrum Bond. Folks, but that's why you need reports, because you're not being efficient with how you should run a team. But yeah, again, we can have side conversations. If you ever, guys, I am available for hire, by the way. If you guys ever need to chat or you want one-on-one time, I will drop the link here. I haven't dropped it today, so if you guys have any questions with this, or you just want to sit down for an hour or even 30 minutes with me and go, hey Alex, what do you think of this? I do have a bucket, so you can buy 10 hours of my time for a fee, or if you just want to sit down for an hour, I have an hour here. Check out that link tree there, and let's talk. It's easier to kind of work through these problems. It's cheaper to pay for an hour, 10 hours of my time and kind of think through this, document things, and have a good solid understanding of your process than it is to just blindly keep working, because it's going to cost you in the long run. Okay. And trust me, I tell you, folks, because I've worked in companies that don't exist anymore. They ran out of cash because toxicity, right? There's just the culture is bad and you will run out of cash. So it's better to fix the problems. Check for in-flight work that was demoed, but Jira's not updated, right? If something's still in to do and your developer showed it off and demoed it and it's still in to do, that's a miss. And look at work that was completed but was not demoed, right? So if you have stories that are in the done column, but you did not see a demonstration of it, again, we go back to, well, it was just refactoring. Call that out. And every story that isn't done should be demonstrated. I don't see a reason why you wouldn't demonstrate. If you spend time, energy, you should be proud of the work that you did. Like, you should be showing it off. This is how you end up not on layoff lists, because people know. You have to be your own cheerleader. Okay. You have to be your own cheerleader, and you have to be your biggest advocate. The sprint demo is the opportunity for you to advocate all the great work you're doing. It's just that simple. Okay. And then I'll end with this, right? Make sure you add comments from feedback, right? From your product manager, your BA, right? Make sure they're there, and make sure you're adding the comments to the work items, because you will forget over the weekend. You will forget that all this stuff's important. What are you going to be learning today? So a couple things. The Jira Life, what is that? I don't know, Ronnie. Why don't you tell us a little bit more about what the Jira Life is? Maybe you can help us out. All right, and yeah, this this does sound like the Atlassian Creator Summit. Maybe that's an idea that I'm not going to participate in, because I am done making events. All right, so we're going to be covering three major themes. We're going to be connecting Git. I'm going to walk you through all the different options. There's quite a few options, and there's not one Git to rule them all, although I will show you an option here. Not sponsored in this video, but definitely a sponsor of this channel. We'll talk about Git cracking in a few moments. We'll talk about how to use Git and Jira, and then a Scrum Master's Guide to Git and Jira. So we'll again, this is going to be a little bit more technical, so let's just jump into it. So first and foremost, let's define Git real quickly. Let's just kind of talk about what Git is, just in case you're like, guy Alex, what the heck are you talking about? What is Git? So let me walk you through the typical developer process, just to kind of give you a good understanding for why this is important. So first off, we build products, right? Most of the time, we're in a software-driven world. It's kind of hard to build anything nowadays without some software involved in one way, shape, or another, right? And so you, as a Scrum Master, you might not know how to code, and that's okay. Although my personal opinion is every Scrum Master should have a basic understanding of the coding. And in the chat, if you don't agree, let me know why you wouldn't. But I firmly believe that everybody especially Scrum Masters, that are the Scrum Master of a development team, you should have a basic core and common understanding of what source code is, how it works, why it works. Because when you understand the mythicality of coding, then you will have more empathy for when things slip on you. Now, this is not an excuse for for lazy developers, but coding isn't easy, right? It's kind of complex in nature, and when it's easy to stand in this ivory tower as a Scrum Master and go, I need this done by the end of the sprint. I need your story point estimates for this impossible bug that you'll never even know how to figure out. It's really easy when you don't appreciate or understand how challenging it is to fix a bug that you have no freaking clue how to even start. So that's my 2 cents as to why every Scrum Master, if you want to do well, right, if you want to have a good dynamic with your team, you should have some understanding of how coding works, just to have that empathy with your developers. That's one. Number two, as we continue down our path here, so again, our products run very software driven, so there's some coding element to it, but you don't just email code back and forth, right? You don't like create a source code file with code in it and you don't email it to another developer and go, hey, check this out, right? There's modern tools that we use, and they're called source control management. You might have heard of SCM. And these tools, these repositories, they store your code. And there's a lot out there. There's more than I care to count, but a couple, like 3, are the more common ones. And we're going to have GitHub, which most of you have probably heard. We're going to have GitLab, which not a lot of people here in the private space, but in the public sector, GitLab is one of the best, or one of the most prominent ones, at least. And then there's Bitbucket, made by Atlassian. And so we're going to kind of talk about all those. There are a couple of other ones, some honorable mentions that we'll talk about in a little bit later. But most teams around the world, most software development teams, use some sort of a SCM, right? Whether it's GitHub, GitLab, Bitbucket, ADO, or just plain vanilla Git. But most teams are using Git to some capacity. And so what typically happens is you, without making this conversation too technical, but what typically happens is you're building some product. That product's going to have some code. That code is inside of GitHub, GitLab, one of those Git repos, right? And the stories that your team works on, right? The stories that we've been building up for the last, I don't know, 9 months, right? All these stories, right, that we eventually assign to our developers, they all represent something that gets put into the code, right? Again, I am very generalizing this because this is for software development teams that use Jira, right? So this is a very specific topic. So if your team is not a software development team, but you're still doing Scrum Mastering, some of these rules might not apply to you, but I think it's good for you to understand because this is the fundamentals. This is the core of how Jira works. And it's one of the most important cores, in my opinion, when we start looking at truly how to use Jira for all of its features, right? I understand Atlassian's running this promotion of like Jira for all, and so not everybody uses source code or developers, but that's okay. I think it's still important for you to appreciate it. All right. So anyways, so we have these stories, right? The stories that are going to be on my board here, right? So we have stories that your team goes and works on, right? There's something that the developer needs to do. And these stories are eventually going to be some code, right? They're going to result in some code change or the creation of some code or even the removal of some code in your code repository. Again, that GitHub, that GitLab, that Bitbucket. And it's cool. Like we make a story. The developer moves it to in progress. They start testing it. And then they move it to done. And yay. But there's a whole life outside of Jira that is happening in the developer experience. And that's kind of what we're going to try to bridge the gap on today. We're going to try to bring you some of that developer experience into Jira so you can visually see what's going on and what your developer is doing when they're not in Jira. And trust me when I tell you, your developer does not want to be in Jira. Your developer wants to be in their code, in their IDE. They want to be in Visual Studio Code. They don't want to come out here, right? They want to be where they're comfortable, where they're very experienced in. And I'm going to show you how to make Jira work so that they can stay over there in their world where they dominate and where they're really, really good. And then you still get the information you need as a Scrum Master on the Jira side. So with that said, let's talk about the first step. The most critical first step is you got to connect. We need to connect Jira with Bitbucket or Git in general, right? And so let me make sure, yep, let's connect them together. So how do we connect them? There's a couple different ways. I'm going to show you 2 ways that are the most popular, right? And so if you're using Bitbucket, because Atlassian makes both Jira and Bitbucket, the Bitbucket integration is more native. It's more natural. And so to get to Bitbucket, you're going to go to your gear on the top right corner, and you're going to go to products. And then on the left-hand side, you scroll all the way down to this DVCS accounts. Now, I don't know why Atlassian called it DVCS accounts. It doesn't make any sense to me. I don't know what DVCS stands for, but it is here. And this is where you connect with your DVCS. And so when you're here, you're going to then connect. There's a link, Bitbucket Cloud Workspace. So you click on that button, and then you're going to be redirected to your Bitbucket. Again, this is a chicken and an egg situation. You do need to have a Bitbucket existing. You select your workspace, right? So I have like my DevOps book. I have a bunch of stuff in here. You can grant access to it. Typically, just a little pro tip in case you're doing this for the first time, you do need to be an administrator in both. Don't know version control system. That's a good one, Liz. That is a very good one. Yeah, so you do need to be an administrator in both Jira and your Git repository, and this is going to apply for everybody, not just for Bitbucket. So keep that in mind that if and when you're doing this connection, you might want to call up your Git admin so that they're the one doing this. Either they're going to have to grant you access as an admin in Git, or you're going to have to temporarily give them Jira access on the Atlassian side to do this. All right. Now, once this connection happens, we're off to the races. We're good to go, and we're done. All right. Now we have our Git repository set up, and we have Jira and Bitbucket talking to each other. That's step 1. And we're going to get into the following steps here in the rest of this training, but that is a critical first step. If you don't have Git and Jira talking to each other, none of the magical stuff that I'm about to show you is going to happen. You have to get the connection established first. That is the very hard first requirement, right? Failure to do so, it's going to prevent you from doing anything else that we're going to do in this training. So you have to connect your source code repository with Jira, and it doesn't happen magically, and it doesn't happen automatically. All right, Tushar's got the distributed version control system. Thank you so much. Yeah, thanks. That is Tushar with the assist on the Google search. I'm pretty sure we would have come up to it eventually. But thank you so much, Tushar. Yeah, and then Liz has I had never seen the D at the start. Yeah, I've always seen just VCS, but never DVCS. Ronnie says, I prefer GitLab as it's much easier to use my own established environment for building. You can do Bitbucket pipelines, but it isn't easy to set up. So Ronnie, that's a great transition. So Bitbucket is just one of many integrations. I'm going to show you how to do the other integrations. I'm not going to actually do them all because one, I already have a couple of these set up. And I really don't know what happens to Jira when you set up multiple DBCSs, now that we know what that word means. But let's get into it. All right. So the second way is if you have GitHub, right? GitHub is probably the most popular of them all. GitLab is great. GitLab is a very awesome tool. I love GitLab. The problem is it's a little. I think out of all the tools out there, GitLab is the one that requires you to like really know Git. I think GitHub makes it a little bit easier, more mainstream, and then Bitbucket is again just the third child that nobody cares about. So let's show you how to get GitHub, which is going to be probably the most preferred method or the most popular tool. So we're going to go to apps, and you're going to go down to explore more apps. And then we want to type in GitHub, as this is a third-party plugin. Now, Atlassian did recently change the name here. So you might have recognized this as GitHub for Jira. This has now been updated to GitHub for Atlassian. So not sure what Atlassian's move there is, but they about 2 months ago, Atlassian updated this one. So this is the one you want. This is the free. It's completely free. There's no price for this one. 160,000 installs. Atlassian has 300,000 customers. I'm just throwing some numbers out there. So 50% of customers have this installed, right? So that's a lot of people. In case you needed proof in the pudding, again, 300,000 customers, 160,000 installs. I know the math doesn't math, but I'm still driving a point here, right? It is a very popular tool. A lot of companies set this up. So if your company is doing Git development and you haven't set this up, highly recommend you get this squared away ASAP. it's going to open up a whole new world of possibilities for you. So that's the one you want for GitHub. If you are on GitLab, you're going to probably want the official GitLab one here. This actually was missing for many, many years. And so I'm happy that it's here. Although it does have some poor ratings here, but there is the official GitLab for Jira Cloud. It used to be at least a year or two ago, you couldn't connect with GitLab unless you had the paid version of something, and this is a free one, so this is cool. And then for all you oopsie, Atlassian with their damn search, man, put searches too close to each other. Whoever's in charge of Atlassian's developer or user experience, come talk to me. Your search bars shouldn't be this close to each other, folks. I can't tell you how many people, not only me, do this all the time. Okay, ADO didn't work. Azure. Here we go. And then the fourth other option that you would look at is the Azure DevOps for Jira, although this one's a paid one, so this is not the one we're looking for. Atlassian does have, there we go, the Azure DevOps official. This is the free one, so if you want it all free, everything that I've shown you is completely free. So if your team is on Azure DevOps, you're going to want this one. If you're on GitLab, you'll want the one made by GitLab. If you're on GitHub, you want the one made by GitHub. And then if you're on Bitbucket, you're going to want to go through the DVCS accounts and connect with Bitbucket directly. So those are the free ones. Now, this video is not sponsored, but I am working in close collaboration with my good friends over at GitKraken. And so if you're looking for a paid experience, and trust me when I tell you that this experience is going to make your life very, very much easier. And also, if you're using a Git repository that isn't the ones that we just called out. So for example, if your team is still on Team Foundation server, maybe your team is using private repositories. Maybe your team is using on-prem repositories, like Ronnie has his GitLab on-prem, right? Then this is what you're going to want, because this is just going to make your life a lot easier when you have, again, these more non-mainstream Gits. So keep GitKraken in mind if you hit limitations with the free apps. All right. Now, for the remainder of this training, though, you don't have to buy anything, so don't worry about buying anything. Everything that I'm going to demonstrate is available on the free versions of everything that I showed you. The mechanics are all the same. I'm just letting you know that if you want to take it to the next level, definitely consider getting the paid one. So GitKraken is bomb, of course. Yes, it is. Okay, so that is step one in general. Very big step one is get these things connected. You have to get your tools connected. They're not automatically going to talk to each other. You have to connect them by installing one of the apps or going through the DVCS. Okay, so now, once they've been connected, right? Once they've been connected, now we got to learn how to use them, right? Because now that the connection has happened, things aren't automatically going to happen either, right? Your developers actually have to do something to do something. It's interested to check out the reviews of those users who reviewed and gave low ratings. Yeah. So interestingly enough, Tushar, I've actually looked at some of these reviews. It's interesting, but my biggest 2 cents is beggars can't be choosers, right? If I had to summarize the comments, beggars can't be choosers, right? And when you get a free app, you don't get a whole lot of support, right? And you get what you see is what you get, which is, again, why I'm not sponsored, but highly recommend, folks. If you guys are driving multi-million, multi-billion-dollar companies and your teams are using Git, consider using GitKraken. It is going to open up a whole new world of opportunities for you all. Trust me. Okay, so let's continue down our path here, and let's see where we get to. So now that we have our Git installed, our teams need to go and use it. And again, just because it's installed doesn't mean that magical things are going to happen. In fact, your team needs to go do something pretty critical. All right. And so what your team needs to do is, for every story, task, bug, epic, work item, whatever they're working on, there's going to be a development section that you probably have ignored for the majority of your life using Jira, but there's this development section right here. And what you have in here is you're going to have 3 opportunities, or 3 different things that you can do. Technically 3, only 2 are visible, but I'll show you the third one in just a second. But that is, you're going to be able to create a branch, you're going to be able to create commits, and then ultimately you'll be able to create pull requests. Now the pull request will come later. You need the branch and the commits to get to enable the pull request. And so let's do a little quick, what is Git 101 in case you're completely new to Git, right? So in Git, I would recommend folks, if you're Picado, learn Git. If you're completely new to the wonderful world of Jira and Git, don't do this one, do this one. I highly recommend you go check this one out. Again, not sponsored, but fun little game that I like to play. There is this branching tool. It's a quick, awesome demo that shows you how branching works. And so you can do a Git branch and then see how nothing happens. You can take the code from over here, create your branch, and you can do Git checkout. Oopsie. You can copy this code and stick that in here. And you'll see that we have I guess they don't like the something out of it, right? But we've made a branch, right? I would assume that we can do something else where we do maybe 19. See, nope, that'll create 2 of them. So I don't know how to branch very well. I'm not very good at Git apparently, but you can practice with that tool that I sent you here so you can learn the different commands. But the important thing is here is that this will create and check out a new branch for you. And so your developer just needs to copy this, go into the Git repository, and make their branch. Now we're actually going to go do it. We're going to fire up GitHub here and create the branch in GitHub. And so I'm going to go to GitHub. And I'm going to pick my repository, my shoe bumps, shoes for bums. And from master, we're going to make a branch. And then this is the branch name. But notice, I'm going to zoom in here, folks. We have something very, very important. AL18. This is the key for our work item. This is our work item key. This is the most important step. If you're multitasking, stop what you're doing, pay attention, because if you screw this step up, the whole thing has been in vain. You must, or at least your developers must, put the key in the branch or the commit to get this integration to happen and to get the handshake to happen. If you skip this, then there's no point in doing any of this because it will not know to talk to each other. You or your developer, 99% of the time your developer, must put the key inside the branch name so we can get cooking with some fire here, okay? So I'm going to hit create branch. And this branch, I'm going to go to GitHub, and you're going to see that I have a branch here called AL18 task 2. Again, you don't need to care about this. You don't need to know how this all happens in the back end. All you need to do is tell your developers, take the work item key, the key for your story, right? Whatever story you're working on, whatever story is assigned to your developer. In this case, Bob would take this key. They would copy this code that we copied, and then they would click on the create branch in GitHub. Okay. Once they create the branch in GitHub, we get the branch, and then they can go and start writing code. But for you, all you care about is now refreshing your story, because now as a Scrum Master, I'm going to show you what we get to see. Right. So as a Scrum Master, we now get to see the branch here. Right. We see the branch here, and at the where's my task at? 18. Where's number 18? Somebody tell me where 18 is at. Here we go. And on number 18, we can see the particular icon here, which is telling us that there's a branch. Now, I think I have a couple things messing up my particular Jira. I think I have too many Git repository. I have like 4 Git tools installed, and things are probably getting confused. But it's the work item key. And I did say work item key earlier. Just Ronnie's probably not paying attention. He's probably dreaming of, I don't know, GitLab pipelines or something. Yeah. Also, never put your private key in a Git repo. Okay. So that's what you get. So as a Scrum Master, it's easy now, right? You start to see, okay, when you open the story, yay, there's a branch. When you're looking at the card, you can see that there's a branch here as well. And so this is cool. We are going to revisit these icons a lot, right? Because notice this icon points up and this icon points down. We're going to be looking at these in a second, right? The direction of these icons are important. You get a lot of metadata in this little icon. This is one of the newer features I think Atlassian has dropped within the last 6 months or so. And so keep in mind that at a glance, you can go, okay, so these tasks clearly don't have any branches, and this one does. Pro tip, and this is where we're going to get a little bit more fun with these technicalities here, right? When your developer creates a branch, that is usually the good signifier that my developer is now ready to work on something, right? Because when your developer creates the branch, and I wish I was better. Let's see, git. Let's see how to do this one. Test. Nope. All right. What are the commands at Git? Help me out. Where somebody in the chat here? What are the commands? This is usually a whole tutorial here. I'm trying to find the tutorial. I told it to go away, but I don't want it to go away. Now I want the tutorial. So where is the tutorial? I think there's a levels. Here we go. Introduction to Git commits. So commits. So I guess we're gonna commit first. Oh, okay. Sure. I would think that we would want to branch first. Okay, we'll get into commits in a second. Let's see if I can get to the branching first. I want to do my branches. Branches. Here we go. Branching. Level 2. Get branches. Branch early, branch often. Get branch new image. All right. And then we're going to commit. Okay. Where do we create a second image? I want to create 2. Okay. Nope, this doesn't help me. Anyways, let's not turn this into a Git class, because now I'm showing my lack of Git skills real quickly. But let me paint you the picture of what this actually happens, right? So your developers have a code base. Usually it's called master or main or develop, right? But there's some code base that your developer is working off of. When a story is assigned to them and they're ready to work on that story, they create what's called a feature branch. And so from that main line, you create like a tree branch, right? And so you go this way. And so now your development happens over here. It doesn't happen on where our entire team is, right? Although you can do that, but I don't recommend it, right? I recommend you always create some sort of a feature branch so that you can go off and not mess with your production data. Never a good idea to mess with production data, right? And so your team's going to create a branch, and literally they're going to go up, and then up here they're going to start writing their code. And that's all we've done, right? At this point, when we created that branch, the developer has essentially said, okay, I'm taking a snapshot in time, and I'm gonna go up. I'm gonna go up, and we're gonna start writing code up here, independent of what the rest of the development is happening on the main branch. Okay, and that usually triggers to me as a Scrum Master that my team is now in progress. Right? They have accepted that story, and they're now working on that story. Really, once they start committing, that's when I know that work's actually being done. But the task or the creation of the branch is the first key indicator that our developers are ready to do work. And so what I would recommend to make your life easier is to create an automation rule, right? And so here's what I would do. Here's what I have a lot of my teams do is create an automation rule so that when your branch is created, see how we have a DevOps section, right? This is all naturally built in. But when your branch is created, then you're going to transition your work item, right? And you're just going to go to in progress. And then you turn on the rule, right? Auto transition story, or I'm just going to put work item to in progress when branch created, right? I'm going to turn this on. Do not publish dev build direct to prod. Yes, do not do that. always follow the process, which we're going to go over loosely here today. So now what's cool about this, right? So now that I have this branch, check this out. When my developer, again, I don't script any of my videos, folks. This may or may not work. But when I come over here and I create my branch, I'm going to copy this code. I'm going to create GitHub just in case something goes wrong on me. I'm going to create, again, my repository here from master. Yep, that's fine. I'm going to create the branch. The branch is created. It's now in GitHub. Cool beans. I'm going to do a quick refresh. Notice the status of this story and see, I didn't do anything. I didn't do any clicking. It automatically went to in progress. And folks, in case you're in the back of the room not paying attention, this right here is how you bridge the world between your developers and your Scrum Masters. By them acting inside of their source code repository, because normally they're inside of Visual Studio Code and they're going to type in the command branch, right? Git checkout -b and then the name of their branch, right? They don't have to come to Jira, but automatically, if you set up these automations, we can move the stories from to do to in progress. That way, as a Scrum Master, you're not having to go, hey, did you start the story yet, right? Like, are you guys started? Have you started, right? What's the progress, right? You don't have to do any of that because the automation rule is going to take care of it for you. And so the moment they create the branch, it'll move it to in progress, and then we'll have our branch here. Now I'm not sure why it didn't come through yet. There's supposed to be something in here. Um, Again, I have too many gets in here, and I think it breaks things. Oh, there it is. It just takes some time, right? And so now we have our branch. So as a Scrum Master, these are signals we're watching for, right? We now have a story that automatically went to in progress, and we have the little icon here that shows us that a branch has indeed been created. Okay, and that's good. That's really good. We have our branches here, and our stories are automatically in progress. So now your developer just continues, right? So there's something called a commit. And so the easiest way to describe a commit is if you've ever written a Word document, right? And you've ever hit like Control S to save your document, right? And you're saving as you're writing your amazing document, right? Raise your hand here in the chat. Let me know in the chat. Have any of you ever just like ferociously hit Control S, Control S, Control S as you're writing like a paper or an essay or something, and just want to make sure you don't lose any of your changes, right? Let me know if you've ever done that, because if you've ever done a Control S on your paper, right, then that's essentially what a commit is, right? It's basically your developer saying Control S, save my progress up to this point. There's a ton of other benefits to doing it. I won't get into all the technical details, but your developer is naturally going to save their work, right? They're going to be saving their changes, and maybe they want to go back, right? Maybe they want to go back to a previous change. If you've never written code right before, right, it's kind of hard to understand why, right? But the best analogy is like if you've ever written an essay and you write this amazing intro, and then you start writing the body, and then you're like, wait, I need to update my intro, or I don't like this, and I just want to go back. Well, Git allows you to go back. It allows you to go back in time. You're literally a time travel, right? You're literally Marty McFly here sometimes. And you can go back in time and like completely revert back to how things were. If you're using Confluence, you probably know this is better than anyone, right? Because there's version control built into Confluence that allows you to literally undo your changes and go back to a known state that you had. And so that's what commits do. So what your developer is going to be doing in these particular stories, right, that they're working on, is they're going to be creating commits. Now, again, they don't typically hang out inside of Jira. They don't like to be inside of Jira. But this is the code that we have, and your developer simply can grab this code. They don't have to come in here, though. They just go into the Git repository, and they're going to do this, right? They're going to hit Git commit, and this will create the snapshot, right? It'll create okay, I saved something. And folks, this is very, very important. Again, if you're multitasking, you're going to want to pay attention. Your developers have to put the key in every commit message. If they don't, Jira won't know about it. I learned this the hard way the other day because I was doing some testing and noticed that was a very true statement. So your developer needs to put the work item key, because Ronnie likes to troll me on which key we're talking about, right? But your developer needs to put the key in the commit message. So what we're going to do is we're going to go into our branch. We're going to go into Git, and we are inside of here. And what we're going to do is we're going to go to this file, right? And I'm going to add some code here. Where's my edit pencil? Here we go. We're going to add some pencils here. I'm going to do an H1 or H2 register for the Atlassian Builders Summit today, right? And I'm going to commit my changes. When I do that, I have my commit message up here, but I want to do my AL18, and then I'm going to put my message, right? I'm going to say AL18, reminding people to register for the free event, right? And then you can add more description if you want to, and then we're going to commit it directly to that branch, right? And so we're just doing that. And all we've done is we've saved this file. Now, obviously, there's a lot more to this. I'm generalizing. I'm straight in the branch. Normally, you're in your code repository. There's a whole, developers know what they're doing over there. All you need to know is that the developer needs to put in the key in this message. Failure to do so will be bad, right? And so when we go back to Jira and I hit refresh on my card, right, we're going to see the commit. Now, again, it takes a couple of refreshes, so give me 1 second while we wait. because you would think this things will be instantaneous in 2025, but no. And assuming I did this correctly. Sometimes I don't. Okay, here we go. So we can now see that we have a commit, right? And so we can click on here. And as a Scrum Master, we're going to see the commits, right? And it's very important, folks. As you see commits, this is good. This is indicating to you that your developers are actively working on something, folks. This is the key part. They're actively working on it. If you stop seeing commits come through, that is no bueno. That usually means that your developer is not actively working on it anymore. And if they are actively working on it, it usually means they're stuck. It usually means they've hit up some sort of a blockage or a roadblock, and that is also going to be a good indicator for you as a Scrum Master to go help your developer out, right? And again, you get so much situational awareness, so much context without having to email, Slack, or call your developers up. You yourself as a Scrum Master, you now have the insight on how this stuff works so that you can go and help your developers out. Now, the other thing is on the card. So when we go look at our card over here, you're going to notice that our icon has switched from this little fork to this like little dot. And so this is indicating to us that we are actively in development mode and we're committing. Now, you don't have to do any automations here, right? Because your developer is in progress. Until the pull request is created, which is what we're going to cover next, your developers are basically in progress. That the work is in flight and some development is happening on it. Whether they're doing it right or wrong, I can't tell you that and I can't help you there. But just know that developers are actively working on this as long as you're seeing commit messages come through. Again, red flags, if you stop seeing the commit messages come through, that's usually going to be a key indicator that something's going wrong, that developer's stuck or they got pulled off to something else, which is all the red flags that as a Scrum Master I care about, right? I care about when stories aren't progressing through the board. And so you want to watch for these things, right? You want to see what's going on here and understand and see how you can help your developers. Yes. So this is a great. Sorry, Tushar. Good question. Does the key always need to be first? Or can it be anywhere? And yes. So Rodney says the key can be anywhere. Yeah, it's just convention. My convention is to put it either at the beginning or at the end. Doesn't have to be. It can be anywhere, but it does need to be in there. If you don't put it in there, it might as well not even be in there, right? And so you can put your key anywhere in the message as long as it's in the message. VS Code breaks or bugs your dev's entire staging commits. Yeah, so so that's a whole different story for a whole different day, Liz. But anyways, as a Scrum Master, we're watching out for these things, right? We want to see the commits. We want to see 10, 20, 30, 40 commits. I would say there is an upper limit though. Like if your developer has like 100 commits and this thing's still in progress, that would probably be a red flag for me, right? That would probably be a red flag because that means again your developer has no freaking clue what's going on, and or this story that you gave them that's this 2-pointer is like now turning out to be a saga, right? And so you want to you want to help and engage with your developers if you start seeing too many commits, because it's not going to be good either. Okay, so now as we developers write code, right, they're fixing the story, they're doing the thing that the requirement says. There comes a moment in time when the developer says, I'm done. And folks, as a Scrum Master, you're going to appreciate this. In the chat, let's just get the chat going here. What is your definition of done? What does it mean for your company when something is done? Is it done when the developer is done? Is there any commit limit in Jira Cloud? I don't think so. I've never personally seen one, but most stories, if you're writing a story, if you write a good story, Tushar, I would say you shouldn't have more than 20 to 30 commits, right? Your story should be small enough that they should be taken care of in a handful of commits. I would say 5, 8 commits max. Okay. But yeah, if you're starting to see 20, 30, 40, 50 commits, I'd start talking to your developer and figure out what's going on. So, but back to the question. What does definition of done mean for you guys? Is it done when the developer's done? Is it done when the PR gets merged? Is it done when the unit testing gets done? Is it done when the pipeline and the CI/CD is done? Is it done when the tester says it's done? Is it done when UAT is done? Like, what is done? What does done mean for you? It's way bigger to me because you have a, right? You all need to have a good definition of done in general, right? That'll be my pro tip here. Now, when your developer finishes what they think is done And we got Ronnie's definition of done is I am so emotionally tired I just can't go on. I will be there in the morning. It'll be there in the morning. I love this one, Ronnie. I'm gonna remind you of this, Ronnie, when we're in Barcelona and we're waking up. I thought this was so funny. So Ronnie sent me a link earlier today to sign up for a breakfast. Jamon. Let me see if I can find it. Here we go. So there's a breakfast in Barcelona happening at 7:30 in the morning. Little sidebar, little tangent. This is 10:30 p.m., folks, for me. I'm going to be eating breakfast in 2 weeks at 10:30 p.m. International world travelers here. Ronnie and I will be. Jamon and huevos. Huevos. They should have put huevos. I don't know why they put eggs. I would have put jamon and huevos. Okay. Anyways, done to this person, Pina meets Greco means done equals deployed to production. All right. Yep. Liz says, so once you get that second cohort, we get through the mid plan. Then no, I'm not sure what that one means, Liz. Okay. Anyways, yes, and this will be apparently jamón ibérico. Never had jamón, let alone or jamón ibérico. I've had a lot of ham, but apparently our ham is not the same thing. Okay, folks. So, anyways, the point I'm trying to make is there's going to be a moment in time when your developer thinks they're done. Okay, this is very key. The developer thinks they're done, and that just means that they're done with the changes, right? They're done. They hit the acceptance criteria, the given when then they finished that. It's all squared away. They're good to go here. Everything is tied up nicely, and they think it's done. Right? They think it's done. And so what a developer will typically do in this particular scenario when they think it's done is they're going to create what's called a pull request. Remember earlier I told you that there was technically 3, but we only saw 2. Well, look, ta-da, we have the pull request. And so if you remember from our analogy from earlier, right? So what's been going on is the developer has our main line, they made a feature branch, and then they started committing up here, right? And so they've been making changes up here. But now all those changes need to come back down so that the rest of your developers have it. Remember, this is a distributed version control system, right? Do we need to set GitHub and integration via application links in Jira? No. In the cloud, what I showed you with installing the app, that's all you need to do. Unless you're doing on-prem GitHub, then you may have to do extra stuff. But we don't talk about on-prem in this channel. We only talk about the cloud. All right. You may have to do some extra configuration for GitHub to on-prem, but in the cloud, it's just installing the app. Life works a lot easier in the cloud, folks. All right. So we have our feature branch, and we need to bring it back down. And we do that merging back down through what's called a pull request. And this is your developers raising their hands saying, we are done. Okay. And so we come over to the pull request over here, and we are going to create a new pull request. I'm probably going to click on this one over here, compare and pull request. Okay. And so a pull request, again, you don't have to worry about the technicalities of the details. Just know that your developer should put the key, the work item key, in the name of the pull request too. And then just simply click on create pull request. Again, they're going to set up reviewers. They're going to set up whatever. There's a lot of metadata that happens in the GitLab, in the Git side. You don't have to worry about any of those details. Just know that you need to remind your developers, put the key in the title of the PR. Because when they do that, and I click refresh, then our pull request is going to show up. So we may need to hit, we don't talk about DC. No, we don't talk about DC. But Ronnie, you use DC more than I do. Do you need to do an application link if you're connecting with GitHub on-prem? I would assume you don't, but I've never done a GitHub integration. Well, I haven't done it. No, I've never done a GitHub integration. Uh-oh. Where's my PR? I think I did something wrong. Create pull request. No, I have the pull request here. All right, so we're just waiting for Jira to sync here. It does take a second, folks, so do be patient with this tool, right? Eventually, we're going to get our pull request. Let's see if it happens before the stream is over. All right, well, let's see. Come on, Jira, you can do this. Don't make me look bad in front of the wizard. task 18, pull request. I'm going to do one last refresh. Otherwise, I'm going to go to plan B. Okay, so for some reason, our pull request is not coming through. Inside of Git, everything looks good because I put the title in there. I'm going to view my pull request. Should be okay. We have the title in there. All right, let me just do one last refresh here. Okay, eventually we'll come through. I'm not sure what's going on. Let's try this over here. There we go. So we do have a pull request here. So oh no, that's the branch. Here we go. We do have the pull request showing up in the pull request section, so that's good. But it's very important for you to look at the status. So the status is going to be the next part of my little spiel here. When there's an open pull request, Git is going to tell us about this, right? And it's going to tell this information in a couple of different places. One is going to be here. For some reason, it's not cooperating, right? But it'll show up here. But number two, there's a code section, development section inside of your Jira projects. And so when you scroll down, you will see, and you should see, your pull request, and along with the status of the pull request and the reviewers, and then any comments. So it's very, very important. You don't see the commits, you don't see the branches, you only see the pull request. So it's when your developer gets almost to the end that they go and create those pull requests, that information will show up under your development section of Jira. And so keep that in mind. It's in the development section. And then I think it might be in the code section too. We're going to go to code, explore code. Apparently code just redirects us back to development. Nope, there's code. Yeah. So if you look at the code section is going to show you which repositories you're connected with. And then it's going to show you the status of these PRs. Folks, the PRs are very important, right? Because the PRs indicate that their developer is done and somebody should be looking at it. And so if you have in your workflow a status for like code review or peer review or some sort of review or some sort of test, because again, not to get too technical, but when your developer raises their hand and says, yep, I have code that is ready to be reviewed, that usually is a catalyst for a bunch of stuff. And usually there's a peer review. Somebody comes in here and looks at the code, right? Inside of here, we're going to be able to see the files change, right? You're going to see the files. You're going to see what happened. There's checks, right? So this is where your CI/CD comes into place, right? There's actions that do a bunch of checks. There's unit testing. There's automated testing. There's a bunch of amazing things that can happen at this point when that pull request is created. But trust me, a lot of things are happening in that pull request moment. And so this is usually, in my opinion, when I'm creating boards for people or Jira's workflows, this is usually when I'm going to take that particular item and I'm going to say, you know what, you're worthy to be moved to like my code review status, right? And the very similar thing, because I'm running out of time here, I only got 9 minutes, you would want to create an automation rule that says, okay, when a pull request is triggered, do something, right? Do something like transition it to the code review status. Now, your per pull requests are going to either be passed, they're going to be merged, or they're going to be rejected. They're going to be failed, right? If they fail, you can do an automation rule to like send it back to the developer or send it back to in progress. But if they pass, right? If they pass, then some senior developer, hopefully it's a senior developer, will say, yep, this all looks good. We're not jeopardizing anything. Our build looks good. Our static code analysis looks good. Our unit testing looks good. Everything looks good. Let's merge it back in. So what we've done is we've officially done the merge back down. So back in Jira, it's going to tell us this information, right? And so our story is going to eventually, I don't know why this thing is delayed so badly, but our story is eventually going to tell us merged. And so if I open this up and I go to the pull request, you'll see the status of merged. I'm not sure why it's not showing me in the UI, right? But it'll tell us merged. The icon will change. So over here, you see that these icons change, and we have in this particular case, we have an open pull request. Let me see if I can close this pull request out so you can see what this looks like, because this one might actually do it for me. Okay, let me see. Hopefully, I just want to show you what these approved pull requests looks like from the icons. Here we go. So this is an approved pull request. So you can see here that we have a check mark, right? And when I open it up, now finally Jira decided to catch up, right? I can see that the pull request is merged. So why am I telling you this, and why is this important for you as Scrum Masters? Well, again, these are just signals for y'all, right? So when the pull request is merged, that means that somebody in the development team has said, yes, this is good. So that means that if you have a testing phase where somebody maybe from your QA team or some UAT testing or whatever, these are signals, these are triggers to move it to the next step. Also, if you have merged code and it's still in progress, it shouldn't be in progress anymore because your code has been merged. The developers have said they're done and they moved on to the next problem, right? In fact, they moved on to the next problem even the moment they opened up the PR, right? They want to go do something else already. And so if you have work that is in to do or in progress and you have a merge pull request, then your Jira and your developers aren't talking to each other. And so again, problems for Scrum Masters later, right? So put these automations in place to help the developer get their Jira status updated automatically, because trust me, they are going to be creating pull requests. They're going to be creating branches. They're going to be creating commits. PRs are going to be failed. PRs are going to be passed. And so it just makes more sense to do the automation rules so that you get the benefit without having to, bother the developer to go and update Jira. Because as Rodney says, have you updated your Jira issues, Jira work items today? Right? That statement becomes a little bit obsolete because you don't need to worry about that because Jira will take care of it for you. We're going to cover two main things: how to do a retrospective in Confluence, specifically with pages and the templates that are available. We're going to take a look at what's there, how to modify them as well. And then we're going to shift gears into a much more visual way, and the way I like to do it, which is in whiteboards. And then just going to give you some tips and tricks on retrospectives, because again, I think that they're really, really awesome. I can't post links on your channel. Uh-oh. If only you could enter the room. If only you can enter the StreamYard, Rodney, and drop a link there. Anyways, so those are the things that we're going to be covering. So we're going to exit out of here, and we're going to make our way over to Confluence, right? So actually, let me show you a little something in Jira first, and then then we're going to jump back into Confluence. So there's a few different ways to run a retrospective. When I used to be in the office, and this was one of my favorite things to do, we used to run our retrospectives on Friday afternoons, right? It was usually around lunchtime, and everybody would come in and we would have pizzas. Our managers or whoever was running the meeting, they would buy a couple of pizzas. We'd have a good time. We make a little bit of, maybe sometimes even a potluck, right? So people would bring some stuff. We'd share some food. We would have a bunch of stickies, so we'd have all these stickies everywhere. So everybody would have stickies, and you would have Sharpies, and there was this wall behind you where you would put like what are they, what went well, what didn't go well, what can be improved, right? And so you put whatever opinion you had, you make your stickies, you put them up on the wall, and then I would have somebody, a team lead or somebody, would go up and basically start reading them off, right? You'd read off all the different things, and then you could always tell who wrote it based on the chicken scratch, right? And how they were trying to, you're supposed to be anonymous, right? But you could always tell who wrote what based on their writing. And then free pizza. I mean, free pizza, folks. If you're seeing like low attendance to your retrospectives, try having some pizza. You'll see what wonders free pizza will make to a retrospective. Food makes the team work, right? And so if you're fortunate enough to be in a in-person setting and you're not doing some sort of a food element to your retrospectives, that's going to be my first tip that I'm going to have for y'all, folks. Make sure you have some pizza. We cycled through things, right? Sometimes we had an ice cream social, so we would bring different kinds of ice creams and different toppings, and it just creates an atmosphere of sharing and kumbayaing, right? Where you can bring your guard down so you can have these more open conversations, right? But ice cream social is really big. We had taco bars, so we'd bring like different meats and different stuff like that. How would you encourage this done virtually? This gets a little trickier, but one of the things that we've done is like a cereal bar, because everybody has cereal usually at home, and so it's like a bring your own cereal type of thing. Bring your toppings, and just everybody kind of sitting around. Sitting around the Zoom, everybody eating their cereal. Maybe they can talk about what favorite cereal they brought and things of that nature. But yes, some sort of a food element, maybe candies or. But I've liked the cereal one, right? We've actually done the in-person cereal too, which also works really well because you just bring a couple of gallons of milk and you have different flavored cereals, and then everybody just kind of has some fun with some cereals. So lots of opportunities here, but definitely the retrospectives will run a lot better with food. So if you aren't considering or aren't using food in your retrospectives, that might be one thing that you might want to try to help you out. Give remote team members a budget to reimburse. Yeah, so that's also an option, right? Like you want something like low cost, right? Something that doesn't cost too much, and or something that people might have already in their homes. But if you can't afford if your company does have some sort of a stipend or a budget for food, then this would be kind of cool to just have everybody get a quick Uber Eats on something and just be able to participate in the food thing, right? I trust me, food when people are when their bellies when their stomachs are full, like their behavior changes quite a bit. Is there a possibility to make it anonymous and confidential? So we're gonna look at a couple things here, Michael, Michaels, and maybe with the whiteboards, I think you might have an opportunity to see things a little bit more anonymous. And I'll show you some of this what that will look like as well. Okay, so how do we get to the retrospective, right? Well, so ideally you are in a Scrum, right? You have your active sprint, and then you get to the end. You're gonna click complete sprint, and then you're gonna have to make two choices. Do we move the items from to that are left over, right? Anything that didn't get finished, do we move it to the next sprint or do we move it to the backlog, right? But once you finish that decision, right? Once you choose that very critical decision, you're going to see this in Jira. Create a retrospective for this sprint. And so if you don't deselect it because it is opt-in, right? Atlassian wants you to have a retrospective, right? This is part of the natural phase of like, hey, now that we've come to the end of the sprint, it is time for a retrospective. So you can simply click on complete sprint. Then Jira is going to do its thing, but then you're going to come to Confluence. And so Confluence is going to do its thing over here. And so we basically pick our space. I'm just going to put it in my Alex Ortiz one. And then this is the two different paths that we're going to be exploring today. You can do a whiteboard, which is the one I love. I absolutely love whiteboards. It's such a visual way, but this is a newer way, right? So this Confluence whiteboard is something that came out maybe 2 years ago now, year and a half to 2 years now. And so it's a newer method. But the page retrospective, I've been doing retrospectives in Confluence since 2016. Okay. And so this is the like old habits die hard. And so if you are like me who have old habits die hard, you might be still doing your page retrospective. So we're going to start with the page retrospective because that's if you've been using the world of Jira and Confluence for years, that's where it happens. But this is when you select page retrospective, Confluence is automatically going to build you a little bit of a template, right? So we have the name of our sprint, and it's the retrospective for our sprint. We then have an overview, so we know the date. You can add your team, and then you can add the participants. Now, I've always added the participants because when you add the participants and you publish the page, it's going to add them, and so they're going to know about it. So this is a really great little shortcut. You don't have to put their names though, but just if you don't put people's names, then the probability that people are going to go read it afterwards is going to suffer quite a bit. So always a pro tip here, put people's names in here so that when you do publish them, at least people that couldn't attend the retrospective can get that notification. Also, you can have maybe like a managers or stakeholders line. You can modify these. I'm going to show you how to modify these templates in a minute, right? But you can maybe have a stakeholders one so that you can add some stakeholders that maybe weren't present, but they should be aware of the retrospective output. So we can do that there. Now, the retrospective is usually 3 questions, and there's usually a lot of different ways. This is the one that Atlassian does, which is the start doing, stop doing, keep doing. I grew up with what went well, what didn't go well, what can you improve? In the chat, folks, which type of retrospective do you run? Atlassian has a couple. We're going to cover them all. But let me know, do you use this one, the start, stop, keep doing? Are you old school or more traditional? I'm going to call it traditional. Are you traditional like me with what went well, what didn't go well, what could be improved? Are you doing the 4 L's? I've also seen there's this really cool one that I like, which is like what things that make me glad, things that make me sad, and then I forgot what the third one was. But there's like a sad and glad, and around that framework there. And so there's many different ways of doing it, right? We're gonna take a look at the 4 L's. We have a what went well, what didn't go well. I love that one. That's my favorite one. Yes, things that made us sad, mad, and glad. There you go. Thank you. All the rhymes, right? It reminds me of a Dr. Seuss, right? So what things that made me sad, mad, and glad, and you'd see what wonderful things would happen to your team when you dump things down to like a kindergarten level, so that everybody can relate. But yeah, what made us sad, what made us happy or glad, and then mad is an easy, fun way to do your retrospectives. But this is the one that Atlassian ships with, right? We have our start, stop, keep doing. You can modify these. Again, I'm going to show you in just a second what these look like modified. And then we have our action item. So this is a part of almost every retrospective, and it's where usually, in order to improve things, right, in order to make things better, you take action items, right? Like, we're gonna improve this or we're gonna do that. And my friends, these action items is probably the most important part of the entire retrospective. Capturing it is so easy. Capturing action items is the easiest thing in the world. Following up on them, not so easy. Right? Give me a +1 in the chat. How many of you captured action items, right? And then 2 weeks later, you come to the next sprint and you're like, oh yeah, we had action items. Nobody did those. Can I get a +1? Who's going to be honest with me today? Who has ever been in that situation where you capture action items, right? The energy's high, the conversations are great, and everybody's doing these. They're capturing. Okay, we're gonna end world hunger, right? We're going to solve all the world's problems here. We're gonna be the best versions of ourselves. And then you break for the weekend, and then life hits you again on Monday, and then 2 weeks later, when you get back to the next retrospective, you're like, oh right, somebody was supposed to follow up on that. So Michael says, I always capture action items and follow up. Create user stories for yes. That you're stealing the tips, Michael. But that's going to be one of the tips, right? I think one of the big mistakes that people make is that they don't create these in Jira. And I'm going to show you some features inside of Confluence that facilitate this exact thing here that makes it so much easier. And then I'm going to show you what these look like inside of the whiteboards as well. So we're going to cover a couple of cool things here. Michael's, that's a great way to do it. Yeah. So again, I'm going to show you some tips and tricks on how to facilitate this because they get a little bit easier. All right. So you can work out of here. So this is something that you can just start typing into and start typing away, right? So start doing more trainings. Actually, let me do this. Start doing. Subscribe to the channel. To the channel. Stop doing. Not subscribing. Why aren't you guys subscribed? If you're watching this, how come you haven't subscribed? Sharing with your colleagues. I don't know how to spell colleagues, right? But if you found these trainings valuable, why don't you share them with your friends and coworkers, right? Send this video, send these trainings like, hey, check out these trainings. Alex does some awesome trainings. You should watch them too. And then encourage them to subscribe. But this is a typical retrospective here, right? You start doing, you should all start subscribing to the channel. You should stop doing, not subscribing to the channel, because I don't know why people watch videos without subscribing, and especially if you get value. And then keep doing, right? Sharing, right? Sharing, commenting. If you're watching the replay, comment down below. And in the chat, folks, you guys are doing an amazing job. Share the good, the bad, and the ugly. Yes, so we share everything. But yeah, that's basically what happens. And then you do some action items, right? And what's cool about this new view, right? In case you've missed it, I haven't left Jira. We're inside of Confluence, but within Jira. We do have the option to open in Confluence, but we don't have to, right? So we can actually run our entire retrospective from within Jira itself. It's obviously going to be published in Confluence. I have my Confluence connected with Jira, but the beautiful part is you don't have to do some context switching here, right? We can just very much just be in here. Okay, but this is going to be it. We're going to hit publish, and then this retrospective is going to go out. You can copy the link if you want to send it out to people, but I'm just going to hit not now. Okay, so one last thing that I want to show you here before we go in. Give me a +1. How many of you guys have heard of the Atlassian playbooks? How many of you have heard of Atlassian playbooks? Team playbooks. +1. Who has seen or heard of Atlassian team playbooks? So this is not sponsored by Atlassian, right? But I would recommend folks, if you guys can scan those QR codes here, Smart Checklist. We're sponsored here by my good friends over at Titan Apps. And so I want to show them some love. Definitely scan that QR code so that we can, take a look at their different apps. And they like to see the interaction from the community here. All right, but a team playbook, again, not sponsored by Atlassian. Atlassian has actually gone through, and this is kind of a cool thing. Like, Atlassian eats their own dog food to a certain degree, and what they've done is, however they do their work, right? However they operate as a company, they document that and they put it in a playbook. And so they have a playbook for OKRs and trade-offs and project posters, right? They have a bunch of different ones for roles and responsibilities. And our good friend Mark Cruz actually travels around the world teaching people how to do this. But if you look over here, they do have a retrospective one. And so this, if you've never run a retrospective before in your life, or if you just wanted to see how a different company does it, I highly recommend. I'm gonna drop this in the chat real quick for you all, right? But I highly recommend you check out their team playbook on sprint retrospectives. It'll take you about an hour, right? It's for a 4 to 8 person team, and then they just give you information, right? They even have the template in Confluence for whiteboard template, and then the 4Ls, and then they just kind of tell you a little bit more about how this playbook works, some instructions on how to run it, like step by step, gather the feedback, right? And then just how to actually run this thing, right? So it's kind of a cool way to learn, right? Especially again if you've never done a retrospective before, this is a different way. There's a link here for 9 retrospective techniques that won't bore your teams to tears, right? So you can do this here. Start talk. Here's the 4 L's: like, loath, lacked, and learned. Mad, sad, glad. The 5 Ys: a sailboat. What are our rocks, our anchors, our wind, our land? The what, so what, now what? I like that one. Energy levels: fully charged, low battery, upcoming energy, dot boating, right? So a bunch of different techniques, and we're actually going to get into a little tip here, right? This is one thing we've already talked about: food, right? You should definitely have some food. I think having food in your retrospectives, one way, shape, or another, is definitely going to help out. But another really, really good tip that I would give you is start with an icebreaker. Having a retrospective, just jump straight in, right? If you're jumping straight into stickies and you're jumping into start writing these things down, I think I think that's the bad way to start. I think starting with an icebreaker is a much, much better way. I always love encouraging icebreakers that especially work on teamwork and trust and accountability. Like if you can weave that into your process, right? Have some icebreakers where you gotta there's a really fun game where like 3 lies and a truth or something like that, or 2 lies and a truth, where you gotta say 3 things and two of those things are a truth about you and one of them's a lie, and like your team needs to figure out which one's a lie. And so I think that helps build again a lot of team culture and a lot of team trust. But yeah, any kind of icebreakers that you guys can play is a really cool way. So give me a +1. How many of you guys start your retrospectives today with an icebreaker? How many of you guys are doing true truths and a lie? There we go. How many of you guys are doing an icebreaker today? Who's doing icebreakers? Is anybody doing icebreakers? And is anybody not doing icebreakers? So we got a +1 here. We got one team doing icebreakers. Anybody else doing icebreakers? Because again, I would say if you're not starting with an icebreaker, again, and if you're not starting with food in an icebreaker, you're not starting with your best foot forward, right? Like you definitely want to be considering icebreakers as part of your team here. And then they have distributed teams, right? So again, this article here, I'm going to drop this link here in the chat, right? But there are ways to do icebreakers distributedly. Issues is that icebreakers take a lot of time meeting. Yes, they so Juice, you are right. Icebreakers are an investment, and I would say it's an investment 1,000% worth it, because when your team takes a 5 minute, 10 minute, even 30 minute break to get to learning how each other's work, right? The two truths and a lie is so beautiful because you learn so much about your teammates, right? And learning about your teammates and how they all work together and what makes them tick and what doesn't make them tick and what makes them happy and what makes them sad, what makes them glad. When you get to know these people you spend 8, 9, 10 hours a day with, like you should see how awesome people start working together when they don't hate each other or when they're not just competitors to each other, right? Your team building activities is so worth the time that you spend, right? That investment is an investment that makes your team productive. I'm gonna give you a great little side story. I worked on a team. I worked at a pretty big company about a year ago, and we had a meeting. It was every single day. We would meet for 30 minutes every single day, and we would just hang out. There was no agenda. There was nothing on there. It was really an open office hours. I was the Atlassian expert, so it was more of an open office hours for people to ask me Atlassian questions. But we always talked about what our kids were doing, challenges we were having at home, challenges we were having at work, right? Just anything, and we would just share stories. What did we do over the weekend, right? At Google's, I think I was reading. I believe it's trillion dollar coach. Yeah, I think it's a $1 trillion coach book, where Coach Campbell, $1 trillion coach, this homie right here. Let's see if I can pull it up. Here we go. Yeah, Bill Campbell. He basically coached all the likes of Apple and like all the Silicon Valley titans, right? But one of his major things that they implemented at Google was trip reports on Monday, right? So what did you do over the weekend? Like at the executive level, right? People are talking about like, what did you do this weekend? Where did you go this weekend? What did you vacation? Things like that, right? These little meetings that waste time in air quotes, right? Like they just make the team function so much better because they learn to become a team, right? There's not just a group of strangers that have to come together to work. Like if you're not investing in this, like this is a very healthy investment that I think a lot of managers tend to see as wasteful time because you're not writing code or you're not being productive. But the example I was telling you, right? That 30 minutes that my team and I that we spent every single day, right? Because we did it daily. We didn't just do it with at every 2 weeks for the sprint, but we did it every single day. Any challenge that came our way, we would spend that 30 minutes because every once in a while when we had real work, we'd be like, okay, let's roll up our sleeves. And in 30 minutes, in those 30 minutes, because we were just so used to working together and being together that time frame, we could knock out projects that would normally take teams 2, 3, 4 weeks to complete. We could usually do it in like 30 minutes because we just knew how to work so well together. We knew how to communicate so well together because we invested so much of our time learning how to communicate with each other. So again, it's one of these like my little soapbox, right? Like I hate it. Doesn't hate, but it hurts me when management doesn't support your team. Like I don't want to say the word having fun, right? But your team is still made up of humans that when it's more interactive, like they tend to perform better. I don't have any data to support it other than my personal experiences, but I can tell you, and I can testify that everything that we've done, these more playful, more team building activities, like we've walked out being such a better team because we just understand each other so much better, and we understand the ways like that things that tick people off, right? Like everybody has like their little tick, right? Everybody has like their little like pet peeves and stuff, and like knowing what those pet peeves are, super valuable, right? Like the Myers Briggs test, right? There's a Star Wars one that's kind of fun where you get to learn what Star Wars character you are. Like those are pretty important because like they actually tell you who you're dealing with. Like every single person works so differently, and a lot of the challenges that we see in our sprints is because we don't know how to communicate with people. And again, this is why I love these icebreakers and these team building activities because they just create opportunities for you to really, really like help build the team part because you can't build these products without the team. Jaw Work says, we've been a team for multiple years. We do them when new people join. Yeah, that's awesome. I found out that one of Alex misclassifies tacos is not a sandwich. Yes. I don't know about it being a misclassification more than a, a taco is not a sandwich, but I'll give it to you, Ronnie. Just kidding. There wasn't a retro, but I love to poke fun. Yes. One icebreaker is for team members to show an emotion, how they feel, quick and simple. Yeah. Again, so they don't have to you don't have to spend 30 minutes on an icebreaker, right? A 5 minute, just give us our emoji, right? What we used to do as well, right, is when we did have our retrospectives and we didn't want to have like share time, right? We had like a little show and tell. Every week it would be a different individual, and they just had like 5 minutes and like here's a template in PowerPoint or whatever, Confluence, whatever you want. Here's like a little power template, like fill it out, give us some what do you like to do on the weekend, right? Something like that, and just everybody would rotate. So every week we would have a different person. So again, doesn't have to be a time consuming thing, but highly recommended because you find out some interesting things about people, and it just makes work so much easier, especially when you have people that don't normally like to work well with each other. This just helps bring the guard down. So anyways, another tip, again, very helpful tip. I speak like a human, right? This is kind of complementing my icebreaker thing, right? But you gotta just have fun, right? Like you gotta just learn how to talk with each other and people, right? Like I am when I do my trainings, I intentionally don't use big words. Also because I don't know big words, but having simple words makes it so much easier, right? Rodney is on my team. Rodney and I work together, and I consistently have to tell them I don't know what that word means because I like to use very simple, very basic English, right, to get points across. That's why I love the sad, mad, and glad. I think everybody, regardless of your language and regardless of your culture, can understand sad, mad, and glad, right? Emotions are so much easier. So speak like a human. Ask for highlights, right? I think this is one of the key things too, that if you're not doing this inside of your retrospectives, it you miss out on some opportunities, right? But people don't always like to boast about themselves, and so maybe ask for others. I think 3 and 4 goes kind of together, right? Praise and kudos, right? But it's really important to recognize people, right? And so if you're not doing recognitions, whether it's at the team level or at the individual level, like these are opportunities to do that in your retrospectives, because people are going to feel valued, right? Like this is why I think the retrospective is so important. It's an opportunity to really come together as a team, right? The rest of the time we are off performing, right? We are working the rest of the sprint. But the retrospective is that 1 60-minute time where you get to be like a human for just 60 minutes, right? And you get to express emotions, you get to express frustrations, you get to express excitement, right? You get to express a lot of different emotions, and having a good, safe area to do that. This is why I love retrospective so much, because it's like the one time that you get to do this. It's kind of cool. And so it breaks my heart when people skip the retrospectives, because it's just opportunities for them to get better with their teams. And I guess I miss it. Okay, so let's continue back. Right, again, I told you guys this was going to be more like a TED talk than anything else, but let me give you some value here on how to do these retrospectives. So when you are in Confluence, right, when you go to create a page, you will have the option to basically, again, you have the out of the box one that Atlassian gives you with Jira. But let's say that you didn't want to accept that one and you want to do your own. Well, you have templates, and so you can click on templates here. This is when I clicked. All I did was click create a page, and then you can type in retro, and you're gonna get the 2 retrospective ones. So we do have this one here, which is the one we just saw from Atlassian. This is our start, stop, keep doing, right? But in case you missed it, there's another one, right? And so I actually got to go do this again. So there is another template. This is going to be the 4Ls one that they have, and so we can just type in retro again, and you're going to have the 4Ls retrospective. So if you don't like the start, stop, keep doing, you always have the option here to do the 4Ls retrospective. And so this is going to be, what did you love? What did you long for? What did you loathe? And what did you learn? I'm not the biggest fan of this one. I don't particularly care for this one here, but it is an option for you guys if you like it or not. Now, what you can do, if you are a Confluence administrator, you can actually click on the gear over here. You do need to be a Confluence admin to do this. But if you go over to, where are we at? One of these sections here, maybe configuration. Here we go. Configuration has global templates and blueprints. And we do have the ability to do a quick control F for like retro. And here's a retrospective blueprint. And we can actually go in and click the little pencil to edit it. And when you go in there, you can edit it for everybody. Probably not that one. I should probably script these folks. One of these is going to do it. And Ronnie, feel free to jump in here and help me out if I ever get stuck. One of these, there we go. So here's the one that we actually want to edit. And so if we wanted to do it, instead of start, stop, and keep doing, if we want to do like what went well, right? What didn't go well, right? If you wanted to change these and what can be improved, you have the option to basically update it for everybody. So if you wanted to not follow the Atlassian one, when I hit save, everybody going forward, when they use this particular template, it's going to be the what went well, what didn't go well, and what could be improved. So that's one path, right? So you just update the Atlassian one. And I think that's the easiest path, because it just updates the one that's out of the box. But you can also make your own. So if you wanted to make your own template, this does require you to be a little creative now. But if you wanted to make your own template, right, like our I can't spell, our retrospective, right. And then if you wanted to put in, you can put an image, you can put lay it out, right? You can put a table, right? However you want to do your template, you just save it, and that now becomes a template that can be used by your team. Obviously, you would want to be a little bit more selective than I am, right? But you can definitely put in the table, like the one Atlassian had, of who's in attendance and whatnot. You can do your what went well, what didn't go well. You're sad, you're mad, you're glad, right? Sad, man, whoopsie, and glad, right? You can just save this. And now whenever your team goes to make a retrospective, right, when they hit create and they go to page, again, you do need to be a Confluence admin to make it global, right? We can go to our templates and we should be able to do retro, and our retrospective one is here. And now we're going to be able to choose that one. So that's a little pro tip there. Like, modify the template, right? If I think I've seen a lot of teams where like, we just don't like the ones that ship with Confluence. I'm like, well, change it, right? If I can give you a tip, is like, well, change the template, right? If don't not have retrospectives because the Confluence templates don't work for you. Change either the default one or make your own template so that you do use the one that you like. Okay. Now, gonna give you another tip here on what you can do with Confluence. So things that make us mad, right? So this is usually action items usually come from things that make us sad or mad. Rarely do we make action items from things that make us glad, right? Because if things are working well, then they just continue to work well, right? But it's usually the things that make us sad or mad that we want to improve on, right? We want to fix them. And so let's just say, like, folks not subscribing to the channel, right? That makes me maybe not mad. I don't think it makes me mad, but it definitely makes me sad when you guys don't subscribe to the channel, right? And so I'm just gonna put that under sad. And so I'm gonna want to take an action item, right? Like, how can I convince you guys to subscribe to the channel, right? Like, what do I have to do up here in front of this camera to help you subscribe to the channel, right? So I'm gonna figure that out, and it's something I have to figure out. So normally, what happens is once you hit publish inside of Confluence here, right? And I'm gonna hit publish here, right? Once that exists, right? Once the page has been published, you can simply come into the page and highlight any text, and you can automatically create the Jira work item. This is a feature that came out like maybe 2 or 3 years ago. So if you never try to highlight your text and or seen that opportunity, you can highlight text and just create the Jira work item directly from there. And it's going to basically pre-fill some information, but more specifically, it's going to pre-fill that summary for us, right? And so that summary is going to be, oh boy, where did it go? Here we go. It's going to be the thing, and it's going to use AI. It looks like it's using AI to actually make it a little bit better, right? Increase channel subscription rates. And then it even gives me a description. Address the issue that folks not subscribing to the channel, investigate reasons for low subscription, and develop strategies to encourage more users to subscribe to the channel, right? So as you can see, it automatically creates it for me. It's going to put it in the right team. You can always change all this stuff, but you can simply click on create, and then that Jira story is going to be in Jira because, again, earlier we talked about how many of you guys have captured actions but forget about them. Well, this is one way to not forget about them, right? Because our action items can now be captured here, but they're sent over to Jira, right? And I don't know. This is a challenge that I've always had, right? Like like I've always treated my Jira projects as a place for project work, but you might have like maybe a business board for like process improvements or something of that matter. That's where I would send this because I wouldn't necessarily like if I'm developing a mobile app and I can't get people to subscribe to the mobile app, maybe that's important, right? But if the action is irrelevant to the project work, you might want to have a different place in Jira to do it. But again, your mileage is going to vary on what makes sense for you and your team. I just want to let you know that there is an opportunity, there is a possibility for you to basically take your text from your Confluence and then move it into Jira. So very, very easily. Okay. And so that's Confluence, right? Again, the retrospective itself, it's all user generated content, right? So all the people in your team are going to populate it. So I just wanted to give you some tips here. But my new favorite way, right? My favorite way to create a retrospective nowadays is through a whiteboard. So if you click on the whiteboard capability over here, you are going to have some templates. And you can see here that we do have a simple retrospective. So I'm going to just type in retro. And you can see that we have 3 retrospectives that automatically come with us. You have the simple retro, the 4Ls retro, and the Cellboard retro. Right. Now, I'm not aware of you being able to save templates in the whiteboard. I just haven't tried. It might be possible, but if anybody knows, I'd love to know the answer. I'm gonna go figure it out. But I don't think that you can make a template other than like making a blank whiteboard and then just copying that whiteboard. But I'd be curious to see if Atlassian, it looks like Atlassian would like to know if you want them to create a template for us. But I'd be curious if I can create my own template. But anyways, I'm gonna go with the simple retrospective here, right? And so what this does is Atlassian basically creates a whiteboard for us that gives us some instructions. So I can actually zoom in here. Got to hold some keys on my keyboard apparently, right? I can hold some keys here and it'll give us some instructions very similar to our playbook, and then some documentation for how to run effective meetings. But then here, everybody can come in. So you share, all you got to do is share the link, and then people can come in here. Now, there was a question earlier about how do we hide the anonymous, right? How do we make it a little bit more anonymous? Well, if you click on this hide collaborators cursor, then you won't see all of the cursors moving around, because when everybody jumps into your Confluence, you can see everybody's name, Billy, Jimmy, Timmy, right? But if you don't want to see everybody's names, just turn off the collaborator cursors, and then the sticky notes are just going to magically appear, right? But from this perspective, right, all you got to do is start typing in, right, what went well. Folks scanned the QR code from sponsors, right? What went good as well? Folks subscribed. Folks, if you're subscribing to the channel, I'm eternally thankful to you guys. You make my job so much easier, right? But if you subscribe, just take a second here to subscribe. It makes my life way better. And it doesn't cost you anything, right? But these are things that went well. We go to the bad, right? What could we do better, right? Less jokes from Alex. Folks, let me know. Do you guys like my very crude, bad jokes that I make in these trainings? Let me know. How do you guys feel about my jokes? Right? But here's the part that I want to show you, right? So inside of Confluence whiteboards, we have the same conversion back to Jira, right? So if we needed to convert one of these into an item in Jira, all you got to do is select it, and then you're going to be able to click the plus button here, and no, sorry, I think right click, and yeah, we want right? No, dang it. Hold up. There's a button here. Let me remember. Here we go. This button here. Create a Jira work item. They made it smaller. Okay. You're going to click on this create a Jira work item. Very similar to before, right? Except less AI. AI is not going to help us. It's literally going to take the same things that the text. And then you just pick the work type. It's going to be a task. You pick the project that's going to be in, right? I'm just going to put in the legal team one and then just hit create. But when you create it, it now becomes a card inside of this thing that you can also link together, right? So this is what I like about whiteboards, is you can actually link Jira work items to other elements in the whiteboard. And so if you needed to do like an order of operations or visualize these a little bit better, I love how this works, right? Like this just becomes an element inside of my whiteboard that I can do and use in whatever way I want. But this again helps you track, right? Because when you come back to your whiteboard next sprint, you can track the status of these Jira tickets and you can see that they're going to be done or whatever, right? So you'll be able to see that information, and you can even update the statuses here. So if you're in the whiteboard and you happen to fix the problem, you can just simply fix it from here and not have to worry about jumping between the tools and whatnot. So this is kind of cool, and I really like it. So again, retrospectives, folks, are user generated content. So there's nothing special you need to do, and there's nothing special that I can teach you other than give you tips. But I've given you a lot of tips, and hopefully you found some value in them. But this is how you basically use whiteboards to visually create your retrospectives. I prefer this method. Let me know in the chat, folks. Are you give me a +1 if you are Confluence pages. Give me a +2 if you're whiteboards. Which team are you on? Which method do you prefer to do your whiteboards in? And then give me a +0. Do you just prefer to be on a whiteboard with stickies? Give me a +0 if you're still stickies kind of guy or gal, right? If you're still using stickies. Are you a stickies person? Are you a page person, or are you a whiteboard person? +0 for stickies, +1 for pages, +2 for whiteboards. So we're getting +0s. Okay, so we got Trisha with the stickies. We got a +3. I don't know what I gave you all for +3, but it's a +0s for the stickies, +1 is for Confluence pages, and then +2 is going to be for the whiteboard. So nobody on the whiteboards is breaking my heart, folks. Whiteboards is like the best visual way to do it, other than the stickies. The stickies is the best option in my opinion. I love stickies, but if you're not everybody's in the office, like you might. Oh, there we go. +1 and +2. There we go. It's too early in the morning for me to be doing math. Okay, folks, but hopefully you found some value here. We're going to cover two main things. We're going to do Agile reports and then Agile dashboards, right? What are we doing this week on the Jira Life? That is a great question. We're going to have fun. If you guys have been trying to use Rovo, specifically like Rovo Studio, we're going to have one of the software engineers, I believe it's a software engineer, one of the engineers behind Rovo, and we're going to grill him, right? I'm not sold on Rovo just yet, and so this is going to be an opportunity for me to sit down here and grill our Atlassian expert on Rovo, and hopefully get some answers as to where we're going with Rovo and when should we expect for it to work. Because again, I am not sold on Rovo just yet. Okay, so those are the two things we're going to be covering. We're going to get out of here. We're going to jump into Jira, and then we're going to figure out where in the world are the reports. So inside of the wonderful world of Jira, every Jira project, scratch that, every Jira space Thank you, Atlassian, for renaming things that have been in my memory for the last 10 years, right? But every Jira space has a reporting section. Now, sometimes it's turned off, sometimes it's turned on. Check your settings for basically your configuration, right? But let me start off with GASP, Team Managed Projects, right? So if you go to your Team Managed Projects and you go to your space settings, you want to go to, I believe it's features, and you just want to make sure that reports are turned on. As you can see, this is a feature you can actually turn off. And so just make sure it's turned on if you basically want to utilize the reports that are in Jira. Because if you're looking through your UI and you're like, hey, I don't see reports, it's because it is a feature that can be turned off, at least in team managed projects. We're going to move on over to company managed projects because that's as much of a team managed project you can get out of me on any given day. And this is a company managed project. And the reports, as you can see, is not a feature you can turn off, right? It cannot be disabled, and it's always on. So if you're in a company managed project, this is why we love company managed projects here, because you don't have to do any extra work, right? They're just automatically on, and you're going to be able to benefit from the reports. Team managed, again, different story. You don't always have that benefit. But before we get too far, and again, before I get complaints in the chat here or in the comments, if you're watching the replay, that you don't see reports, it's going to be because of the feature in the team managed projects. You can actually turn it off, which is a really, really weird feature to have. Okay, so now that you've confirmed through your space settings that yes, I do have reports enabled, how do we get to our reports? Well, it's going to be in your navigation up here on the top. Now, if you do not see reports, right, I have mine right here. If you do not have your reports, click on the more, and then you should be able to find it in this drop-down list over here. Again, as long as your reports are enabled. Now, I'm going to click on reports. And the other thing that you need to know is, depending on the project template, right, depending on the space template that you selected when you created the space, you're going to have different types of reports. JSMs or spaces are going to have reports. JPD, I don't think has reports, but your Jira software spaces have reports. But even more specific, if you pick Kanban, you have one set of reports, and if you pick Scrum, you have a different set of reports. And so that space template that you originally select when you are creating your space for the very first time, it's very, very important. It will influence what reports are ultimately available. And in fact, even between team and company managed projects, the reports are going to be a little bit different. So what we're going to be taking a look at today and focusing on today is going to be a company managed Jira software, Agile, and then Scrum template, right? So very specific. We're looking at Scrum from a company managed inside of Jira. That's going to be the template that's going to give you the most amount of reports. And so as you can see here, as I scroll, we have quite a few amount of reports to choose from. So again, if your list looks different, then it's probably because you are in a different type of template, okay? And so just keep that in mind, that this is going to be the reports that are available for Scrum. Michelle's finally to the party. I totally forgot to send out my little reminder email today to join, but I'm glad you guys were able to get in here. Atlassian Bevy system is just the worst. And so credit to Atlassian, they don't own it, but holy moly, does Bevy suck so much. I hate it. So glad you guys are finding your way in here. I totally forgot to tell people that the link to join for today. So glad we have a good turnout. Okay, so we're going to start off with the burndown chart. This is going to be the most important chart, folks. In my opinion, if you're a Scrum team, this is your report. This is the one that you're looking at the most. And this report, although mine doesn't look very good, is a very important one, okay? Yeah, Bevy, I don't know if you guys heard the story of Bevy, right? But basically, when you create a story and when you create an event in Bevy, there's two ways to host it. You can host it through Bevy, or you can host it through external. And I created my events. The last time I created an event for Bevy was in January of 2024. That was almost 2 years ago, right? Almost 2 years ago. And that's the last time that I made an event, January of 2024. Scratch that. No, that would have, I launched my event in January 2024. So I must have made my event like literally in the end of December of 2023. So 2 years ago was the last time that I made an event. And I've always just copied the event over and over and over and over for the last 2 years. And I had all these events already pre-scheduled that I scheduled in December of 2024, to a year ago. I set up 48 events. And again, copies of copies of copies, right? Well, When I got mad at Atlassian because it was a matter of $30,000, I canceled all my events because Atlassian ended up costing me $30,000, and I was not very happy, right? So I canceled all the events, but of course, Bevy doesn't let you uncancel the events, right? So after one of my business partners convinced me to bring the events back to live, I was like, whoa, I can't create them. I canceled them all, right? So I had to recreate them. So I had to create an event for the first time again in 2 years. And apparently that selector of like, is it a Bevy hosted or is it an external hosted is very critical. I didn't make much of it. I just made all the events. And then I came through and created all the links for the YouTube videos. Well, at that point, that's when I had a toggle between one type event and to the other. And apparently Bevy doesn't like that. Bevy's, whoever registered before I made the change is going to be redirected to the Bevy internal, which doesn't exist anymore. So you get a 404 error. And then everybody else who registered after gets the actual link. And then, hello, you're here. So again, Bevy, I've already talked to the Bevy folks. And that's why Alex is, yeah, I forgot to spam everybody today. There's only 3 more spams after this, Ronnie. So if Atlassian fixed their Bevy, then I wouldn't have to spam everyone. And so I spam everybody in spirit because and really in protest because Bevy sucks so much. If Bevy worked, I wouldn't have to spam anybody. Just say. Atlassian, if you're watching, fix your Bevy. I'm not afraid. Okay, so we have our sprint burn down. Back to your regularly scheduled program, and then we're done with that little TED talk. Okay, so we have our burn down, and this is a really bad burn down, but I actually want to show you this burn down because I want to give you some lessons learned, right? What is this burn down telling us, right? It's telling us a couple of things, mostly bad things, but I want to walk you through this burn down, even though it doesn't look much like a burn down, to basically help you understand what's going on here. So the most critical part is right here. It's on the left-hand side. It's the story points. And the reason that story points is critical is because this selector right here will determine what this view is here. And you have a couple of options. You can do story points, which is what most Scrum teams use. You could use original time estimate, which if you're on Team Josh, if you're part of our school community and you watched our debate yesterday about story points, then you know that Josh is really big on like just team time, right? Or you can use any number field. So as long as it's a number field type, it's any custom field that's a number type, you can use any of those. Or my personal favorite, if you're not using estimates from a story points perspective, I recommend you use issue count, right? Because issue count is at least going to treat every story as a value of 1 and then just give you a view of just, again, assuming all things equal, how many full stories did you complete, right? And so this is my second favorite view if you're not using story points, right? But I like this view right here because I like to look at people's burn down charts. And when people try to tell me like, oh yeah, we're using story points, and I look at their burn down, and I'm like, no, you're not. And they're like, but we are. And I'm like, no, you're not, because if you were, then this graph would show the number of story points, right? And so let's watch this. So we can actually go into our board, and I can go into my backlog and I can create a sprint. I'm actually going to create a brand new sprint, but I'm going to modify the sprint, right? You see how the sprint is like a 2-week sprint here? We're going to modify the dates, and I'm actually going to make it a 1-day sprint. I'm just going to make it complete today. And so we're going to go, today's the 9th, December 9th to December 9th. We're going to have it start. We're just going to go from December 9th to December 9th. We're going to switch this to, what time is it? 7:20. So let's go to 6 a.m. And then we're going to have it finish at like, let's just go 9 p.m. Okay. Now this is actually kind of cool, right? So as I bring things into my sprint here, right? If I were to hit start sprint right now, bad things would happen inside of Jira because there's no story points. If I were to hit start sprint, our sprint will start at 0, which is not a good thing, folks. This is why, especially if you looked at my sprint planning session that we did a few months ago, you always want to put story points in your sprint before you hit the start sprint button, because failure to do so will mean that your burn down will start at 0 because it had 0 points. So if I were to hit this button, our burn down will start basically at 0. And what a lot of people do is they'll accidentally or intentionally or naively, probably naively is the right answer, right? But what people will do is they'll click on the start sprint button, then plan their sprint, and then add the points, right? But when you do that, that's how you get a massive like 0 and then a massive spike on the first day. Your burn down shouldn't have a red line that shoots up. right? At least on day zero, there should be no reason for a red line to start at zero and go shoot straight up. That's not good. That just basically means that you started the sprint and then you added points. You don't want to do that. You want to add your points, right? You want to make sure you do this 5. Oopsie. Uh-oh. Come on, Jared. Don't make me look bad in front of the wizards here. 5, 3, 1. Oh boy, come on. What are you doing to me, Jira? I just want to put a number in here. Why is this hard, folks? I just want to click a 1, enter. Okay, maybe I gotta hit this checkbox. 8, check mark, and then let's just go 5 again. Okay, so you want to put points first and then hit your start sprint. Because when you do that, right, when you hit that start sprint, your burn down. Now, when we go look at our reports, yeah, y'all are wizards now, right? You can see that we start at the top. We start appropriately. Had I not done that, we would have started at 0, right? We would have started at 0, and you don't want to start your sprint at 0. Now, what you are seeing here, what's interesting, I don't know if you guys knew this, but you can actually you can accelerate the timeline of your burn down. So I told Jira that my burn down was going to be basically like a 9-10 hour sprint or Scrum. No, sprint. Yeah. Like a 9-hour sprint. And so you can see that my allocation is in hours, not in days. And so you could do like a 1-hour sprint to do demos. So you can see how this works. And like every minute that passes makes the chart move forward. So I've actually done this and I should have done this right now, but it didn't occur to me until after I explained it to you. But anyways, you can see here, this is the way you want to start your sprint. You always want to start your sprint with points in it. So you start at the top. You never want to start at 0. So if you're starting at 0, then the big red flag there is that you're not putting your points in at the beginning, right? You're starting your sprint prematurely, and then you're adding points, right? That's rookie mistake number 1. Now, why does the red line go across, right? So if we were to look at a sprint burn down, right? If we were just to look at images from the wonderful world of Atlassian, let's look at this chart here. What is this chart telling us, right? What is this picture telling us? Let's see. Can we make it big? Can any of these make it big? No, we cannot. So we're going to zoom in. Here we go. Let's get to this one. Here we go. So what is this chart telling us, right? So this chart tells us that we had, 47-ish points, right? 46, 47 points, right? That's when we hit the start button. When we hit start sprint, we started with 47-ish or so points. Now, the dates on the bottom are basically every day of your sprint. In my case, I have hours, right? But in this picture, we started on February 22nd, and we're basically moving along every single day until we get to March 6th, which is going to be about 2 weeks from our February 22nd date, okay? And so what this is telling me is that between February 22nd, when we started the sprint, all the way until like February 24th, February 25th time frame, I think February 25th, right? All the way up until February 25th, it took the developers 3 solid days to take an item, right? It took the developers 3 solid days to take a story, right, and move it from to do. They probably moved it to in progress, but it took them 3 days to finally move it to done, because only when you move something to done does the burn down go down. And it goes down by the number of points that is associated to that thing that went down. Now, obviously, if you finish 2 or 3 things, it takes an aggregate number of those points and it moves you straight down, okay? And so this burn down here, right, in this case, mine is going to go down by 5. Now, if I go look at my report, it's basically going to shoot straight down. See, but you can see that we passed a little bit, right? I did it in such a way that the time every minute is counting, right? And the more I stall, the better this chart's going to look. But as you can see here, I started my sprint at 10:22, and by 10:24, 2 minutes later, I was able to burn down 5 points worth of work. That's good. This is really good. Now, if my team doesn't move anything to done, right? So if my team goes over here and they move this to in progress, and they move this to in progress, and they move this to in progress, my burn down moves nothing, right? It stays flat, because if I go back to my reports, nothing happened, right? We didn't actually move anything to done. Even though a bunch of stuff is now in progress, you only get credit when you move it to the farthest right column. And I'm being very intentional there, folks, because it's not even it's not even done. Done is not the right way to say this, right? It has to be the farthest right column, because if it doesn't make it that far, we don't get there, right? We do not get credit. And so you want to make sure you get credit. So these flat lines, again, are going to be any time that your Jira, basically any story, task, bug, right? It's any time that those items don't make it across to the farthest right column. And they dip every time that something does finally make it to the farthest right column. Now, those are good, right? We ideally want to follow the line as close as possible. Most of the time, though, they are more staircase. I think this is a much more realistic representation of a burn down chart. I think this, I don't know that I've been reading burn down reports since 2013. So was that 12 years? In my 12 years of existing in this space, I have never seen a burn down like this. I think this is what you would like to be told, that this is the way it's supposed to be, right? But definitely never seen one like this. But there's some other opportunities, right? There's some other steps, there's some other things that can happen. And I'm trying to see, here we go. So this right here is a bad thing, right? This right here is a bad thing. Now, can anybody tell me what would cause a spike in the chat? What would cause the red line to not go down, but to go up? Can anybody guess in the chat? Who's got a good guess? And if you're watching the replay, let me know in the comments as well. What would cause a spike in a burn down? Right? Because this is a very curious phenomenon, right? The burn down, you would think only burns down, right? I love to tell people that your burn down is a burn down, not a burn up, right? It should never go up. And so we got a couple people. We got scope change. So scope change is the technical term, but scope change, I'm not okay with. Scope change is the right term, but scope change to me, like, even though this is what Jira uses, right? I'll show you the proof in Jira right now. But scope change is a funny word to me, because scope change can mean that your scope changed, right? But it can change in the positive and it can change in the negative, right? You could take things out and you can add things in. And so I don't like the word scope change for that simple matter that it's not clear that we added scope, but rather a scope change can also imply that we remove scope. So again, but technically Atlassian does record it as scope change whenever you add work, but not when you remove it. So we'll take a look at what that looks like too. But yeah, we got a few people. We added a story, unplanned work coming in. So basically unplanned, just to kind of taxonomy and define things. Unplanned means that after you hit the start sprint button, right? After we clicked start sprint in the backlog view, we did this. We moved something into the sprint. Now, you do get a pop-up and a warning that says, hey, Big Dodo, this is not good. Don't do this, right? And you can always click on confirm. But if I do this, something very curious happens, folks. I did not put story points on this particular task. And so in the chat, will my burn down go up? Will it stay flat? Or will it go down? What would you expect now that I added something to my sprint, but it doesn't have story points? Any guesses? Any guesses as to what's going to happen? But now that's basically unplanned work. Barbara says it's going to stay flat. Yeah, and so the answer is correct. It would stay flat, or basically no change, because the scope change here that we're adding brings 0 points. And so because it was 0 points, you can see here that it kind of took like a little, it's starting to look like a little J or a candy cane here. Oh boy, I clicked on it. Now I can't unclick it. There we go. See how it just went, that's this way. It went straight this way because it basically, there was no story point. So whenever you add stories to your backlog, from your backlog, make sure that you are putting your story points so that you can get the appropriate picture, right? And so if I were to come in here and say, well, this was a 21, and just hit it with a banger of a 21 here, and I go back to my reports, I should see a huge spike now, right? And there it is. So it goes straight up into the sky. And this is not good, folks. You want to be very cautious whenever you're doing this, right? This is a little trade-off that you should be doing. It's like, okay, so if I'm going to absorb 21 points worth of work, something's got to come out, right? Something's got to leave. And we should, in theory, remove work, right? And so the natural thing that I would do is like, okay, so if this 21's coming in, then this 5 is going out, this 3 is going out, and this 8's going out. But how do you do that? How do you remove something from a sprint? Anybody know? Any guesses in the chat? How do I remove something from the sprint, right? Because we're in an active sprint and I don't want to complete my sprint yet. How do I remove a story from my sprint? Who's got some insight there? Who's got an opinion on how do we do this? How do we remove a story from the sprint? You don't remove it. Okay, so This is an interesting conversation. So let's open up this little debate. Let's start our Alex talk today. If I brought in 21 points, right? If my manager comes in and is like, hey, stop the presses, right? Stop the presses. You you brought in 21, like this is a huge critical item, 21 points. It's gonna take up the entire sprint, all hands on deck. Um, what do we do, right? Like what are you supposed to do? So one recommendation is you don't do anything. Right? I've actually seen teams do that, right? One possible path is don't do anything, right? Where you're like, okay, we're just not going to change anything, we're just going to absorb the hit, and then we're going to take the hit later, right? When we finish our sprint, clearly some work's not going to get done, right? Other ways is to move the work item and remove it from sprint, which is a great feature that I did not know that it existed until now. The way I've always removed items from the sprint is I always open an item from this, open that item, and I go to the sprint field, and you can clear the sprint field. And when you clear that sprint field, it'll take it out. That's one way. Or you can go back to your backlog view and you just simply drag it and move it to the top of the backlog, or there's a recommendation, right? Move it to the next sprint as well. That's another option, right? So you can preemptively move something to the next sprint. And so those are all good options, right? But the big takeaway though is if you have a significant amount of scope increase, you're set up for failure because you're never going to be able to complete your original commitments, because the original commitments was already tight, and now all of a sudden you have even more work that you got to do, and it's like the whole plan just goes to crap, right? And so you got to be very cautious, proactive. I'm not sure what the right word here is, right? But you just gotta push back every once in a while, and either A, tell them like, hey, look, this story is so big that it should go to the next sprint, and we aren't going to accept it in this sprint. Or if the sky is really truly falling, then like, okay, so what should get out, right? What should we stop working on? Because realistically, we can't. It's just the math doesn't math, right? You can't do this. And so normally I would recommend you move things out of your sprint to absorb in that big hit. But what does a report look like if we were to remove something, right? So let me remove this 8, right? I'm going to move it back to the backlog. We're going to get yes, or the scope changed. When we go back to our burned down chart, you can see that we have a dip here, right? So we're dipping here. And this is good, right? The dip is really good because we're at least acknowledging some of the pain that the 21 pointer increased, right? And so ideally, I would want to bring it back to where we were. That would be my ideal scenario. But hey, a win's a win in my book, regardless of how you get it, right? And so this is important, right? So this is what these things are looking like, right? But one last tip that I want to give you before we get off of sprint burndowns, because I spent a lot of time on the sprint burndown, is that you want to look at this trail down here, right? So if you scroll down, sometimes you don't even know this because Jira kind of leaves you up here. But if you skip, yeah, I can't speak today. If you keep scrolling down, you will see all of the activities that have been happening. And here's that scope change, right? So here's when you added something, and here's when you remove something. So these were changes in scope. These are bad. Anytime you see scope change, folks, you should question it. You should figure out what the heck happened. That retrospective that we talked about so much yesterday, this is something you should be talking about and reviewing in your retrospective. Why did we have so much scope change, right? What caused this? What was that? What was the scenario? How can we prevent this in the future? What did we learn from this, right? What were the consequences of adding 21 points to our sprint, right? What was the consequences, right? What didn't get done? These are things that as a team you want to be discussing internally and having good stories for them, because they ultimately will either hurt or help your team. And it's mostly always hurt than help, right? It's never a good thing to have this big of a scope change in your sprint. But yeah, everything is timestamped and recorded. And so you can see exactly the timing at which things happen. My only pro tip here that I'm going to give you is that you want to be very careful with time zones, because it's not always clear to me. And even to this day, I kind of struggle with this quite a bit. It's not always clear whose time zone this got recorded in. This is obviously just me because it's me by myself, like inside this Jira. But when I'm sharing my Jira with other teams and other time zones, this is not always immediately known, like what time zone, right, this thing got done in. And it's the time zones are very important, right? Because sometimes people will argue like, oh, I didn't do this or I didn't do that. And it's really hard to to challenge that when you're off by 3 or 6 hours, right? In this particular case, usually when we're debating something, a matter of a minute will make a huge difference, and then time zones just complicate the thing. So just be a word to the wise. Check your Juras and don't always just trust at face value what this number is. It's sometimes representative of your time zone. So especially if like your default time zone in Jira is not your time zone, right? It can cause things to be a little bit more confusing. But folks, that's basically the sprint burndown, right? Again, the name of the game is to hug the gray line as much as you can, right? You want to kind of make it look like this one. Nope. Like this one would be this would be again the most optimal. This I think is a success, right? If you can do this, this was a very, very successful sprint. This is what I would see. I've never seen this in my life. Never have I ever seen anybody like complete a sprint early. That is just unheard of. Give me a +1. Has anybody ever completed your sprints early? Like seriously, like not lying. Like if you're being super truthful and super honest to yourself, have you ever completed a sprint early? I'm very curious. Question. Um, will Jira not will it not take the Jira time zone? Yes, so it should, right? So this number here should be the default time zone from your Jira settings. The question and the problem is when you're reading it and in your mind, you're in your time zone, right? And so it gets off by that register, right? And so you mentally need to do the math to do the conversion for yourself because it should default to your Jira's time zone. I have seen a few completed early, but not personally. Yeah, if anybody, I think there should be a prize in the world, a significant prize in the world. If somebody ever finished a sprint early, that is just something I've never seen before. I have some individuals who finish their sprint work early, but overall have not seen an entire sprint team. Yeah, I've never. It's just not something I've ever seen. This right here is pretty common, folks. This right here is one of the more common things where we start off strong, right? We're like, all right, we take some small wins, right? We take care of some of these low hanging fruits, right? We're awesome, like we're progressing in the right direction, and then life happens, and then we remember, oh crap, we're gonna finish a sprint, right? we're gonna finish a sprint, and so everybody just dumps everything that they forgot to update their Jira. So this right here is telling me that work was happening. Work was definitely happening between February 25th and March 5th, right? But then somebody remembered, oh yeah, we're supposed to update our Jira tickets. And then at the last minute, right before we go to a sprint retro, no, right before we go to a sprint demo or sprint review, everybody's like, okay, now it's time to drop. Now it's time to drop the all the stories and move everything to done. And that's what happens here. Or alternatively, what this can also mean is that all the stories got moved to the next sprint. And so this giant cliff can mean two things. It can mean that A, your team finally remembered and updated Jira, or it can mean that your team, being naughty, is moving the work to the next sprint, right? And when they move it to the next sprint, that's almost as equally as bad. And so not a good situation in either case, right? You do not, that's not good behavior. Either scenario is not good behavior, right? We don't want our team at the same time all together because they forgot to move everything to done, and we don't want our team moving things to the next sprint because they know that they're just not going to be able to get to the end here. So that's what that one means. And so this one right here, just basically is telling me that again we just closed the sprint and we didn't do anything. So this is not good either, right? They were just left undone. And so I've seen far too many actually go up towards the end, right? And so whenever you don't see the cliffhanger, that means that your team just the sprint completed. Maybe your scrum master didn't check. So I always, just as a courtesy, right before I complete my sprints, I always double check with my team, and I basically ask them like, okay, this is for speak now, forever hold your peace, right? Because if you don't basically move your things to done, this is what your reports are going to look like, right? We're just going to leave it off at a cliffhanger and nobody's going to know. Trisha says, what often the results of a large user stories that should have been broken down? Yeah, so this right here is, there's a million reasons for it, but this is one of the more popular reasons, right? It's like a large user story that really should have been broken down. But this again, talk about these things, folks. All these things here, if you're not reviewing your burn down chart in your retrospectives, I think you're missing out, right? Because these are all telling you a story, right? These all tell you a story of what happened in that sprint. And the best part, the nice part is that you can see this every single day. So every day as you're looking at your report, it's being updated, right? So if I click refresh, I should get some flatlining on this one now, right? Because time is progressing. See how we're flatlining again? Again, I intentionally picked the small duration for my sprint, but you should be looking at your sprint burn down daily, because the other report, that's available to you, if we go back to our reports here, is the sprint report. And the sprint report also does contain a burn down, but primarily you get this when you complete the sprint, which is a little too late at the end, right? If you're only seeing or reviewing your sprint burn down report at the end of your sprint, like, you're doing yourself a disservice as a scrum master, because you're missing out on opportunities to be reviewing your thing, right? So I don't even think this thing's going to load here. I don't know what's going on. This should load at least my sprint 1, because I finished sprint 1 already. There we go. So if you're only looking at this report, which is your report at the again at the end of the sprint, it's just too late, right? It's too little, too late, and you should have really been looking at your report early on. And that's why I love the sprint burn down, because the sprint burn down is updated every single day, every single hour, as you can see here. But worst case, you should at least look at your sprint burn down or sprint report at the end of your sprint, right? So when you complete your sprint, you should I do believe Jira drops you into here, or at least it used to, right? And this is one report that you should be looking at least at the end of the sprint. But again, by then you don't have the opportunity to pivot anymore. So I highly recommend you check out the burn down report as often as possible, so you can at least do pivots as appropriate, right? Because you can catch these flat lines early. And as Tricia says, right, you want to be reminding the team every single day, because it's easy to forget and it's easy to not burn them down, right? So again, don't get caught in that problem. All right. Another report that we have, we're going to look at the burn up chart. This one's an interesting report. I really like this report. But the way this report works, and I've never actually used it successfully. I mean, I've used it successfully, but I don't see it used as successfully, as I guess what I'm trying to say, right? The sprint burn up is an interesting report. It is a very interesting report, and it has a lot going on. But really, there's only really one valuable thing you want to get out of this, right? So here we have our scope, right? We can see how this we started at 20, 22, we went up, right? We came down a little bit. But what all this report is telling you is that based on the number of work in your backlog, right? And you do have to have points on stuff, right? But based on the number of work in your sprint, I should say, right? And given your team's ability to complete work, right? So given your team's performance, and this is why I love this chart, and most managers hate this chart. A lot of people hate this chart because you can't fake the data, folks. It is really hard to fake this data, right? But essentially, all this chart is telling you is like, okay, we have this much work, right? This much work is left. Our team can do this much work every day, or as the team progresses, right? And based on those two realities, based on how much work we have and how much work we can complete, here's how long it's going to take us to actually finish the work. And this picture may or may not align with the end of your sprint, right? And so this burn up chart, is a really good predictor of, or indicator, I should say, of a prediction of when you're going to actually complete your work, right? And if your sprint date is like here, and you're like, nope, clearly not, like it'll adjust itself, right? It'll move around, and you don't want to be in that situation, right? You don't want to be in that situation where you're going to exceed your sprint date. And so this is a good chart to be looking at that helps you fully understand, or at least have a good understanding. I don't want to say fully, but gives you a good predictor of like, okay, we have X amount of work. We can do so much work. Given that, when are we actually going to anticipate to finish something given our current performance? Which the only way to manipulate this report is to your team to be more effective, right? It's for the scope to stay flat. Don't add more scope to your sprint, and for your team to perform, right? But if your team's not closing work out in Jira, then this is going to be pretty flatlined. So that's what the burn up chart is. We've covered the sprint report already. Now let's go to some of my two favorite ones that I have as well. So we're going to look at the velocity chart. The velocity chart is a very fun chart. I love the velocity chart. Now, the velocity chart is not going to give me data here. So let me see if I can find it in another view. who is, by the way, shout out to Ritika Ori, the founder of Management Bliss, for her amazing chart here. I would say subscribe to her YouTube channel, but they're my competitors. But shout out to Ritika for your amazing little course here that you got. Okay, so Jira velocity chart. What historical? So they don't really use it. So the as far as I know, it's not based on historical data, Barbara, right? Like it's just showing your team's raw performance for that particular sprint. There is a plugin that I used to use many, many, many moons ago. I am blanking on the name right now, but there was a plugin out there that I used to use in my corporate environment that it would tell us. I think it was Screenful or something like that. Let me see if they're still around. Yeah, maybe yes, it was this one. So I use Screenful, and they have a Jira connector. And this one here, they have a pretty good burn up. They have a really, really good, like, what do we think here? Like something, I think like this one, maybe. I don't know. It's been a minute. But they had a report that would kind of predict when you were gonna finish. I think this one here, right? With the forecast. And that one was much better, right? That one would not only look at one sprint, but it would look at the entire work. So you can actually tweak it. Because one of the things I don't like about the Jira one is that it only shows you your current sprint's performance, and you can go and switch to another sprint, but it doesn't give you like the whole project. And I think most project managers want to know about the whole project and not a specific sprint. They show 12 sprints of velocity. Yes. So the velocity chart, I thought it was only 5, but I could be wrong. I thought it was like the 5, like I thought it was like the last 6 sprints, but again, it's been a minute. But the velocity chart here, I'm trying to see if I can get a picture of it. Let's go back over here and see if we can get some images of the velocity chart. I like this picture more. It's easier to read. So this is what our velocity chart looks like. Okay. This is what the velocity chart is going to look like if it ever decides to load. Come on, internet of mine, work. All right, we'll try a different picture. Here we go. We got a picture. Okay. So there's 2 main things that this velocity chart is telling you, and pay special attention to this one, right? So the green line is your actual completed. So you can see here, it's how many story points you completed, right? So when you hit that complete sprint button, Jira is going to record, okay, if we finished 50 points out of a, right, if however many points you finished, right, how many points actually made it to done, it's going to basically come over here and tally this number up. So if I hit complete sprint now, hopefully I get some credit, right? So I should be able to see my reports. If I go to my velocity chart, maybe now I see 2 sprints. Let's see. Here we go. Yeah. So you can see here, my velocity chart shows that I finished 5, and the gray is my commitment. How many points did we sign up for at the beginning of the sprint when we hit start sprint? And this chart is powerful for a couple of different reasons. But number one, it tells you your say-do ratio, if you've ever heard of that term, say-do ratio, right? You said you're going to do 22, you did 5. And that say-do ratio, my book, right, the probably like what your numbers are supposed to look like is 20%, right? You should finish 80% of this work. And so realistically, the 22 times 0.80, I should have finished like 17 to 18 points. That would have been a healthy, I signed up for 22, we finished about 18. That would have been very, very healthy in my book, and I would have called that a win, right? This right here, this is pretty unrealistic. I think having them this close, I've never seen it. I think this right here is just too spot on. This is pretty average. This, I think, is what you're shooting for, right? Over committing and just slightly under delivering, right? But this close is too close for comfort. Like I've never seen most teams be able to estimate this well. And so you don't want to be that. The opposite is also true. You do not want to see like a green. Oh, I can close this one up. You don't want to see the green be much higher than the gray. Like that means like your team's like a rock star and like superstars, and like everybody should get a bonus, because like if you are consistently over delivering, right, then you're underestimating, right? And so that's not healthy either. Again, so flat lines, not healthy. I mean, technically it's healthy, but I would say lies is what I'll call that, right? If you're consistently delivering what you're committing, like I think somebody's lying on your team. This is bad, right? Having this big of a discrepancy, this is really, really bad. You don't want this big of a discrepancy. And I would say somewhere here, like if it was right around here, I would have been very, very happy about that 80% mark, right? So going over is an anomaly. This is a bad thing. Flat is an anomaly too because I've never seen teams hit their say do ratio. It's just crazy, crazy talk, right? But the other thing that this thing's going to tell you, right? This chart is going to tell you something very, very important. And what it's going to tell you is it's going to give you information for how many points you should plan for the next sprint. And so when you look at this chart here, not this one here, but when you look at this picture here, you can see that we have our average of 112. So that means that when we go to plan our next sprint, right? When we move to our sprint and we're starting to figure out how many points that we pull in, we can use that number of 112 or whatever your number is, your average, to figure out, okay, should we be on, above, or below that average, right? Because if you're always like let's just say your average was like 50, but you're always scheduling 150 points, well, your math's not going to math there, is it? Right? So you want to use this report here to kind of gauge in a very classical like Goldilocks style, are we too hot, too cold, or just right? And as an added bonus, if you click on this little backlog insights button, Jira is actually going to tell you, right? So Jira is going to say, hey, on average, you can finish like 5 points. You've committed 30. We recommend you have 4 to 6, and you're over your target. So Jira's gonna yell at you a little bit and tell you like, you might want to scale it back, sir or ma'am, right? Because you're just too high, right? You're too high, and Jira's gonna use that historical data of the last 5 or 6 sprints to help you figure out, are we just right? Are we way over? Are we way, way over? Are we just enough over? Are we under? Are we drastically under, right? It's just going to give you that. I like to call it Goldilocks effect, where you can figure that out. Now, in the interest of time, we're going to have time for one more report, and that's going to be my cumulative flow diagram. I love this diagram. My manager, I used to have a chief engineer. Shout out to Kathy Fosha. Miss working with her. She was awesome. But we had this thing. She called it a sand chart because it kind of looks like a little sand chart, right? But I'm gonna pull up in Jira, Jira cumulative. I cannot spell cumulative flow diagram. Okay, I want to see a better one, a better picture than mine. Right. So this cumulative flow diagram here. Again, we're gonna zoom in on this one here to just get a better picture of this. Right. So what is this picture telling us? Right. What does this tell us? So every color is very important. Every color represents different statuses. Oh, big question here. What happens if the team size changes? You're gonna need at least 3 sprints to rebalance yourself, but eventually, so one of the agile principles is stable teams, right? You don't want to have team size changes every single sprint, and so you should have at least 3 sprints worth of stability, so that your teams are stable, right? You don't want your teams just fluctuating every single sprint. Otherwise, you're just dead on arrival. Like you're being set up for failure if your teams are fluctuating. You cannot successfully do your job as a scrum master if either A, you have a different team every time, or B, you have different team members every time. That's just not going to work. Okay, so in the last couple of minutes here, this cumulative flow diagram shows us every status. So every status has its own color, and this gives you a good view of how you're trending. And so one color, usually the bottom one, is all your to-do work, and then all your gray is like, or all your orange is going to be all the work that you've completed, right? And so ultimately, you want pretty consistent small numbers in the middle, but you want your blue, you're right, you want your to-do to go down. The to-do should go down over time, and the done should eat the whole chart. But this shows you the trends, and this is what I like about this chart, is that this report is one of the few reports where you can actually do trends. You don't do a whole lot of trends inside of Jira, but this one here will show us over time. And this is a powerful chart to be looking at, because it'll show us more than just the last sprint. It'll show us a lot more time. And so this chart to me is very powerful, because ultimately you want your done, right? You want this this purple, very, very small little sliver of purple. You want it to eat the whole thing. And you want your orange to not fluctuate so much, right? Because every time you add more work, every time you create new stories, it'll go up, right? And so you want to tame that. Otherwise, again, it's just a never-ending story. So very helpful if you're trying to actually get to a target deadline of a drop dead date. This is going to help you figure out how we're trending towards that date. So I'm Mexican, folks. Okay. I'm Mexican, and Chipotle is like the Mexican grills, their slogan. And so I don't want to say I take offense, but I'm not gonna eat at Chipotle when I'm Mexican and I can just make better Mexican food myself, right? And so going to Chipotle is not something on my list of high priority items. But my buddy Josh, he loves Chipotle. He probably has Chipotle once a week, if not more. And so I'm at this Builder Summit, right? This 3-day event that I hosted in October. And I'm running around, folks. I'm just going from place to place, making sure things are being recorded, making sure people are know where to be, making sure everything's going well, right? And I'm physically running, like sprinting, not even running, but sprinting across the room, across the hotel, up and down escalators. Like it was a thing, right? It was a whole thing. Don't even get me started, Michelle, on Taco Bell. Okay, let's not jump into the Taco Bell, right? But anyway, so I'm running, and I am like, people are blurs to me, right? Like what other people are doing. If it wasn't that thing that I'm hyper focused on, like everything was a blur the whole event. And so we're getting ready to record a podcast. I have a number of podcasts, and we're getting ready to record a podcast. So I knew where I needed to be. Luckily, I had all the events in my phone, and so I knew I needed to be somewhere to record a podcast. But when I get to the podcasting room, like everybody's loitering outside the room, and everybody looks very suspicious. But again, my mind's not registering the phenomenon that's about to happen, because I just there's so much going on. It's towards the end of the last day, and I'm like, just like, oh my gosh, I just don't even know, right? And so I walk in, sit down, I start recording, and Josh is there, and my buddy Sean is there, right? And we're just doing a podcast because that was on the agenda. I didn't think anything of it. I did think it was interesting that Josh was joining us, because normally we don't have a guest. But hey, we were all in person. I had invited people to join and like record, because all the equipment was there to record. And so I was like, oh, cool. Josh is just joining us. We had already done like previous recordings with Josh that day as well. So it wasn't out of the ordinary for me, right? I was like, it was okay. And so we're in the middle of the podcast, and like all of a sudden, Josh and Sean bring up Chipotle. And again, I'm not a fan. They pull out a Chipotle. Josh had Uber Eats delivered at Chipotle to the hotel, and they made me eat Chipotle on air to let them know what I thought about it. And so that's my Chipotle story. So let's not make me do it for Taco Bell. Mentioning Taco Bell is how I keep Alex awake during mega long streams. Oh, you guys, Taco Bell is getting the same price as just a standard street taco. No point anymore. Absolutely. Again, one of my favorite episodes of The Big Bang Theory is when Raj says, like, because they have Indian food on a specific day, and Raj is like, "Did you guys ever consider that to me it's just food?" And so that's how I feel about Mexican food. Like to me, guys, it's just food. Like it's what I have every single day. Every day I have Mexican food. So, spoilers. All right, so what are we going to be learning today? And thank you, Rodney, for taking us down that very big diversion of talking about Chipotle and Taco Bell. Um, we have learned that the Atlassian community loves to play video games, and apparently is passionate about not eating Taco Bell. So maybe we have like one of my favorite things about Taco Bell though is like you can have like a Taco Bell wedding. And I think that'd be kind of interesting to do like a Taco Bell Atlassian day. Like we could definitely put like nerdy Jira quotes in the hot sauces. Like um +1 if Ronnie should make Alex eat Cajun food next. Ronnie, are you impersonating my account again? I don't feel like that's something I would say to myself. Okay, so what are we learning? We're picking back up on Agile metrics. We're having a little fun. It's middle of December, folks. It's almost the end of the year. we're just having some fun, and then we're gonna switch over to some critical things here. So we're gonna go Agile metrics, multiple boards, one space, multiple spaces, one board, compromise sprints, aka your stories in 2 sprints, all sprints view, parallel sprints, and then we'll talk about broken timelines. So we got a lot to cover, and we're gonna have some fun here, and definitely, again, it's the end of the year. I'm feeling a little joyful, and we'll go for it. I did. We got married in Vegas and had a reception at the taco night. Yeah, so the Taco Bell nightclub is like a thing, right? Like you can do a Vegas Taco Bell wedding. Yeah, see the Taco Bell wedding.com. You can actually do this, folks. Like this is something you can book. I think this is like, I feel like more restaurants should do this. Like this bouquet is really cool. Like I'm just saying we should have a Taco Bell themed um conference, but I just don't know if there's going to be enough toilets for everybody. Like we would have to do it in a place with a lot of toilets because Taco Bell and 300, 400, 500 people eating it at the same time might not end in the way we want it to end. But Michelle, you're a great wife for letting your husband have this moment of the Taco Bell wedding. Okay, sorry. This is so interesting to me that Taco Bell does that. Okay, so let's go to Agile metrics. Let's wrap up a little bit of a conversation that we carried over from last week. We're just gonna spend 10 minutes on it, then we'll spend the last 30 minutes on the rest of the topic today. So, what are we talking about? Agile metrics, right? So we already covered all the reports, right? So we know everything about reports, and so now we're gonna go and talk about dashboards. And so inside of your Jira, you have helps if you go to Jira. Atlassian, you guys, you know what? Just putting this out there. Let me be the first person to address this. Horrible idea to rename your spaces, your projects to spaces, because I can never know if I'm looking at Jira or Confluence now. Because guess what? I name a lot of my Confluence spaces the same as my Jira spaces. And now I don't know because I'm looking at spaces and I think I'm in the same tool that I'm supposed to be in, but I'm in Confluence. Horrible. Let's get a petition and get projects brought back or something, because or at least not call them the same thing, right? I don't mind not calling them projects, but they can't be spaces either. Like it needs to be a different name. Like the little icon is not giving enough for me. Going to be up front here. I'm hoping to hear some clues for capacity management when you're managing cross teams. We have everyone fighting for resources. Yeah. So Tiger. So let me give you a little bit of tidbit there. We're gonna pivot just to give you value here, just because you asked. Very important. So capacity management is going to be very tricky to do if you are doing like out of the box, especially if you don't have the premium versions of Jira. So if you just have a Jira board and you're trying to do capacity management, you're gonna have a really hard time because Jira's not gonna do it very well. Okay, Jira is not going to cooperate at all because the board itself is usually it's limited to just the scope of the information in that board. Okay, and so you're not going to get as big of a cross section as you would like, because unless everybody's in the same team, right? Jira natively is not going to do it, right? So when we have teams, right? If we have teams of teams, that's where you got to bump yourself up to the premium version of Jira, so that you can have basically the ability to bring in multiple teams. Now, with that said, okay, not sponsored because we're sponsored here by Titan Apps, folks. Check out Smart Links, scan that QR code. They're looking for seeing how many people scan that QR code. So if you guys can scan that QR code and just go to that link, that'd be super awesome. But not sponsored by AppFire. But I had to do a call this week with a potential client of mine, and they wanted us basically do resource management. And the best app that I've seen so far for that has to be Big Picture right now. Again, not sponsored by them, but this is the one that I've seen. Now, I know that there's other resource management apps out there. I might have to do a little exploration with them. But if you use Big Picture, they have a resource. Wait. Okay, I got to go into my project. They have a resources section where you can see all your different teams. And then they have a team section where you can define who's in your team. So you can put team members into teams, and then you can allocate their percentage, right, of how much of their time is allocated to a specific team. Now, this is not necessarily sprint driven, although I think it can be. I picked waterfall because my specific client that I was working with wanted a waterfall demo, but I would assume that this would work from a sprint perspective, right? But once you define your teams, you can create the teams that you want. Very easy to create teams here. Then you can assign individuals to the teams. You can assign their allocation. This is especially helpful if you're sharing different, like a team members in two different teams. Not recommended, but in case it was, you can do that there. And then once you set up your teams, right, in your work perspective from your Gantt chart, you can basically take a task and then assign it to a team. So this particular task, I can give it to Team Alpha. And so whatever the duration and more specifically the time estimate, right? So each one of these has a time horizon to it, right? But whatever that time horizon is for this particular task, that then gets sent to the resource, right? So this particular team, let me see if I can move over to the team view, right? This particular team now has that extra work assigned to them. So as I go and assign more work to the team, you're going to see that this bar starts filling up with more and more resources that are being taken up. But when I switch over to the team view, or sorry, to the resource view, you can start to see how many hours are available, how many hours are remaining, and like the capacity that's left, or the total capacity of that team. So it's not doing it very well for me right now. I don't know why. It was doing it earlier. I think I must have clicked on something incorrectly. But this is a great view to basically get to that capacity management if this is what you're looking for. Because again, natively from Jira, you're just not going to get it, right? So it's not going to cooperate very well. So definitely check it out. Again, not sponsored, folks, but definitely check out. Big picture is worth starting a 30-day trial and just checking to see if it works for you, Tiger. We do have premium, but we thought Jira Plans would solve our problem, but not so far. Yeah. So with Jira Plans, so Tiger, in case you're new to the channel, I do recommend, I won't have a chance to look at it all here today, but if you look up tech tutorials, right? If you go to my live section, so if you go to the live section of my YouTube channel, I do have resource and capacity management somewhere here. Where you at? Here we go. I recommend you check out this video. This video does walk you through what's available in plans. So it does have some capabilities, but it's not going to be as well thought out and as well orchestrated as what I just showed you in big picture. But whatever is actually possible, right? Let me back up a little bit. See, this is as close as we can get, right? If you're so there's a lot of caveats, right? You have to be using story points, you have to define teams, right? You have to be using sprints. So there's too many caveats for me, in my opinion, for the plans version to work correctly, right? But assuming you meet those qualifications, those caveats of you have teams defined, you're using story points for your estimates, and you have sprints, then the capacity planning inside of Jira Plans might work out for you. But I have a feeling that most people would probably benefit from like the more traditional view that big picture gives you. And now again, not sponsored by AppFire, but do your research, folks. There's more apps out there for research management. I think Activity Timeline does it, right? What not going to be as well thought out, which Atlassian product we're referring to now. All of them, all of the Atlassian products, but definitely go check out in the Atlassian Marketplace resource management. And I honestly, you're just going to be better off with an app than anything else. Okay, so back to our regularly scheduled content. We're going to continue and finish. I was hoping to finish in 10 minutes our Agile metrics, but folks, again, anything can happen today. If you're having fun, let me know. Give me a +1 if you're enjoying this very unstructured session today. Maybe that's what we do, right? Maybe in 2026, these sessions just become like you guys asking me questions. Have you guys heard of Jira Duty? Has anybody heard of our Jira Duty? And give me a +1 if you've heard of Jira Duty. +1. Okay. Yeah. +1's Jira Duty. Who has heard of Jira Duty? Has anybody heard of Jira Duty? Has anybody not heard of Jira Duty? Anybody care for Jira Duty? Jira Duty is something, Ronnie, can you believe it's been a year? It's been over a year. The last time we did a Jira Duty was like last September, last October. All right, so Jira Duty is a pretty cool thing that I haven't done it in a year. It's been a minute, but Atlassian has a forum, right? Atlassian has so I'll give you the backstory, folks. So there was a day about 3 years ago where I wanted to become an Atlassian champion. I wanted to be part of this inner circle, if you will, of folks that are like cheerleaders for Atlassian. And there used to be called community leaders. Rodney, who's in this chat here, he's one, and he's one of the OG community leaders. Even though apparently he says that there's still even OGs before him, but I still think of Rodney as one of the OGs. But anyway, so there's this community leader program. It's now rebranded to Champions, and I wanted to get in, and so I tried to get in. And Atlassian told me that the 500 videos that I had made at the time teaching people how to use the Atlassian tools was not enough to qualify me to become a community leader, because I was not answering enough Atlassian questions, right? I was not answering enough questions. And I'm like, well, I have 500 videos, and every single one of my videos is a community question, right? So Atlassian was specifically referring to, and by the way, I'm on the homepage for the community now, right? I'm on their page. And so Atlassian specifically at the time, right? Since then, we've made some major reform and made some major changes, mainly because of my complaints, right? But Atlassian basically told me if you want to become a champion, a community leader, you have to go to the forums and you have to answer questions. And so if you go to the community questions, if you ever have questions on how to use like Jira and stuff, like there's a place where you can go and ask questions, right? And so I created this thing. I'm like, okay, so I have to answer a lot of questions, right? Because Atlassian won't let me become a champion or a community leader if I don't answer questions. So I created this, like to me, and I had dropped off my mom at jury duty, right? You know, that civic duty that you got to do as a citizen of the United States of America. And so this is something that nobody ever wants to do, right? Give me a +1 if you guys are genuinely excited for jury duty. Sorry, jury duty. I actually have my summons right here. I don't want to show any special information, but I have my summons that I have to go take care of, and I intentionally moved it to the week of New Year's, like New Year's Eve, hoping that people don't want to work over Christmas. But we'll see. We'll see how how good that works or not. But anyways, nobody ever wants to do jury duty, right? Like it's not the thing that you wake up for in the morning. You're like, yay, we're gonna go to jury duty. So to me, having to do these activities, right, having to answer these questions, these Jira questions, felt like my civic duty that I needed to do in order to become a champion. It was like that barrier to entry. So I created Jira duty in an effort to basically create a live stream where I would force myself on the internet and go and answer questions, right? It was just me answering questions from here because I had to rack up my answers because Atlassian is measuring how many answers, right? So everybody has like a little profile that they get to see, and it shows you how many questions you've answered. It shows you like there's like little badges and stuff, right? You can get some credentials. Apparently, I have 9 credentials, right? But you could there's this like a whole thing that Atlassian like adds to you, right? Like how many answers you've done, and like some people like Ronnie probably has like 1,000 of them. There's other people have like 10,000 of them, right? And so these numbers, this is what Atlassian is checking for, right? When you're trying to become a community leader. And so since I didn't have any, I had to force myself to do these Jira duties to essentially answer questions. So that's how that's how we became a champion. But then I didn't need the Jira duties because Atlassian changed the rules after Ronnie complained a lot for me, and they were able to allow me to enter with the 500 videos on YouTube that did answer questions. But yeah, that's the story of how I came to be here now. All right, back to our schedule. Holy moly, we are off tangents so badly today. This feels like an episode of the Jira Life. Okay, so on the dashboards, you have the ability to create a dashboard. I'm just going to call this Agile Metrics. Okay, and if you've ever created a filter, dashboards behave just like filters, right? You need to open your filter up and the dashboard to the right team. So we're just going to keep it private for now, but usually you want to open that up. Now, from an Agile Metrics perspective, right? The reports that we looked at, this is like a 1-minute training here, folks, because to be very, very honest with you guys, like there isn't a whole lot you can do here. So in our gadgets, we're going to have a couple of gadgets that are going to help us from a quote unquote agile perspective, right? And it's very, very limited. So as you look through this list here, we have a gadget here that is days remaining in your sprint. So you pick your sprint, right? So I'm going to pick my iOS one, maybe AT one, right? It'll show the board name, it'll show the sprint name. It'll automatically move to the next sprint automatically. When I hit save, we get how many days are left in the sprint. Cue confetti. Do I have my what effect do I have here? There we go. Yay. That's all we can do. Not a whole lot, right? But here's an agile metric. Then as we keep scrolling our way down, we're going to go. We are eventually going to get to the sprint burndown chart. And so we can bring that one over. And very similar, you define your board. It'll automatically go to the next sprint. You hit save. And now you're going to get a representation of that burn down we were looking at yesterday, right? So your burn down shows up here. And then finally, you get a sprint health, right? So this is the last gadget that you have. And you really only have 3. There's really nothing else, right? So again, we do the same thing where we call out our board and show the assignees, hit save, and close this out for full screen. And this is it. Like those are the 3 gadgets. What you see on the screen is the 3 gadgets that you get built into Jira. And this is as agile as it gets, folks. This is as agile as it's going to get. And so you're not going to get very far, but This is essentially what you get for free out of the box. Now, of course, you have the ability to add pretty much any other gadget. I don't want to turn this into a dashboard structure, right? But my personal favorites are filter counts. If you're fortunate enough to have JSM, I love filter counts because from an agile perspective, I like to have something like this where let's see, pull an Android team, right? So I can build my own custom counts, and so I can say new bugs, right? And so I can say, hey, show me every bug, and I'm gonna do show me every bug that was created within the last 24 hours. Because as an agile person, right, as from an agile perspective, like I want to know how many new bugs were created, right? How many new bugs did the team find? Because that's gonna impact our ability to deliver, right? So we should be looking at this. We should be looking at this particular view. Also, we can do some more customizations, right? We can look at flagged items, right? So if you right click and add a flag to your stories because there's an impediment, right? You can just say, hey, flagged items, and you can again do a little bit of definition. You would limit it to just your project, your specific work here. But what we do have is the flagged field, and you can say flagged as an impediment, right? So if you have anything that is flagged, it'll show up here as well, right? And so this is again another little bit of an agile kind of thing, right? Because part of our daily scrum is what did we do yesterday, what are we doing today, and any impediments. Well, finding out if you have any new bugs, right? Because you ultimately want to deliver progress, but bugs push you back, right? Bugs are never a forward-moving, progressive thing. They're always something that holds you back and pushes you back a little bit. And so I like to find out what new bugs I have. But this again can be anything you want, right? This can be new stories, new tasks, any work that's unassigned that was created in the last 24 hours, right? Things of that nature. But I like to look at my flagged items because when I save my board here, when I save my thing, and if I go into my space that we're talking out of, right? Where's my at last? Oh boy, where did it go? Oh boy, I love the new UI. It's the best. So awesome. So awesome. It's one of the best interfaces in the world. Here we go. If I go to this one and I were to flag it, so if I can do that. I can also create a new bug, right? So if I wanted to create a new bug back over here and just create a brand new bug for my demo, right? So if you create these two items, and assuming I did everything else correctly, again, I don't script these things, folks. Anything can happen. But if I click on my Agile metrics, you can see that I have now one of each, and you can click on it, right? And it'll take you to that item that's flagged. So if I open this item up, the flag is going to be flagged. So this is an easy way, right, to kind of surface all the critical work that you and your team actually care about. So, but again, the only problem is that you do need to have JSM installed. Like JSM needs to be one of your products that you own so that you can get this filter counts. I love filter counts. It's one of my favorite. Yeah. Can you tell I don't like the new UI? It's totally the worst. I hate it so much. Okay. And then the last one that I'll leave you off at, so we can move over to the next topic is issue statistics. I love issue statistics. Between issue statistics and the two-dimensional filters, where is it at? Here we go. Two-dimensional filter statistics. Those are my two favorite filters or gadgets. These are awesome. These show you two different fields at the same time. I can show assigning by status, and then I can just show like assignees, right? So if I wanted to do something simple, obviously it's not the best in the world, but it still gets some points across. But this is as close as we can get to some Agile reports. Now, not all hope is lost. Not everything is lost. I'm going to show you a couple of different things that, again, not sponsored, but if you do want to show some love, check out Smart Checklist by Titan Apps. Scan that QR code on the top right corner, as well as that helps Titan Apps, continue to invest and continue to promote on this channel. So help me out by helping them out. Scan the QR code. Okay, so some of the options that you have is you can actually go to your apps. You can explore more apps. I won't be able to install anything here, but I'm working with another company called Great Gadgets for Agile. This is by a company called Stonic Byte. Again, not sponsored for this video, but we are going to be dropping videos very, very soon for them. But if you are looking for more agile friendly metrics, especially some of the metrics we were looking at yesterday, like your burn down, your cumulative flow diagram, right? A couple more agile-esque type of things, then you're gonna like Great Gadgets here, because this will basically build out some of our more agile friendly gadgets. So if you're looking for something like, see, they have a release burn down, not just the sprint, but the release, your team velocity gadget, right? A lot of things, the cumulative flow diagram, things that just they're available as a report, but you can't view them in the dashboard, right? That's unfortunately one of the harsh realities of this. I don't know why Atlassian does that. This should be a feature. I feel like every report should be embeddable in the dashboard, but it's not. And so this is an alternative here. And then the other one that I'll show you, another one that I've used, is just velocity. Unfortunately, all it does is velocity, right? So what I like about Great Gadgets is that it does velocity plus a bunch of other things. But this one here, if it does decide to load by broken build, is just velocity charts. And so if you're looking for cross team, right, this is very important for, like, if you're trying to see multiple boards velocities at the same time, this is going to be a better tool for you all here. So definitely check this one out. Again, not sponsored by them, but worthy mention because I've used them in the past, but only because Jira dashboards come up short. Jira dashboards come up real short when you're trying to do velocity charts. Okay, before we transition to the next topic, because we are running out of time here, I wanted to ask you guys a favor. So my buddy Robert Heen, give me a +1. Who knows Robert Heen? Anybody know Robert Heen? Is anybody familiar with Robert Heen? You guys all probably know Robert Heen. I'm going to show you a picture of Robert Heen. Robert Heen is an awesome individual. Here he is. He's down here. So this is Robert Heen. He usually does Confluence trainings, right? He's one of my peers, one of my good friends here, Robert Heen. And so he does something very special outside of my buddy Robert Heen. Yeah, my buddy Robert Heen should be a t-shirt. Robert Heen does something very special. So not only is he very well known as our Confluence expert and a community instructor like myself, but he has a very up and coming learning platform in Udemy, right? Like, he's a huge Udemist, if that's a word, and he does a lot of Udemy courses. So back in February or March, I called up Robert and I'm like, hey, we should do a Jira and Confluence Udemy course, right? We should do a Jira and Confluence Udemy course. And that was back in March. Well, folks, we finally did it. We launched a course. Oh, he's got his 101 here. We finally did it. We are finally in a situation with a 2.5-hour course, 0 students, 0 ratings. So we literally just hot off the presses. It went live like maybe 30 minutes before we started this live stream. And so here's the favor. Here's where the rubber meets the road for you guys. And this is, again, very, very special here. So if you promise, right? Because we're going to give it away for 100 people, right? But we want the reviews. we need the reviews, right? For Udemy to favor the Udemy algorithms, we need as many 5-star reviews as we can get and actually walk through the course. And so this particular course is going to walk you through a little bit of an intro what the course is, a very in-depth 30 minutes on how to use Jira Product Discovery. So Jira Product Discovery is a big part of this whole thing, right? So we're going to cover Jira Product Discovery, and then we cover Jira Plans. So a lot of information on Jira Plans. And then we jump into brainstorming and Confluence. And so this is all Robert Heen now, right? Because he's on the Confluence side of the house. And then we have our section 5, managing Jira work. So we're back to Jira and putting it back in together, right? So if you're not following along, right, we're doing an intake from an idea into Jira Plans, right? We promote the idea into an initiative. We work through the initiative. We have Confluence for some collaboration and documentation. And then we take all those initiatives and everything that's good, we move it down into the board level and we execute on Jira. So we do a lot of the sprint planning. Then we have some retrospectives back in Confluence. And then we have Loom for asynchronous. So this is basically Jira Product Discovery plus the Teamwork Collection. So if you're a subscriber or you're using the Teamwork Collection, it'll walk you through that, and then a conclusion, and then a little bonus section. So if you promise, right, If you promise to actually take the course and leave us a good 5-star review, I'm going to drop the link here. This would be a huge favor you guys can do me, my little Christmas gift, if you will. If you can just take the course and leave us a 5-star, and you get it for free. It's free for the first 100 people. There's 38 of you all in this class here, so if you go and take it, right, we got some pinky promises here from Ms. Guisapina, right? But if you guys pinky promise to take it, right, and drop it, then that would be so awesome. Again, it's completely free for the first 100 people, and so get to it and then take it and leave us a good 5-star review. Again, it's a really in-depth course, right? We put a lot of time and effort into giving you a very holistic solution of how to use not just one tool, but like how all these tools come together to actually deliver value. So pretty cool. Again, teamwork collection with your part of discovery included. And yeah, so that's the little favor. And we're going to get back to our regularly scheduled content. So let's switch gears now that we've done that. And again, thank you to anybody and everybody who takes the class. I'm eternally grateful. Okay, so switching gears, we're going to move to this phenomenon of how do we do multiple sprints, right? Like how do we collaboratively collaborate with other teams? And there's a couple of different ways to do it. One of the more popular ways to do it is to basically modify your board in such a way that all the work is visible in one board. Like that's a method, right? And so what I'm talking about is like you can actually take a board. I'm going to take this developer team B board, and I'm going to pull in my board settings, right? So I can go to my board settings, I can go to my filter query, and what I can do here is I can just pull in the work from not just one team, but from 2 teams. So I can just do this. It's a very simple click, right? All I did was do one click. But what you're going to see here is you're going to see work from DTB and DT, which are 2 different projects. So if I save this filter, right, if I save my changes, and if I go back to my board, then this board now contains, the backlog at least, now contains a work from not just one, but 2 different Jira projects. So you can see a combination of DTB and DTs. And so this is the easiest way. This is like the easiest way. It comes with a lot of cons. We're going to cover those. It comes with a lot of drawbacks. I think is the right word that I'm trying to look at. Thank you so much, Ms. Russo. Thank you so much for enrolling. And again, it's completely free, folks. So take advantage of it. It's free for the first 100. But again, my only favor and ask is we can only give it away to 100 people. And so I want it to be you guys who tune in every single day here. But yeah, just leave us those reviews because Udemy looks at that. Udemy looks at the enrollment, and we want people to take it so that we can, then we can fall into the algorithm, and then I don't have to ask you guys to help me out. Never understood why the promise needs to be a pinky. I don't know, but there was something valuable of like doing the pinky promise as a kid. Like there was, I don't know. It reminds me of being a little kid in the playground and doing pinky promises and stuff. So thank you folks for enrolling, and again, thank you so much. Appreciate you guys. And again, it'll be the best Christmas gift you guys can give me is if you can leave that 5-star review for it. Okay, so this again is the easiest way to do this like cross team planning, because you can have one sprint, right? You can have one sprint and bring the work in. Now, when you do this, the biggest drawback is that you jeopardize your sprints, right? You see this sprint here. You see this task, it belongs to DT1. So when the moment I bring it into this particular sprint, DT1, if I move over to the developer team's board, then that sprint tends to be contaminated. See how I now have DTB sprint 3 in this view? And so things start to get very confusing very, very quickly. So my recommendation, my 2 cents, if you're going to do this route, because it is the lowest overhead, right? This is the easiest way to do this, is to take one Scrum board, right? And then pull in all the work that you want into one Scrum board, and everybody else gets a Kanban board. And so that way you're operating out of only one Scrum board. Because as long as you follow that rule, you're going to be okay. Because where you're going to get in trouble is if you do this. Like if you're moving things around into different sprints, then when I go back, then my other sprint is like now contaminated over here. So now we've like cross-pollinated, and it gets very, very messy very, very quickly. And this problem becomes even worse if I do this. If I go, again, I have do not script in my videos, folks. So This may or may not work, and I hope Atlassian fixed it, right? But if I go to the sprint field, which is not currently visible, so we're gonna pull it in. We're gonna pull in our sprint field. We can see it. We want to see it, right? But if I go to my sprint field and I go back to my story, I can add DTB sprint 3. Ooh, awesome. It only let me put it in one. Finally, Atlassian fixed it. Okay. If in the past, you used to be able to put it in multiple sprints, and what would happen is the 2 sprints would become 1. So I'm so happy that Atlassian has actually fixed this problem, because this is not a problem that we wanted to have. So the problem is only half as bad now, because now we just see and recognize a different board or a different sprint inside this board, which can still be confusing, but is not detrimental. What used to be very detrimental is a story could be in both sprints at the same time, and that was not good. That was not good at all, and really, really bad things would happen. And so luckily, Atlassian is only letting you toggle, which is a really good thing, right? So you're either like this or you're the other way. Unfortunately, though, you now have that other sprint in this view, so it doesn't help. It's not a pretty view either. So again, this is the easiest way. So my recommendation is, if you're gonna do it, the easiest way is have one Scrum board where you pull in all the issues and all the work items from different projects, and then everybody else gets a Kanban board, because you don't want them managing independent sprints, right? You do not want that to be a thing. That's one tip, right? Now, the other method, the other way to do this is to basically create a board per team, right? And so the other way that I've done this is using teams, right? So you do want to go define a team. So you want to go to your team section, and you want to just make sure you have some teams defined, right? This is the way I've done it in the past, right? Again, you have a lot of teams. In my case, I have a lot of different teams in here, right? But the tactic that I've done in the past is I've gone in and renamed my boards, right? So I've done this as like team B board, right? And I'll save this one. But when I save it, when I save my filter, my criteria, it's everything's in the same team. Everything's in the same project, right? But I'm gonna switch my JQL to be and team equals, and then I'm gonna bring my team B. All right. When you do this, then only the work that's assigned to that person, like only the work that has that team value filled out, right? So we have our team field here. Only that work is going to show up, which is good, right? And so this is good. This is what I want. And in fact, let me go back, because I don't think I saved my filter. But let me save the filter, save my changes, right? So now when I go back to my board and I save this as my team B, only that one item is going to show up. I only have one item for team B, right? And so what I tend to do is I tend to have a Kanban board that has all the work. So I'll create a Kanban board that is just like all teams, right? And it's going to bring in everything. So that way I can see everything, right? But then team B is a Scrum board. And then I can also then create now a team A one, right? So I can do team A. And I'll just bring in all the work again. But then I'll modify the filter, right? I'm going to modify the filter for team A. And what I can do in here is, again, very similar to what I did earlier. All I'm doing now, though, is I'm going to modify this filter query so that I have and team equals team A. Oh, boy. There it is, team A, right? And so when I save this, whoa, I do not want to do that. Where's my search? Enter. Ah, dang it. What did I do? Enter. Okay, nothing should come back because I don't have anything assigned to team A yet, right? But when I save this filter, right, and now it's saved here for this board, right, I can now go to my master Kanban board and let me grab a story, right? And I can then go and assign this particular story to team A. And now when I go to the team A board, I will have one task that belongs to them, right? So I'm able to use a field that can only have one value, team, and start segregating which board things are going to show up on, right? And that way it doesn't show up everywhere, right? It only shows up in one particular team or one particular board. So I start to guarantee that a particular story or a task or whatever you want only shows up on one of the two boards, or as many boards as you may have, right? So I have team board B, team board A, right? And I'm not seeing a cross-pollination. So now what you can do is, if you didn't want to do a Kanban, what now you can do is you can actually create another Scrum board, which is all Scrum, right? And then bring all the work here. And this Scrum board allows you to see everything, right? And so what you're going to be able to do here is, as team A plans their actual sprint, so we have one there, and then team B, as they bring in a sprint, I'm going to put something in there, right? Then the all Scrum should show me 2 different sprints, and it did not. I might have to start one. What happened here? Why didn't you show it to me? So this should show me everything. Oh, Atlassian, they change things up on me, and I don't test it out very well. Team B has this. Let me bring in a story. Let's bring a story in. We're gonna send this one to team B. You can see this is already in a different sprint. Let's clear that out. We don't want you to be in anything. Okay, you're in a completed sprint. Not sure why. Let's go. Oopsie. I picked the wrong example. Hold up. Let me pick a different example. Not in a sprint. I don't want you in a sprint. Good. I need you in team B. Why does it need to be a B team? Why can't a team have... Oh, because I'm not very creative with my naming conventions, Rodney. Okay, all Scrum, hopefully, nope, not yet. Okay, so team A has a backlog with one item, DTB 11. Great. Team B has a backlog with another one. I'm going to pull in an actual story in here. Okay. And let's see. Do we have different sprint names? That's probably where my problem is. Okay, yeah, we haven't created a sprint yet. That's the other problem. So we need to create a new sprint. And see, this is the problem. We need to be very careful with your sprint names, right? Because this is team A, sprint 1. And so we don't want the rest of this text here. We're going to click update. So now when I go to my all Scrum, I should see 2 different... Yeah, there they are. Team sprint 1. There we go. Okay, so I'm not smoking crack. It's there, right? So we have team sprint A or B, right? DTB is for sprint B, and then sprint 1 is for sprint 1, right? As you can see, this gets a little confusing. This is not easy, but this gives us the ability to have a single place and be able to see everybody's business. Now, where this gets more powerful is if you enable parallel sprints. So you need to go to Command K on your keyboard and do... actually, no, not Command K. You just got to go to your gear, go to Jira apps, and then under Jira configuration, you should allow for parallel sprints to be a thing. And so if we allow that to be a thing, we will now have the ability to start both sprints, right? So I can start team B. I'm going to call it team B just so that it's clear to everybody, right? I have team B sprint 3, and then I can go back to my backlog and start team 1 or team A sprint 1, right? So now I can start 2 parallel sprints in at the same time out of the same board using different work, right? And so I don't need to send the work to different spaces. They can all live in the same project or the same space, but they can be on different boards. And then all I need to do, if I want to toggle, right? So if I'm in this particular view here and I want to toggle, I can just pick which sprint I want to look at. So I'm going to see team sprint 1, or I can see sprint B, or I can show both, and then all the work gets aggregated. So this is, again, another way. So you have 2 different ways, right? Where you can either the easiest way, again, right, was create one Scrum board, multiple Kanbans, and then bring all the work, right? Because the Kanbans can exist in the different projects, and then bring them all one. Because you can have multiple Scrums, but then all the sprints are going to be like all thrown up in there, and it's not going to be pretty. So don't do that. Or you can have one space with multiple boards so that every team can independently plan their sprint, but then your master Scrum board is going to show you all the sprints, and you can just toggle to see which one you want. So those are the 2 different ways, folks, that you can basically do this safely without getting too involved in a cleanup process.